first match, RRQ and GE. And let's bring up our predictions here. Because...
Oh my god, this guy's
Global
unbelievable.
esports time.
This guy is unbelievable.
thank you for that production. Yeah, you wanna...
I think time is on their side. That's the biggest thing I have going into this. The veto works out so nicely for them. I think their changes are strong. I think the coaching staff changes are strong. Who's that guy? Who's that handsome man? They've got the jersey. But yeah, I really do think they can make this work today. RRQ's form did not look good in Toronto. Post-Teo, they have not looked good. I think GE have made strong changes, and I think the coaching staff changes will really help them.
That was, I feel like, can we just save that? Can we just save that image for future use? I feel like we'll need to bring it out several times here.
Maybe.
Absolutely. Look, honestly, I could see Global winning with this veto, perhaps, but I think RRQ is just a bit too quality. There's a reason why they're the Pacific champs.
There's
right
a
now.
reason why they're the Pacific champs. There's a reason why they went all the way to Toronto as well. So I am expecting RRQ to take this one.
Yeah.
GE,
Welcome.
I would like to be proven wrong. I would like to be proven wrong. I want to see how this works.
If you're wondering,
but we won't
I
have to wait
literally
any
just
longer
woke up.
because we are
I
going to
actually
set the
almost
stage for our
slept
first
through.
series of the day,
Well,
RRQ
probably not through the whole
and
thing, but
GE for VCT Pacific Day number 3.
friggin'. I think I ended up going to sleep at like 10 a.m. after making sure everything was uploaded properly. The render took so long because the source video, the videos at 4K, and then we had 2 versions, and it's long, and but we're here now. We're here now. No, but I got like 6 hours of sleep. It's pretty good. Hey, Godshot. Wait, did they all vote for RRQ? Did they really? I didn't see the talent prediction. I actually think that's kind of ridiculous for this match. I mean, I don't... RRQ on paper should be the favored one until we are proven otherwise, for sure, but that would be kind of nutty. Things considered, I think this is like the match to give a punt. Except big time. Really? That's actually insane. I don't know. I don't think that's representative of how you should be looking at this match. RRQ should be favored. Like, yeah, the reason you would punt for GE are intangible things. I get that, but they're pretty big things. Like schedule, coaching staff, etc.
Pacific Kings are back on the stage. When they last stepped foot here, it was lifting up that Pacific trophy.
The viewer spread was 25-75. I mean, I think that's fair.
They are determined to keep that title. Can the King of Kings dominate once again all the way to the finals road to Tokyo?
They may have
Haven Corrode Bind.
But here in Pacific, they are the big dogs, and you were expecting them to have another
RRQ had some ideas on Bind in the beginning of the year.
Of course, they will be
it didn't execute very well.
Esports, and
but they had some ideas.
Of course, that is hoping this Tejas roster is the one that will finally get the dub, even if it is against RRQ. There are lots of questions and lots of challenges, but make no mistake, the players walking out in the red and blue are no strangers to the stage.
The solo Viper G, no, I don't think that's happening. We don't actually. I haven't had a chance. I've been meaning to, but there's actually been quite a few. I haven't had a chance to watch any of the GE videos. Does anyone know for sure who's IGLing? Is it Crystal? I assume it's Crystal. I assume it's Crystal, then like Yeoman's probably sub-calling.
Having to play the reigning champions is no easy start back for this newly formed roster, and I do think they're definitely not the favorites, but an upset for me.
But I mean, the thing about percentages for like who you think is gonna win is always iffy, right? Because it's like you can be really sure that someone is favored, and it could be like a 55-45. Or you could be like, it could be like a 90-10, right? So
I think it's so doable, especially when we look at this.
There's
veto.
MCE. I did
think they
misspeak
played
on
the
Clat
veto
Chat. I was
perfectly. They've led
mistaken for
towards a
whatever
few
reason.
maps where RRQ will not have had the time
It's
that
funny
they have
because I
had.
remember
think
thinking that
focusing on
it'd be
Haven, I
great
do
to have a
think that
chance
could
to
be a
actually
little
meet
bit
him face to face and
growing because RRQ
talk to
have
him
looked
at the venue if I had a
Heading into round
chance.
two, map
And then on
three,
Plat Chat, I was like,
personally,
well, he's
I
going to be
think
online. And I was like, I don't know why I
Yeah,
said that.
RRQ are going to have to play this by ear, basically. I mean, at least there is some footage of what RRQ is going to be bringing on this map. GE will be able to counter-strat a little bit, and I've spoken already a couple of times about the changes that they've had to their coaching staff recently. I think it could be quite positive for them. So GE, a couple of good reads, and RRQ continuing to have some poorer form like we've seen internationally.
Crystal is IG only, they confirmed? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
As for RRQ, their coaching staff is really
Who's
just
IG
there to
DFM? I think
make
it should be
sure that
Akame
they
as
can
far
pick
as I know.
themselves back up after a couple of lackluster results internationally and play to the same
Apparently
standards
Crystal,
that we know that they can bring inside of Pacific, which is the very
GE
best.
picked Corrode, which is not
You have
surprising.
players who
But
are
RQ left
very
it open. What was the
familiar
ban
with each other,
again?
some who have
I
even
missed the
played on
ban.
same team previously, right? Does
What's the
that
ban
even come
from
into play
RRQ?
here, especially since, you know, you have GE basically starting on
I mean, either way,
blank
surely
slate.
RRQ knew
is
this
going
was
to be
coming
their
if they left it
first biggest
open.
showing here on the Pacific stage, and they need to make sure that this debut is
RRQ
going to be,
banned
you know, a
Lotus.
statement for them.
Oh no, I just
Yeah,
looked
they
it
just
up.
haven't really taken wins off of any of the bigger name teams here. Most of the closer games or the wins that they've been taking have been against some of the other teams that have also been struggling in Pacific. So look, we'll see what they're going to be bringing.
RRQ
Haven is
banned
going to be
Lotus?
a map that you should be feeling very
On
confident
paper, I
RRQ
think this
will
is
be
a good
picking up.
draft
They
for
recently
GE,
took a win
but I
off of
don't think
Fnatic
it's
with
actually going to
exactly
end
this
up
comp.
being
Champion
as
on
easy
Fiora
as
and Montier
GE
on
thinks.
Neon. Crazy guy, since his debut on Omen in Pacific,
Because
has been pretty comfortable on this
RRQ,
agent, and
I mean, their
cushy on
Lotus
his
has always been, I
signature.
think,
So
a little bit
GE mixing
up and
things
down.
here. This is a composition we don't really
I
see.
think it's always been
Leading
weaker than
away
it
from
should
the
be,
meta that is
but there's
all
also
the
so much tape on it.
duelist
GE's always
is
GE's shown us
Now,
a
I do
couple
think there's
times a
lot
couple of
nice
neat
options there.
ideas
There
on
should be
Lotus.
some good combos. The only thing is, it's
So I
kind
think
of
they
hard
just
to
didn't
stop
want
a
to
double
go into the
duels that
matchup
kind of
where
double
they feel that
setting,
GE
because
just
they have
has the
so
upper
much
hand in
space,
terms
you
of
know,
prep.
think about the Yoru TPs to get past
And
all the
Corrode, you
stuff
can
that
just do
Omen
theoretical
TPs,
prep on
how
both
fast Neon is.
sides.
I think they need to slow
Haven,
down
I think
this double
GE should have
duelist,
seen
and I
coming,
think,
though.
there's a lot of
RQ
pressure on
loves
Crystal's shoulders
Haven.
here on this deadlock to show us why they're willing to go off meta and give us something new here.
We're also getting a couple of answers about the roles. Yeoman on the scan in it, so Crystal will be the one to make some room, but we've recently also seen Yeoman be a little bit more flexible in terms of his role going onto the Viper and some of these other secondary Sentis. So we'll keep an eye if GE keeps the roles pretty consistent. Ban on the Senti and
Cypher lock on
I can't wait to see this
Haven.
guy cook on
Was
the
it Cypher
duelist.
as
All
well?
he
I
did in
saw the
stage
dead
one,
lock.
just filling in.
Chat.
Well, we're gonna
Bear
see
with me.
all of those role shifts, all of those questions
I did.
will be answered
I had
as we
slept
step
deep.
into Haven. Our
Mentally,
first
I'm
map of the
here.
day. We're gonna toss it on over to your casters.
My
Good
eyes
luck
and my
paper thin.
voice and everything's catching up.
That's right, we're back. It's time for another day of BCT Pacific action. This time, Global going up against RRQ. RRQ not having the best time in
I don't see ZETA losing another game intention on duelists and Depth Senti. What, you mean like forever? That's bold. When they literally lost to Nungshan, but you know.
It's the thing that we wanted
Stage
the
one.
entire time
But-
that has looked very, very good for them overall. But in addition, some coaching changes.
I mean, he'll be stuck on support. I mean, sure, but this dude was the dude who was playing giga aggressive on Fade back when he was with Jemkin on Scars. So I don't. It depends on how they play it, and I actually don't think I think Deadlock has a lot of opportunities for trading. I think Deadlock is a. I don't think Deadlock should be played purely with like long range lineups, etc.
Yes, when they were playing double duelist comps, that's when they looked their best, especially against NRG at Toronto. But when Monyet was asked to switch over to the controller, he got absolutely destroyed against Team Heretics. So
It's been updated, Paradox. We updated it. Oh. Let's make sure we check. Yeah, Novoid had it updated.
I mean, it's not just him either. Look at the damage across the board here.
Oh yeah.
Suffered from RRQ. Crazy guy at 50. Sparrow down to 80. This is a bit of a rocky start.
Yeah, maps are updated as well.
So we have to ask is, what sided map is Haven today?
Oh.
Jemkin similarly tagged down to 10.
Oh, he is so stuck, but they're so low.
Kind of pinned in. Look at the
Yeah,
flash
there's
out.
dude.
Lined up.
Oh man, with that health, you're throwing your bodies out there.
Collect 4 kills.
That is rough.
Crazy guy at 50, the spike. Still dropped at Sewer. They won't hand over the ace. Poppy will go ahead and get himself on the board, but Global take the opening pistol.
Yeah, that's a scary one there.
Yeah, Yudoton on
RRQ,
duelist.
that
I'm
opening
excited.
damage they
I'm
take
excited to see what he can do
really
when
hurts
he's like
them trying to
fully
clear
just
out Yudoton.
pure
You know,
duelist,
they send two,
like
they got
mindset
Jemkin.
wise. I'm also excited to see Ban on. Obviously I turned on the stream a little late today, so I haven't had a chance to talk about it. But I really think Ban did really well as Sentinel on Talon whenever he was playing Senti. I think it was so hard to really gauge how each individual plays as a team on that previous Talon roster, because there were clearly comms breakdowns all the time for like everybody. You saw him. Poppy, you saw him. Oh, dude, Ban covers for him while Poppy goes back in and out. This is all set up. Oh my god. Xfero though. Wait, that's uh-oh. But Xfero's so low. That's like the biggest thing. And they're both one shot because of the Marshall.
For now, the toggle just coming in, but doesn't get the spot in time.
You know where he's at though.
Bit of damage.
Ooh, huge.
Pedals into that one there, but still, man.
I think Cushy's got a good chance here. Yo, man, we'll have to check this. Okay, Recon. Can he hide away from it? You can.
Cushy finding the first. Zenoton tries to get it done, but he cannot. It's a Red Bull clutch from Cushy.
That's Yo, man, completely didn't even think about that corner. That is rough.
And it's the guy who was
that is rough.
Extremely well for RRQ internationally. It's Cushy coming up big. Xfero as well, really consistent on that Sentinel role, and he finds a gap.
I think a lot of Ban's swinginess on Talon was due to team-wide inconsistency. No, I think so. I mean, I think that was probably true for everyone. I think the same thing for Jit Boys as well, right? I think the same thing for Governor, to be honest. I mean, Governor did just have some moments of pure individual overheat as well, I think, but I also think a lot of times he was doing a lot of overheating because he felt the team needed it. So I think it's hard to tell. So with that roster of talent, I think you really just needed to focus on like the moments where they are making like good decisions, and then you see, you know, why did they make it? Did they make it with proper logic, etc.?
Yeah. I mean, that's fine. I probably could use it.
Can get free tests.
That's true.
Oh. Also, yeah, well, Ban didn't play much Jet in the last iteration of Talon, but Ban's Jet is also very good, but I don't think he's going to be playing that here.
So hopefully, just a quick little gear check. Somebody got.
Yeah, no, I think this could be a rediscovery of Ban. I hope so, because I think the dude's real solid.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Usually I can just blame them.
Yeah.
I want to see them run Chamber on Corrode. Didn't I say that somewhere? I've been saying that. I don't know if I said it on record anywhere. I think with Ban, I think I said it on Plat Chat. I think with Ban, you can put him on Chamber, and you can run Chamber comps on Corode.
Pretty much anybody's control.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that was right. I mean, that's nobody's fault. That's just.
From what Frost has said, it seemed like you had different guys having to be bait and the fragger. Yes, Frost has said that as well. Obviously, I've had the opportunity to chat with Frost several times as well, both on and off record. But like you can hear it in some of the comms videos as well.
Battery's all tapped out. So either way, seems like something likely.
Giant X destroyed by. I saw the score line because I was editing, but I tuned into the results screen. What happened in that game? Giant X versus Vitality.
Is causing the issue.
Yeah.
Did MC and Ban have any sort of history when they were both in an A? Oh, I actually don't know. I don't think so.
Like shaming a culprit. It's like when a child like.
Yeah, why'd they zoom in on the mouse?
This man right here, put it on the wanted posters.
You will sit there.
And you will
be sorry.
Yeah, they did have roster shakeups. That's true. Yeah. What is this product placement? What the heck? What is this?
There you go.
I suppose.
What is this?
No, but there's some like really cool storylines here. Like obviously with RRQ being defending champions, that's neat.
People usually, I'm not very deep on my NA Challengers lore. I can tell you a little bit about potential Korea Challengers lore whenever it comes up. But
again, you know, with that final with Ascension back in 2023, some stuff like that. I mean, Ban's return to Pacific yet again. Finding his
is that a new mouse though from Razer, or is that just like a new color edition? I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like that one kind of got glossed over a little bit as we were going into this game.
Yes.
Oh yeah, Penny played.
Very excited to
How did Penny do
in
in Apex versus Navi?
But yeah, it is good. It is good to see Ban back. I think that honestly, when the adjustments started being announced, that was the one that kind of stood out to me the most. And I was like, okay, well, Ban is pretty much like a rock steady player. He's going to be.
I mean, that's
feed, but, you know,
I would say that that's an overdone meme at this point.
Yeah. And having him
To say that the gambling allegations are all you need to know.
Try to, you know,
That's like insane erasure.
And he can flex
information.
And he can flex.
He can.
He can flex to Duelist. And so he gives you a lot of versatility. I mean, and like you said, he's a relatively consistent player. He does have huge moments. I mean, we've seen some crazy plays from him in the past. So
Penny almost had a nutty ace too. Yeah, Penny on 8. Oh, Penny is not who you expected. I mean, I don't think it's who anybody expected, but.
You know, Crystal, I'm kind of curious with him.
I think I've always thought Penny was good. I've always wondered why he wasn't back in tier 1 sooner, but it's also not someone who was like top of mind just because it had been so long. The profile of the mouse looked lower than Viper V3 and Dav 3.
So that's kind of something I also
we're like analyzing the dimensions of the mouse. Penny looks pretty decent, I think. Apex actually looks good on Sunset and struggling on Crow with their understanding. It's kind of been the story for them the whole year where they like, yeah. I mean, even before, even in stage 1, they've definitely, like, that's why I kind of liked rooting for them, because whenever they did have good ideas, it looked good. But anyway, we're back. GE kind of struggling with the econ here. Oh, Monyet. Just catches the edge of his butt. Oh.
There we go.
So GE, that was good spam though, because GE knows that they're going to want to try to protect the weapon because this smoke favors GE. So they continue spamming for it. They actually get another kill with it, and at some point they just have to wait. They just have to wait. They just have to check if they go into C, and the moment you see them on C, you just go get the weapons, and then you're good to go. They're even just going to drone out to try to get ahead of things. They smoked out C, they drone out, they'll get weapons. If they can flip this, it's flippy floppy again.
Set up, grab the guns, and go for the retake. That's a 5v3. A lot going to be asked here. Crazy guy, X-Pharaoh and Jemkin.
Force off the angle immediately. Still does have a flash. Cage going to be popped. Pharaoh just spamming in a little bit. Jemkin.
They know he's here. Dude, I thought he was getting 2 there. Yeoman actually getting that's kind of impressive with the jumps. And now they check it. Nice shot from Crazy Guy, but oh boy. There's a guy on Sentinels your age who's probably going to be in tier 1 next year. You mean Qbert?
Both players at once, even after losing their Neon. You know, Crystal there, making sure that X-Pharaoh's dealt with. And then you've got Jemkin around the corner, cleared out. That's just a great grab net early. I mean, again, this A main control being won 2 out of the 3 rounds here by GE.
See, that's a tough situation. Like, those are the situations where I think it's like, there is no actually correct answer. Where Monyet gets grab netted, it's like, okay, you have I mean, you have 3 choices. What is going on, man? You have 3 choices, right? Sad. That was, I mean, that was way too real of a sigh. I don't think you should be doing that on the mic. But
I don't like that.
I think he was. I think that was a very authentic. So I think he just couldn't keep it in. But anyway, so if you look at it, well, why are they rushing? You're on A Haven, right?
No.
Good.
I fell asleep.
And so honestly, you get grav netted here.
Even though it was kind of a fast day.
So there's 3 choices, right? Either you try to do what you just did. But I didn't even make it. Well, I don't know. If you're slowly.
There's
Monyet has.
See Corrode over there.
Okay.
Okay, let's say you have 3 choices. You either do try to slow creep back into the smoke and hope. Or you can ask people to just flood, and you all fight together with util, right? Like throw util out of the smoke and fight. Or Monyet just solo holds, try to get at least 1. But it's like, at what point do you know if any of those are actually the correct answer? I think that's the tough part.
That's a thing.
Yeah.
Wow.
They played really well.
That's great, in a way. I mean, I feel a little bad for Vitality, but not like that much. I don't have any real big horse in that game.
Yeah, Nismo. Yeah, I figured we were talking about
really
Nismo.
Well coordinated from them. I was very surprised to see.
I mean, how Durko was popping off too.
Feels like stage 1 EMEA. Well, chat. Well,
I mean, that's concerning.
literally 2 tech pauses and you're like, feels like EMEA when EMEA literally had like
So good.
7, 8 in a day. Let's calm down with the. We'll see. It doesn't bode well, but we'll see. Let's wait. Let's wait. I have an exam next week and I'm greeted with tech pauses. Hopefully it gets resolved soon.
Oh, that's right. But Penny was back for Apex.
Yeah.
RRQ could have smoked him off. Well, but the thing is like in the A lobby, like when your guy is caught here, you already have a smoke here. You're gonna have to use more than just a smoke, right? Because you know you're gonna be later. So like even that's hindsight, sure.
Yeah.
That's like 100% hindsight on the timing, and also that had to have been immediate, like the moment he gets caught.
Interesting.
So I don't even think, even with hindsight, I don't think that's 100% guaranteed the best move. Because the other thing is like, it's close quarters, you are not 100%, do you want to use all your util here, you have the better guns,
Seems like this is going to
things
take a
like
little
that.
bit longer than we might have anticipated originally, so we do apologize. We're going to go to a quick little break, and we'll be right back.
All right. Oh, I haven't seen this one. Oh, it's a lie detector. That's great. I was on the desk during the Rossi tech pause. This is so funny. The title is Pros Don't Fake. This is so funny. Make more options with points? Yeah, we'll look into that. I guess we have to have more points for like watch party stuff.
진실이요. 당신은 본 검사 중 내가 묻는 각 질문들에 솔직히 대답하겠습니까?
네.
Oh, the guy who's running the program is asking him in Korean. I would like this looks fairly legit. How legit do you think this is?
Yeah. 違います.
진실이요.
これはさ、一番と思ってもいいんじゃない？
いや、まだまだ。
まあでもそれでもステージ1のパフォーマンスには
Yeah, it's a polygraph.
衝撃的なプレーとかあったし。
その時強かったね。
DFM はプレイオフに進出できると思いますか？
はい。
좀 거짓성 발언하세요.
赤部さん？
いや。ちょっとマジで
緊張が入った。
緊張が入ったね。あまりいい結果じゃなくて。
Well, I don't think it's 100% legit,
みんなが見
but
てる視点とか、まあそういう部分でちょっと緊張が入った。
what do you think about Team Secret's new
も
roster?
しステージ1で
Honestly, I like most of it. I just have
負けて
big
いたら
questions about
トロントに
Zespiu's
進出できなか
consistency,
ったと思い
which
ま
is
すか？
the same questions I had for him on Boom.
이것도 진실이라고 볼 수 있어요.
僕らは陰で。
No, I mean, a polygraph isn't a full lie detector, but I just think still, like, you know, it's not like the toy that zaps you, you know what I mean? Surely it's a bit more accurate than that.
はい。
Oh.
좀 거짓.
Oh
ちゃん
no.
とそういうところで
Oh
赤が出てくる。
no,
もち
Akame.
ろん持ちたい。日本チー
Oh,
ムで
you lied
なんか
about
トロフィー
it.
持ちたいっていう気持ちはあるけど、
帰れるか
He
と言われ
wants
た
to,
ら
but he doesn't
なんか
believe.
なんか他のレベルとかも
He doesn't believe.
感じですね。
いやちょっと今回俺か。もう本当に緊張する。
やばいよこれマジで。これマジでガチガチすぎてもう全部割れるよ。
こっち座った瞬間に。
Wondering why they had 3 different people playing
いや
duelists.
マジで逆にこっち座ったらめっちゃ。
Yeah, but the thing is like,
いやもうやばい
I don't know the full history of all the Asian pools of all of them, but
なんか強く締めますね。
あそう。
like
結構ね結構強いそれ。
it could just be Asian pool, right? And it might not even be the duelist. It might just be the other things, the other agents on different maps where you just have comfort issues.
あなたは今回の僕が聞く質問に全部真摯で答えれませんか？
Right. I mean, this is mostly just like pulses and stuff, right? That's what the polygraph
ステー
detects.
ジで点々が目より活躍してると思うん
It's
で
it's
す
the
か？
same thing with ooh 10-10 greater than May.
진실.
I think he believes this. Yeah.
おー
I don't think that's that crazy. Your ass is different from mine. But the thing is, it's like the same thing with just like simply just blood pressure tests. My mom used to have to get monitored for her blood pressure, but it was always like 15 to 20 higher whenever she was at the hospital, even though she wasn't like actually nervous, but just because it was the hospital, like she's more tense. Oof.
ちょっと自分の中でちょっと引っかかってるのが一個あって、好調とは言えないよねっていうところ。なるほどね。
I can see Clues actually. Yeah.
信じてますか？はい。
Clues probably believes this.
거짓.
Oh, never mind. Oh no, dude, they have been outed, man. If you aren't trying to beat the device, it can be fairly reliable. Yeah, for average people. Other than just like the nerves aspect, I think. Yeah. Obviously, it also depends on like the types of questions. EMEA is thought to be the strongest team initially. What are we talking about? Why are we suddenly talking about the history of Valorant? That's a bit strange. Chat, also, hey, mods, can we put a pinned chat on both platforms if we have mods here? That I will be watch partying and translating for the T1 documentary after the matches today. That we'll watch it together and review translations. Something along those lines. You can put it in your own words. Damn, dude, Clues. Oh, this is because they're IGLs, huh? That's why Akame's here.
まあもうこういう機会ないと思うけどもちゃんと出るね。ね、やっと終わった。楽しかった。もう書いていいのかなこれって。
Yeah, I mean, Zachary, I think the thing about that is like it's always tough. It's always tough to tell because like sometimes you think things require a certain meta. Sometimes you think it works out in scrims and you're feeling good enough about it. Sometimes you just think like a certain agent though is a must on a certain map. But here's my take. I've always felt that you should always work with what you got, but at some point you do have to you have to fall to learn, right? But I think, for instance, in challengers, teams should not be chasing the meta. You should try it. You should try it in scrims. Maybe you try it in one match. But like, if you can't make it work for whatever reason, maybe you don't have the flexibility, maybe whatever. I don't think like, well, it's just 1 or 2 maps. I don't think that works, right? I think in challengers, you should specifically work with what is good for you. If that requires you to flex around a lot, right? If that requires you to run a 6-man roster, run a 6-man roster. But like in challengers, I think working with what you are good at and then fine-tuning the in-game stuff, like just having a better idea of how to play your comp is generally better. In Pacific, that's different. And this is something, it's long, so I don't think probably most of you have watched it, but you guys should check out the last interview that I did with the coaching staff. The command's actually going to be wrong, but with Nongshim. And we talk about this, and they talk about this, where, you know, you can get away with like comps and, you know, gimmicks and whatnot, but in Pacific, that just doesn't work anymore. And sometimes you don't have the right agent pool to do that. So I think the giant wingman is so funny to me. So I think that's probably the trouble. And then you have to make a choice of like, do we flex around to fit what we think is the meta? Do we flex around because we can't play the meta, etc.? Did it work in scrims? Did it not work in scrims? There's a lot. Chobra, pin this. Oh, do I have to pin it myself on YouTube? I will do that. Thank you, mods. Envy is a prime example. Envy is a prime example of that. And I would say SPG, like Nongshim before they joined Nongshim, was a good example of that.
This match and day. 2-1 scoreline. We've done nothing but go back and forth here between the two squads thus far. See if RRQ can maintain the trend as we see just a hero rifle here in the hands of Cushy. Otherwise, Sheriffs and
We are back.
Try to find a way to open up into the site, but Crystal goes out the wall.
Does, but
How's the game audio, by the way? Is it okay?
Yes, it does end up getting cleared.
We're too soft.
Some hot shots being sent, and
Jeez.
Jimkin says, well, just track the tracers.
Yes, it's good. Thank you, Novoid. Appreciate it.
Managing to find that. Quick shot from Yudotan, swapping over the weapon. Immediately peeks and finds Jimkin with a headshot.
Oh, that's such a big kill. Yudotan going crazy.
Right now, operating on a different
Dude, 2 and 2. They literally just need to play this together. They get the ping. Dude, Yudotan with another 4. Dude, Yudotan with the ace. Dude, Yudotan owners on VFL are going crazy.
3-1.
Holy.
Now going to be in the lead.
That is
Reduce it just a bit. Okay.
From Yudotan. I mean, holding the line there with an outlaw. Okay, 1 shot, 1 kill, but
Let me double check because I think I asked because I think something's up with my OBS audio.
He's kind of frying.
Like, okay, yeah, good, nice shot, Jemkin.
I
good one.
see.
But the no scope, there's the re-peek. We don't actually have the Jemkin shot back on camera here, but good lord, Yudotan.
There we go.
That is so disgusting.
Yeah, he's on another level.
And immediately a timeout call.
This one for real, though.
That is the correct music. As, yeah, RRQ
Okay.
gonna have to pump the brakes here.
Gonna have to figure something out. It's
Yeah, the kill on Jemkin, the just jiggle, the jiggle pre-fire, that was nutty.
The early part of the game, and the coaching staff for GE. Get the mic up just a little bit so they can hear you there. And
I think Poppy was always going to be a pretty decent value pickup on VFL. I think Yudotan was going to be good. It's just like the duelist role is so packed, but damn, Yudotan feasting.
Start stepping up. You're going to need some answers there for that A lobby control. Probably just going to have to take a pause in the early part of the round. I mean, you don't have
it's a bit early of a timeout.
On the side.
But I think you've seen just a bit enough, right? Like GE clearly fighting very hard early, and then you can do waves of delays with deadlock. They're utilizing Yudotan. Like they're basically it's just the stun and the grab net every time, and also your econ. If you lose this round, you're kind of screwed on the attacking half. So I think the timeout was pretty good. The adjustment's good here. You just make sure that the first couple guys get ahead of the initials. I was going to say CC, which it is, but it just feels kind of weird saying that in Valorant, but in a FPS.
Very quickly counteract the aggression from Global Esports.
Hello, Ayo. Ayo woke. My predictions today, I had GE and ZETA.
Crazy guy, he gets the opener. Monyet able to get ahead of the deadlock util. Find that kill onto Crystal in the corner.
Wait, was Yudotan only 9? Okay, never mind. Yudotan, I should have picked up Yudotan. I should have made that work somehow. He was only 9 creds? That's crazy. Who's their second matchup, though? I wonder if it was because of the matchups. Or maybe I think I just already had so many slots filled with people that I knew I wanted.
They are just, again, looking out for that push out from long A. You can see the TP set up for Jemkin over towards the other side of the map.
With some noise made, Yudotan ends up swinging back onto this angle.
Well, they are not coming here. Well, you have your ult, but I don't know if that's really what you want to risk it with. Okay, then they smoke it. They grab net it. And then they're going to rotate, right? But they have a retake ready on A.
Wisely, sort of investigating over towards this A site, but looks like they're going to split up a little bit.
A TP back
Secret is their second match, GE.
Trying to get some
oh, I think it's because I had. Do I have Secret winning that? I have to double check.
GE over towards B with that spot onto.
Obviously, after what we're seeing right now with the 5 rounds, I think I would have GE winning that, but. Oh, they have no idea about Oh, whoa. Oh, dude, him actually not getting the slide.
Down from below.
I think he actually just.
3v5 now to try to defend this post.
I don't know what happened there, but it worked out.
Sure, you're available if Yeoman finds a tag off this recon. Until everybody's in the go positions. Paranoia into the recon send. Yudotan trying to break his way forward. Crazy
oh my god. Oh my dude, no.
Oh my.
Another ace!
crazy?
This man is on fire!
Oh my god.
He's unstoppable. There is little
Oh my
that
god.
RRQ could do. And I was thinking
I
in the
mean,
back of my head, I'm
dude,
like, he's gonna pop the overdrive here.
This game's
and
over.
just take over the round, isn't he?
This kind of confidence and momentum
And he does.
individually
I mean,
is just too big.
Poor Xvero there. That is a great readjustment.
Holy crap.
That slide to break the angle. And then the overdrive tries to be countered by Monyet, and he's just done in instantly. That
Oh my gosh.
16
I should
kills
have had Unoton.
in 6 rounds.
Oh my god. It doesn't even matter what the second match is.
How
This is
many
insane.
aces can we get? I don't even know what the record is
No
for a
idea.
single player in a single map. I would guess that it's maybe 2.
I think 2 has
Can't
to be,
imagine
right?
it's more than 3.
I don't think anyone's had 3 aces in one
Well, let's see if
map.
we can break that here. Is Pan pushing forward, able to intercept
Well, it's not this
Chepkin there
round.
within the cage.
Now that's all we're going to be looking
Keeps
at.
himself protected, looks for a little bit
Okay,
more.
I don't know about
Starting on the
this
opposite
from
side, so Anthony take it down. Here,
GE.
now invested. Monyet gone.
You
Being
had
traded
people
out.
to fill, but you didn't fill it.
Zon just now arriving
But
with
you
that
had-
operator in hand. Might have to pass
That
this one
seemed a
over.
bit passive
Somebody else,
from
if they want to
GE.
make a play for this, given that it's a 3v3, I think they absolutely should.
Why are my hotkeys not working
Plenty
for
of money
Epic
as
Pen?
well, so
What
there
the
you
heck?
go. Weapon's going to be swapped. Still full util. Trying to get themselves forward here into the site.
You got not much to slow down Udotan, though.
There we go.
Just gonna have to be good shooting.
Swings in, finds the first, does get traded out, but
Ah,
Yemen's there to trade it up.
dude.
She now gone, and that leaves Xvero out into the open.
GE
taken
knows
down.
the thing
Op is still
that I'm
carrying
seeing
forward,
is that
getting cash and
GE,
plenty across damn near everybody on Global Esports. The defuse comes in.
they know very well
And
what
so
each
far,
of their
it
roles
looks
are, like during a
Haven is
fight.
a defender-sided map today.
Once again,
It's a Udotan-sided map, I should
it's
say.
I was
It's a
gonna say,
Udotan-sided
I mean,
map. Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
RRQ, you're just trying to find
17-4-2,
any
man.
opportunities to dodge Udotan. Ban there, at least good for one. Some good trades.
I think
for
YZ or
both
Demon
sides,
1 had
but
4 in a game. Did they
I mean,
really?
Udotan
4
just
aces?
accelerates
I
and
feel like
you're able
that
to
would
trade
be
him, but
memorable no
Yeoman
matter
there,
what.
Able to deal with cushy swing, trying to create that crossfire, but the opening kill for Udotan. Again,
Sliggy had
opening the
Udo on
doors for the
VF
retakes.
duelist.
And you're
That's
back
big.
onto an eco here as RRQ on your map pick.
I
Deep
just,
smoke here
I was
early.
so
Monyet
tunnel visioned on
spammed low.
Kayak.
Yep.
Kayak to me was the guy that I was getting no matter how
Gonna
expensive he
use this
was.
Cypher Cage to get a little bit further forward, but didn't get any contact, so they're falling back. There's that op.
And there's a shot. Crazy guys down to 2. 2 players with 55 health between them.
Yeah, I guess it could have been in challengers. I don't know.
I love to find a way to.
All right, but they drone. Okay, they wall B and the drone comes out here. So look at this.
GE, then you go
Udotan
on
backs
the other
out. This
side
is
again,
like, it's
much you
funny
can do
because
here
whenever you
except
see
just
stuff
send
like
out
this, it's.
paranoia,
I
on the
want to
site.
say that it's very basic
Try to
stuff,
avoid
but
this
also
op.
it's
Shots
not
from
easy to
wide.
do it consistently.
RRQ, this does allow them to
Clearly,
push forward,
because
get into some
teams
more
who even you
aggressive
know they know
positions
they
to
don't do
try
it
to utilize
consistently.
these stingers.
So I think it's worth pointing out.
Can still with the vandal can certainly do some damage.
You've done a lot of damage. Crazy guy's weak. You know you have the better gun, so you can play retake. Dude, he swings that corner first with the op for his team. Dude, Udo is playing so well. He's playing his position so well. That's big trip, but they just flood it. They know they have the better weapons. Oh, dude, the distraction from Udo is so good. The timing on that swing is so good. This is now officially a Udotan glazing stream. Holy.
Yeah, I love the coordination that we're seeing from Global Esports today. You know, using Udotan as bait to swing with Poppy. You know, Ban doing a
There
really
go the
solid
champs.
job, kind of would be expected with a veteran. Just kind of knows where he needs to be to get that impact kill, but Udotan with the
Crystal
operator,
is IGLing
not
for
afraid to
GE as
swing
far
that
as we know.
corner. Tripwire.
That was a good retake. Kayak's a long-term investment. I mean, true. But honestly, I probably could have had,
And this is starting to
I
get
don't know,
very worrisome.
probably could have taken out either Depp or Sugar Zero and had
You got to get this round to go.
had someone else
Economy's
from
gonna be in the
EMEA in
mid
those
again.
positions, and then had Udotan.
Can't get this one through. They're going to disrespect the smoke this time. Just pushing further forward. And that gives you a ton of info. And you
I haven't had a
love
chance
for
to
the
eat, so my wife's
RRQ
just
boys to lean into this B
made
site
me
with all that Sentinel util.
crazy fried rice.
Trip is there, but no
With
one to play off
leftover
of it. Didn't quite have
stew.
the angle. Cam gets a spot. Yudotan trying to
Speaking of
push
Stu,
their way forward here.
stuck in JDG jail.
Try to get a bit of a surrounding formation.
I'll show it to you guys
here.
after
A lot
this
of
round.
players of RRQ.
Oh, look at this wall.
Walled them off. Nice shot there from Jemkin. The repeat.
I
However,
mean,
Yudotan has the angle. Takes him down.
Jemkin's also just not able to do solo carries right now.
Absolutely nobody. It seems like they are suspicious of this as the recon does come through, but Cushy able to hold his own. Finds the kill there. Crystal answering one back.
Doable.
Scaling forward, finding Cushy.
Time is the problem, but the
trying to push his way in, and Crystal has to do it all. He's an absolute behemoth.
Oh my god.
The fuse is there, and a lead is secured.
Yeoman's been a bit iffy on some of these angles. He's been kind of forgetting where he's able to get spotted from,
They're
but
gonna recover the op to boot. Hero play after hero play, and RRQ can just not
almost like
answer
a
back
little
enough.
gumbo.
This round looked like maybe they were going to get it done. I like the patience that Xvero is playing with, but Crystal's even more patient. Expects the player right around the corner.
You're insane.
Yes, he is.
I agree.
Unbelievable.
They look. I mean, the thing is like I think if you knew them
Once again,
individually, they're all very big value on something like VFL. The big question was just simply like how much of that is going to show up. I had them winning this match because I also just think RRQ is going to be not as flexible yet. But this kind of performance, I was not expecting. Dude, everyone's popping off. Everyone's doing their job so well. Well, okay. Sorry, G fans. Sorry. I'm just gonna eat. All right.
The crazy guy is gonna be dangerously low on HP. It's thrown up over the top. It's the spot out here. Dan having to back away. Only corpse to try to get a neural off of is situated down in sewers, so that's going to be pretty much impossible unless he can create a new one. Which though, Yudotan able to find one. Some more attention going to be paid over towards sewers, but now it's all right here. Oh, this player, as Monyet does meant to come away with the kill. 3K for him to get RRQ a third round win. Still plenty of work to be done though here. They want to try to recover this half.
Your wife saw you hungry in the arena, so never
two
again.
more rounds here as RRQ. You're going to be feeling pretty good.
Feels like old RRQ and not stage 1 champs. I mean, but we saw that at Toronto as well, right?
Even though Poppy able to get the
I think over time they should feel better, but it's going to take a little while, I think, for Crazy Guy to get accustomed to being the controller.
Next round. Got that. Hunter's Fury, have a neural theft.
If Monyet's going to be flexing around duelist and controller, Crazy Guy's the main controller. But then when they play, like, you see what I mean? This is the trouble. Is that like, so then when they do double initiator, what happens, right?
Clear the shock dart in front of Yudotan. But he's gonna
and it's like,
right back. So,
the double initiator is probably the most comfy for RRQ in terms of Asian pool. But not every map is feeling like a great double initiator map.
Oh no.
There's one. Crazy Guy going down.
And spotted him. The bait for Crystal. But Crystal's gonna back out. Dude, GE's playing so smart. So smart.
Another good grab net from Crystal.
Also, deadlock value is going crazy, and then they wall off garage so they can rotate.
Pivot at the same time.
Honestly, what was it? Was it week 2 or week 1 when I was like, I think it was week 1, right? Where I was like, dude, we can see GE's comms through the minimap, and then they just never looked like that again. I feel like we're at that point again. Well, I mean, dude, and Yudotan's just so fearless. He opens up so much for the team, and they all respond. They all cover him.
20 seconds remaining. Nothing left to do but to just back away and save.
That
was week 1, yeah.
Yeah.
On stage 1.
This has got to be frustrating for RRQ. Okay. Get one. You're gonna drop the op.
Uh-oh.
Well, nice little transfer there from Cushy.
They don't.
It's a bit more costly for them.
Cushy's the one that wants to kill. Span, you don't need the kill. You don't need it. You don't need it. Chill.
As he will be able to save that weapon. Both teams a little rocky on the eco, but it's ultimately global.
Yeah, but it was DFM. No, I know, but But here's
Well,
the
now
point.
you couldn't put that
Is that
ult
it's
cycle
not
to
so
use for
much
RRQ. He got
when I
shut out
say
of the
things
round
like
before
that,
you
it's
could
not
even
that they're
use
like winning or how
Hunter
hard they're
Fury.
winning. I just literally
No
mean,
opportunities
dude,
to get
how does
girl
Crystal
theft
play with the
engaged.
tiniest of minimaps? How does he
Okay,
see?
Got a nice double from Cushy. But Yo Man
But
playing off those stuns really,
it's
really
literally like
nicely.
it's not even when they're taking
Monyet's
fights.
gonna grab
It's literally things
the
just like,
judge. Stinger
okay,
crazy
they
guy.
took that fight and then they put up the
This
wall
round
and
has
immediately
looked good.
people are
They're gonna be
rotating
going
over.
into
It's just
Sentinel
like those are just things that should be
grinder
drilled
again.
into you, no matter who you're playing against.
Oh no.
Crystal just dismantles them so very quickly.
He knows. He knows.
Hasn't taken low, hasn't
That's
taken
the
down.
spike.
Crazy guy, the spike now dropped over here at the lumber stack. Cushy and Xpharaoh once again sat back wondering how the hell do we get out of this situation?
Yeah, and now you can just.
And Cushy's gonna sprint over. Sonic sensor still active.
Yep.
Slow creeps though.
Heard it.
Avoids it.
Yep. Got
This
past.
is gonna have to be.
I mean,
one
the thing is
hell
after
of a
some
fight.
time, GE, they have enough people that.
See how aware Yo
Oh,
Man
and
will be.
Udoton
He's
now
trying to
has
hold
to.
on to that
He
Hunter's
forces
Fury in
them
the
to
back,
guess a 50-50
just in
on
case.
where he's going to peek out from.
But
Crystal's
everybody else
watching
just-
behind.
Just got a couple angles you really got to watch, and now Yo Man.
They grab net to delay further, so Udoton now has an angle. Udoton's in an angle that Xpharaoh's never gonna expect. Now he knows.
Hit
Drone spots him.
the wall on Xpharaoh.
Who's watching behind? Crystal's watching behind. He gets taken down. It is Cushy. They have to respect this. I don't know if GE should actually consider pushing out as 3 in one direction. Okay, Udoton position is huge.
Udoton is there.
Little
to stand
dicey.
in his
but-
way. A monstrous effort from the RRQ Selva. But Udoton has just been on another plane of existence right now. 9-3 at the half. Global esports.
Hey, Chobra, has Egg invited you to join him in an Uma Musume Definitely Not Addicted custom PvP group yet? If not, would you bite?
7 at the half.
It's hard to be better than what
I
Udoton
would. I
just
just
showed
don't
us in
know
a half.
what hoops I would have to go through to play on the
And
global,
there's that
to make an
Hunter's
account
Fury
on a
does
global
find some
server.
value, but he popped
I
the
also did not
overdrive.
realize that there was actually straight up
Really saw
PvP in
what
that
he could do
game.
with it earlier. And he knew that crazy guy was in that smoke somewhere.
Is he at
Find
25
kill
kills?
initially, but the follow-up reveal
Dude,
from
you
Yo
don't.
Man
You.
makes it a little bit easier for
I mean,
him.
dude, he gets one more ace. He might be dropping a
Oh
40 at some
my
point this
goodness.
game.
What a start for this new global esports roster.
It's just insane. I mean, Udoton, it's looking like every enemy Reyna in all of my ranked games. Just somehow
Getting double aced.
just getting hit with a smurfing demon. I mean, good
You go
lord.
look at
Someone
their
just called
comp,
RQ
you're
the
like,
100
Pete
Thieves of
Grady, you're like,
APAC. I
come
can't
on.
help but
Yeah.
agree. Holy.
That says silver, and you're just like, yeah, all right.
I mean, right now they
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
feel like
You
it.
can't even mathematically be
I think
putting
over the
into
course
my
of their
aim
career, I
at
think that's a
higher
little
rank than you.
unfair.
How is this possible? Something's not adding up.
They've only just started reaching their
He's
new
averaging
heights.
over
Like,
2 kills a
it's a
round.
little bit reverse,
Give
I
him
would
the
say, but
25. And
I think that's
I'd say,
very
yeah,
recency
he's been
bias.
slowed down a little bit, but he's still operating at a blistering pace.
Oh, yeah.
He was going so fast, doing like faster than
Udoton
the speed of
fans
light,
are feasting.
and now like he's like,
Breaking physics.
yeah, I don't know.
He's so quick to react. I mean, he's been impactful in every possible idea that you could think of to like quantify a duelist. Whether it
Xpharaoh
be just opening battles,
refills the
opting,
site.
using
There is
his
still a trap
ultimate,
for him.
just,
Did he
you
get
know,
spotted? I think he
even
did.
dying
We
for
heard a
the cause
gunshot.
in a few rounds.
RQ though in a good position.
No, that
Udoton
trip.
biting off more than he could chew.
Yep.
Slides into the back of sight, thinking that he was going to get a catch on Xpharaoh,
Crystal.
but RQ laying a bit of a trap, having the right read, are able to go ahead and shut him down very quickly.
It does. It means homing
Gonna
missile
force a pivot here from GE.
or guided missile,
Now, they've got an open B
technically,
site.
but
It's just kind of on RRQ here to kind of set up some flanks
I don't know my actual
with that wall.
military
that
terminology,
wall
but
you can lock off one entire side. Just kind of make things a little bit easier for you here. On the backside, Crystal though weak. Looking for any other contact, looking for any other players. Jensen gonna get
the
spotted.
deadlock
by the
wall does make this
Cam. Monyet
fairly
under the box, tagged
doable.
up.
I cannot believe Ban's pushing out in that position, but you have to push out somewhere because you're lower in numbers. It's just mid was kind of risky, I think.
He's going to hear plenty of noise in around mid. There's Yo Man able to find one. Crystal now striking, finds Xpero.
Crystal's position is kind of big. Yo-Man still... Oh, he's going to lock him. He knows they weren't on it. You see he's not to the left, though. You see he's not to the left. Where's the dart?
Needing to clear this out, and they cannot. RRQ.
Unfortunate.
Go ahead and pick up the pistol here to start off the second half.
Well, that's a start, and it looked really nice. You're able to get rid of the final boss in Yudotan. Put up a little bit of
Let's not forget, even his defense cider.
From the guided missile.
Yeah, that was part of the patch.
Did some jamming.
That was the secret patch.
It really works a treat, but yet they're able to deal with Crystal, which is huge. That angle from Crystal maybe could have been problematic. He had the grab.
I think RRQ is a team that will always feel better on defense.
He's actually going to grab.
Just in general, almost on any map. I think their calling will feel better on defense. I think Crazy Guy's always been better at defense.
Oh, Xpero, a nice double.
The flowchart's also just much more simplified on defense in general for any team.
But Crystal does get tagged to 16. Still wants a challenge for it.
Okay.
Counter straight from him. Stops firmly in position to be able to line up the shot. Impressive from the mechanical standpoint, but still is global.
Dude, look at GE doubling down on HP efficiency. We're all gonna die from the outlaw anyway, so might as well have Crystal with 16 HP holding
in mind for when they maybe want to lean back in that other direction. Or if they just assume that for GE it's gonna be just a re-hit, trying to use that outlaw to get another kill over on C.
Yeah, that's a good point as well. The Neon Yoru, if you're using it properly at a macro level, also allows you to constantly put pressure back out. And GE with Cypher Lock needs to take a lot of contact plays early to get onto the site. Otherwise, Yudotan has a lot of things he needs to do, just like in the pistol. The pistol is whatever because it's well, it's not whatever, but you know, it's a bit more understandable. But in other times, he's just going to have to do so much more if they can't win these early fights. And the key word there is win. It's not that you don't lose, but you have to win those fights for GE to get value, because otherwise RRQ will just rotate and pressure you again.
4 rounds separating RRQ. Start off the half 2-0.
Yeah, gonna have that outlaw. Looks like Monyet wants to go for the Bucky. As Crystal does already have an Annihilation online, though. He has had a great start. Decent work there. God, what a swing and what a little flick down there from Crystal.
The outlaw buy when you lose.
Well.
I think it's honestly, if you're okay with like a Sheriff or a Stinger in the next round, depending on how you play, I think it's worth a shot. I really think we're now and this is currently the same as far as I know in CS2, where because it's MR13, right? Because it's first to 13, the force buys, like force economy, is just so valuable because the potential flip is just so big. So I think it's almost worth to, whether it's a Marshall or an Outlaw, but Marshall obviously gets a little dicey. So Outlaw's very expensive, but you know, force buying Stingers together, I think all of that is very. Yeah, I don't know, Crazy Guy, how long you thought you were going to be able to hide in that corner. I think generally it's pretty valuable.
Tucking in alongside the wall, double face forward.
Because if they have an Outlaw or an Ares, you trying to play the numbers game really doesn't work out. You know what I mean?
Back in the sight with that in hand from Seward could prove to be a little bit difficult. He's going to get a target here after all.
I mean, GE, they overall look quite drilled.
From off screen to go ahead and collect the kill. Jemkin now with everything to do.
Got to clear that wall. Still a lot of util. Who knows with Jemkin? A couple flashes in hand.
Oh, you only know for sure. Oh, good flash though.
Timing shots.
But I mean, there's just too much. Oh, dude, Yo-Man has been a bit iffy on his angles today.
And Ban will quickly dispatch him. Very good damage dealt, though. Given that this is the second half bonus for RRQ, GE deny the conversion, but they still lose quite a bit.
Yeah, and this is exactly what you need here for RRQ. Jemkin coming online, Okay, they use an ult, they get a free kill. That is actually what ends up being the difference maker in this round. Nice little push out there from Cushy, but I'm liking some of the coordination that we're seeing from Global Esports already with this.
No, Jemkin's always going to be dangerous. It's just a matter of is he
1, 2, 3 moments where they go together, they swing together, or they wrap around a box together. Things
is it like a world-ending space laser beam dangerous or a nuke dangerous?
For a team that got put
Both very deadly, but.
Net avoided Poppy up over the top. The first shot.
Okay, that was an intended double swing. They lose Yudoton, but that's almost actually okay. If you were going to lose one or the other, you'd rather lose your Neon if you're GE.
Monyet hovering nearby. Kushi tucked there just outside of Sewer.
This seems to be A all the way. Global.
So GE now, they basically just kind of are hoping that you cut noise, and because it's 4v4, that RRQ will have to rotate at least one person away. They're not doing so because they have a really good setup with Xfero, so they have all the information they need on BNC and Garage. But if GE starts winning all the trades... Monyet, okay, looking to stay alive. Whoa. I mean, he didn't really know where to go because of the wall. The wall.
Pushing,
ooh, that was an NT. The drone was supposed to distract him.
And you know, man,
okay, he still gets it.
Just a little bit too healthy, a little bit faster. Finds the kill as Global Esports move up to 11.
Absolutely brutal that Global Esports is able to win a couple of those opening battles on the site. I mean, I think
he's your favorite non-Korean player to watch in official games.
Early, okay, but Ban winning against Cushy there is brutal.
Can be as a caster talent or as a co-streamer. Funny enough, I don't think my answer would differ too much. Currently? Currently, Kayak, I think.
And another timeout from RRQ. Gotta fix it, and you gotta fix it now. I mean, okay, so you've been able to shut Yudoton out of some rounds.
Feels like all the former Teo abusers are just trying to do what Paper X did with Double Duelist without realizing that they aren't Paper X.
I mean, this team is deep in talent. We know that.
No, I think that's oversimplifying it. I do think a lot of the Tejo-pilled teams are struggling to find their adjustments, and part of that, some teams it's because of agent pool flexibility. Some teams it's just because they're so ingrained in that, habit. But I don't think these guys are playing like Paper X. Also, I don't think Paper X is playing like old Paper X anyway. But
kind of fix things in time, and so far the answer's been no. It just looks a little less coordinated at times from RRQ. I mean, that's, again, I'm going to keep...
Kind of surprised we're seeing more Deadlock after the Teo nerf.
They've looked really in form in terms of their teamwork.
Deadlock and Teo had good synergy, but I think the problem was that Teo allowed so much other abusing that you actually didn't need the synergy, whereas now with Teo gone, Deadlock just kind of gets the spotlight on her own, right? Basically, Deadlock, even though it's not guaranteed clear, Deadlock can support clearing these early skirmishes, and then you have great post plant. And the opponents don't have a Teo, so the post plant gets even stronger in some ways.
Pressure on Cushy, maybe sends out the drone. Just gonna get the info that Poppy's there, but that doesn't give you too much.
Whenever I watch VCT, it makes me want to play Valorant. When I play, I realize crap. The eternal esports game problem.
Counter lurk, or just trying to get a little bit of info on what the defense is trying to do.
Drone spotting, ping coming down. Cushy pushing forward.
Oh boy, Cushy. Oh, but he's trapped. He's a bit trapped. Monyet kind of has to come back, and they don't have the weapons to stay and fight. You don't have the weapons to stay and fight. You don't have the weapons to stay and fight. I mean, Cushy gets another. That's kind of big.
Relay bolt going to be sent, pushed forward here into the smoke. Get a time with that Guardian.
With a Guardian, really. They know he was here. They need to clear this.
Has him at 37 in Yudoton.
Wait, how? Where? What? Where did Crazy Guy?
Crazy Guy to boot. Xfero now.
Why was Crazy Guy all about here?
Timeout not going to lead.
What the heck?
Thrifty. Can it lead to the start of a run back? 7 rounds in a row needed here for RRQ, the reigning Stage 1 champions. They try
hey, Yugi boy.
To get this into
yeah, honestly, the whole YouTube XP thing, I have no idea how it works.
Yourself a great chance because of Cushy's individual play there. Reading the push outs from Global Esports off the back of that drone really nicely.
Yeah, for people who have that, I guess he was just trying to create a different angle. For the people who have that problem of like, I watch VCT, I want to play, and then I pick the same agent and I realize I'm not as good. A way to circumvent that is to still pick the agent you play, but play like what you saw. It's legit. Because it does matter. Like playing with the same confidence, playing with the same corner checking, things like that. But like lineups and specifically that agent, if you're not used to it, obviously that is totally different. Especially something like Neon. How good is the Shi compared to the previous? Well, currently, I would say the execution is infinitely better. I do think the previous GE had legs, but I think this is a much more known value, right? I mean, just the whole roster is more known.
As Hunter's Fury going to be sent out here from Cushy, trying to dissuade, trying to tag them up. Does make them widely abandon this position. Yudotan, however, is still going to be forward onto the side. Monyet swinging around the back, but Yudotan still
Dude,
a little bit faster.
okay. They do take him out, but the wall is there. See, this we've seen this before. Although this one you can circumvent. You can circumvent this. What? Cushy. Get around it. What are we? Wait, why is Xferro breaking the wall? Just get around it. There was already broken.
A bit of an overcook and overheat. As Jemkin tries to apply some pressure here from the back of C-Long.
3v3.
Sights on it.
Good from both sides, but GE at some point they have to plant. RQ's not in a position to try to get there together. This Sonic Sensor could go huge. Okay.
Drift now coming through.
Okay, trips to Sonic Sensor, so they push out to try to counteract the Yoru. But unfortunately, Ban, he's been spotted. He's all alone. Tries to get ahead of it. Tries to isolate. Oh, he thought he was going to get rushed. But Crystal is there.
Global esports.
Also, whoever was asking, I love Waylay. I love Waylay. It feels so good after the buffs, honestly.
A sight for sore eyes.
And welcome back, Yudotan. What a massive impact he had, especially on that defender side. Took over the map. And then in that second half, it's good coordination from Global Esports. That last round, another microcosm of the way that they push and pull off of each other. They really understand their spacing and their timings well. And so far, so good. In sync and taking down RRQ.
Is it GG for RRQ?
That means that Global now lead the series as we get ready to go to Corone. The second time
I think if you're a fan of the current RRQ roster and coaching staff, you have to have faith that they will.
With a bit more limited prep time,
they will grow over time. They're very good at that.
Start to the reigning champs here as we dive into stage 2.
This is kind of what I expected from RRQ. It just looks worse because GE looks way better than I expected.
On all fronts, to say the least. This was a statement start for Global Esports.
I do not think Russian players are allowed. I think to choose residency. I think they are perma EMEA.
This is a guy who's been floating around the scene since the very beginning. He used to play on Go and Go Prince here.
Yep, MC is in Korea.
2021, 2022. Saw some time over in the Challengers Leagues, both in Korea.
Yes, it's the same elevated. It's the same elevated.
He has delivered at least
dude's been grinding.
Pass it back to the analyst desk where I imagine that Big Time is going to be talking some smack.
This map in summary: half one, Yudotan and friends; half two, friends and Yudotan.
Somebody's
actually
way
true.
Too happy, and I'm like, chill, man. It's map 1. It's map 1.
You know what? You're right. It's all good. I don't need to go out yet. So we're just gonna take it easy.
The Russians cannot. Taiwanese and Hong Kong players have to pick APAC or CN. Right. Okay.
Absolutely not me. What a game one from them. I can't hide it anymore. What a game one from them.
No, Big Time should be happy because I can't believe everybody else on the talent pool voted RRQ. I think that's so insane. I think that's so insane. When none of them actually have a tie to RRQ.
Be confident. Look refreshed and look
Thank you. I've been slouching over. Thanks, Sleep. Can you get a little stretch in?
GE, you should be able to just run over this team. But
I
GE
feel my
are the
spine
ones
crack in
that
chat.
Truly look refreshed. They look like
Laugh all you want, chat. I give you 10, maybe 15 years, depending on how old you are.
I mean, that is ridiculous. Almost 30 in 18 rounds.
How's it going,
100 ACS, 5 openers. This dude took over the server, but there was some great structure and a good approach from GE around that as well. I honestly think.
But yeah, say
Lights out game from GE right across the board in
oh,
every
and water. Thank
You
you.
can tell from their macro how strong this coaching staff has become. I felt like that was a team that looked very well drilled, with very good, very well.
Yeah, and then Corrode, dude. GE is a team that I expect to have good prep on Corrode. 426 ACS, by the way.
Was very good.
And RRQ, I don't. I mean, the thing is RRQ had to know this was coming because they left it open. They banned the Lotus, so I think RRQ will be more prepped than I thought. But chat, I'm gonna run just a quick one minute ad, chat. Bear with me because we don't actually have a full commercial break.
This is the happiest that I've seen the GE staff.
Yeah.
You know?
Actually, yeah, dude.
Like that.
Elevated and MC just laughing. The vibes are good. The vibes are good.
Yeah. And you have to hand it to them. Each of the players on Global Esports here, they all had their moments and they all performed fantastically.
Let me get up and
especially
stretch my legs as well.
You must be
Go to the bathroom.
very happy.
You all do the same.
Right now, over here was big time handsome on his build. But how can you ignore it when he had that was like 2 aces on his way to a third potentially?
I mean, you get -5 for putting him in your team. He still went +24 for you.
It doesn't matter.
It's ridiculous.
It does not matter.
Like +10 for you over pretty much any other pick in the server. I mean, just a ridiculous performance for him. But at the same time, that does kind of tell you a lot about the global esports approach in general. I mean, they are doubling down on a player where we said right from the start of the year in kickoff, GE have got a very interesting core. They have picked up some players that can fit into a number of rosters, and neither of the signings in bringing Ban or Yeoman kind of blow you away, but these are players that have got experience. They know how to play in some of these international rosters, and they've got their reps on the stage. So honestly, slotting those players in around a very talented, promising core, particularly looking at Yutatan and Crystal, who did quite a good job on the deadlock as well. Papi's in there as well. Earlier on in the year was showing some good stuff. If he can start to come into some better form, I mean, this roster's looking bloody dangerous.
I mean, it's so great to see Yutatan back on this duel list as well. You know, we weren't sure where he was going to end up, but it's great to see him there. And, you know, we have to touch on the deadlock here for GE, because this is different. We don't see this a lot. So deadlock is a sentinel, but it quite functionally plays as an initiator where you're able to set up these kind of kills. And now the Gravnet is the signature ability. It's refreshable. You get 2 of them in a round. Do you know how big the Gravnet is? It has its own postcode, its own gravitational pull. How are people still sleeping on this agent? It's so good, and I think we're going to keep seeing more and more of it in Pro
I mean, the refreshable nature of it is just broken. Like, you run the A lobby control, the other team cannot contest, then you can set up a sonic sensor inside of A lobby, and 40 seconds later, you're coming in for the retake. You're chucking a Gravnet backside A. If you talk about on the attacking side, for example, you can use a Gravnet to be able to bully that map control, and then when you're playing in the post plant, you can Gravnet somebody in the post plant. It's like Teo Missiles 2.0, mate.
Yeah,
it was so annoying, especially, you know, when we saw GE able to use it. Crystal, I feel like, you know, it was hard to take your eyes off of Yutatan, who was just dashing in everywhere with this, you know, 400 plus ACS and stuff. But Crystal was really, you know, able to just hold sites all on his own, and maybe even, like, you know, hold rounds on his own, but just because he was, you know, playing the deadlock
I just saw that. Is it
but
too?
Also in a very disciplined
Is it
way.
too early to say that GE is a better Korean team than the current T1?
Ideas, right? There was a couple rounds we wanted to look at from RRQ's perspective here, and I'll let you handle it.
I mean, they only got 5. This was a nice counter. I mean, we talked about this, the lobby control with the deadlock, immediate Gravnet.
That is messed up, man.
RRQ's answer to this with the Hunter's Fury up is drone up over the top. Kushi instantly rips the Hunter's Fury.
People are vastly underestimating something's game IQ and decision making through Toronto pay price found their way under free size while being man down in the
Monya is
finals.
already way too far up for them to be able to deal with the speed.
Well, it sounds like also Mini mentioned that he gave like specific pointers to something as well, but he took it on pretty. I actually think something's proven time and time again that he has pretty good game IQ.
And the Yoru as a combo are you throw up the fast lane, and then you're able to actually throw in either your clone through one side of the wall to be able to break any sonic sensors or any sentinel utility, and then you can flash on through with the combo of that. So that was a really nice setup. This was a great setup from RRQ as well. You see, just
when GE does good, even if it's with other national players, one day they can start picking Indian players eventually. It'll increase the skill level for Indians.
So Look, RRQ,
I do think
they only got
long
5
term
rounds.
that
I
is
think
the correct
we just
play.
watched most of them, unfortunately, with a couple of good
And I think
setups,
the fan
because
base should
outside of that, they
back
were
that.
not really their
Right, you
usual
do
level
that,
compared to what GE
then like during the
were
off
bringing with
season,
heat in
you
this
you
game.
do like your own events where they can play against like challengers, teams from South Asia, and do fun stuff. But like, and that way you just keep connecting with your fan base, and so people still, so eventually they'll look up to these players even if they're not from your region. And this applies to any region, quite frankly.
This composition designed to steal a map. This was GE outplaying RRQ on a macro perspective, on a micro perspective. So I think
big time.
It's still early days, but we're heading into Corrode, we're heading into Bind, new maps that RRQ really won't have had as much time on, so I'm feeling very, very optimistic right now.
That's exactly it, right? Because we do know RRQ, they are familiar with Haven. We were banking
Yeah,
on
also
that
Paper X,
going
like,
into Corrode, where
straight up are not just
everybody's
they're not
still in,
W gaming
uncharted
anymore.
waters here in Corrode. I'm not feeling too confident because like GE just basically has to ride this momentum. They just have to ride it all the way through Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot about adaptation on the fly for RRQ, trying to figure out the counters once again, but who knows if they're going to manage to make it work.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. And, you know, I think, like, you know, Corrode, I'm very happy, by the way, that we're getting this map 2 days in a row. Yeah. And I think, like,
wait,
for
is this
GE
new, chat?
and RRQ, they do have that familiarity with them. So they can bang on that. They can
Why
trust
does this
each other
look
at
new?
this
It looks
point.
different.
GE are still working that out.
This plushie
But
looks different.
For global esports, they
This
have
actually
that
looks
individual
giga comfy.
firepower within themselves.
But
They
his
can
shades
actually,
also look
even
so
though
shiny.
It hasn't come into this kind of chemistry just yet. They actually, you know, they have their own idea on how to play this map, and that could actually work towards them.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see what comes out here on Corrode, particularly from GE. They have had time to prep. They have had time to look at this. DRX picking it yesterday kind of backfired for them. For GE, double duelist. Yeoman is going to be on the raise. Sorry, Unitine is going to be on the raise here.
ISO, the ban
ISO. So he's going to be a
ISO.
secondary duelist, but the Sage worked so well for GE, for Gen.G rather, yesterday. So I'd imagine that's going to be a big pick for GE.
I
as well as
like
the Fatal
it.
Unit role.
Yeah, RRQ trying to maybe standardize a little bit more.
I
Jet keeps
like
back
it,
on that
man.
road. We're seeing Omen and Viper. Cushy though on that.
No,
Visor,
ISO
something
race
a little
8,
bit
dude.
different, but
I
think he's
really
very, very
like
comfortable
it.
there and is able to do well there. Both of these really kind of new comps that we're not used to seeing.
Also,
Who
I think
knows?
Astra's
It's
pretty good.
Corrode. It's all up in the air.
Oh, this is going to be very,
Astra
very
basically
interesting.
helps
Two
you
very different
circumvent
approaches that we're
the
seeing
double
here
controller
on
problem a
Corrode.
little
We're
bit.
going to pass it on over to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Well, some very different flavors here on Corrode from these two squads. The double duels coming out banned. We were talking about it, the flexibility.
Yeah,
that
whose
they
comp do you
brings
think it
in.
is? Do you think
He's
it's
able to
MCU or
play
elevated?
duels himself, and will be doing so now with the ISO.
Turns out it's
A
Platoon.
lot of aggression versus a lot of control.
My initial ideas with the ISO is that you're going to be using some of the walls and other things to really just gum up the mains.
Okay,
and
so
gum
this
up
is
the
what I
middle
mean, right?
choke. So you're looking to really control those chokes.
So
along
now,
with the Sage, like we saw yesterday with Gen
honestly,
G.
if you're gonna have Crazy Guy
So
play
I think
Omen in
on
a single
the vendor
controller,
side,
I think you
there's
should
a
be
lot of
playing Crazy Guy
options,
Omen,
to really just
Monyet
kind of
Viper,
ruin what
Xvero
RRQ might wanna try to get
Vice,
started, but
and then Cushy
they're gonna
Fade.
grab an orb for
You know what I
free.
mean? Like now you're switching this again,
Dark Rose over there
and I don't
as
think the
well.
Vice is Cushy's
She's gonna be
greatest
Cushy on the
position.
Vice.
I mean,
Xvero's
Xvero
gonna be
fine,
piloting
but
the Viper. So the double controllers gotta use
I
those
mean, I
smokes,
guess
they
you can
gotta
use the
well.
Omen as a
Astra,
pseudo
bit of an
duelist,
interesting
so like
choice.
that's where it comes from. But I think this is something that RQ will struggle with until they get used to it. They can make it work, but I think currently it's not going to be the best look.
Not going to be a 4K, but Unitine does manage to find one, so Cushy going to
Wait.
be struck down, but Jemkin able to trade it
Got
back.
Cushy.
Instead does
Unfortunate.
get down to 50 HP.
Whoa,
but
okay. A little shaky, a little
all of
shaky.
sudden, double face coming through ends up costing them
Ooh, the
quite
smoke
dearly.
actually,
Stuck
the
into
smoke actually
Yeoman.
saves him a little
See
bit,
there
but
in the smoke now, going to try to linger around the back, finally jump on him, but Poppy here at front ends up falling down. That means that Yeoman now has his work very much cut out for them, waiting for the heal.
yeah.
Stay back
Well, the
as
thing is
high
the
as possible
ISO
to
for
get all that
Chamber though
HP
isn't a 1-to-1 in terms of how you play it, right? Because the advantage you have is different. Yeah, you can still ego peek with the shield, but
Nearly undoable. But a few players weak, so who knows?
Not going to be the first point of contact. Instead, it's Crazy Guy here around the corner.
but on defense, I think the
Finding even
ISO
more
can
chip
take
damage.
you know the long sight lines that you would want early.
Some of the 55.
Take a couple of those fights. But the thing
Impossible to try to break this stack.
is, I
Pharaoh
think
quickly will go ahead and dispatch him, and that's going to be RRQ 2-1 in pistols, but
I think the suppress can be pretty big.
previous map was a hell of a lot of back and forth to start things off,
And then you got both C's and
Yeah, this one's kind of
the undercut.
a little bit less coordinated
to go
than
with
what we
the
saw,
paint shells.
from Global Esports on Haven. You know, you're going to swing out there, try to use the double tap shield to kind of equalize a fight where the numbers aren't going to be in your advantage, but the shot's not really connecting for Global there. And, you know, you're using that Sage Wall early over at A main to block off the A site, but they're still not able to
G
take
played
the
Haven really well.
numbers fights that they would like to as Global Esports. Instead, RRQ is the one
So it's a full
who
push
has
out from
the
B.
stacks. They come out ahead in all of those, except for the early trade.
There's going to be the Vice Wall.
Everything else just went their way.
Do they trip it and all go? Do they trip it and rotate?
Making a big move out of B main. They've got
Trip it and allow
everything there.
Crystal. Oh, really? You knew the wall was
Blocking his
there.
Crystal, not even looking in that direction.
Here's the footsteps behind.
Well, now you know.
Presses up Thorns.
Hey, there's the shield getting value.
Try to keep them protected as they continue to advance forward. 2 more shots loaded up. Ultimately, it's a bit of a pause and a bit of a reroute. Looks like Banny's gonna linger for a little bit longer, but everybody now just gonna rotate up through mid window, around the back of the A site. Could just be a spike death play here. We'd love to get some kind of damage in, but Wiley would take 2 kills to find any.
And they might send one through. Swap the Ghost over to Jemkin, but
They're just going to die to the spike.
seems like they might have
RQ
guessed
is not going to greet it.
on where the
I think
stack
Jemkin
might end up.
should have, but
Let's see how much
yeah, there he
longer
goes. There he
Manya
goes.
sticks around. I wouldn't think too
Never
much
mind.
longer.
Really? I mean, I guess he has half armor.
Cheeky.
Oh, it
Little,
begins.
Nancy Ninja
Oh, it
set up there
begins.
through the wall. As RRQ flawless in the 2-0 start. Clean up the anti-eco.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about that A site being kind of a high pen gun user's dream. All of it bangable. So just coming through there and having a good lineup. Cheeky attempt on an ninja fuse. I kind of
There's
like
a
that,
shield
honestly.
also tank
Let's
for the
keep him
collat
at least
on the
keep him,
person behind.
you know, in place. And
I actually don't know if I've ever thought about that, but I think it does. It just eats the bullet, doesn't it?
RRQ, nice bonus. They're going to be able to carry over, though. Yudotan, once again, going to be the one tasked with trying to take the early mid control, but stacks coming through for RRQ. That's an early kill there, spamming through the smokes.
That it is. Nobody
That's
else taking
big.
any
Ban
damage from Tushy.
now has to hold
One to
on
the
to
head.
this.
There's
The
now
drone,
Bob,
so you
Group
know
Bob.
that they've pushed
He's got
through
the forward position here
because of the
of
angle that the
Jemkin.
drone, or not the drone, but the boom bot.
And holding from yard at the same
Man
time.
should take a safer angle here. Well, he's got support. They want to push out. They want to fight mid. Oh, that is big. The counterattack in mid on a timing? What a call.
Sports look to pull off a flawless anti-bonus
It's
here.
good though, because otherwise you're kind of stuck in a weird default where you still have 2 here, 1 here, 1 here.
Sell, but Ban does get struck down.
Okay, it's Jemkin, guys. It's Jemkin, guys.
Trying to get
Okay.
a bit more damage in, cannot. One
It just
casualty,
negates the bullet.
Global
Okay.
Esports get themselves on the board here on Corrode.
Yeah, this is
Thank you,
more,
armchair
I think,
analysts.
what Global Esports was looking to do on their pistol round. This time they're able to find much better execution using that fade util to set up Ban there. Get that quick kill. Yudotan just finds 1 through a smoke, finds 2 through a smoke, 1 out in the open. So 3 total. That kill for Jemkin though was big because that's going to give him the dimensional drift for this round.
All right.
So that's a nice
Euro.
little tool to have
See
in
what
the
they
back
cooked
pocket
up.
as RRQ try to see if they can find a way through. Would love to dodge the Sage Wall
Nope.
if possible. Crystal does get noted.
I like that. The early undercut
for
here in
info.
case it's like a Euro ult and a
Like to know
just
where that
util
Sage
dump
is,
to
I
try to
think.
take advantage of A.
RRQ
Slows him down, pushes him
move.
back out, and then you set up for a
save
double
your
on
ult
mid.
for the other end of the map.
Right, so Prowler and that
both
just
mid
used to
anyway.
slow down any sort of
It's another
ult
way to get
round
around
here.
it. TP back. Seen a lot.
Towards mid. Yeah, dude, Jemkin is very good with the... Oh, the...
Get out of that.
Oh,
my
no!
God.
Okay, he still gets
Time
it.
on the
Oh,
smoke,
my
he's still
gosh.
able to find a kill. Jemkin does.
Oh, my god. Oh,
Poppy
wow.
Coming alive.
Dude, Yudotan...
Cleans up 3, runs out of bullets, but Yudotan is there. watching the
Yudotan
exit here
leads for his
on
team
that
so
Sage
well.
Wall.
Like, he literally entries and peaks for his team so well.
They know exactly where Crazy Guy
And then he's still getting so many kills in the previous map.
Might just have to try to drift away
No,
from
the
this
undercut
position,
doesn't
try
hit
to
the
stay
Yoru,
alive.
but what I mean is that it could have hit him
Or, but
before he activated it, because otherwise you would have to activate it early, or if you're trying to send the gate crash, etc. Right? So like, it stops it because of the suppress, and it also makes sure that the other members can't do any util or follow up, and so the Yoru, the timing basically breaks apart because of the suppress more than anything.
Things just falling apart as Ban cleans up the final kill in the round. Kind of just doesn't still look like RRQ is.
Oh, my rank
there
currently is
on
not
the
plat,
same
by the
page.
way, because I haven't
Coordination
been able to
lacking.
grind back up since the reset. I also lost all of my placements because I played right after the
big
patch,
round is the Astra.
and that was a miserable 5 games.
Kill.
So we have to climb back up.
Man, good for another one at the end. So the mid control, very well established. RRQ tries to use the Yoru ult to find a way through, but just isn't quite there to get it done.
And Global is now ahead, both economically as well as on the ult
I
side.
mean, that's the thing. I don't
Two
think
away from
RRQ
the
should have been
showstopper.
expected to
2 away
like win for sure in this match.
from the kill contract.
Literally the only argument I would have had for RRQ is that we actually don't know what GE would look like. But that should tell you that I don't think it's RRQ winning. It's a question of can GE win or not.
To dissuade, sends out the undercut, and now can just
Because
hold
I just
this
think the current meta, new map pool, also, you know, a little bit of travel, not as much because they got eliminated earlier in both tournaments,
You want to
but
find a silver lining for RRQ. You got that double
nothing
tap
is in
pop.
favor of RRQ for the time
Wait it
being.
out a
I
little
expect
bit.
RRQ to be a contender by the, you know, later half of the stage.
Suspicious.
And if they don't, I would be
Behind this toxic
disappointed.
screen, and
But
he's right to be.
for now,
The boom bot goes right on by
I mean, if you
Xfero.
really think about what we saw at Toronto,
confirmation, but
the way they struggled with
reading the map so far,
the way they struggled with
should still
Toronto
be very
was
suspicious, and
pretty
Utah
indicative of the
pushes
problems
up
that they're going to be
camera.
having in stage
Peak
2.
Gets that shot through. Moniette, I mean, what do you really meant to try to do?
You need
It's
a
gonna be
duo
TP
to bring
forward,
it to
but
Iron 1.
so many eyes on this site. 3 players here. Flawless fashions. Global Esports establish the lead now 3-2.
I mean,
Just be seeing an early timeout
I know
call
it's
again
different
from
roster,
RRQ.
different
Yeah,
coaching staff.
I mean, again, though, the
I'm just a little
coordination-
hesitant to get too
so
excited
nice
for
from Global
GE because I got
Esports.
really excited for GE in stage 1. And I
Great
know
play
it
here
was
from
that one
Man.
was on DFM.
To get the one and recognize
And
they're
I
gonna
wasn't
try
saying
to
in
use
stage
some
1 that I think
util.
they're going to like
See
win.
if they
I
could
just thought that they might
flush
make
him out.
playoffs
He
because they beat
instantly
DFM.
backpedals
Like
to
they
dodge
played
it.
so well against
Great
DFM.
reads from Poppy.
So like I know everything's different. I'm just a little hesitant.
And in cruise control again, our global
Classes are
esports,
suspended. Let's
and they're
go.
gonna
Heck yeah, big
Fans
W for
ultimate.
Sleek Amigo.
try to snag someone, make it a little bit more difficult for RRQ to get their executes rolling, get the coordination there, see how he can do in the kill
Nice
contract,
whiffs.
but, yo man,
Hope that's working out for you. The Notion Red Force Classic.
see if you can find the timing there.
There was a footstep heard.
He's actually gonna back off of that.
Oh, really? Slow orb first. Oh, breaks it right as the flash comes through. And then you still have the wall. I wonder if the wall is mostly going to be used for retakes, actually. They have so much delay. Dude, this GE roster has so much delay, if you think about it. You got 2 slow orbs. You've got undercut. You've got...
back to safety. Now can just go ahead and continue to try to peek
I mean,
down
you've got
mid.
C's, you've got Prowlers.
Moniette is getting absolutely wrecked.
You've got Rays.
5
And
health
then you
now.
have
Here on
freaking
this open.
Gravwell. You have so much delay.
You've gotten into Link though. There's hope here.
Yo Man
It's
was
being
like a
misread by GE. They
semi-flex,
were
but he
overthinking.
is mostly an initiator.
Yudoton sliding down, getting into a position potentially to have the jump here onto the enemy Vice as Observer. Hello. All right, it's okay. Priya CT toggle back. Do you see Yudoton get taken down
Mid.
at the same
Ooh,
time?
Kushi doesn't
Ban
get
does
another
manage to
kill.
find the
That's
punish,
rough.
and now you've got a 3v2. Looking for the retake with Moniette at 5.
Crazy Guy has Nightfall. I don't know. I don't think you use it though. Do you?
He's gonna send it, but
Just
sending it
to
too early,
know,
they're
but
not
it doesn't
even
tag
there.
anyone, and they just got there. This
tell 'em that
they're
they're
gonna
actually on
think
the
because of the
approach
kill
from
in
main
mid
in
that
the
they're
yard.
definitely coming mid and potentially. So
Only
you have
one
the
of
read
those
on
is
ban. Moniette has to care about so many different angles.
This is actually so tough for RRQ.
Oh man, but ban mostly just waits, yeah, until they get onto site.
Oh, the timing is just brutal.
That's rough, man. That is rough.
That's painful to see. Hey, that's a hard round to watch if you're a Crazy Guy fan.
think you have to call the timeout now. And yeah, oh, of course, yeah, pick up the Odin. You have 6,500 credits. You don't need to.
Achilles.
It's kind of good on this map, though.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it is.
But this is frustrating. It's just some missed timings from Crazy Guy, where he pulls the trigger a little too early on the Nightfall and then turns right at the wrong moment.
Achilles has two 9/11s, an Odin and an EMEA team winning. A little bit of Achilles lore. His birthday is 9/11.
Sparrow winning the battle outside of B lobby, and then the sneak up through A link to get the plant in. That's all well done. That's kind of the things you need to be doing.
He hates the Odin so much.
Map, but they have
okay, chat, do you hate the Odin more or the Judge more? Which you're wrong either way, because you shouldn't hate either weapon. But if you do, if you're one of those people that are wrong, which do you hate more? I'm kind of curious.
And it's all just for naught. That's a big.
I can't believe Sliggy hates the Odin. He loves the Judge and he hates the Odin.
You know, and Ban's able to convert on his kill contract. That's a big pickup for Global Esports. So still everything going their way, and to make matters worse, you've got the showstopper for Yudotan, who's also going to grab an outlaw against these half-armor buys. That
yeah, no, Monyet turned to check here, because Monyet had to keep checking both of this and this. So because Monyet turned here, Crazy Guy was like, okay, if he still hasn't come back, I got to check mid, and he just got timinged.
Something to say about that, potentially.
Well, an attempted rush.
It's a slow run.
I think the Odin is a bigger problem. I actually do think the Odin's, if you were to consider either of them a problem, I think the Odin is a bigger problem than the Judge for sure. I don't actually think the Judge is a problem, especially right now. I think the Judge is fine or should be buffed.
Tap shield going to be popped. Sheriff in hand. Okay, man does get struck down. Push around the corner with a shorty, and that's going to be Crystal delivering himself unto death as Chimkin finds the elimination.
They were all holding close against the Steel Garden. Little bold. Huge value from the Vice ult.
Obviously noting that. Sends out a couple warning shots, but for now they have full information on this race's position with the Paranoia ready to fly. Sends it out. Rotate around the back. Sparrow should be able to suss this pretty quick. Actually, maybe not. No, he does not.
Oh my god.
Well, could have done him dirty, could have gone for the knife. Opposite, just go ahead, pick him off. Make this a little bit more costly here for RRQ.
Yeah, the Judge should be buffed.
His money is still a bit rocky. The money will collect that Vandal.
It costs $750 more than the Stinger, chat.
As it will be RRQ bringing this deficit back just a touch.
I mean, that's a big momentum shift, though, for RRQ. The Steel Garden works.
The Shorty's 300 now, though. It hasn't been 200 for a long time. I think the Shorty's actually completely fine. If anything, it's probably... It's generally a bit weak because it's 300 credits, but I think a gun like the Shorty is fine to be super niche. I think it's fine to be super... What the heck?
The energy good, of course, for Global Esports. Now you've got the
that means the Stinger needs a nerf, not the Judge needs a buff. No. The Stinger's completely fine. The Stinger shouldn't be touched.
On the side of the South.
The Stinger is perfectly balanced. We just got to bring a couple guns up to its level, you know?
He's been tasked with managing the front of B main, and he's done a really nice job of it so far. Let's see if he wants to put up an early wall or not.
Honestly, though, okay, I like what Paradox is saying. Give Judge 7 rounds again.
Over towards this operator.
Is that not okay? Dude, 5 rounds is so rough for 1850 creds.
He's pushing forward, though.
Oh my god, man, you don't have a TP. Man, you don't have a TP. Oh my god, how do you get that timing?
Monyet quickly swings the corner, finds the trade. IGL down, TP on the back. Monyet actually sticks this, and Yudotan cannot win the fight. Monyet,
big
huge
kill.
Duel to be won. That's Crystal.
Big frag. Ooh, good corner check, too.
What the hell is happening around him? Great call coming through here from RRQ as they look to tie things up 4-4.
Again, hope for Yo Man.
I'm down for 7 shots, lower the damage a bit, increase the fire rate a bit.
Well, it's straight it out, but Poppy does manage to find 2 quick kills.
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that.
He's going to commit to this one. Cost me the Vide, but has to just disrespect the bite.
Oh, no.
Jump out. Dude, Poppy has them!
What? How do you mess that up?
What a
They
miracle!
were both so focused on the spike. Why would you both jump it? You don't even know if he's sticking it. What are they doing?
Poppy's absence was felt a bit in stage 1, but my God!
I mean, first of all, credit to Poppy. I'm not trying to take it away
That's
from
the
him.
player you've
He
been looking
freaking
for.
read him like
That
a book.
was so
but
well known in the Filipino scene.
My
for being
God.
A clutch god. And that right there is one of them.
Last player standing.
A miracle is
Oh.
right. That is ridiculous.
One enemy
And he just
remaining.
outguesses him there.
did he
They
tap right
had
before the wall? Well, I guess it was
no
close
idea.
too.
That he would just disrespect the snake bite, push past the molly, eat the damage.
Well, I guess you thought the snake bite would keep him
What
at
a
bay. I
genius
guess. I don't
maneuver.
know. That is. Oh my God. I mean, well done by Poppy. But didn't he tap
That
after
is
the wall went up?
exactly what we want to see from Poppy. And why everyone was
Well, I guess they were
begging to
holding
see him in
close.
tier 1.
That's my only thing. But
Ooh. A little bit of damage done there on that Odin spray.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
dude, that was an incredible clutch
Light
though.
ball through.
That's a
Crystal still
backbreaker
just,
for
spamming down.
RRQ.
Hard to
Jeez.
play. Double swing out. Udaton does end up falling, but Crystal is just coming away with kills with the Odin.
Seth loves this map,
Come on,
chat.
yet now. And
Chat,
swinging
don't let him
forward,
fool you.
Poppy
This is
gonna be
Seth's
Red's back in.
favorite map in Valorant. He's never
Didn't
seen a
really
map
need it,
better designed than
but
this in any
sure.
game ever.
Helps build up the economy even further. Carries another gun forward. and that's
Oh
gonna be Global
no,
Esports
I turned it
getting
off
themselves a
because we
6-round
weren't
win.
there wasn't
Now
any
you're sitting
Valorant
on
going
some
on for a little
really
while.
nice
You guys
ults
can
to
turn it
counter
back
this
on,
Viper's
mods.
pit
That's my bad.
That X-Pharaoh's gonna have if things go a little bit sideways. Oh, crazy guy. Right as he's
I
throwing
think
the
I
Han.
turned it off. I turned off a
Gets
couple
shot
things
through the
while
ear.
matches weren't going on.
Crystal finally finding some value there with that Odin. He was getting bullied a little bit on
Op,
that A site.
Odin,
Now he's able
man,
to fall back
he's
a
got
little
ult.
bit,
You've got
a little bit more
Showstopper.
cautious, get
Oh
some serious
boy.
value. Yeah, I'd love to see some patience here out of Global Esports.
Ooh,
Showstopper
nice
in.
swing, but Udaton? Okay.
There you go. As can ye shall receive. As Pan
One enemy
peak,
remaining.
finding one. Second layer from Poppy finds Jemkin.
Why are people so fixated on the Odin and Judge when the real menace is the classic? It needs to be nerfed.
Spike.
Oh,
Peeking out a little
nice
bit from the
bait.
smoke, so can't even try to pick it up. Flawless round. Global Esports securing a lead at the half.
Map one
Once
to watch map
could
one
be
from
looking at
GE's
another
POV was
9-3.
really good. It was a very
Absolutely.
well played
And
map
it's
from
the little
GE,
things
and
with the
Udaton
coordination
had
for Global
back-to-back
Esports.
aces. So
Setting up the Showstopper, Yo Man doesn't die for the cause, but he
no,
comes
I'm
in
telling you,
close.
this comp is
Still, though,
it's cooking.
opening up
and
the
it's got
door.
legs on
Headshot
attack as
in there
well.
Too, but that allows
But
Udaton
the
to find
just the amount of
easy
delay and the
follow-up,
amount of
easy
peaks that
alley-oop.
you can take, the
big
ISO
control
can get so
established
much
by the
control. If
operator
you
Poppy.
this is the value of
Still
Ban, by the
hanging
way.
on
The
to a kill
chambers, the
contract. Would
ISOs,
love
these
to see
long
Man
range
just
duels.
Keep that in the back pocket.
He is
It's an
fairly, he's
anti-Viper's
quite
pit
good at
tool,
them.
Especially if you could just kind of use
So you
the
give him
op to
these agents
maintain
where he has a
mid-control.
little bit more
No
self-agency
reason to
on
really
that.
Rip that except in retake attempts. And you have to take a timeout again as RRQ. This is
The most balanced map in any game ever has to be 64 squares of chess.
to say the least.
Counterpoint, it's turn-based, so it's actually not balanced.
Esports, they did the thing. They had the guy, bless the team.
They did.
Don't you think EMEA has
That's true.
affected
Does
APAC
this-
that much that we're
does
having
this
too many?
100%
We had
win rate
two.
He has powers.
We
It
had
worked for
two,
Paper Rex.
and we took one
And it
commercial
worked for
break,
some
chat.
football team that I
Calm
don't
down.
remember.
You all
Maybe it was
take so much
PSG, I
for
can't
granted.
remember.
Granted,
pay
tech
attention to
pauses,
football,
especially
so-
when it's the same
Nor do
arena,
I.
etc., it shouldn't be happening.
But,
But,
it's like
like,
he's
chat,
there's
the
something going on there,
overreaction
man.
is
That guy's got magic.
crazy.
Yeah. Seems like the mandate of heaven might just be a bit too powerful.
What about chess boxing? And the map is the
maybe he
boxing.
could bless me and I can get my hair back.
I did. God's ability only goes so far, I think.
Oh, darn.
He was gonna.
Yeah,
do
there
that
were
on the
some
seventh
fancy
day,
pants
but
trying to
he-
break the meta, but they only lasted for a
It's too
championship.
much work. I gotta take a rest.
Yeah, that's a lot to ask.
Oh boy, dude, the Odin.
Man.
Oh boy, the
Trenched here.
bait. Dude, after the timeout,
time
they're gonna
draw
pull this crap after the
attention.
timeout. They have no
So
idea.
far,
They have no
fighting.
idea.
How
They have
patiently
no
can he
idea.
play it? Going for the triple transfer.
Ban
doesn't
should have had more
manage
than
to
two
make it
there,
happen,
to be
but
fair.
Crystal finds two as
He
well,
should have
just
had
like
have
that.
had three, but he went for the transfer.
hopes,
He should have
one
gone for the
link
taps. Dude, what a call from GE though. What
Just
a
one of those
call.
Learning experiences.
What
for
an
RRQ on this map.
absolute banger
Another
call on
corner You're
that.
gonna have to be aware of and check. There's tons of them. No kill contract, so this pit has to go big or go home here for X-Pharaoh. Ace clutch. He got both those kills.
I mean, dude, the pit, you know, it's 1v. Oh, well, that's. Yeah, that's rough.
Too much util that never got baited out, that never had an opportunity to get baited out. Defuse will come in.
Why would you not check?
Global Esports having plenty of fun. For the first time in a long time, mind you, here on the stage.
That's messed up, Yudoton. It's not even the last round of the half. That is messed up, man. That is messed up, Yudoton. That's messed up, man. That actually does mental damage because they have to sit and watch it,
Does
man.
well to find 2 in that situation. Spins 180 to get Crystal.
Oh my gosh.
Beautiful here. Yudoton got the read. Got the boombot into the follow-up blast pack.
It's kind of obvious, but they've been spamming previous rounds too. Like, it's obvious from what we see, but like they trained this because he's spammed this 2 or 3 rounds once or twice before as well, is what I meant to say.
Plays together.
I don't know if they checked it before, but there was just no one ever there.
As fun as they have been to watch, I will never not enjoy seeing that. The
Like, Crystal had been doing the same thing. This is why, like, it's obvious in a vacuum, but this is why, like, in a pressure situation, mental conditioning actually matters. Like, I'm not excusing RRQ, but I think GE set it up. They did set it up very well. It's not as bad for RRQ as it seems. You should always check it, but it's not as bad as it seems.
Has the 3K to go ahead and get Global up to 9. Well, Global Esports certainly believing in blessings. RRQ looking to believe in curses.
Absolutely. Who's got
sorry.
a little bit more of that mystic power behind them? So far, Global Esports.
I didn't even predict RRQ today, chat.
Perfect to kill contracts. Has done a really nice job overall in the ISO. I mean, I think a couple double taps were maybe popped a little prematurely. Other than that, I think he's been really, really solid. Good opping, taking some of those off-angle positions, hiding, doing a lot of what you need. And, you know, when you switch sides of the map here, I feel like this Global Esports
listen, chat. Yes, like you should, but like pre-firing corners, etc. Then they should. Every pro should be pre-firing every single corner. You know what I mean? Like that's also suboptimal. I'm not excusing it. This is a combination of GE setting it up well and RRQ failing. But like I'm telling you, in a match, conditioning matters, right? Like in a match, conditioning actually has an impact. It does. And it's not like even RRQ is not even like the first defender of this. We see this all the time.
Yesterday with Gen G, that can simplify your post plants. So I still feel really good about Global.
I think RRQ, like, criticism is fine, but being like, wow, they're just like not checking any corner, I think is over exaggeration.
But the coaching staff, the recent additions coming through.
I feel like there's never a completely forced error. There's always well, I mean, yeah. There's always a little bit in a game like Valorant, but to me, it's like if you are always checking that or not is a big difference between are you a trophy winning team or not. Like to me, I rate that highly is what I mean. I'm not saying everyone would fall for that. I'm just saying, the paranoia. Oh my gosh, they still get through it though. They still get through it. They have the numbers. Van actually getting one there is huge. Yeah, but basically, I'm just trying to say that I think a team who like always checks that, even if they've been conditioned, even if it's pressure situation, even if it's match point, that's the team that to me is a trophy winning team, a trophy contending team versus not. Like that's the difference. To me, it's not like you're tier 1 versus tier 2. To me, that's not the bar is much higher. Also, GE close it out. Can you play the GE anthem in stream? Is it copyrighted?
Then pushed yard.
Exactly, dude.
Or wait for the wall to break.
Yeah, also, like, they just took a time. Again, like, does that make it excusable? No, like, RRQ should have checked that. But I think because it was a timeout, GE pulls this against RRQ's timeout, knowing that RRQ is going to be focusing on their set play, like, etc. I think you have to give GE credit. I think you have to give GE credit.
2 in pistols, though it doesn't feel like it at all.
No, it does not. Look at Ban
I think
there
GE,
on the
I don't know.
ISO.
GE had an anthem last year. I don't know if they have
Some
one.
people
I don't know
might-
if it's a new one this year.
You know, kind of wonder Global Esports. You know, Ban's
Also,
been kind of
chat, it's like
journeyman
flooding in Korea.
here
It's
in BCT
raining
Pacific,
so hard.
but,
Or it
you know,
was. I think it
two
stopped
teams are
now,
so
but it was
high on
raining
him.
so hard yesterday and
want the
today.
talent,
Stopped
global.
now.
Yeah, look, he's steady. And he
Yeah,
can
bans
pressure you
on
these double duos,
the
which have
meteor
become so
roll basically.
popular in
But
this
that's
meta.
what Ban was good at. The
Makes
chambers,
a lot of sense to
the
me.
ops, the
We're seeing why,
ISO.
folks. He has had a tremendous corrode. Got a couple snipers here. Looking to take the long range fights. Our Global Esports,
No force buy here.
none at all.
Yeah, just playing this.
The four. Dude, look at the
Completely
mini
stock
map on
standard.
each site.
Yeah, going with a 4-1 split.
There.
And Global Esports is like, all right, where are you going to try to push the map? They left the spike behind too, so they were kind of anticipating that maybe there could have even been a gamble, like a force buy. That's something you have to be considering as Global Esports right now.
Dude, I mean, RRQ like
bit
can't.
worried
I mean,
about
I'm
Yo-Man, though.
actually proud of RRQ for not moving. This is the best thing they could be doing.
Well,
Is not moving.
he's actually just gonna
Oh,
back
he doesn't
away.
peek the corner.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
He just sends in a shot.
It's
There's no
yeah, but
swing.
his senses
Oh,
are
shares
tingling
that
because he didn't
punishment.
hear any more footsteps.
Shot
Now
ends up
he's
going
seen
wide,
two.
keeps himself alive, so Yellman perfectly fine.
They're gonna stick to A
30
because you've only
And I mean,
shown
they're
Yo
just-
Man.
They're just bouncing their
Really?
way through connector.
Really?
This is
After
scary.
seeing
Jumping
two?
on a hard angle,
After seeing
sees
two?
Nate up and over the top. Yutan blinded, finds Monyet, and Jump can't get a damn thing done.
Damn, dude. How does Yutan survive there?
Another paint shell immediately sent forward. Sphero
10
narrowly
seconds
gets
left.
away from that one and around the corner. His blast pack's now flying, and Yeoman,
There.
3 more targets, could just find himself another ace.
They're so ready for this flank. Pings
I think
around.
Japan has it pretty bad. I've never been to
Seems like
Japan.
you won't
Korea,
be able to
though,
Poppy does
it's
go
gotten
ahead and
worse,
take down
but I don't
Kushi.
think Korea
Leon
actually has it as bad as
Straightforward,
parts of
Crystal finds
Southeast
one,
Asia or
Yutan
South Asia,
gets
as
the
far
other.
as I
It's a
understand.
flawless as Global
Like, I think the
Esports
peak
clean up
rain
the
meter
anti-eco.
is
They're
worse
2 rounds away
outside of Korea.
from getting a
But
2-0
when it
here.
comes to things like
The
rain and
first
snow, you also have to
series of
consider,
stage
like,
2.
how well is everything else prepped around that, right?
This is the best version of Global
Like,
Esports
Texas
I think
freezes
we've
over when it snows, like,
This
1
is
centimeter. But 1
incredible.
centimeter is like
Oh,
a
yeah.
joke
The way
elsewhere
they're
where it
playing.
snows all
I
the
mean,
time.
even the form where they had Monyet dropping, you
Does
know,
Korean
a
rain
la- a
taste
land
different?
kill
It's
record.
got a hint
Sure.
of kimchi in it.
And
You know,
texture,
there's so
quite
many
sensible.
kimchi
Even
particles in
that,
the
like,
air.
That was good.
They were still losing series.
Right.
They were playing really good.
I haven't tasted
playing
it
really
recently,
tight
though.
Sets, but they were still widely losing a lot of their matches.
This is
Yeah,
This
as far as I
is
know,
for
like,
that, frankly.
rain in Japan gets pretty bad.
aw.
But
He's gonna
Korea,
brag
I mean,
about this
Korea
one,
had
so
a
I gotta
real
knock him back
bad.
a little bit.
We had,
Absolutely.
like,
Yeah,
we had
we gotta keep him in
everything
check.
flooded in Seoul
But
2 years
I mean,
ago.
this is so far.
Like, a
who
lot
knows?
of
Maybe
accidents,
RRQ, defender side
like,
copium, but
Buses and cars getting trapped and, you know, like, tragic
just winning
accidents
fights like that too.
because of just flash flood and then
That jet
streams
could
flooded
gone.
over that usually don't and things like that.
It's just crumbling for RRQ.
Doesn't it have a hint of
Castle.
soju? Maybe it's the hint of
Made of
soju in the rain that
sandstone.
makes it taste like kimchi. Who knows? Maybe it just confuses you enough.
Wall sent, just trying to fake this. Full cut across in towards mid. Cushy. First line of defense here is
Oh, they walled off mid. I like this from GE. I don't know about the 4-man push in through. This smoke actually helps them.
trying to find it, trying to get the transfer.
They still
Sparrow is
die.
there. Layers in a little bit of
I don't like this
damage, but now
smoke.
Cushy in a bit of a rough spot, having to fight his way out. And Yo-Man.
I mean, I guess
Finally
they were
outlaw.
positioned with it. It was a
Suspect that was a
communicated
no-scope, but
smoke
now
because they were basically holding
taken down. We go into a
here
2v2, up and over the top, crazy
instead
guy
of here.
on the peak. Paranoia
But-
out, drops down, finds the kill. It's down to 30 HP. Prowler bogged a little bit, but Crystal able to just go ahead and barrel stuff him.
Oh boy.
Monyet arriving here at tower. The
Ooh.
swing, the flick. Monyet gets the headshot and keeps RRQ in this map, denying match point away.
Yeah, but it's a costly.
What about
Costly
snow?
route.
Snow tastes like bingsu.
The anti-bonus
Korean
does
shaved
go
ice.
for RRQ, but they lose everything but one. So this buy,
Okay, do we
gonna be
consider, like,
stuffed.
at what point do we not
Judge, some
consider kimchi
Bulldogs,
cuisine,
what they're
though?
going to be able to bring. Saw another Odin,
Like,
I believe, for Crystal. See if they hang
I mean,
on to
like,
that or
is
not.
are mushy peas cuisine?
Coordination here
Like,
was
is
so
can a
good.
side dish
Oh,
truly
just
be
with the
cuisine?
no-scope there.
I don't know. I guess so. I don't actually know what the dictionary definition of cuisine is.
But you need some energy here as RRQ.
Because I've always found it interesting that people say kimchi is Korean cuisine, but I'm like, I don't know if it's really cuisine. It's like it's a thing. It's a dish. Yeah, it's a dish. But
Crystal's Nightfall, one away from bans, kill contract.
I've always found that interesting. Never been invested enough to engage in a discussion, but
crazy guys and cushies.
RQ's pushed out 3 Bulldogs.
So things just gonna be
They
really
leave A
scary
entirely
here.
empty on GE, but look at this, right? So this is something that they basically can do similar things on attack as defense, where they can just take these slow contact plays. Dude, they win the trade. Jimkin's still there, baiting his teammates. Not actually, but
Scale forward in the mid. Poppy, however, steady on the angle. Has the headshot. Jemkin taken down. At the same time, call to rotate could yet still be made.
Oh, they're getting a little bit confused though. Ban just ran into some.
yeah, they're running around like chickens with their heads cut off.
Finds one.
Rough.
Follow-up Thorns trying to get popped, but it's going to be bad. Just pushing into mid. Finds him there with that outlaw.
Part of the cuisine. Okay, that makes sense. Part of the cuisine. I like how you say cuisine. How do you say it? Cuisine?
Couple big ults. I mean, again, playing for the trades well or global esports, and then Poppy going to outreach.
The British don't understand the concept of food, so everything is cuisine.
Very good. Man, oh, nice scope in.
Am I too late when I think kimchi is too spicy for me? I don't think so. It depends on the kimchi too. There's varying levels of spice and styles of kimchi.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you can wash it down. Like, there's actually straight up like white kimchi that isn't spicy. That is more just like like straight up pickled. So there's all sorts of.
Just spawn yet.
There's also all sorts of kimchi. But I don't do very well with spicy food. I like spicy food, but I don't do very well with it. So.
If you can take control of A link,
I don't judge.
As global esports. Get set up for a nice crunch on his
Dude, and now GE pushes up his 3 in mid. Dude, this is.
But the spike is down in A lobby,
I think not only does GE seem to have a good understanding of the map, I think they have a real good understanding of RRQ's mental state throughout this entire match. Match point.
Watch mid.
Ooh. All right.
There's a battle on the opposite side of this.
They read that it's a clone. Oh, Monyet wins it, but you can enter. Yeah. And then the Nightfall to further clear it. You tag 1. And they clear this corner. It's Thoro, but the refill. Jemkin's here. And they have the res. And Yeoman's watching the flank. Oh,
from the rear, Cushy able to find one, finds 2.
Poor Ban.
Massive shots flying out is now Seal Garden going to be invested. Poppy trying to hound him down. The swap to the classic, however, crazy guy a little bit faster on the draw.
Oh man, Cushy Giga saved that round.
In this, barely holding on to this series, needing 7 rounds in a row. You just need to take it step by step.
Yeah, this is. As far as like looking into this round, you know, with a crystal ball, this is about as good as it goes for RRQ in terms of who gets caught by the ultimate, able to find the punish on the res.
I don't know what you're talking about, chat. I'm just out here enjoying my fried rice.
And just kind of, again, they get lucky this time with the timing when Yeoman pulls off the angle with the outlaw. Otherwise, Cushy probably can't convert there. So finally, a little bit of luck going RRQ's way, but gonna need even more. Feels like to
RQ, do they want to push out of that smoke?
This into overtime.
I don't think they can now. Monyet's giving up too much space. They have to do it much later. They can't try to go for an ego push out. Yeah, they wait for the smoke to dissipate. GE is stuck. They have to re-clear mid. Jemkin knows that. I think he spotted 2 on the minimap. I think he only clearly saw 1, but.
Forward just on the other side of the wall. And for now, is going to have GE widely committed towards this push.
Okay, you draw the Nightfall. Honestly, not terrible for GE. Not just for this round, but you're drawing out a lot of these ults one by one, so they don't all stack up.
Have the wall for the post plant. Quickly cleared though.
Couple segments going to be broken. Caps are there.
NT from Ban. It was a nice swing, but he just couldn't land the shot.
Manya able to swat him aside. Crystal, however,
Ooh.
finding one more.
Yudotan's position though.
2v4.
Yudotan. If he can somehow
Still in a rough
either get
position
ahead
as
of
the flank
Cushy,
gets
get
ready to come through here from Cushy.
oh.
Turns from the flash, peeks, finds one.
Oh,
cannot
dude,
get another.
that I just realized where that plant was. That's a nasty plant.
With everything to do, goes for the
Oh
fake
no,
out.
no!
That
It was
cost
staring at the wall,
severely.
yo man.
The fuse will
Wait.
come in.
Oh, they already had half. Never mind.
RQ halfway to overtime.
Would you say GE's built where like BLG, where it's Yudotan
Starting
go
to get
kill?
a good read on
No,
things.
I don't think so. I think
Really
Yudotan did a lot of
patient here
fragging on
against
map
Global
1, but I don't
Esports.
think that was always the intention.
Playing very slow, cautious. I love that Jemkin gets the 1 kill. Doesn't overcommit.
British cuisine somehow managed to be considered trash
Good
even in
trades now
Northern
for
Europe.
RRQ. And popping the clone there. That's just a feels bad man for Yo Man.
We can do it, guys.
And now you put Global Esports onto an eco. You do have a couple
Yeah, that
ults
plant's
to
right
toy
at the
with.
edge. If you plant it here on
I'm
the
just
line,
thinking about
basically
like,
half of it
if that
sticks out
actually
this
was
way.
Jemkin and he was just Blair witching the corner to try to
Play
bait him. That would actually be so funny.
next level Yoru tech.
One day we'll get there.
Durka, please.
Oh boy. Oh, I think Dirk has got bigger things to worry about than another fake Yoru
Seeing that peek,
clone
but
play.
backing away. Spam out though, crazy guy finding Crystal.
Wow, just good counter spam here.
This is
RRQ.
this is both. I think
Find their
GE is
feet with this
playing their
2-3
comp
split.
okay, but I think this is also
All
does
the mid
signify
control, though.
kind of the problems you'll
There's
have.
the teleport there for Jemkin up
You
towards
you
mid
kind
top.
of have to play it somewhat, especially on this map with this layout.
Get
It
good
kind of
reads on
ends
the
up feeling
tendencies
like a
of
double
Global Esports.
Sentient
They
attack
wanna
on a
go
different
for
map where
late,
you have
but
to just take contact
a
plays a
little
little
bit
bit
further
slower
this
piece
time.
by piece,
Esports wants to
then
show a
clear
different
things out
look.
util by util.
Oh,
Okay, well,
okay. Well,
all right, here we go.
Field Rays Cosmic Divide. They're trying to
Oh,
segment
shoot.
this B-side. Showstopper now going to be coming through. Quick
Uh-oh.
exit into the dimensional drift
Uh-oh.
here from Jemkin. Keeps himself
Uh-oh.
alive, and the Showstopper not
Supposed
going
to get the
find
kill.
anything at all. Crazy guy does
All right, where's
mention
Jemkin
down
go?
Yudotan.
All right, he creates a
Not being able to
crossfire.
collect the gun. Little jiggle peek out.
Jump peek out. Pompey's
Manya
in
with
the
the TP.
smoke. He's now out of the smoke. He gets caught.
Yo, man, now
Yo, man,
has to
sees
do it
one.
all spots the first
Ah,
time. Little
he
gap
he
to the
heard it,
board.
but
Jemkin is in position. You heard the
Crystal.
RRQ player
Crystal is
say
IGLing.
it. He said, we can do this. They're starting to believe they're on the right path.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so far in Pacific,
I
this
really
has been a
like this
pretty
map. How is it in
defender-sided
ranked in
map, so
general?
Absolutely doable.
Not sure, actually.
See the showstopper again.
I think it hit the wall, no?
I think it hit the wall like right in front.
Oh, they were just talking about it.
Whoever it was meant for.
Yeah, you see it. You see the paint. It was in that
Barrel.
corner.
I think
It was here.
sent towards crazy guy.
It was
Whoever
sent
that
there,
was.
but
That was up there
the
on that
crazy
catwalk.
guy was in the cubby
that's gonna
here,
be
and then there's the little
First timeout
fence,
call
and the
here
ult
from
hit
Global
this.
Esports. Not comfortable with things getting this close.
No, and the ideas initially I really like from Global Esports. Like they're taking some mid control. They're pushing through the links.
That would have swung the round, I think, if they had gotten
cycles
that,
have been
because
just
also
really,
Yudotan
really
would
nice from
stay alive a bit
RRQ.
longer, etc.,
That's
etc.,
where their
etc.
teamwork and coordination is really shown.
I mean, you're
Being
at
able
match
to
point.
Find some good moments.
You've got
find those
some-
early
you've got
picks,
some
good
room.
Push and pull. And that's another round where you invest a big ultimate and you can't get the close for Global.
I think they could go for a couple
Just gotta
set plays that they have cooked
right
up
the ship.
with the
Just need
undercut.
that one more.
We haven't
You're gonna
seen it
get a
used as much
big upset
aggressively
win.
on attack.
Start stage 2.
But that's the trouble with
Jemkin
this
with
map,
an
is
op,
that
crazy guy
you
with
have to
Yoden.
basically pick and
Full
choose which
rifles
corner you're
for Global
clearing.
Esports.
So the tendency we've seen from GE is
Full ults
basically
and
we
cycles
push up
just
to
get
here
really
on
close.
contact,
So is Yo Man with another
and then we
res.
do set plays here and
Trying to get
here.
those ults into cycle.
But I think you have to just switch that
See
up
what
at some
Jemkin can
point.
do here. Gonna be smoked off
Yep, okay, so they just
initially.
go fast, undercut to
They're
push through. It's just the ISO spearhead.
Big change in the pace here.
They're Oh,
And
he gets
does end up tucking
seized
back
though.
into the
That's kind of
Cs,
big.
but
Bance still gets one.
Finds the kill. Crazy gotta be.
Oh,
gonna be
and he
struck down.
catches Jemkin.
Pull forward here.
Ooh.
The op, able to win it out.
Can- Okay, wall gets broken.
Okay, either way.
Man, it just expired. I think he popped it on the
Seg-
entry.
Yeah, maybe. Segment of the wall immediately broken down, and that does give Global Esports some pause here.
That's an incredible kill from Jemkin. Crystal. Oh, because she didn't see him.
Ends up looking away, back down through that connector.
I think maybe his gun model might have covered him in the because I think he had half a second to spot him before he swiveled again towards A site.
This rotation to now get ready to come through.
But Jemkin's on site. They don't know about this.
This is where RRQ still have some impact.
Wait, why did Yudotan die? Well, now you know Crystal's rapping. Crystal still gets the kill.
Crystal, I should say, looking for the shot.
Oh no. Oh no, X-Hero.
Finding the kill.
Now they can rotate. Now they can rotate. Crystal's just on his own.
Not quite able to play off the back of that
They
one.
almost both died there. The C's was so good.
The pivot across to the B side does come in. No corpses nearby. Otherwise, Rez could have been a factor here for Yo Man.
Did Ban have shield? I think the casters were right. I think it had just run out when he got his first kill, so he couldn't refresh it, and so he didn't have it. If he had gotten the kill, he would have gotten a new one with the ult, but... Dude, Poppy. He's just gonna hear. He's just gonna go for the backstab.
Catches him right.
Hears him. He hears the stomping. He hears the stomping. Can he get a timing? Oh no. Oh, you don't fight that.
Collects the kill, and Yo Man is there. The
Damn.
13 to 7.
Dude, GE. I mean, for one, they look fun, man. They look fun, man.
RRQ on their map pick of Haven. And they get a
the vibes and comms overall feel pretty good. I think, obviously, the team's going to have a lot of things to work on every time, no matter what. But I think the...
what you're seeing from this new roster, from the new additions to the coaching staff as well. It comes up aces.
The only thing for me
Global Esports has a tremendous
is...
start.
What was I going to say?
Every win you can get in these groups is going to be huge, but
I think Yo Man, his angles, etc., it seems like he was always a bit, like, thinking about other things. There was a little bit of that.
That was a statement win.
But otherwise, I don't think there was any, like, consistent weak point.
Showing up in such a monstrous way. I mean, we saw him play Duelist in the past. We saw
you don't next to Chris. That is funny. Yeah, their height difference is huge. Also, just like overall stature. Crystal's just such a big guy.
But only just. Here, though, it seems like the synergy that has been found by this team coming into Stage 2 is really enabling not just Yudotan, but damn near everybody to find their true form.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. I think just generally Yo Man probably a bit.
Previously quieted in the previous stages.
I think he was just a little too focused on other things, but he'll get there.
So big congratulations to Global Esports.
Yeah, I mean, they look happy. Elevated looks happy with the win. Again, you'll always have things to work on, but I think they should be happy because I think they showcased what they prepped. I think they showcased what they prepped.
The win goes to Global Esports. Congrats, GG guys. Hello, Mr. Yudotan. 안녕하십니까?
Yeah, the Yudo interview. Let's freaking go. Hopefully you can study with a happy mind, Godshot.
Well,
on that GE has won.
First win here in Stage 2 against the Pacific defending champion, and Yudotan is back and living up to your name. 25 kills.
Still can't believe the rest of the talent pool. Nobody voted for GE.
How satisfied are you
this is like the easiest punt, I think. Like the best chance of a punt. One of the better ones this week, I think.
상대로 승리를 아주 시원하게 가져가셨습니다. 유도탄 선수는 오늘 제대로 이름값을 하면서 전반전에만 25킬을 에이스를 2번이나 하셨어요. 오늘 경기력 좀 많이 만족스러우실 것 같은데 어떠셨어요?
일단 연습한 대로 경기 결과가 나온 것 같아서 기분이 좋고요. 오늘 퍼포먼스는 뭐 개인적으로 만족하는 것 같습니다.
I think our practice actually paid off, so I am more than content with our team's results today.
Damn,
and yeah, for
it's his
my
birthday.
personal performance, I am very, very happy with it as well. We got some new but familiar faces
That's
on
my
the
non-cost
roster
duelist.
with Dan and Yeoman
Dude, that's so
joining Global
insane.
Esports.
46-21.
I wanted to ask you, how does having 3 Korean players on the team help with the communication? What's it been like with them on board for your team? 이제 또 요맨 선수와 벤 선수가 합류를 하게 됐는데 퍼시픽 팬분들께는 좀 익숙한 얼굴들이잖아요. 그 두 선수의 합류로 인해서 글로벌 e스포츠에 이제 한국인
I've
선수가
arrived to
3명이나
support my
됐어요.
Japan brethren. Whoever speaks ill of ZETA, I shall ban thee. What if they're a fan of DFM though?
비하인드 스토리 들어볼 수 있을까요?
일단 저는 처음에 벤 선수를 몰랐는데 벤 선수가 들어오고 나서 저는 사실 한국말 잘 못할 줄 알았거든요. 근데 한국어 되게 잘해서 일단 한국어도 소통이 되니까 되게 편한 것 같고요. 피드백 할 때나 요맨 선수나 벤 선수가 되게 적극적으로 도와줘가지고 게임 하는데 되게 편한 것 같습니다.
I
Nice.
actually didn't know how fluent Ban was in Korean, but he was very, very well spoken than I had expected. And with Yeoman and Ban both being very proactive on their feedbacks, it definitely helps with the
I
language
think that's the
barrier
big thing.
overall
If
with
Ban
our
and
team
Yeoman can
strats
be
as
very vocal
as
on
well.
in the
Well,
feedback sessions, I
stage
think that
2
matters
is off
so
to a good
much. Like
start
if
for
you're
Global
providing
Esports.
good
I wanted to
constructive
ask you,
feedback,
what is your personal goal for
like
this
that's where the
season
experience and
about the
veterancy
team's
matters.
goal for this season as well. 스테이지 2 시작이 아주 좋습니다. 유도탄 선수의 좀 이번 시즌 개인적인 목표나 글로벌 e스포츠가 어디까지를 노리고 있는지 한번 들어볼 수 있을까요?
사실 저는 개인적인 목표는 플레이오프까지만 가고는 싶다고 생각하는데 팀적으로 봤을 땐 챔피언스를 가는 게 좋은 것 같습니다.
꿈은 크게 꿔야죠. 맞지 않습니까?
맞긴 한데 일단 플레이오프부터.
This is a really I like this answer.
Well, he said for my personal goal, I would say I'd be happy if we made it to the playoffs, but for the team champions it is. And I asked him, hey, what do you think about, dreaming big? But he said, well, that's true, but for me, one step at a time, playoffs.
Yeah, no, I think
Alright,
that's a
thank
really
you,
good
Yuta-san.
honest
That was a
answer.
great
Like
game from
individually,
Global
like
Esports, and
I
we'll
want
be
to like
back after
playoffs
match
is
2.
the goal. Like
선수
that's
감사합니다.
the step. But obviously, as a team, we're aiming for champions. I think I like that. Akame should be the IGL for DFM as far as we know. Honestly, I think ZETA is still pretty favored.
It's hard to, of
But
course, not give that
we'll
to
see
them
because
of this
Art was
performance,
neither
especially
able to
from
provide
Yuta-san,
good
but
IGLing
for the
nor
whole
fragging
team,
in stage
I would
1.
say
And
very, very
I'm not saying
impressed.
like
You can see
Art
how
is
much
doomed. I
Yuta-san
just think
having
that meta
fun
he
on
really
both
struggled
maps
with.
as well. That's a global esports that we haven't
Because I think
seen
before
in
that
some
he
time.
had good ideas.
Such a big win for them today.
So-
really, really massive, especially in this group
So
stage.
we'll see, because I can see a world where even if you're swapping IGLs, etc., the fragging power upgrade alone could mean a lot, right?
Or this kind of redefined roster at Global Esports. And yeah, I'm not surprised they're talking about playoffs. I mean, honestly, I felt like they looked clean, they looked comfortable.
I just tuned into the match. What happened? It was a good, good performances from GE. For RRQ, it was rather quiet. It was probably rather disappointing if you're an RRQ fan. But also, I just think in the reality of things, I wasn't expecting RRQ to like dominate this week. I just wasn't. It's not that I think they were going to be bad, but I don't think this was that bad compared to my expectations.
One of the best teams in the world on recently at an international event, so Global being able to put together.
Yeah, Depp coming back. That's true. How good is Depp gonna do now coming back into the Sentinel role? That is true. We haven't actually fully seen that combo, right? That's true. Still acrostic. I would love to do that, but let's take a quick break. Let me run some ads. Let me go stretch, go to the bathroom, take like a little Fiverr chat, and we'll come back, do some wed games. We'll do still acrostic. We'll do Scrandle. All of that. So we will be back in just a bit. And 1913 too. I mean, just overall, everyone did their job so well on GE through and through. Really well played. Really well played. So anyway, I'm going to run some ads chat. Please bear with us. Thanks for hanging out. And we will be right back. I'll just leave the audio on. We always get demonetized on YouTube anyway. It's too much of a hassle. So enjoy the disc.
Much of dominance from Global Esports. And I don't think we expected from the RQ side so many missed opportunities. Some of the players were not looking like their normal selves. We know they can do so much better.
I mean, you both might have not been expecting this. One of us got this right. I do think it's just they need to get back into that form. I mean, the last time we saw RRQ very good, it was stage 1, but that was the Teo meta. Things have shifted a lot since then, and in this post-Teo era, RRQ really haven't managed to find their footing, not in this match, not at Toronto, so I think they need to kind of reassess how they're looking at this meta and try and figure it out a little bit more, because they're just not at that point yet. But yeah, Global just took clear advantages today and looked absolutely dominant.
Yeah, it's a new chapter for RQ, and maybe the first page doesn't read as exciting as the other chapters does, but for Global Esports, it's very exciting indeed, especially when you have a performance like this from Yuta-tan. We are definitely going to be watching him very, very closely this stage too. What an amazing statement match.
Look at his numbers, like against RRQ as well. I mean, this guy is going to be a hot prospect. He was originally meant to play Sentinel in this team, but he was forced to play Duelist due to some visa issues initially, and he wowed everyone with how well he can play Duelist in the Tier 1 level. And I was saying, when they put him back on the Sentinel, I'm like, why have you done this?
Yeah.
Like, you are just holding man's back. And now he's been let off the leash once again, and he is looking bloody rabid.
Imagine Global Esports putting another duelist on Sentinel.
Sounds smart to me. You know what you're talking about. I have to say, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but do not sell this man. He's so good. This guy could be a franchise player for UGE.
Bro, there's no way they're not going to sell him. Like, he's
Don't
Korean.
sell him. Don't sell him.
Korean in Pacific. He's putting up numbers. There you go. Whoa.
Who's that guy?
He's back.
Woo! Like, production, please keep this image. Please keep this image. I feel like we're going to need it in the days to come. Can we talk about the real reason, though, that GE won? The real reason.
Because big time predictive for them. I mean, look, honestly, brand ambassador, guys. All right, look, GE.
Sign me.
Look, GE management. I don't know. You know, you could put it in his Twitter. He could be your influencer. He could be your brand ambassador.
Yeah, there's
this
guy. Plus, you know, the mandate of heaven. Apparently,
True.
yeah.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Yes. I'm a believer.
Oh, I'm gonna get one of those.
What do you mean? You ordered it, right?
That was you. That was you. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break, but when we come back, we're gonna have ZETA versus DFM, a very exciting match indeed. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Ow. actually, before we do this, I have to figure out how to reconnect my AC to Wi-Fi, which I hate, by the way. I hate everything, because, actually, never mind. I found it. I found the remote. Never mind. The remote's right here. Yeah, we'll work with the remote. These days, dude, I hate that all like appliances and whatnot are like all touch screen and not even touch screen, like touch sensor and Wi-Fi enabled and whatnot. It's so annoying. Dude, my stovetop, literally, you'll be cooking something and then you'll open up the lid to like your pot. And, you know, because of the steam, there's water on it, right? And you drop like one drop of water, and the stove freaks out because the touch sensors all go like crazy. And it's like, it like turns on the other words, and then it's like, blah, 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 and then it's like, sorry, there's like something on our screen. We're gonna shut off. And I'm like, dude, I just want to continue cooking my food, man. They should have a playlist somewhere, I think, for all the VCT stuff. You can probably buy more base. No, but it comes with the apartment. That's the problem. I mean, it would cost me more to downgrade it because I'd have to rip it out. That's the problem with living in apartments, is that I guess if you buy a newly built apartment, I guess you could probably like custom, but even then it would cost more because you'd be customizing it out of the bulk installation. Dude, what is going on, YouTube? Figure yourself out. Why is this doing this? Oh god. What? Dude, what is hello? My stream's fine, right? It's just YouTube freaking out? I guess we'll stick with 1080. I know Shia was having giga issues with YouTube yesterday.
Both of the Masters winners in this group, T1 as well as...
Dude, what is...
You have definitely got to be winning this game. And
God, YouTube. Why do you suck? Who did you pick between G and TS? I want to say I had... I think I said Secret, but I'm not sure. That one I can't remember. I didn't write down my submissions for Platchat, and I forgot to record my own stuff on VLR, so I actually can't remember.
Exactly. That is something to look forward to indeed. And you're absolutely right.
My stream was lagging for you. I think YouTube was just lagging then, if my stream was lagging as well. Because I don't think Twitch was lagging. Did you see the Reddit post about you coaching T1? I mean, listen, I can't confirm nor deny, but I just want to be very clear. I would never call for the team to go to B site. I just want to be very clear about that. Hey, it's Art. Someone was asking about the Team Secret GE game. Well, we can double check. We can go through the VODs of Platchat and see what I said. Because I would have reasons for picking either, but I think I didn't expect GE to look this good, so I think I did pick Secret.
Of course, everybody talks about May on this team, but Akame also having massive performances. We are seeing a roster change here as well, and Cess coming back into the roster.
I am excited to see Cess. I think Cess always had a good... I think he was overhyped in the offseason because like no one was hyping him that much last year because he didn't perform that well last year. But I think even last year he showed really good ideas. I think he has good game sense. And the fragging can always get better. So like I'm not saying offseason was a fluke. I'm just saying that it was kind of crazy that everyone was like, Cess was so good in the offseason. How could you possibly put GNN over him? And I was like, I mean, dude, if he was that good, he would have been good last year too, no? Like, to me, that's where I stood, but...
carry duelist of DFM and one of the highest rated players in
Yeah, like I expected
overall,
GE to
even when
win. I
DFM
predicted
were
GE to beat
winning in the
RRQ. I
past,
did not
but he
expect
really
them to
didn't
look
have that level
this
of
good.
form, and Akame has been
RRQ
the
was
standout
right
of
about
DFM
where I
for quite a
expected
while.
them
So
to be.
my question really lies in the fact is, what is DFM going to do? I need to see them define a style, because
And
stylistically, they've been all over
Akame
the place
is
for
the
quite a
IGL
while.
as far as
They're
I
gonna
know
have
as well.
to
I don't know if they
decide
said
who's
it. But
gonna be
anyway,
doing
hey,
the IGL duties.
what is it?
And,
Where's the
yeah,
link
in
from
general, I just wanna see what
Tron?
they've been
What's the
working
game
on
name
as well.
called again?
Yeah, it just seems like DFM
We're not gonna
has
have time
always
to
been
get
in
through
this
these
sort of
games.
adjustment period, and they are back again in that same spot, right? Because now Art is taking a backseat, and we have Seska taking
Where is it?
over.
Where is it? Where is
I
it?
also wanna see
Scylla
Dian
crossed
have
it.
his moment,
I like
because,
this game.
you know,
I
he
like
was
this game.
He was a rookie earlier this year.
This is a cool
and, you know,
game.
you had him alongside Mei and Akame and Jingbun that all had their pop-off moments.
Okay.
I want to see him now have his moment here at stage 2.
All right.
Now we take across a look
Boom.
at these stats.
Pollen
What was I
problem.
highlight saying
Allergy.
was that operating usage percentage,
Allergy.
That was right down at the bottom. Then signing 10-10. We saw that go up a
Biblical
little bit. And then also
division?
first kills. Look at that,
What does that
second
even
in the
mean?
league in first kill percent.
Speed
So
up.
They are creating more openings than almost anybody in Pacific.
Speed up.
Yeah, but they're not really able to close them out because we're still
Skid
not
on
seeing
water.
big results for that legacy team.
Hydroplane.
and
Dude,
totally
by the way,
echo the
hydroplaning's
sentiment. I
so
mean, Jet
scary when you're
previously is
driving.
not a player that used the op
Thrill
at all, and it's something that
deeply.
even in that first game, it's something that I
What?
pointed out is that 10-10 is a player that can pick up the op, and you immediately saw it in the
What does that
first
even
map that he
mean?
played on Lotus. He pulled the op out straight away, and I can't remember who they were playing, but they were not ready
Penny's
for the
face,
op
Lin
at all.
Gun.
A Japanese derby with the Roach, I mean, 100%.
Fake or
Both of them
false?
want to
So
be
Wait, what does
a
this say?
team that can
No.
Become the first Japanese to reach the playoffs, secure a spot at the road show. Let's go to the road show together, place in the same group. That's rough, man. That is actually.
Oh, definitely. It's incredibly painful.
Oh my
and
gosh.
especially since
It's a messed
you
up
just
graphic.
saw in the opening B-roll, right, about how both of these
Moon
teams almost
face.
walked in together. They were
Crescent?
going over, shaking each other's hands. You know, they're very, very friendly
Okay.
with each other, obviously.
Oh.
So it is going to be, you know, quite
Pseudo?
emotional that they have to.
Okay.
Somebody has to win. There will be a Japanese team that will win today, and there will be a Japanese team that will lose.
I mean, we even saw it in some of the content pieces. They were being asked, do you think a Japanese team will lift the trophy? Both of them lying about that.
I don't even-
They both said, yes, of course we will win.
Red-handed.
I'm so confused. What taste sensation?
But, I do love that you guys pointed out how
Taste sensation.
how much differently we're going to see both of these teams, right? Because we do have different IGL, different style coming in for DFM. They will be forced into that. And then we also have adjustments coming in from ZETA. Are we going to see a data that can actually run a double duelist
Oh,
rather
a
effectively?
biblical division testament. There we go. Okay.
What is that little stub?
Speed up.
33% on Ascent.
They've won a game on Ascent, DFM.
Speed up?
They haven't played anything
Well,
else.
no,
They,
Accelerate
we've
doesn't
lost every
exist.
game that they've played on Lotus, all 4 of them. I mean, this just looks grim. To be honest, for both teams, there's just been minimal reps for both of these teams on a lot of these maps in Pacific specifically. Off-season, I mean, Haven is a map that both of them
No, but
played a
that's only
little
one
bit. You have seen
T.
them play things like Ascent and Icebox in the off-season.
Speed up,
Like,
hasten.
Talking about over 6 months ago. Like, it's over 6 months since
Taste
these teams have played some of
sensation.
these maps. So this is going to be not only a completely different look, but it's just been such a
wrong.
long
How do I?
time, but also because they've
How do I?
shuffled up rosters.
No, how do I?
Everything is up in the air. There's very
Is this?
little to
Okay.
go off, but the teams will have some familiarity
Flavor.
with each other, at least being from the same
Thrill
region and not
deeply.
being placed in the same group. I'm sure they would have been practiced partners to some degree
Exhilarate.
as well.
Yeah, for sure.
Thrill
but it's
deeply?
still
Dude,
an
what does
entirely
thrill
different once you
deeply doesn't
step
even
on that
mean?
stage, right? It's that familiarity, and of course.
No, I got it, chat. Whoa, calm down. Calm down, chat. Oh, jeez. 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Calm down, chat.
I just hope that
Man.
these two teams are able to do that even without as much.
Today's Kenkin was 8 minutes. 8 minutes average is actually like the
I mean,
sweet spot, I think.
That's been the story of DFM, right, in a way, where they
How
do
did it
have
take
a
them that
lot of
long to get
potential, but that
flavor?
execution on the
Honestly,
stage isn't quite there. We saw statistically,
I just,
they
I
had
don't know.
a
I just didn't understand the.
pistol
It's gonna
win
take me a
rate.
little while to get
You're
used
not
to
even
like
winning
their
1 in
prompts.
4
Oh,
pistols.
map pool.
We have our veto
Haven
code.
Lotus
Wrapped it all out.
Icebox.
Let's get it out there. All right.
Icebox
Taking
between
out
the
a
two
set there.
Japanese teams?
Fine taking out
Sign
by
me
DFM.
up,
They don't wanna
chat.
be playing that.
Sign
Haven,
me
I mean,
up,
I'm not
chat.
too surprised.
Let's
Actually,
go
if
to
you back the
friggin' map
offseason,
3.
these two teams have played
Dude,
Haven
bring
against
us
each
to
other a ton. There's gonna
Icebox,
be a lot of
man.
familiarity. I
Give
wanna
me
see a
ZETA
team that
DFM
will play that
Icebox.
newer style.
Sign
Lotus is gonna be
me
sick for DFM.
up.
They did lose every game of Lotus. They're 0-4
Dude, that's
on Lotus, but they're gonna pick it
insane.
again. They're going to run it back, and we'll see what they're going to be bringing. Because I remember the last time
Haven
we saw
and
ZETA on
Lotus.
It was 10-10 running around on
I
Neon,
mean,
and that
honestly,
actually looked
good
pretty
picks
good
from
for them.
both, I
And then
think,
Icebox will
actually.
be the decider. I don't think we've seen either.
I think
of these
this map
teams
pool's
playing
fine for
Icebox in
both
quite a
teams,
while, except for
actually.
ZETA playing
Kleptomania, thank you for the super chat. Is GE giving me hope just to take it away? Well, I don't think they're going to take it away as badly as in stage 1, but I'm a little cautious just because in stage 1 I like giga praised them after 1 week and then
I don't think they've won Icebox
you know, didn't go very well the later weeks, but
when they last won a map on
but
Icebox
they looked very good though.
That's across the whole organization. I mean, I know we've seen changes, but maybe it's hard to get excited, I suppose.
Honestly, though, Haven Lotus, I think this will be a banger. I think this is going to be a banger.
This is the analysis you come here for.
But then what are you saying
All right,
about the map?
let's see if we can sneak in a little scrandle before we get started.
It's saying historically,
Scrandle.
substantial break. There's been roster changes across both of these teams, but I'm looking for them to reinvent themselves. The meta is
Oh, we got Curryverse v Curryverse. Barnsley versus Dortmund. But this is only 320, and it comes with the bread roll. This looks like it comes with sauerkraut and fries and pickles.
Creative, who's trying to push that meta forward today.
320 for sure.
Honestly, like both of these teams are going to be doing something either super standard on Haven, going even back to off-season from last year. Like,
dude, this piece actually looks pretty decent, no?
Like that. Maybe they'll play something new meta. Maybe they'll crank in the double duelist. But I think honestly, this map pool,
one of these days I have to go to a stadium in England. I have to try these pies with gravy and peas. I have to. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Yes. We agree on this. Also because as the proclaimed Victoria mentioned, I was like the DFM of the analyst desk yesterday, so I'm like, yeah.
Roast potatoes.
I with DFM now.
Honestly,
yeah,
with
no,
beef brisket gravy, actually kind of goated. Dude, the Netherlands always has like the craziest take.
So I'm just hoping that they take off from that high point that they were on and get into this.
For me, I think ZETA looks like
Dude,
a better team.
what is going on? What are the Dutch doing, man?
I need to see the individuals.
What are the Dutch doing?
I need to see May step up. If May hits that same level of form, I actually do believe DFM will win. But
What is this bun? At least they give you ketchup, I guess.
For me, I just see potential in this
18%. Oh my gosh. As an Asian, I don't get the hype around tofu. I don't think that's that hot of a take. Wait, hold on. They're bringing them out. Okay. Reading. Chicken burrito. Looks pretty decent, actually. Versus kebapi roll. With Ajvar, chips and a drink. I don't even know what this means. This looks kind of interesting, but it looks like the bread's really big. The burrito. People love a burrito. Okay. Pastrami grilled cheese. That's OP, but it's 12 pounds. But it comes with cheesy bacon fries. Man City cooking versus Nantwich time with this town with steak pie. The pastrami for sure. Dude, people love their pies and mushy peas. I just don't get it. Tropeiro. What does that mean? Beans, rice, kale, fried egg, and pork. It looks pretty good. Is it like a bowl? It's like a bowl versus a hot dog. In Omaha with nachos. Oh, but it comes with 2 beers, chat. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Do you go for the Brazilian food or do you go for the 2 beers? Do you think the people are going to go for the beers? I can't believe they also just sell a bag of Tostitos and call it a day. I think people go for the beers. Yeah, the beers are too OP, man. The 2 beers are too OP. It was cheap for 2 beers at a stadium. Pork and stuffing bop. What is bop? That's not rice. That's rice in Korean, but where's the 10-inch sausage roll? Oh, sausage roll? Yeah, that was close, but I got it. I got it. Lemon tart. Dude, this actually, dude, this looks legit. Oh, and then it's the herring sandwich. Easy. Oh, shoot. Okay, boneless chicken bites with BBQ bacon-loaded fries. Oh, dude, I really want the kiwi sausage pizza. I really want to try this one day. But this is an easy one. 93 to 34. Holy. All right. The ultimate burger. We've seen this before with salt and pepper fries. I'm kind of down for that versus steak pie, cream and mashed peas, gravy, and mint sauce. Ultimate burger. 10 out of 10. Let's freaking go. Just like my predictions. Am I right, chat? Too easy. We're graduating from Scrandle. We're done. Scrandle is old news.
Winless in stage 1, DFM for sure wants stage 2 to be a different story.
Akame's doing it all alone. Dude, Jinbung just said I ain't doing anything with that.
Giving even the toughest teams in Pacific a run.
Oh my gosh.
take down their brothers in ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've seen such a high ceiling
Have you tried
from
corn
this
on
team.
pizza?
You know,
It's almost
was a while
impossible to
ago,
have
we
pizza
do
without
have to
corn in
say
Korea.
that, but I do think there is potential here in this roster. May is an upcoming superstar. Akame has been going crazy. And
So Akame is IGLing, but he's sitting on the side. Interesting. Interesting. They have Jian in the middle. Interesting. Although, actually, I kind of like it, because now he's got, like, two guys that have been playing for a while on either side of him. Cess was playing PUBG before this, I believe. So.
Exactly them on the stage today as we see the coaches walk out. It's going to be very exciting to see what these two teams have prepared for us.
Now I want to eat. Dude, I can't believe we got 10 out of 10. That's crazy.
Stylistically as well, what kind of approach are we going to see from these teams? We've seen ZETA playing initially a lot of double init, but double init is the old meta
Tofu
now.
Unrevolution? I kind of like Tofu. I used to dislike Tofu. I've grown to like Tofu. My wife loves tofu, so now we eat a lot of tofu. But I actually really like tofu now. Tofu's quite good.
On the lineup after subbing him in for Depp, and then they've kept Depp in the lineup afterwards.
Yeah, I think I would love to see a double duelist.
Yeah, well, Koreans love their corn. Cheesy corn, corn on pizza, corn in stews, corn pancakes. Corn on pizza isn't actually that bad, honestly. I would take, even if it was only one topping, let's say there's no other toppings, I would take corn on pizza over sweet potato on pizza.
Yeah, I really do hope that these are new beginnings for both of these teams, especially since for ZETA, right, they're not playing with Shota anymore. And apparently, Pilski, what do we have?
Okay, what do we got? 10-10 Neon. Wait, Depp is playing Viper. Clues is going to be playing the Pure Senti. DFM, we've got Yoru ISO. Okay. Okay. Akame going to be calling from... Are we sure Akame is the... We're sure, right? We're sure Akame is the IGL?
That we've seen so much on this map, and Akame being the one to pick up that ISO. You know, we saw him play that chamber. We know he has great.
Did Des talk about it?
This look from DFM.
Oh yeah, that's very exciting indeed. I can't wait to see if Akame has indeed the same performance that he had last time.
See if the casters say it.
You can see the smile coming out from 10-10 too. He's probably very excited to get into this, especially since, as we mentioned, there is potential for him to face off against a very well-known
Potato on pizza is a crime.
But for now, of course, it's
no,
just
potato is
that
fine. It's sweet
against.
potato. That's...
And with May, of course, a lot of expectations
That's rough.
on his shoulders as well. So
some people were bringing up Cess in chat. That's what I was wondering.
As we get into Haven,
I could see Cess IGLing.
And Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we
Let me
go.
see if I can ask them.
Dressed. I have my Masters Tokyo hoodie on today as we have both of our Japanese teams squaring off against one another. I think we lean on the word derby far too much. I think alliteration's always good. I'm going to go ahead and propose the Japanese joust.
The joust. I'm down with that.
Allow it. That's fine with me. I'm very excited for this match. Obviously, I kind of stand this region, so I'm very curious.
Really?
No, yeah, who would have thought? But I'm really excited
Wait,
to see these two teams square off because
Where's
you know,
big time?
for either of them, if they can get into good form, if they can find their footing, this could be the road to a miraculous run to getting to play in front of a home crowd at the end of stage 2 here in Pacific, as we will be going to Tokyo for our last couple of days. So this is really important to get off on the right foot, to show that these roster moves
It might be
are going to
sus.
be impactful, that they can make a difference. And there's some role swaps on both sides. And also, to note,
I think the game is a little low. Let me know after the pistol round. Let me know after the pistol round as well, because the balancing is a bit iffy sometimes.
He's always been a great controller player. Well, maybe not great, but, you know, a very
Dude,
solid
what is
controller
that
player in the
sheriff
offseason. He was
skin?
clutching
What
out
the
of time,
heck?
But he's playing into the Sova, now leaning into that IGL role as well.
Okay, he is leaning into the IGR role. They just
taking over the
said.
Sova from Clues, who had been doing it for a long time. So a lot of
Cess
interesting
IGL.
changes.
Swap that.
10-10 popped the shield, but did get lit up a bit. Had the vulnerable connect as well, so Akame gonna try to tuck into the corner. This is all just selling a fake here.
Honestly, suddenly my rating of DFM changes a bit.
Everybody else slow creeping forward. If they got any contact off of this,
Thank you, mods. Yeah, we got it swapped. Thank you.
Get cleared. Clues attention going to be paid back in towards the site. Does get a little bit of a spot out. 10-10 finds a jump. Akame going to be taken down. Over there at the A side as the quick pivot starts coming through here from the Neon. Step out in the mid. spot onto
Dude, what are these skins? What is going on with the pistol round skins? I never noticed skins, and suddenly I'm noticing all of them.
Quite just yet.
This is some bizarro world.
He sends it into garage. Could be a big opener here for the players as they get ready to go on the push. Bounding forward is Def.
Oh, dude, if he had gotten that first kill just a bit faster, Jinbun gets 2 there.
It's just going to be XDL who will fall. DFM find the opening pistol here on Haven.
Yeah, just some good moments here for
Feels like
DFM.
it's a little low. I can bring it up a bit. I just wanted to double check.
Especially with Jinbun winning that battle.
After the game started.
The garage control. That really opens up the map for them. Protects their flank. Gives them the ability to clear some space behind them to check and see how quickly Zeta's reacting.
Well, yeah, Pacific also, the game is always lower to the casters. That's the other problem. So it's not so much is the game soft, it's is the broadcast too soft or too loud. That's always the bigger question. Because I don't want to have to compete with the casters, basically. I don't want the casters to be, like, muted, but...
He's way on the other side of the map, though. Is DFM seemingly trying to double down here.
Chobra, the wall. I mean, my expectations are so low for the Japanese teams that... Listen, I'm just down for them to... If they can... Listen, the wall's not my concern here. I just want them to have some good firefights, really.
Rerouted, but May wanting to fight forward. Sends out the flash. Pushing up
the shield.
In the window, the double face. And absolutely tearing him to pieces. A great flick over the side.
Dude, that was quick. No. Surely you don't swing that again. Oh, damn. Akabe.
10-10 struck down, and overall a very clean anti-eco here from DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it's early in the match, but you have to start to
No, boy, thank you for the point redemption. We got a Korean cast coming up on this bonus.
You know, he was their
So once
best
the
player in
replay's
stage
over,
1.
we'll do that.
So you're absolutely leaning into his ability to frag out alongside May to take these rounds for you.
Dude, that is nuts.
It's just disgusting how fast he was.
All right.
He's been getting his aim labs in.
Yeah, I mean, he just did it right there in the round.
자, DFM 지금 시작이 너무 좋고 재활용 라운드도 괜찮습니다. 지금 라이플이 4개여가지고 화력이 괜찮거든요. 지엔 선수의 스팅어도 사실 나쁘지 않아요. 사이트 안까지만 들어가면 스팅어가 가치가 굉장히 올라가기 때문에 전체적으로 상황이 좋아 보입니다. 아캄의 궁 포인트 2개 남았고요. 자, 화력이 그래도 비교적 약할 때 일단 B 사이트 한번 흔들어주고 들어갈 필요는 없어요. 일단 기다려보고 유틸이 얼만큼 나오는지 일부러 기다리죠. 사실 스파이크 그래도 탭은 그렇죠. 탭은 해야지 이게 유틸이 나올 거기 때문에. 아, 근데 이러면 지금 이제는 세스 선수가 올 때까지 기다려야 돼요. 세스가 해줘야 되는데 이거 읽었습니다. 제트가 읽었어요. 자, XDLL. 아, 중요한 킬. 이러면 이제 사이트 안에 갇힌 셈이 된 DFM. 이제는 그냥 화력으로 뚫고 나가야죠. 그냥 싸워 나가야 돼요. 그냥 같이 싸워야 되는데 같이 싸우면 그래도 희망이 있었을 텐데 GN 나갈 공간이 없고 클루즈가 잡아줍니다. Hey, Logic, how's it going?
Yeah, a good fundamental response from Zeta to a quick B hit. Use the Viper.
Akame is Korean, yeah.
XDL doing a great job.
My forced voodoo is right. The winner of the Japanese derby will go to Paris. Japan derby winner Carter Nord is going to challenge. Wait, what?
Jinbun, good for one, but no matter what, Agent Depp is on.
The first match was very good from GE. Just about what I expected from RRQ.
One of the best.
Stretch and hydrate. Oh, did I miss that? Oh, thank you, Slippery. I gotta raise my mic arm. I think I gotta tighten the friggin' screws again. Keep having to like lean forward for my mic.
They're gonna use the drone to set up May here.
And thank you for the hydrate as well. Chobra exercising to be a Korean caster. What do you mean exercising? I used to cast in both languages for VCT.
See both of these teams.
Kids these days, they just erase history after friggin' half a year.
Oh, GN just tucked, yep, right to the back of the skull. XCL, no awareness of what.
No respect for legacy. History is doomed.
Just felt like he had to get some info, paid the price. So some of the tendencies here of Zeta working against them. You know, DFM so aggressive out the rip.
Zeta, kinda. You just kind of got to group up double.
Out in the courtyard. And that's a great read from DFM.
30 seconds left.
0 spot on the 2 players. to back away. Doesn't actually smoke up.
Yeah, I used to literally like cast one day in Korean and then the next day in English and things like that, which was very confusing. But
over to back plat. Sugar Zero peaks, finds
huge
one.
kill, and and he turns the flash. Oh, the ammo! But it's doable now. But it's
Be
doable.
able to find that kill, and now it's going to be all on 10-10 shoulders. Sprinting over.
Gun out.
Garage being watched,
Spots one.
off the angle for a brief little
Oh, that's rough, man.
And even if he wins this fight, he's almost certainly going to be destroyed.
Dude. Does he get it? Can he do it?
Oh,
dude, he actually got away too.
Go ahead.
But Jinbun just gets behind him.
The round. 3-1. DFM now stretch the lead.
Yeah, it's almost a recovery there for Zeta, but that ISO so impactful with that ultimate.
A cheeky way to play it.
It absolutely is. This is just a little bit of lack of awareness.
The hypest moment I had in Korean. Well, usually you all get hyped together in a Korean cast. It flows that way. Although probably one of the times that I got legit like the most hyped was when X10 beat Optic at Masters or Champions. Was that Champs? Maybe that was Champs.
As the Sova now to try to make some sub calls.
I think the animation stops it. I think well, you can't because you can't have abilities inside the ult.
I go.
It is going to be a tech pause, so hopefully a little bit faster than the one that we had previously. Seems like it's going to be something here with
I don't know whether to be sad or happy that Chobra no longer gas.
So allow us to unpack a little bit more.
Chat, you make it sound like I'm just complete 100% done forever. If I'm given the opportunity, I would cast again. Like I want to cast more.
Honestly, where I think
because I think there's more work to be done in casting in general. But
because if you include the Riot 1 events across the years, it's 4-1 to Zeta Division. They've been very dominant. Red Bull home ground as well, and those 3 events all in front of home crowds.
Yeah.
Can you cast my premier games?
You know,
could be fun.
In a lot of ways, Zeta
could be fun. I'd be kind of down.
The banner carrier for their region, but DFM
they're rooting for different teams.
They had, there was tons of hope, myself included, that this roster could make a splash, that they could contend to maybe at least make playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on
here in Pacific. But
the tech pauses today.
I mean, you could see it as stage 1 draw it on. They just didn't have the mental to hang, like their fundamentals.
How does Zeta? Oh, it's too early to tell yet. But
the things that I saw in the offseason with the good kind of coordinated play, the comms looked really like well balanced, and it seemed like Art was doing a nice job of getting the right pieces in the right places. They were playing for trades really well. All the things that you would expect.
Yeah, man, he's got good hair.
Out of a solid
he's got good hair.
Team just left them.
Oh,
and
looks like we're ready. They're moving. They're moving.
There, he's going to bring some new energy. He was a great clutch.
What would you do if they want you to cast another region?
Really
I'm okay with it conceptually, and my wife is okay with it conceptually, but the problem would be that I would have to be guaranteed a certain amount of pay because my wife wouldn't really have any opportunities to make money if she wanted until like she got accustomed to everything, right? Because she doesn't speak English fluently or anything like that. So that would just be the only thing. Whereas in Asia, I'm more willing to like be flexible on pay and figure out other terms because I can like figure things out.
Allow for a couple counter kills to come back through, but in the end, it's widely just gonna be GN and Cess dead. DFM quickly shrugging off the aggression here, getting rid of that overdrive very swiftly.
And this is exactly what you need out of a player like Cess. It isn't like he's lighting up the scoreboard, but he finds the most impactful kill of the round. Just what a nice little flick over to get that kill onto the overdrive, and a crunch attempted. Looked like maybe it was going to do some more damage through the window, but it's dealt with. And okay, now for real.
Now for real?
It's going to be the timeout call here from
dude, the Zeta green is so nice. It just throws me off because no part of their jersey or their logo has green on it.
This roster from Zeta Division playing together did play this setup with
you know what I mean?
As well as 10-10 back.
Like it's part of their branding, but it's not.
Only were able to stick around for a singular game. Didn't beat Trace. Ended up losing to them 1-2. So got eliminated. So we didn't get to see that much. But this is a big pivot.
Wondering if there's an actual viewer base for China games with Korean cast. I mean, there's some. Like some of the Korean fans like always ask, like, man, is anybody gonna like? Aren't any Koreans gonna freaking co-stream China? The bigger problem is that if even in Korea, the majority is probably watching Pacific, and they're usually on at the same time. That's the bigger problem.
Isn't always that
Viper
valuable
green.
in terms of what the overall setups
Oh
are.
yeah, and then their jerseys
You're
have
trying to
blue
take some
accents. You're
individual
right.
duels at
It is a little
times. You're
bit
trying to just
confusing.
be a side anchor.
What do you think about RRQ? I mean, I think this is just what I expected for them for week 1 and maybe even 2. I think they still have a lot of work to do to like figure out this current meta for themselves. I fully expect them to, but compared to my expectations, this wasn't that bad. This was right about what I expected to see from them, which is a little bit sluggish, a little bit one-dimensional, not very flexible, etc. All right, they should know that this is heaven. The real question is, can they get out of it? Jinbong gets him through the screen, I think.
Oh, the drop down from May is disgusting and snappy.
Oh my gosh.
Seems like no matter what they try right now, ZETA Division just cannot catch.
So he's got TP. Dude, he could even fake it, but they're just gonna give up. They want to save the op.
5-1.
Just a really nice read again. Helps when you have the dimensional drift. And you have to back off.
That viewer base is just Stu's fan club, the Koreans that want to watch. Well, and RB, but now RB is in Pacific.
Should be able to get another one, but Depp and Sugar Zero a little bit low on the creds.
Wait, WTF? Haven not defense-sided? What?
Yeah, hell of a shot, and the flick is not going to be there. 10-10 does eat a bit.
Isn't it ironic that it's the region, the sub-region, the two teams that used to be known for terrible attack sides, and suddenly DFM is just like running it down on attack, while everybody else has been focusing heavy on their defensive strats for Haven.
Fantastic for them.
Yeah.
Part in dispatching that previous
Akame is not eye-jailing. It's Cess. We were mistaken. We were mistaken.
He was outperforming Akame. You know, it's often him and May who are kind of the duo that you were looking at for this squad. But, you know, with the step up from Akame recently, he has kind of been the
difference. If DFM suddenly arrests you are to blame. They're just not good enough.
The team you're looking for.
They're just not good enough. If that happens,
it is going to be Depp on the sheriff.
Oh, that's too many. That's too many targets, my guy. That's too. Oh, okay.
Shorty does manage to come away with the kill. He's trying to fake
okay. Ooh, had to use the slide too, but at least he gets out.
Does manage to get out. Basically scot-free.
He gets out, and if DFM doesn't juggle it back, which it's a iffy distance to do so, eventually you could pick up a gun. DFM's still sticking around just to see. Like, you see the drone, they're just giving presence. They'll actually leave a lurk, even in a 4v5, to protect the gun and potentially create more space. A little bold from DFM, in my opinion, but I guess you're trusting in Akame. Yeah, the problem is if he hears no noise, Jinbong has to peek. This is.
He's able to find the headshot.
I know exactly.
Oh no! Oh no!
Able to find clues before the ping comes through.
Oh no!
Cess is right there. Depp swinging, trying to find a punish.
Oh, that is.
Almost getting
whoa!
in the head.
Really? We're gonna play for time here?
Plant for a moment. Sugar Zero swinging out, instantly dealt with.
Oh, I mean, I get what Sugar Zero was going for, but
really more to be done here by XDL. Surely, we'll have to just try to save this weapon.
He's wondering about the lurk as well, and he's just gonna have to save. Oh, is he gonna go back for the op? Maybe he goes back for the op. He might just be going back for the op.
Up some space for Sugar Zero. That turns out to be a pretty big mistake. That's a huge ultimate that you throw into nothing. ZETA Division.
No, ZETA guy's definitely the exception, though. I feel like the Japanese are generally much more reserved in public settings. I can't say how they are in, like, you know, I don't know, at like a birthday party at a bar or something, but they think they know he's gonna be back there.
Nothing carried over.
Clues should still be the IGL.
And it's going to be a couple players basically cash capped. Only so much to really buy down for is a decent recovery off the start here. Looked like maybe May was going to be able to win that one out, but the shorty behind finds the kill. But
actually, if we had XTLO, honestly, I am not. Don't take my word for it. Someone check somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure Clues should be. But someone check with somebody else, because I am not confident in the Japanese teams and their positions.
That DFM was sorely lacking.
And if you're wondering why, to be straight up honest, it's because I wasn't that interested. But
Depp looking to play off of that, but
spawn.
Yeah, that's GN.
Okay. They both back out.
Wary about this, looking for the timing and finds it. Right as he tries to go for the smoke. Another first kill found, but May gets himself two, swings the corner.
May is back.
Put him down on the floor, but Jinbung approaches out from long.
10-10 not back.
Sugar Zero is just TPing, but they just don't have the space. They've lost complete control of every single ounce of this map. So as soon as he arrives, he is struck down.
10-10 really said I can't outperform my brother.
They're along the wall,
If he's struggling because of his teammates, I too shall struggle.
Trying to find a punish.
Can't outshine him. No, the op priority is messing that up a lot though, because he's not getting value with the op.
Should be. But it isn't. 16 health, Jinbug still standing. 7-1 DFM.
No, Viper Omen is fine. It's just literally this wall. This wall was just suboptimal.
Going to be, but at the moment is looking to be massive.
Yeah, you think it might go well. Depth gets a good read, and then May comes to life. He's immediately
basically this wall plus the poison cloud on C
just scaling
like forces you to have to play passive default.
Off guard. I mean, a veteran player like
Right.
Sugar Zero, to get him in a situation like that.
But it also doesn't like. But A can still be flooded just as easily.
In the decision making, and I don't know what's going on with XDL. The Hunter's Fury last round into not trying to save the rifle. I have questions.
How did he not get tagged
I
by
have
that?
concerns.
Oh no, that was his. They both threw it.
Because that is painful to watch.
Oh, Depp. Depp, he saw one.
Jumpstart the engine here, but ultimately,
dude, Akame is dude, Akame is on one right now with how fast he's getting the orbs.
Back into the smoke.
Holy.
Hiding in sewer, but as the ISO leads the charge, there's not much to be found. Seth's able to go ahead and scoop up 3 quick kills. Clues will be able to get himself a lockdown pretty much regardless.
Yeah, oh, I mean, I'm a big, I used to main Viper. I'm a big Viper advocate. It's just this wall. It's just that Gen G popularized it. They keep making it work because nobody can punish Foxy9 hard enough. And then now everyone's like, that's the wall.
You have the dimensional drift. You have Cess's ult to cancel out.
It's not. It's not the wall. I mean, but the counterpoint is that again, sometimes you just this does simplify it. This wall simplifies it, right? I think that's something that I'm looking into a lot this stage, and also especially because like Nongshim kind of has this where sometimes if the players can't really internalize the macro ideas of a certain setup, then you can't do it. You can't, right?
This time over towards C.
It's like when your ISO was like the comp to play on Haven all the time. It's like if you don't really know how to play it, or you don't have the skill set to do it well, then you shouldn't be playing it. So like I get that, but also at that point it's like I don't know if you should be playing a Viper, I guess. But
pop this Jinbung does manage to go ahead dodge any further shots. Same time, XCL now forward in position over at long. This A side of the map.
Do you have any Zeta players in VFL? I do. I have 2 actually. I have Depp and Sugar Zero, so this isn't looking very good. I actually completely forgot about that. Thanks for making me not happy about this game. I was happy about DFM doing so well, and now you've made me sad and mad.
Trying to flush him out. No real way to try to apply this pressure, but Jinbung!
Dude, 10-10 is having a rough time today.
XCL botches the dart. And just like that, the map is reopened.
30 seconds left.
That's unfair. Zeta finally playing a good round.
He's 13-2-2.
He's dominating. I mean, they had him beat. And he just
the dart was bad too. I mean, the util isn't great on Zeta either. Like, it's not just 10-10 not hitting shots, but it's just usually like before 10-10 was breaking through the mistakes with his aim.
Spike planted.
One away from having the neural theft.
We have the Hunter's
3v2, still the late linger.
Maybe that's why DFM is winning, because they have 2 Koreans.
Noise being made, the push out depth does manage to go ahead and get that, but now neural gets the ping reveal.
Before the second, yeah, I mean, you're making all the footsteps though.
Too damn clean.
Man, I mean, that's a round that Jinbung just wins for you on his own. He is the guy. And it looked a great start here. Clues wins in the kill contract. 10-10 gets the kill onto May. Then Jinbung does that. He's so ready for the
More
swing for Sugar
Koreans,
Zero.
more win.
Okay, that's not the best spray we've ever seen, but that's all right. All's well that ends well. But XDL does not look comfortable on Sova.
No, DFM looks pretty good. They look very comfy. They look very comfy. Like, they all look like they're very comfortable with their... Like, they can focus on their own games, you know what I mean? Like, they're all feeling very good and smooth with their aim and their decision-making. Feels like it's flowing a lot better, whereas ZETA...
I mean, they have so much money.
Like, we're missing that a little bit.
Just feeling themselves. 10-10. Try to hold the tight angle. Actually, shifting over to the other side, maybe.
Just
oh, no.
Pushing out of the wall. Was that a miscommunication? Did they suspect that it was going to drop, and instead he just...
I mean, I don't know.
Through it.
It's weird.
Not quite certain what just happened, but it's costly if nothing else. He was backing away. May, I think a little bit of noise.
There's definitely some comms issues going on.
Sugar Zero, only one with a rifle here.
Dude, I want to see the icebox. ZETA, come on.
Just feel like right now, basically at a loss for words. There's nothing really more to be said here.
No, they're just crushing them.
Trying to break the angle, double peek forward, but
I mean,
gets involved, and of course Jinbung finds the final
flawless
shot to get himself a 3K. It's a flawless round. ZETA, one
this
round win
is
as we go into the last round of the half.
Damn.
I thought this map was supposed to be defender-sided.
It's Jinbung sided.
Oh my gosh.
Like it was Yuratan sided.
What? Yeah, what? And then Depp just walks out of his own. Like, what is going on?
These Korean players,
you know, the
that have been around for the longest time, that are just really starting to get their first shouts here in Tier 1.
They're
looking great today.
Crushing, dude. I want to give a huge shout out to Sess, because he is doing a really nice job backing up Jinbung. He's there to cover whenever he needs to.
Warbot didn't get cleared. Oh, they reveal it now. Or realize it now.
Couple outlaws. Actually, a couple
I mean,
players on
DFM is just pressuring them, and now, especially with this wall, look at it. Look at this. ZETA just has to wait.
This is one of them. Clues does have the full armor.
This wall has actually just determined. This is like the line that they cannot cross.
Have to be
the only place where they have more info is here because of the turret.
Just looking. But, I mean, there's not much info that ZETA really has on what's going on until just now. Until XDL gets something with the drone.
So ZETA knows that there were 2A.
So that might kind of fool.
As you pinged the Cypher. Do we want to see the Sova ult?
Down to 10.
Yeah, do we maybe want to...
Sending it, trying to see if he can clear
Okay.
up those close corners.
Doesn't tag anybody.
On this A side of the map as the spike slowly slinks back through the lobby.
They're going to try to throw for a full fake here.
Right here to B.
Drone just to push him back, tags in. Cess. Yeah, ZETA's biting. You know why? Because they have zero information. 1010's the only one who's trying to get more information, and he will, but they've already emptied out the B site. And if 1010 dies here, it's over, and May gets the kills. I mean, dude, Aquaman is... Dude.
Not in this map at all. DFM, 11-1 on the half. Most dominant showing on the map so far here in stage 2. Granted, still early doors, but my goodness.
No, he's been getting his orbs real fast.
Across the board.
Like, it's almost like he just assumes he gets the kill every time and he pre-fires the orb.
The confidence, the calling, the coordination, all of it amazing, and the shooting. I mean, what do you do?
And it's the last form of DFM that you wanted to see if you were a ZETA fan, not just because of
No,
this
DFM looks actually really good.
Right now, but because you want ZETA to be that banner from Japan, to be the ones.
No, but that's the thing, is that, like, that's what we've all been saying, right? Is that at least for Gen G, they play around this wall because they leave Foxy alone on C, but he plays giga aggressive, right? He's like bouncing between Garage and C. He's taking one and done positions. He has nanos and everything set up on Garage. Like, that way they can stack Garage B and A, and they can have one guy rotating back and forth, so you've always got a 3-man. And then they also take Munchkin takes really good timings to peek out of the A side to get contact info. The moment you play scared, this wall is absolute garbage.
Scale up, and then May just pushes through the smoke, catches Zeta off guard again with those aggressive.
No, DFM still looks good because I think DFM has made this wall look even worse because they've scared Zeta away.
Got Sugar Zero like that.
Okay, the wall debuff is gone now.
New confident DFM that just built off the momentum they started at the pistol.
We'll see.
Never let go.
I mean, 10-10 should have a bit more agency on the attacking side.
I mean, yes, must-win pistol for Zeta, but hard to imagine.
Cousin It.
This is all
Cousin
done and
It.
dusted.
Cousin It. 8. Thank you for the tier 1 resub. Welcome back.
There. Use the paranoia to clear that corner for 10-10.
Thanks for the support. Oof. Well, I mean, he had more agency. He just died.
Another kill, looking for the follow-up. XCL.
They got the sight. They got the sight.
Full push coming around the back here.
Oh, they got value. They got damage down onto Jinbong.
And Depp loses his head.
How are you, Cousin It?
Off to the races.
Uh-oh.
Incredible. May trying to hold his own.
Uh-oh.
Finds a headshot.
No shot. He gets Sugar Zero first, man.
XCL finds another, but now finds that he is all alone.
He's going to try to bait them into chasing after him, but they say it's a 3v1. We don't give a damn. No, surely you don't. You don't. You don't actually need to, DFM. They actually just don't need to. I mean, they're doing it as a team, but they okay. But they didn't actually need to.
They check all angles, pack mentality. They go on the hunt, and they are feasting tonight.
I assume cousin It is correct. Adams.
I mean, again, another great individual
I like know of
Zach.
Adam's Family. I have no idea what the reference
so
is to. That's my bad. Oh man, they didn't plant because they pushed out and died. The push out was fine, by the way. The push out was fine, but
they've got a big push out towards A lobby. Meanwhile, May.
Dude, Depp and Sugar Zero are tanking my VFL. They are tanking it.
Moment to strike.
These guys are third place Masters players. What is going on, man?
Good for one again.
Seth's finding one, taken down. This time is
Oh,
a
no.
judge here into the smoke, and now he's spamming them all out of this lobby, out of this game. 13-1, barring the most insane, unhinged, ridiculous, impossible clutch that we
Chobra's
have ever
VFL ruining Osboss and Zeta.
There's step one.
We'll see. Well, dude, if Kayak doesn't perform in his game, that's when we really know that my VFL draft is the problem.
Jinbong steady throughout.
You need to learn to pick one player from each team playing? No. That's how you get into top 50, but that's not how you win. That's weak sauce. That's weak sauce talk.
Watching a Formula One race from the stands, the cars zooming by before you can even tell what's going on. I mean, this is a stellar performance from DFM. If you're a DFM fan and you showed up today, you're very happy.
Oh yeah, I mean the DFM, they were racing.
What other agent has Munchkin played in the last 30 days? Good question.
They were just turning left the whole time.
They're third place Masters winners, but DFM almost denied people their Toronto win. True.
I mean, you know what? I can't wait to see the stats. Those are going to be crazy.
It's I mean, dude, Zeta looked rough.
Earlier on. Curious to see how Jinbong compares.
I think DFM actually didn't play anything too fancy macro-wise either. DFM were shooting though. So like, aim-wise, individually DFM was on top, for sure. Dude, the DFM fans don't know how to react. They've never felt this way before. They've never felt more superior than Zeta.
Ladies and gentlemen.
It's such a foreign feeling.
Yeah, everybody was doing great.
But DFM individually was really good. Their trading was good. Like their micro was very good, and their macro was fine. It's just I think Zeta's macro was bad.
Very much hungry for the win. Look at the
like Zeta definitely, like there were comms issues, there were utility misses. Zeta definitely played poorly. I still think DFM would have won. I just don't think it would have been 13-1.
Lotus is going to be coming up next though. DFM's map pick. Let's see if Zeta maybe underprepared for their own, overprepared for that Lotus, or if it's just going to be 2-0, 2-0 here today. For now, let's go ahead and send it back to the analyst desk who weren't on stage not very long ago. That was a quick one, guys.
Actually, we never left. we were just here the whole time, and maybe we blinked a few times, and then this happened. 13-1, one of the most dominant maps that we had here yet on
10
the
out of
BCT
10
Pacific
post
stage
plants,
this year.
holy.
DFM, wow.
Somebody check on the ZETA watch party guy. That guy's in tears. He's on the floor right now.
No!
Unbelievable. I've never seen ZETA get smacked so hard. DFM, unbelievable game from them. I mean, they are rediscovering.
Jinbeng was 22-0. There's no shot. Are you serious? He had a 10.0 KD.
Again of May and Akame to really just absolutely knock ZETA out of the
There's
circle.
no way that's real.
Yeah, I mean, I just so dominant. I mean, what do you even say on a 31
Flip the
like this?
screen.
Zeta
Flip
had
the
nothing
screen. There's
go
nothing
their
else
way
to talk about on the
at
screen.
all.
Go
It
to the
felt
next
like-
one.
It felt like nothing could go wrong for DFM. I mean,
Go to the next
I have to
one.
say I'm particularly excited for Jinbeng here.
22-2.
Is an insane
10.0 KD, 11.0 KDA.
Against him in
Holy
scrims last year, I felt like he was
smokes.
really special. He was grinding through a lot of ranked, and I was really looking
Zeta
forward
might have
to
been
it.
too busy
You know,
playing
in
Uma Musume
stage one
instead.
especially, he took a big dip. He wasn't really playing how I felt like he was capable of, and this is more the form. that I
Went
was waiting
10
to
out of
see.
10 against 10-10.
Definitely. There were a
Holy.
lot of stand-up performances here.
Who's
but
the IGL for
Jinbeng
DFM?
had to- so, you
Cess.
know,
The casters
take
confirmed it was
everything.
Cess.
I mean, every single round he was able to deliver. I have, massive question marks here for the side of Zeta.
Yeah. Like,
we were-
what was this comp? Like,
You're
Dep's
not
on a Viper.
CG.
Dep's on a Viper. Your IGL Clues is playing Senti. XTL, who's usually on the Flash units, although he has played a little bit of some other units on the Recon unit. I mean,
Also,
10
I
on the
asked them
Neon
and
makes sense, Sugar Zero on
I
the
forgot
Omen
to
makes
check the
sense,
response, but they said
there's so
Cess.
much better comps
At least
to
that's
have.
what
It's
was
personnel.
submitted,
Like,
right?
surely
This
you
can
just-
change.
I can
Teams
see them
can
running RRQ's comp.
change it,
Chuck
but
Depp on the Yoru, Chuck 10-10 on the Neon, play double duelist. Like, what are we playing Gen G's comp for? I'm not understanding what's going on here.
No, that's exactly it. Like, I feel like are they a little bit hesitant? Are they a little
first
bit
Yudo and now
scared to run
Jinbeng?
that
Dude, the
double
tier
duelist
2
because they
the tier 2
maybe
Koreans are
aren't
coming,
sure
man.
how to manage it or how it's going to go down? It's something that might be super unfamiliar to Zeta, but I feel like if you do have the skill set for it, why not run the double duelist, especially since you're up against players like May.
I mean,
Akame,
it's
and
not, I mean,
Jinbeng that
double
had just had
double
so many
duelist isn't even
highlights
the
here.
problem. It's just
Absolutely. I mean, we'll look at some
like
of those.
you
I'm not sure if
literally,
we're
they
going to
literally
Jinbeng
looked
highlights
so
first, 'cause there
proactive
were
when
a lot of them.
10-10
No, I
joined,
mean,
and then they
great
literally
combat running double
chose
duelist.
a
This
comp
is the
that
double
you have
duelist
to just be
popularized
confident,
by
otherwise you
Team
turn
One.
into the
We
most
say time and time
passive
again,
thing ever,
Akame,
and then
you
they
see him
just.
farm up in the anti-eco round and get a 4K. That's 4 big ultimates.
We're gonna run some
Big
ads,
hits, I might
chat.
say. Getting himself the ult that secures the follow-up gun round there and allows them to reset Zeta early on, which gives them a lot of momentum. And following on from that, then you have the Yoru ult
Isn't this
ready
what
to
the
go.
Japanese
These
teams do,
rounds
switch
have
up each
played
stage? That's
themselves, and then
actually
you start
true.
snowballing, and all of a sudden you're up 11-1 on attack.
That is true. They take turns taking steps back. That way none of them can get ahead.
Which I really like. And then does this little drop down, very smooth with it. That's the May we've been waiting to see. But yeah, I felt like they looked well practiced, well drilled on their comp.
By the way, Jinbeng was supposedly the second lowest fragger on DFM. In that game, there's no shot. Or you just mean like he was considered the second weakest. I mean, I can see that. Akame and May for sure in the top two. And GN probably in terms of like ranked.
Or a little bit of hesitancy on how to go. It didn't seem like they knew exactly what they were supposed to do, especially since you had everything on the side of DFM covered on all corners, especially since you had
Jinbeng is very good, but I think it's just like the peaks of May and Akame and potentially GN were probably higher historically.
Just like this.
I mean, that's his best game in Pacific. 20-2 is unbelievable.
GN was supposed
That
to
is
be
a
some
star-worthy
crazy
performance
ranked
to see.
monster.
These
I can't
Korean
attest to that, but
players playing on various different,
the backup member for Depp was
nationality
10-10. Now Depp and 10-10 are together.
making a big accounting for
And it's
themselves
not looking
in
good.
Stage 2 here. Don't know if they're, getting the reel going,
Depp
for
also
next
just
year.
seems
Hello, guys, I'm
uncomfortable on the
Korean, by
Viper.
way. I'm putting up numbers
Dude,
here in
KDA
Pacific. If you need
11.
another Korean player, you know who to call.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if people are going to come knocking on DFM's door after this performance on Jinbeng. Like I say, I was so excited for this man to enter Pacific. I thought he was so talented.
No, but Jinbeng's always had a very promising potential ever since he started playing.
As a twin, though, doesn't it make you feel sad that he's left his twin behind in challenges?
And now with a performance like that, he's going to have the keys to DFM. He's going to hire whoever he wants after this game.
They're going to be reunited.
They're going to bring back Guangbong.
Everything. But, I also have to say, DFM DFM, the vibes were immaculate. You saw them the moment they walked out, they were vibing, they were grooving a little bit, and on that stage you could hear them. You saw Akame, you know, shouting. Yeah, and that's
Big time
exactly
as a twin, yeah. I was surprised when I found out.
As much as they did.
I mean, I feel like this team will always kind of try and bring the vibes. Even when they're losing, they try and do these fun walkouts.
Is he called small time? But he's actually taller.
But it's so much easier to have fun when you win a game like that. I mean,
for sure.
Fun comes naturally hand in hand with the winning. So it's nice to see them genuinely enjoy themselves and not have to like force too hard.
But that's why.
But wait, hasn't the Horse Girl game been out in 2021 in Japan since 2021? Maybe it got a big update. I don't know. Maybe there was an anniversary of it.
With like the individuals really just plowing away. Like,
yeah. Anybody else have players from these two teams on their VFL? I have Devin Sugar Zero. I'm cooked. I'm giga cooked.
Then they're going to win Lotus despite the fact that they haven't been able to get a dub on it thus far. Over on the side of ZETA.
Oh wait, I have Akame too though. Wait, chat. Hold on, I have Akame. We're not that cooked.
I just want to see them run a double duelist, honestly.
We're not that cooked.
I'm really liking the fact that they tried to jam a double controller on into Haven there. I think that there could be some better looks for ZETA, and if they
was RRQ bad or GE good? GE was great, and RRQ was, I guess technically speaking, bad, but I wasn't expecting them to look much better than that anyway. So RRQ was kind of on my expectations.
Since Senta came in, I don't think he's played a duelist. He's been on Sentis or he's been on the Viper. So that's the role he's filling within the team. When they flex into double controller, he's going to be on the Viper. Otherwise,
yeah, I got Akame.
Sentinel, and he hasn't put up
We're okay. We're okay. Foxy and Munchkin will pop off against RRQ.
Dep is a very, very good duelist in Pacific. Like, I don't see why you.
Francis and RB will pop off again against DRX. RB's going to have a life revenge game. Crashes and Kayak will farm. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
To be playing one on an agent like
no, I all-in on Kayak. Like I spent all my points on Kayak.
They must have tested this though. That's my only thinking here, is that they must know something we don't. They must have ran it, but I'm really not sure why it wouldn't work there.
I have Akame mate and Dep. Nice.
And they've kept him, and now they're not playing double duelists. It's like they could have chosen.
Your next transfer will be hard? Why will my next transfer be hard? I knew when I drafted who I'm transferring out. I'm transferring these two guys out. I only picked them because I think their matchups, because I assumed they should be beating DFM, and I think their matchups just this week should be pretty good for ZETA. That's literally the only reason. These two are instantly getting swapped out after this week. There's no shot, especially after a performance like this.
Yeah, DFM across on the other side here with that double duelist that you know, worked so well for them in map 1. May sticking with that Yoru. Akame on the Raze with a little Jingbun visor. I'm expecting.
All right, what do we got? We got Raze Yoru. They're leaning heavy into the double duelist for DFM. I didn't see ZETA's full thing. Did they sell the Neon?
If it doesn't work this map, it's got to be back to the drawing board, honestly.
Well, we'll see indeed if they go back to that drawing board or if DFM manage to take this 2-0. We're going to toss it back to our casters to take us into Lotus, over to Paper Thin and Achilles.
You gotta flip your sign.
Well,
in all honesty, like, do people not check their signs before they lift it up? It just happens too often. Surely you check. All right, 10-10's Raze. Okay, so they're just going standard comp with Vice. I don't like it. And this doesn't bode well, chat. This does not bode well for ZETA. This doesn't bode well for ZETA. ZETA doing meta and traditional meta never pans out. It's always so reactive. It's so passive.
He's gonna take the rebel control, but he's on his own. He's on an island.
DFM should get rated higher if they continue to stick to this double duelist and the players continue to perform even at like 80% of what they showed in map 1. Or score-wise. Obviously the opposition will change, but
it's all fine.
Very good point.
You got him, boom.
This is an easy dub.
Does only have a classic in hand.
Interesting wall, by the way. This Vice wall? That's an interesting one. And then you delay with the Razor Vines on tree? I like it.
By Clues up on top of the rock and quickly drop away. Gonna be looking for the opening shot. Just go ahead and break that line of sight at the same time. 10-10 gonna be noted as Dep.
Okay, good trades, good trades. Clues getting the kills, both of them on the flank is huge. Still checking.
Just the one Ghost in
He's
hand.
gonna group up. He's gonna join. There you go. Oh, I thought he maybe used it as a fake, but
Trying to go on the peak, but
very
Clues
big from Clues.
finding a very snappy third shot, headshot.
Somebody help him out. Somebody help him out. Oh, huge help.
XCL will collect it. Zeta Division find their first pistol win. And
Learning
tying up
pronunciation
the round
in a
for
language is
map
tough.
number one.
For any
this is
language.
A really nice win for Clues on the backside. Making up
A dark horse going to France after winning the
Some
Japanese
wrongs there.
Derby. It's already happened. It's going to happen
on the
again.
previous map. Hit some bangers there. That's Akame and May, too. That's really nice. So, good reads there. Good understanding of the map. That's what Zeta needs in spades. DFM on the... It's got to be the first eco the entire match. All classics, no buy-ups.
Okay, Zeta
Staying
taking
stacked,
space. What?
Same time,
Why are
why
why are two people watching from afar? Like, why is Tenten having to check this and this and this all on his own? What is going on here?
Jump here on Depp can
Now I'm just mad. Even though they won the pistol, I'm just upset.
That would be the only prize that they find.
But this is, to be fair, the anti-eco is the round where you take it slow. You wait for them to make a mistake. This is the round where you do that. So, like, we'll chill. Well, okay, Depp.
In and out, able to find that kill. So Ghost can get scooped up 1-for-1 at the end of it all, but ultimately that is still Depp doing a damn good job.
I mean, he gets the value they need.
XDL now pushing forward. Trying to get out wide here on the angle. And does collect the kill there onto May.
Okay, you know that they're not further there. Akame, though, the timing. Oh my god, Jian's going to draw aggro as well. Jian trying to just, oh my god. Oh, dude, he dies just a second too early. Great read from XDLL.
Very clean, all weapons retained at Zeta Division. Starting things off 2-0 on the attack.
Yeah,
Mr. Blues Clues. Okay, but chat, we all need to root for Zeta this map. Because we need to witness the absolute giga banger that is the Japanese joust on Icebox.
Not going to be enough to get him rolling on this map too.
We need to.
Good question. Nice hold there for XDL with the Guardian. 10-10 snappy with the Vandal on the final. All right. Huge round now. Like you said, a lot being carried over here for Zeta. Boombot out early.
Okay, so they're constantly trying to fast pressure Mound, but with just a Boombot.
Trying to maybe see if they could get the flash.
The one-way came out like right at the same time, though, so that's fine. Paint shows to keep them at bay even further.
Wise to back out, has the Vice Wall. There to back him up just in case.
Okay, but they're pressuring everywhere so they can try to reclaim some space. They got a little bit here, but now they have to rework this. And they're on the right track. It's still before a minute. It's okay. They're playing the old meta, so like they can't go much faster than this every single round, right? It feels slow because we're seeing so many other comps these days, but with this comp, like the timings are actually really good from Zeta so far. Oh, Clues! They line up. He gets two. That's huge. This is your bonus. And May got tagged as well. 76 health.
Tries to peek out, which is ahead of this smoke.
Yep, they plant safe. I like that from Zeta. Oh, spams that for too long.
Is able to go ahead and shut him down.
Dude, at some point you got to consider saving if you're DFM, as much as that always sucks to do on a buy round. Well, I don't know. I think there's logic to just say Hail Mary it, because if you save, what are you really doing with your econ anyway?
Finds himself down to 5 health, so
yeah. But yeah, now you're down health, so now you go, because otherwise you're giving free ult orbs.
Return to form here as they start off this map 3-0, converting this bonus.
I mean, I was thinking to myself before.
Zeta quite literally saw all 5 on A last round. No, they only saw 4 though.
So maybe that still could hold true even after
no,
that
I'm serious.
shellacking that Zeta
I'm pretty sure he only saw 4.
How many times do we say it? How many times the team say it? Sometimes when you just get bodied, you get mauled on a map.
I agree with you that they were still too cautious, but
a little bit more when it's your own map pick. But we've seen the exchange of maps so many times, both regionally and internationally. It seems like this might not yet be any exception to that. As it's just very nice from Clues to be able to find this much value this early on.
Yeah. And
Where
this
is he?
He's back. He's back. He's in the front.
Let's go.
I've been waiting for Zeta to do something so
He
I
looks
can
like-
see Zeta guy.
He's there. You wouldn't expect him to be anywhere else. Just
Dude, he was
looking
probably
into
like,
the
dude, if I don't get caught on camera, I don't get paid, man. They gotta win a round.
Made combo. Good for kind of the
He's just like waiting.
push out there from Zeta Division, but actually just being pretty patient, not overextending. The rifles are going to
Did
be
he really
laying out of his
CL5?
hands.
Oh, well then, that's bad on depth for the comms.
It's gonna be a smoke. That's kind of deep, and usually you'd see that right at the front of sight, but kind of makes it easier for them to get through here.
Jump forward, Shorty. Trying to scale
No
forward.
way,
Really
10-10.
off the side.
Oh,
10-10
he
just
gets it.
refires the door.
Huge.
Zeta just swinging right into that one.
Dude, maybe 10-10's just good at
Absolutely
Lotus.
destroyed May with some really nice kills, but Depp still fighting back.
Okay. Zeta big chillin'.
He opens the angle. It's 10-10 jumping up over the top.
Well,
Spot
it
plenty.
releases,
Wall
but with
holding it back
limited
before the moment.
features. Like, you can only do your own games and et cetera, et cetera. So there won't be like replay codes. I actually will be very shocked if Riot caves in and gives like replay
That's what you
codes
need
where you can
here.
download other
Need
game
10-10 to come
replays.
alive. You bring him in to be
Especially of
that
like VCT
superstar
matches,
duelist
because that probably also will just be
fill
on
in
the
the
tournament
large
server anyway,
shoes
so they'll
that
probably
Depp
have bigger
leaves
complications there.
in that role. And
I wish I could watch replay files of matches, but I don't. I think that's probably a long way away or never. My assumption is never. I'm just, my expectations are low. But I still think you can get a lot of cool content, even if it's not like analytical content. Just like replays of your own games will allow people to make more content. Like that will just be better.
Odin for GN.
Oh, legged him. Oh my God, they're just.
CL, however, able to find
10-10
Really
10-10 said, "I
slowing
ain't
down.
dead yet." He just starts walking, marching
All of
towards
the
him with a
energy,
limping
all of
leg.
that momentum that Shinbung had acquired from the first map.
Oh no.
As 10-10 pushes
Oh
out, finds the timing
no.
bang. Dead on the floor. Gets rid of the sniper and
You know what the
scoops it
worst
up.
part
Up
is
now
though?
in hand for
That
10-10.
like
And
Zeta's
save
running
call is
him
going to have
down,
to be made.
and yet
Given the investment, you've already lost one critical weapon.
like none of us are getting as
Using
angry at
Odin as
DFM
well.
because at least they're being somewhat proactive. You know what I mean? Like they're
Snappy
making
that would
like
make me personally-
individual
it
mistakes
certainly
and
would be
stuff, but and they're
catastrophic for
losing
DFM.
duels. But it's like,
Oh,
you know,
that's brutal.
Main out. Tucked in. Tension being paid.
no, I don't think this is so
Narrowly
much an
survives to
anti-strat
break
from
from all
either.
the
I don't think
conclusions
the Haven
there,
was an
but second
anti-strat from
player.
DFM.
And now it is just
I
the
just
Odin
think, for one,
being
DFM.
retained here
I
for
think
the
DFM
moment.
played Haven
10-10
well. I
still
think
on
this
the
one,
hunt.
Zeta's they're just playing the old comp fine, but they're just winning a lot of their duels at the same time.
Oh, they might just miss
But
him.
they're also like not banking.
Will
They're
be
not
able to hold
like
on to this
backing
one.
out when they get tagged or something. They're like
5-0
keeping
start.
up with the fight. So
This is
I think it is much
brutal,
more
and
just
that's
like
gonna be a timeout call.
Zeta just is playing
I mean,
with
it's
better
just crazy to
fundamentals
think
this
that
game.
Maybe we just have back-to-back just stomps, but for one team or the other. Desk was talking about it, kind of an interesting choice for DFM to go Lotus here, a map that they have struggled on. They haven't won it. Well, you could
Let me
look
turn
at
my fan off. Now it's getting
an
cold.
off-season event where they did win it, but otherwise you got to go back to them playing Bleed in Stage 1 last year. Since then, they haven't been able to get a win, and frankly, a lot of them are just blowouts. I mean, there's a 13-2 in there, a 13-3 in there.
Listen, man, if I was Anders, I would have a banger quote that chat definitely hasn't been overusing, ready to go.
What is going on today? This isn't normal. I'm so used to like Pacific just being tooth and nail, like so darn close. You know, go back to yesterday, you had 2 overtimes to start the day. Today's just been wild in terms of the swings.
What does that say? Anybody able to read it? He said, "Bring it on." Is that what it means?
We'll
Yeah,
see.
not having
I don't
replay
know.
packs is rough,
DFM here.
honestly.
Some decent ideas, but every time they've been trying to take some A-main
This timeout
space,
feels
like,
really
it's either just
long.
been dodged by Zeta, or they kind of
Chat,
just take
I
a
want chocolate,
pause
which
and then
usually
swing out
means I'm
and
stressed.
force May
I think
off
it's
of
more.
that
I don't think that's
position.
that I'm stressed. I think
So
it's because I'm
maybe you need
tired.
to reconsider
Because
your setups for a Rebel to back May up. I think I'd like to
I'm
see Seth
super
there,
sleep deprived. But
kind of using that fade util to get him that extra
have I ever told you
info
that
behind
story?
those toxic
Because I
screens.
usually don't like
If you do wanna
buy
go for those
chocolate.
aggressive
Like I'll
plays
eat it,
right
but I'm not a
outside of the
big
door
chocolate
of a
guy.
lobby,
Other than like Reese's peanut butter cups, I always really like Reese's peanut butter cups. But even then, like I usually don't buy it on my own. And then one day, it was when I was in college, I was out grocery shopping, and just randomly,
little things like that.
I like put a bag of chocolate, like a big bag, a pack of chocolate, in my cart. And then as I was checking out, I was like, why did I buy that? And then I realized I was like giga stressed during that time. And then I started to see the pattern.
Man's been watching Divide.
Just about
Well, Yugi Boy, I think we're getting one step closer to Icebox, which is great news. Oof.
I was going to say he's so low on HP, but then Seth just ends up dying.
Back to bed after the T1 dock. Oh, yeah. After the T1 dock, we'll end the stream. Also, just because it's super weak. And tomorrow I'm back at the arena for the Nongshim game, so... Maybe Meteor called Tenten in between maps and said he doesn't have to sandbag anymore for his brother. He's like, little bro, it's fine, man. You do you.
With that aim, gets a shot across on the clues, but find a kill.
Oh my gosh.
Rotating over.
Give me the Odin.
You do, but
DFM has crushed ZETA on Haven. They didn't just beat them.
Poison orb here. Would love to have that smoke cycled over from Zien.
Up.
But no,
Peace.
Still able to find one. Gets out. Now the showstopper is going to be wasted.
The blast packs are a little amiss.
Know that it's cleared, but it won't be giving over an easy kill. Potential opportunity.
All right, that's
here.
just the clone.
DFM is trying to rescue this round.
Ooh, gets ahead of it. Dude, Tenten's... This is what we saw towards the end of Stage 1, though. Tenten just, like, taking so much space and taking these hero duels, being set up for it sometimes with his teammates Util. And he's just running it down.
Flash flying, Akame able to find one of the quick peak, but there's too many angles, too many players still alive. ZETA Division not allowing for.
I think there's more to the XP thing on YouTube other than just number of chats. Surely it's like how often you're in the stream, etc. I don't know. Maybe it's because Kami hasn't been talking enough about Ume Musume. He lost the XP. XP loss. Skill issue, really.
Guessed incorrectly.
Yep.
13-0? That would be crazy. Dude, turning around a 13-1 into a 13-0 the next game would be insane. Imagine the mental whiplash.
Some options here for DFM to toy with. They just can't keep losing these opening battles. You know, saw that. That's something that ZETA has excelled at this year, is winning opening duels.
Don't provoke your chatters.
Converting off of it had been a problem.
I'm learning how to be a streamer.
Up and over the top goes XTL.
I mean, okay, DFM's starting to break apart, because earlier I don't even think they were playing that poorly, like macro and stuff. I think they were just getting outplayed and Tenten was taking so much space, but now they're starting to break apart a little bit.
Oh my goodness. Well, pack it up. Round's over.
Yep, that's that.
I would love to try to recover the operator.
That is a big oof. Oh my gosh.
Right there at the bottom of the stairs, so never mind. Surely, I mean, you should just be running away. We'll find one, but yeah,
damn, dude.
Hightailed out of there. Stop it from
dude, Tenten is on a mission, man.
Slowly creeping up here into position to try to find this gun.
He really said, no, I will be the Korean that stands out on the Japanese team.
Just from bad to worse. Big investments again for DFM. All for naught. Alt cycles just getting wasted. Just getting thrown into the abyss. And you're finding absolutely nothing. And I think you're right. Part of the problem here is the lack of
Jimbum's going to be like, I had an 11 KDA in map 1 just for this. Like, imagine you say that. That'd be so toxic. Oh, dude, he turns on his razor vines too.
There we go.
Drink responsibly.
That's right.
Dude, it's so funny. That guy's so funny. That guy's so funny. Oh my gosh.
In fact, just don't even start until the map is like locked in. Wait until ZETA get a map win, and then you can start drinking. That will save you a very intense headache later on.
the paranoia. Oh my goodness.
I mean, why are we sending the paranoia if we're not going to fight it?
Might have had a moment there where he could have caught him, but maybe 10-10 was good for the trade up on top of Rubble anyway.
They can't rush through that door in the first second and a half anyway.
Got so many ults here. Got to find the moment to strike. ZETA knows it. Trying to wait him out.
Oh boy.
Here for Cess, right?
Oh boy.
Does he go?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Cess, I don't know if he had to go for the wide swing there because people were still going to look at the door. That was a bit miscalculated. That was a bit misthought, miscalculated from Cess.
Ultimately, ZETA just going to be cutting noise.
The trigger discipline is fine, but he forgets that people would still be looking here.
The showstopper there.
But at least he gets the one kill, so like, you know, it's not a tragedy.
Just throw a smoke at that door, make it seem like you're...
Yeah, I think he was like, how do I make this? Because I think he also didn't want to wait around in case someone like suddenly swung the corner around the box, which is fine, but like a little bit overthought. It's not bad though. Like if he had not gotten the kill on clues, that would be bad, but it's kind of whatever in terms of result. Okay, so trade ult for ult, but oh,
it's Sugar Zero. The round is over. Huh?
Dude,
what has just occurred? How is this the round?
Can we just say this is like the epitome?
They're about to lose damn near every
This is the epitome of all the memes and stereotypes. The melons, the 7-1 Brazil, the ZETA losing to time.
Didn't realize it.
The Vice wall getting back. Like this is.
Oh my!
This is so good.
10-10 is just assassinating.
Pushed him in. That's so funny, man. That's so funny, man. Oh, it's too good, man.
Forces the movement as he's trying to just stay still.
It's so funny. I can't believe he gets pushed into the vines. It's so funny, man. That round was so good. That is my favorite round this week. That's so good.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. Why was there a satchel? Because 10-10 was trying to get over the wall.
There is no doubt about that.
And he didn't think about the fact that he would be pushing his teammate.
Well, push out of the smoke, May able to get his gets away. Jinbum going to be taken down.
Oh my gosh.
Good awareness there from GN. Getting the good read there onto depth. Meanwhile,
It's just too funny, man.
Has the wall set up here by B.
Although, to be fair, in either case, you weren't winning that round because of time at that point, but it is hilarious. 1 HP, but he had to create space because otherwise his teammates couldn't get in. I mean, surely. Okay, well, surely we either push out or we plant. Like, surely we don't just sit around and wait for the Euro to end.
May eliminated. Spike still on the floor. Gonna be scooped up and decently aware here of the positions, but still look to try to get the plant down here on the B site. Depth being pushed upon. Dead. Able to collect it.
Oh no. Is this a turnaround? Don't be a turnaround. I need to get to Icebox. Oh, clues. Oh.
Knows that it's not being held to half.
Oh, dude.
Red Bull
He just ego and mind games him. What a swing. Less health, but it's such a good call. Because he backs out into heaven. He knows that. Oh my gosh, he knows that. Who was it? Akame. Akame's holding in the middle of the site, so Akame has to go far. And then Akame considers the paint shells, but Clues is so low that you don't expect him to walk all the way back out to swing. And he just gets ahead.
The paint shells or something like that from Akame might have been able to give him a better shot.
No, Cess is IGLing. That was our bad. It got confirmed at the beginning of the match. Cess is the IGL.
Play out of C mound with this eco, trying to use Akame's hero rifle. Otherwise, it's just classics. So this is
all right. It's a fast push out again by two guys. This time it's the Fade and the Raze. The guns aren't great, so they're just going to have to fill and play with numbers. Is GN going to be the backup? He's going to be the trade through the smoke.
They send the Nightfall here.
The spike actually gets through.
10-10.
Whoa. Okay, 10-10's clearing heaven.
get. Akame finding one with the hero rifle.
Yep.
but
Sugar Zero's still feeling pretty safe. He's still got backup on stairs. They already got the flank.
One more here with the classic.
Should be fine.
Up a Vandal, maybe a chance to try to do some damage, but with little
Oh, that was nice. That was nice from 10-10. That was nice. That was smooth.
Taken down at 9-1. Zeta Division clearly able to shrug off the chaos of 3 rounds ago.
Yeah,
they've steadied the ship once again. As Clues is going to have another
Kami, what? Who or what are you rooting for?
On the seas, too many angles there. DFM to consider. 10-10, great adjustment with the blast pack. Everything coming up.
Clues?
Zeta.
Weapon?
Clues
Oh.
sticking with the operator.
Oh, okay. I mean, sure.
Dueling
Gets the op
nightfalls
given to
for
him.
the fades. Sugar Zero does have his ult as well. So could go for that combo for Zeta. Ooh, thought for a moment that might have caught a toe, but just missing his Clues. Akame and GN trying to put pressure here outside of the rocks. GN is backed right off. He takes a ton of damage. None given back.
May's going for the flank again. Prowler clears out B main, so he's feeling safe, but they don't hear anything further, so they pause. That's okay from DFM.
Behind enemy lines.
Oh, but this time Zeta's ahead of it. They're like, okay, you guys have been sending people out time and time again. So they re-clear B.
Searching for something.
They haven't really checked this. I think they heard the Prowler earlier. They want to pull them apart. They want to pull them away. If they don't pull away, you go into B.
Zeta can get the read that this is the scary
It's an
side.
NT. It's an NT read, but the spike is... Uh-oh. Whoa, whoa. Cess had to win that. Whoa! They cannot be dying to death like that. Akame knows that he's through.
Looking to try to hunt down this enemy Viper, but at the same time, I mean, look at the attention the Depp is pulling.
Dude, I mean, it actually works out. It actually works out. It actually works out. This is insane. The aggro works just because he gets double kill after getting hit by the nightfall. Oh, at the cover! Where were they in Haven, man?
Finds them both, and now it's all on May.
It's actually so good.
Finds the first. Depp taken down, 56 health here, and a dream. Assessing how he wants to try to utilize his utility. Gate crash right there along the wall.
Fake teleport.
Fakes it, but they are well aware. They have the read. 10-10,
Damn.
big 3K to be found.
Dude, 10-10 gets so much space. He gets so much space.
The exact same score from the opening map.
It'd just be absolute badness. I mean, this is just Depp opening the map up for himself.
I mean, yeah, this was a depth round, but 10-10 is also just like chilling. 10-10's literally just playing ranked.
With it, but too many other problems.
Just constantly goes forward and gets more kills.
And it's just really well held together. 10-10. Now, the top fragger. Depp and Clues.
You think it's better to kill a Euro tether or just note where it is? I think it's really case by case. But I think if you're deliberating whether I should or not, you should break it. Because at that point, you've already spent too much time. Right? Because that means there's other things you have to consider that are making you hesitate, at which point you should just break it. Because that's a mental stack that you have to deal with.
Gonna be popped, just trying to disguise
Dude,
that left side.
people are just jumping everywhere.
From Sugar Zero, but all players at main either died or exited. They now trying to approach here from upper. Sugar Zero TPs into tree. Nothing going to be spotted there. May, here's the rotations. Might just have a timing to try to catch them off guard.
Oh, he wants to get ahead of it because it's a 2v3, but okay, you back out.
I like this.
You have to expect. Dude, what is going on with the minimap, by the way? It's freaking bugged out. Surely you check this, but it's a judge. That's the problem.
Pretty much an instant headshot, and it is. Still though, down to 6 HP, has the dimensional drift.
Wait, no, we ult? They're paranoid. Oh no. Oh no. They might lose because of this. They're gonna lose because he ulted. I hate it when they do this. I hate it when Euro players do this. I hate it, chat. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it, man. I hate it. I hate it, man. I just...
Both teams look to just swap.
Yo, it's not the play you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it almost feels like.
I mean, for one, you guys aren't commenting together, because why are you sending out the paranoia and then you're ulting?
I mean, just wild that.
But,
map picks for each team
I mean,
like 11-1. It is befuddling, to say the least.
I just think your ult, when you're if you're not ahead,
today, you're getting a hell of a show.
like, I know it's the last round, but also, like, that's just, it just makes it worse, I think.
Yeah, I mean, in the one round that ZETA's given.
No, but even then, like, the moment you're in the ult, it gives the opponents an opportunity to say, double up, push a corner. You know what I mean? Like, especially if they know, if they have a feeling of where you're coming from. Like, I think the difference is, like, if you ult, immediately, if the other team is good and their comms are good, they can say, okay, it's a 2v1, swing. We swing and push. We take the 2v1. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, the comms are bad too, but I also just don't see a world where that... Like, unless it's a lot of, unless there's a lot of room to work with, like you're coming in from, like, let's say B main on Sunset and your teammate is with you, so he's getting the information, things like that. Like, when you're split, I just don't think that's ever the play. I just don't think it's ever the play. You need so much time to set it up.
Just go full, just reaction mode. Analysis be damned. I'm just
Omen was safe as yeah, but my point is what are you gonna do then? What are you gonna do then? Right? Like, even if Omen is here, but my point is it allows him to double up, right? And like, the most you do is reposition. If you go for a flash and you don't flash both, you lose anyway. Like, it turns into a 2v1 99% of the time. The way I see it is the only way that actually gets a value is like the actual 1% chance, not the 90% chance.
Just eaten there by 10-10. Falls to 57.
I just don't think that's ever... Like, it just takes too long for you to secure a position where you're not still fighting a 2v1. Like, that's the way I see it. Because if you don't ult, maybe they might be forced to think that we have to stay 1v1, 1v1, right? But the moment you ult, they will literally always double up. Because that is the only correct choice for them to make. And so now it's either a 2v1 or a 2v2. So, like, I just don't think that really does anyone any favors.
Both die in the blink of an eye. 12-1 ZETA division. Rallying back.
To say the least.
What is happening?
And regarding the 2-1 documentary, no, it's, I mean, I've seen some clips that are not that well translated for the 2-1 documentary, but it's also just... I know most people have already, like, watched it on their streams and stuff yesterday. I just haven't had time, so I figured I'd watch it, but I'll also, like, point out whenever things might be slightly mistranslated. I don't think there's going to be enough of that, other than the thing where people were, like, misconstruing or mistranslating the like, isn't this scrim sharing? Other than that thing, I don't expect many things to, like, completely change the narrative, but... Just to give also people perspective on, like, this is why translation is important, because nuance can build up over time, so...
Here they go. Double TP forward.
Warren's up. Clues pushing. Prowling.
It's so over.
Akame dead. Wall falling. Looking for a little bit of follow up.
It's so over.
Sugar 0. And thus far, just the 1 kill found. Man says some stingers.
Aye.
Just says he will quickly get dropped. 10-10 find the final 2 kills.
Oi, oi, oi.
Do not believe my eyes.
13-1, 13-1. Honestly, though, so funny. Honestly, though, I am so down.
I don't know if I've really ever seen it before.
I'm so down for the Japanese joust to have 2 13-1s and then go to Icebox. This is actually the perfect story. This is actually the perfect story.
The Japanese joust.
It's just got to be a mental reset somehow for
DFM.
Oh
my gosh.
You came out so strong, and all of a sudden this happens.
Yeah, and then Icebox goes over.
Now it's just a battle of mentals. Who's going to come into Icebox?
Oh my gosh.
Kind of with the, not just the better game plan, but the better just emotional state. You would think ZETA given the momentum, but
oh my gosh.
Anything is possible at this point.
Surely you get in a call with Sliggy.
13-1,
I don't want to. I'm the very planning person.
BCT, but
So I'm gonna switch things up. I was thinking it'd be nice to get on a call with Sleeky for one of the days again. It's been a little while, but
to cheer for, you are now allowed to drink, I suppose, is the map win.
Hydrate and stretch.
But oh boy,
I'm gonna go refill my water. So I'm gonna do that and stretch on the way. Chat, I'm gonna run some ads as well. Just invite Sleeky to the arena. Get him out of his house.
Lotus,
yeah, I'll reach out to Sleeky at some point, but probably not today. But anyway, we're going to run some ads real quick, chat. I'm going to go get some water, and then we'll be back. Maybe we'll try the Ken.
We're about to pass it back over to the analyst desk, who once again, welcome back.
Do mine eyes deceive me, or was this the same game that we saw earlier, except the sides are switched?
What is happening? Okay, it's our job to break this game down and give you guys more context, more explanation on what's happening here at BCT, but my mind is truly bewildered. I don't know about yours. This is a crazy rare occurrence. ZETA Division flip it on their heads. They steal a 13-1 for themselves, and where have DFM gone?
I got one word: collusion. That's what's going on right now. No, I'm not making any allegations. I'm lost for words at this point. I mean, ZETA, it worked out well for them this game, obviously. 10-10, I was skeptical going off of the Neon because he was so good on the Neon on Lotus previously, but his Rays looked phenomenal as well. Overall, everyone pulling their weight. Depth doing a much better job on the Viper this time around. It seems like Clues on the Sentinel is here to stay. They are playing a lot of single ENIT comps, which is the meta, and it looks like XTL will be the one to take the burden of playing that ENIT, of being a dog thrower, as I like to say. You know, as the Fade, that is just what you do. You throw dogs for the boys and hope that they can frag out, and bloody hell, 10-10 can frag out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he did great this map. A real turnaround from map 1, but that's the same for everybody on that side of ZETA Division. Great mental reset, by the way. I mean, to go from getting absolutely destroyed to absolutely destroying is a really great, really great thing. So great mental resilience there from everybody on the side of ZETA Division. But I'm so confused.
I'm so confused.
This one was DFM's map pick.
They were opposite.
How does that happen?
I tell you how that happens. You pick a map that you've lost 4 times in a row, and then you lose it a 5th time in a row. In a veto where you have your options open to them. I mean, I'm actually, you know what? I'm actually a little bit upset. Both of these teams have had the whole off-season to prepare the whole map pool. We've got brand new maps in the pool, and we're playing bloody, what was it? What was the first map?
Haven and Lotus.
Lotus, guys, what are we doing? Let's play a combined.
It was Lotus and then Lotus Part 2 at this point. But you know what? We're very happy that 10-10 did show up, because there was a lot of focus on him, especially with this switch around for ZETA Division.
Yeah, a little meteor. I don't know, what do you call asteroid? 10 out of 10 performance. I love to see it. I
came up with that one myself. Just a fantastic joke there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm glad that you came up with that little lower third there. I thought that was quite clever in the green room that you came up with that one.
Still laughing. Still laughing.
I mean, he played great. He played great. We got to talk about him. I mean, just put on cross on this Raze, just absolutely decimating everything DFM were trying to do.
I mean, this is where he had his debut performance on ZETA Division. He was coming in short notice. He was filling in for Depp. Big shoes to fill once again on Lotus. He's put on a bloody clinic, 4 KDA, 300 ACS. You love to see it. I mean, this man, you can see why they've backed him over Depp to play the duelist. I mean, that's big shoes to fill, but you can see why they have faith in him. You saw it in the content as well. The what was it? Pros Don't Fake content. Great name, by the way.
Fantastic name.
Yeah, fantastic name. Whoever thought of that, genius. That they chose 10-10 to stay on the duelist, and that they back him, and they've seen him do crazy things in practice. And I was looking at some of those rounds, like that transfer and the Hobbit hole door. That was nasty. Yeah, fantastic stuff from 10-10 this game.
And I'm happy that there was an improvement from depth on the Viper, right? Because this is a new role, a very, very new one, since he was so well known as the duelist for ZETA. Now he's taking on a new role, taking a little bit of a backseat. Perhaps it has something to do with recovery as well.
Yeah, true.
So it's encouraging to see that, you know, this is something that he's really going to hone into and refine.
Yeah, I think, like, I'm waiting to see what ZETA are going to do across the majority of the map pool, because so far they've really been leaning into double controller. I think that their personnel really favors double duelist personally, but you see some teams leaning into double seti and mixing in the deadlock as well. So we'll see what they actually do end up going for, because there's been a lot of clues on the Sentinel, but I have seen a little bit of depth Cypher as well. So I was under the assumption, as a lot of Duelist players do, it's very easy to slot into that Sentinel role, right? That's usually what you'll see. So I'm kind of wondering if they change up from the double controller because they've run Viper 2 times in a row. As we head through onto Icebox, whether that's going to be the case or whether they can again go Omen Viper. That's very popular at the moment on Icebox.
Yeah, I think now that's the way I'm expecting it to go. But yeah, I mean, you don't normally see a lot of duelists play this Viper because it's a little bit more tricky than those kind of like traditional Sentinels. You have to manage your fuel a little bit better. You don't really have the option to reposition a lot of your util. It's just a little bit more thinking required. But yeah, Dep did a really, really great job on that last map. Now looking towards Icebox, and you know, I had to look this over in the green room. DFM, as an organization, their last win on Icebox was 1,552 days ago. 4 years, 3 months, and I mean, that was against an entirely unsigned Japanese team.
What was their name, by the way?
I think it was called Easy Boys or something like that.
Ebros? I thought it was
Ebros.
Ebros.
Look, they took down the Titans of the Ebros 4 years ago. They banned this 5 times in stage 1. I can't wait to see what they're going to be bringing into this one. Over on the side of ZETA, this was before 1010 came into the roster. They were
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
On the Reina, and I believe it was XDL
with my wife
filling in the ISO there. So they were playing double duelist before, and then they were playing Vice on Icebox, which is still a little bit of a weird one. I'd be surprised if they're going to back themselves with that. I just have no idea what to expect from either of these teams, to be honest.
I can't wait. I can't wait for this game. I think it's going to be so fun. See, this game's going to be so fun because either we'll all maul together or it'll just be like a weird brawl.
Yeah, so we're going to put those 2 maps behind us at this point, and we're going to head into Icebox. But as you guys mentioned, there is also a bit of an unusual
Another
history
13-1.
that we have here on Icebox. For
that would also, like, no matter what happens, we're feasting. We can either maul, it can either be a Giga Banger, it can be another 13-1. It doesn't even matter.
On Icebox?
I mean, they took down the Titans of the Ebros.
The real question is does DFM stick to the double duelist?
They can take down anybody at this
2021.
Just playing a bunch of the bros back in 2021 on Icebox.
DFM last win on Icebox was... Oh, is that what the 1,000 days was about? I saw your chat.
And I don't think they've had a great win rate.
Wait,
on
really?
Icebox as well in
They haven't won on Icebox for 1,000 days?
Skipped 2023 on Icebox. So...
or going full overtime. Chat, like we can't lose with this game now. The setup is complete.
I don't want to lead you astray because I have
this is
idea
good.
what is about to unfold in this map 3. It's absolutely
I'm so excited.
To tell. I mean, I think
also,
that's when Valorant does it.
chat, has anyone tried? It's out now, right? Sunderfolk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
I've been like every time I see it, I'm like, oh, I want to look into this game, and then I always forget what it's called.
I'll tell you what I am looking at. I'm
But
now
like,
looking at the reset.
it seems like it's meant to be more like a party night co-op thing.
Like this, and
So I don't know how that would work. Maybe I can try to get some of the other casters and whatnot.
Doesn't get to them, especially as we mentioned in the pre-show.
Sunderfolk.
This is supposedly one of the easier matches for these two teams.
The only way this sucks is if it's a 13-7 boring game. Yeah, actually 13-7 kind of one-sided, but not a blowout. That would suck.
After the second map, he was just
No, but then we would be mouthing about the team that was 7, so it wouldn't suck.
I mean, I'm
yeah, it's a TRPG, I guess. But it's like,
twice in a row. Icebox is not
wait, how much is
an
it?
easy map to be running a double duelist. You're more so going to see double.
I didn't know it was pricey.
Or double controller, things like that.
No, but it's like but you can play it online. No, wait, I'm so confused. Maybe I don't even know what it is. It just seemed interesting.
These teams are going to be cooking because I don't think either of them are going to be as easily able to lean into a double duelist.
Oh,
and if you are going to try to play
but it's like a hefty, it's like a double-A full price game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Omen Jet is sort of the
Oh, that's okay. I guess it is a bit pricey.
I mean, a lot of the other duelists don't naturally fit the
compared to what else we get these days.
That coming out from DFM, but honestly, I really don't know. I think there are a lot of different avenues you can explore.
Dude, give me the waylay from DFM, man.
And yeah, are we going to see Dep sticking to this Viper? Because that seems to be his new home
Probably.
now, which is something that, you know, you say that to a ZETA fan back in the day. I don't think they're quite believing
putting our sharpest player on wall duty.
Oh, only one person needs to own it. It's a tabletop emulation. Okay. Seems like D&D with extra steps. Is it though? But I thought it was more. I don't know.
On that translation.
Maybe I just don't know what it is.
It just seems seems
I was
like
just wondering if
ZETA
anyone has
are
actually tried it.
Switching some
'Cause
things
it looked
around.
interesting.
There is a calling for them. I mean, we probably don't know what the coaches see, of course, but there seems to be a calling for them to lean towards
Shape
double
every
duels.
turn
They're
and build
staying
lasting
away from
memories.
that
One copy is all you
for a
need. Friends
valid
join
reason,
using their
but
phones
we have
become
yet
their
to see it
character
here.
sheet
We saw
guide
a
becoming a
little
controller.
bit on Lotus, I
Play the
suppose.
first 4 missions
But right
for
now,
free.
we are heading into Icebox. We are back on the stage with our players.
Yeah, maybe I'll try
We
it.
saw Dep
Maybe I'll
after
ask
that,
if
previous map
the
as
desk
well.
guys
Looking
are
back in high spirits,
interested.
but
DFM.
ZETA going to be
Okay,
playing
so they're going to go for the
duelist, so it's gonna be
Harbor,
10-10 on the
but
Omen, that is
Zeta's going to go
duelist
for the
equivalent.
Sage
XTL gonna
no
be playing
duelist.
Sage
10-10's going to be
Exclusive
playing the
back
Omen.
onto that recon
And
unit, as
because of
expected,
that,
Dep will
Dep
be
is
the man
on
to fill the
Killjoy,
role
because
there
Sugar
on the
Zero's
Sentinel. So
okay.
they are being a bit
A
flexible
little
with their roles,
interesting,
not
but
consistent in terms of agent picks. We'll see how it works out
as
for
long
them.
as your
Yeah,
util
cross
and
on the
such is
side
fine,
for DFM, they're
stylistically
running
that
with
is
their
the
Harbor,
right
something that we
rotation,
haven't
right?
seen a ton of in recent
Because
times, but I do think it
Dep
has
is
a lot
still
of
kind of an
strength, a lot
anchor
of
lurker.
potency.
10-10
Very
is
much
still a bit
excited
of
for
that
this matchup
aggressive
for them.
space
I do
creator.
think that,
And
Zeta
then
don't have all
Sugar
the
Zero is,
tools
you
to
know,
deal
the controller
with
slash
this
lurker,
Harbor,
so
we'll see how it plays out.
Only in Pacific do you get stuff like this. We are about to head into Icebox with some very unusual compositions.
What? Harbor's good on Icebox. This is the one map where he's still good.
I hope you guys are ready.
Why are people upset?
Choice but to be ready. We are the ones tasked with this duty here to go ahead and go through the game. So ready we shall be. Question is, are the teams ready?
Will you upload the 2 documentary on YouTube? We'll see. I mean, I might just keep it in the VOD. I will try to local record it and see if maybe I can, because I don't know what to expect because I haven't watched it. So I can't guarantee it, but maybe.
So this isn't too out of the ordinary for him. May on the jet. I think that's got to be the difference maker here for DFM to take Icebox. They've got the free A site plant.
Big quad wraparound from behind
Big true.
coming through.
Says, stop taking that fight, Says. Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's already through. He doesn't know.
Out, but XTL collecting the kill.
He can heal.
Blood is his, and yep, heal is going out. Clues at the same time, pushing forward. Kill onto Akame, looking for a little bit more. May playing here at Boiler.
Does sounds seem weird to you?
Does get the jump here on Dep. Wall to cut off the Raptors. Jinbung with another nice shot. Will to find
Oh,
XTL, but
oh
this round
no, they're
starting
just
to get
all
away
walking
here
into the
from
deaths.
DFM.
Oh no.
May has
Oh,
something to say about it,
oh.
but just
Too many
attention
angles.
directions. Clues will strike, and Zeta will gain the lead in pistols as well as here on Icebox.
Yeah, I love the quick rotations here from Zeta. You know, just gambling a little bit in this round, and they're able to still play retake very nicely. Able to deal with Cess early. Even though he throws
Yeah,
a recon
I
dart
mean,
out there to
yeah,
try to set
Cess
himself up.
getting bodied and then Clues not getting cleaned up in mid.
I think you're better off
Always keeping this extra angle. That's rough.
trying to group up with the rest of your team instead of giving yourself over, especially.
Any improvement from Zeta and DFM since stage 1? Well, they both looked good on the maps that they won.
Just a little bit of a misstep
They
there
both
from the
looked
IGL.
bad on the maps that they lost. So, but on the maps they won, both of them were very proactive. So that's the good news. What's up with no duelist Icebox? I mean, it's just that if it ends up being aim duel anyway, the more util is going to be better. Just the simple dash space creation isn't as valuable. Jet is Jet and I think Neon are kind of the exceptions where they can still have some self-sufficiency, and then Jet also obviously has great op opportunities and elevation. But
That'll keep them hidden from Clues, but XDL is the real
I think no duelist on Icebox.
Got a really good read here on the
Because if you're playing for trades anyway, the more util gives you better angles, and then you can play for better post plants, things like that.
able to find one though. XCL taken out.
Yeah, that's true, dude. They stacked up on the stingers.
Marshall on the floor.
May's got a bulldog.
Zeta arriving.
He picked that up, right?
DFM spike gets planted, looking to try to tie this up.
Uh-oh.
And they're just strafing forward.
Uh-oh,
May
Zeta.
with that bulldog, putting it to good use.
I mean, dude,
Given that it's a 2v5
5
versus
alive.
the buy, Zeta find themselves in such a
The
poor
NT
spot.
on the
The
swing
clear
from
out
Dep.
coming through.
He
It's
almost had it,
flawless
but
as DFM tie it 1-1, and I think we just end the game here.
Yes, this is good. We have played the Valorant that we need today.
Should we just give both of them half a championship point and
half a
call it even?
championship point.
That'd be kind of nice in a way. Man, May though, Grabs that Bulldog and instantly puts it to great use. But love the play call here from DFM. Go for the force buy, get the energy going. Don't let this snowball
Yeah,
out of
1-1.
control. And
Finally,
use a creative
things might be a little
strategy
different.
with the silent drop of the turret to get yourself into a tucked position.
Ooh, okay.
Zeta doesn't really have great responses
Trying to take advantage
to
of the better firepower.
in particular clues.
You've still got Jinbung watching out on A. Alarm bot gets cleaned up by clues, so that keeps Jinbung kind of locked in. Actually, slows things down on the B side. Now Zeta, either they had to push out mid for info, or they have to rotate early one way or the other. They're gonna hedge their bets that it's still gonna just be a hold and hit onto B. They might not be wrong.
Set up 4-1.
Oh, they're gonna push out. Did that turret get eliminated, or did he pull it back?
Gotta go, gotta go.
They're just hounding him down.
Sass. Okay, you've got a stinger. You're stuck. You're stuck. Okay, but they can protect the gun. They can protect the gun. They have so much time. They can plant and they can protect the gun. they just run away. They're like, we ain't dealing with that. Not sure why XDLO decided to peek that on his own. I think it's better to just charge into A site. Either way, you're probably not winning the round, but.
Well, no prize claimed for Zeta there, though.
Yeah, just the elimination.
Toxin screen down.
Widely trying to stay tucked. Go down to the spike. Maybe the most measured play, but any kind of kills to get some ult charge and maybe whittle away at the economy here would be nice. But
yeah, should be all good.
Maybe 2 charges off going into the next round here. As DFM start things off 2-1.
Yeah. This is a good solid play from
yeah,
them.
DFM forced. They went for the stinger buys. Good old G2 style.
Back to make sure that that gun can't be scooped up. Seth's doing a good job to at least get it away from their ability to scoop it up outside that door. So he may die, but it's all for the cause. Definitely he would consider that worth as the IGL to get the read, get the round win. Otherwise, with 4 players surviving, carrying over 2 Bulldogs, 2 Guardians.
Okay.
Absolutely fine with that. Plus
now it's the bonus for DFM.
This is a fearsome, essentially
gets tagged.
Here for DFM.
So Zeta knows that they wanted to try to fight heavy on A.
May fired up, but staying tucked away is 10-10.
Cover going out.
Kind of curious about this.
DFM is fine posturing for now. They've got sight lines on mid. They've got sight lines on a push out on B. They don't have any information on garage though, so that's the only issue. So that indicates to us that they will eventually lean towards A, because it's just too risky to try to clear this on your own. As GN, he is going to try to just look for information, but the problem is your turret just got cleared out, and you're missing information here. I can't believe nobody's watching the flank anymore. You don't know if this guy's going to keep pushing out.
Dead.
GN takes over B, but what's he going to do? You got a kill on A. 40 seconds.
Try to scout at the same time. Xian.
They're going to make it look like they're going to rotate, really. It might actually work out. He's making noise. Depp's going to get curious. May. Oh, that's big.
He's absolutely
now you're going to run to B. Oh, I don't know about this. I don't know about this, chat. May has to secure this. Never mind. GN is just doing fine.
Little bit of damage as well.
Dude, time.
Almost getting timings and missing.
Oh my God!
6 seconds, and I think they might have overcooked this one. Hunter's Fury now in play. The round is over. TFM had an empty site, but they rotate away from it, and Zeta tie it up 2-2.
Well, it's just been so quiet over on GN's front that he assumes that it's widely open, or at the very least, there's just one player
The promised land. This is what we're here for.
And you get the kill in mid onto the Killjoy, so you have to think, okay, B site should be kind of open for us, but it's
no, I get it, but it's you see this so often is that you have to remember at what time you started rotating, because GN doesn't actually have space up to here. He only had space up to here. You were already down to 30 seconds, and May gets a kill here, but it's a guy pushing out here. You have no more information here, but that means you took out one guy here, so either GN runs in. If there's nobody, you rotate, but if he gets killed, then you go A. Like I think you. I don't know. Because the spike was also still here. It's not like the spike was waiting to just bolt here.
Spot out in this time.
It's just such a miscalculation on time, but it happens fairly often. So like I get it. I get why those assumptions happen in execution in the moment, but
trying to drift over towards Belt.
That's tough.
Jinbun going to be good for one, and that leaves Akabe and ZETA now well poised to go ahead and gain the lead. He doesn't have a reckoning.
He's gonna do it.
Oh,
okay.
Oh my God.
Thinking about it now. Trying to spam out, but he's so damn low.
Oh no.
35 health.
Oh my dude, XCLL actually almost gave that to him.
5 health.
Oh my
XCLL
God.
survives ZETA once again here in the driver's seat.
Well, it's again these early rotations from ZETA, and you got to start setting up some KJ util here to watch your flanks.
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of the reason they rotated in the previous round is a combination of like we masked enough information. They were still getting recon darted on A, so you knew there was presence on A. GN didn't see anybody clearing B, so you assumed that it was a rotate. You got the guy in mid, so you thought that was the push out. Like I get it. I get it in the moment. We see the minimap, they don't. But I still think if you think about time, that is not the safer choice. The safer choice is to sacrifice GN for information. If he survives, you run. If he doesn't, you stick with A, you know?
This is going to be an A hit. Got the nanos there.
Our team's still playing. I think Icebox is the one map where like Harbor can still be consistently, confidently good.
Possible. Should see that this is widely free, but that gets the nanos to be popped a little bit early. So actually, this works out in DFM's favor. Can work out the reckoning a little bit.
Okay, the reckoning. So another easy. They should have heard that. They should have heard the jet. They know that May's been playing deep. He's been picking up from 10-10. Whoa, Dip gets that kill.
Pushing it over at screens, able to find one. May
oh my!
This has them lined up. Dip and 10-10 both going to be taken down. Quickly tailwinds.
10-10 was looking for the friggin' the recon, I think.
3v4.
Oh my goodness.
Res on this one, but not the safest position for now. Send it, May, however, instantly able to find clues.
The res, but they can't. You want the lockdown?
He's gonna go for it, up and over the top, the drop down, and May absolutely delivers. Sugar Zero now trying to be the hero.
Blockbuster.
But it's a 6-piece from May.
Dude, a 6-piece. Holy.
To keep it tied up, 3-3.
He gets the 6K ace.
Nothing made sense. But my God!
Oh my God!
Loving it.
This is exactly what you need from
my
May.
God!
The great positioning here, the way that he changes instantly after that 2K.
Absolute cinema, though. Absolute cinema, though.
Doesn't get it. And then
I mean, this is the blockbuster of the year.
That is unbelievable. Don't get to see the 6Ks very often.
Oh my gosh!
But who else but May from DFM?
Oh, I think eventually, for sure. Hyper stuff. Eventually, for sure. I think it's too early for that kind of rework yet, but I think eventually, for sure.
On this map, they were the first team in franchise history to get an ace on Icebox. They get an ace, actually, in the franchise era.
Really?
DFM managed to get one at lock-in.
Oh, really? I don't remember that.
Oh, because that was the high.
He only gets the 6K because of this Harbor wall. Harbor's the only agent that can create that pocket.
I remember that.
Not untrue.
The 2023 Valorant, or maybe it's 24. The quiz, the Valorant quiz that somebody had made while we were on Plat Chat, and Bren completely. He basically just drove us into a barrier.
Should have picked me for VFL. I mean,
that sounds about on brand for Bren.
And every right answer, and he.
We've got a couple, yeah. Yudotan, May, Jinbone.
May's now 14-3-0. 6 rounds into this.
Well, you needed him to carry, and he is.
It was Anthem, I believe, that got the ace.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah.
Actually, I remember that. Now that he mentions Anthem,
right?
I actually remember that.
Back in the day, I think.
Don't recall that detail, but that sounds correct. Sounds possible.
It sounds like Anthem in 2023 is basically what I'm relying on there.
Fair enough. Well, things getting slowed down significantly here after the timeout call from ZETA.
Trying to keep these positions hidden, but at least
Sugar Zero's got a stinger.
Are you gonna read the nest?
See if he can get that value back sight. Oh my God! Look at 10-10's position. Oh, he peeks out. Dude, he's using the smoke. It's an NT. It's an NT. I like it. I respect it. You know what? I can vibe with it. I don't vibe with that, but I can vibe with the initial attempt.
We'll find the headshot. Get rid of the Omen. Double face backside perhaps. Nano into the corner. Recon going to be throwing it down the push. May able to find himself another 3K, potentially a fourth. He's certainly going to be feeling it now. Clues to maybe try to play spoiler here.
Well,
there is no.
The real question, not after this round, will be if DFM. Oh,
casual fadeaway shot. As okay, 6
it used to not tell you at all about line of sight, though, right? The Euro ult. I think that was the biggest thing because people just. People still aren't used to that, I think, which is criminal. You can use that to your advantage so much.
GN getting up on top
as the Yoru.
Good job providing some support fire.
You can use that to your advantage so much for mind games, and people still just don't.
He is in the zone, and he is destroying. He has 18 kills in 7 rounds. Get out of my way. Jinboong, hold my beer.
Okay. The op, that's the biggest hope. 10-10 with the Omen op. It's the best bet they got. The problem is the moment he has to put up a smoke, you lose your angles. I still like Omen op, but it's rough.
What about second breakfast?
Yes.
Anyone going to clear that for him? No, he just takes the shot to try to scare them off. Oh my god, what are we... Okay, May.
Not gonna really be able to jumpstart that one. It's good to set down some clues.
Oh man, they're overcooking. They're overcooking it. Oh my god.
Spam shots in.
Oh, the pit. Do we push it? Do we push it? No, we don't. Okay.
They want to go ahead and start stretching this lead.
I mean, DFM. Honestly, though, funny enough, May did create space. Funnily enough, they have pit for post plant. Funnily enough, he created space. It's insane. It's insane that I'm giving him credit for that move, but it did find value.
The jump is there. Depp able to find that elimination, but they're going to have to get going very quickly.
Oh boy, Clues has to make up his mind if he's going to go through Raptors or not. Fast. He's going to push it. Yeah.
Playing into the pit. It's not going to come to fruition. Akame this time, his turn to find a multi-kill round. Gets 3 more charges towards the next reckoning here.
I mean, listen, you use the pin and lockdown. Yeah, you double down on it, but
really starting to get a good for this match.
I'm okay with it. To be fair, also, this is ZETA starting to adapt to the harbor, right? They're trying to play ahead of the high tide. And DFM wasn't ready for that. May wasn't ready for that. So, all things considered, result-based, I'm okay with what May did.
Really getting a good feel, putting their ults to really good use. Something that kind of hurt them on Lotus. Now we're back to this team that looked, really good on Haven, where the coordination is there, the setting up for May.
The fast hits on A, and now they go for a pretty quick B. ZETA actually has a decent read. They're going to try to push out. So basically the answer now is not just get ahead of the harbor wall, just get ahead of the harbor in general. It actually kind of pays off for ZETA because timing-wise, this is the round where DFM decides to push B. 10-10 will have been heard.
Behind the walls here for now,
May versus 10-10. But 10-10's got extra targets. Yep. He still gets May, though. Cess needs to back off. Cove to keep him protected, but that keeps him locked. Yeah, that keeps him locked up in Snowman. I don't like that Cove. Bit of a panic, I think. Huge, though. Maybe he gets forgiven because he just hits his shots. Oh, I like it. I like the high tide to just keep himself safe, so now Depp just has to make a choice.
A little bit more charge. 3 away from
oh, okay. All right, Akame. Okay.
DFM get up to 6.
Yeah, good calls here in the macro game. Making that pivot over off of that heavy pressure on the A side. You saw so many players. It's a good read by Cess and May to make sure that 10-10's recovered gun is not going to be a huge problem, at least initially. Some good sheriff shots from Depp. Akame, so sharp right now.
Dude, that second shot.
Into the groove as well.
What if we can change the height of the Killjoy turret?
Quick
You
reaction,
just like
that
crank
quick
it.
vandal play that
You
we
just
saw
sit
from
there
May
cranking
earlier.
it. It's a channel. You see a turret just
Haven't gotten a kill
looking
in a
over the
couple
wall.
rounds from May, but that's A-okay. This DFM has been rocking and rolling now. It's just making good reads on the map, showing some attention here over at B, pulling a lot of rotations. See what they
Okay,
can
it was
drag
just the
out.
Killjoy.
10-10
Zeta,
with
you
an
can't
option
make
going mid.
assumptions here.
That's a
But they're not seeing anything B, so they know that it's a rework. But clues, this is not the angle you think it is. You're so exposed from belt. When are you gonna close it? I mean, that was a one and done. It was a one and done. At least he committed to it, and he gets one. And they saw that it was a spike. But the gets pinged by the turret. That's rough from GN. He did not want to get pinged by that turret. Oh,
Man, the quick ADS.
maybe it was just part of the plan.
Into the
Now the reckoning as a fake?
This is a fake.
Yeah, a bit of a
Yeah,
fake
but Zeta can't get into the site once you use a reckoning. What do we?
Zeta have given up the space.
And then DFM's like, actually, maybe we should.
Is it gonna happen again?
No.
Rotating back over.
Oh, I
but
love
it
it.
is just
I
gonna
love
be
it.
3
I
players.
love it.
They
This
come out
is
number
everything we
for
wanted and
balance.
more.
Operators, so we can
This is
find
everything we
some
wanted
value.
and more.
This could still end up being very
I mean,
rough for
Zeta
DFM.
also can't make up their
45 seconds now
mind, so it
remaining on
kind of
the
works
clock.
out because
Yeah.
Zeta also just has zero information. Zeta should just
Being
group
around
up though.
mid.
Good news for
It's because
DFM
they
is
don't hear the
Zeta's
spike
wide
plan, so
open
they
on
were
the
going
map,
to
so
rotate, but they don't. So
kinda get away with this.
in some bizarro world, this is working out.
Right now, but there you go.
So
Eventually
funny.
making
Oh,
the
hold on though. If 10-10 gets one more,
do lose Akame.
this is not good. Oh,
Chicken
spots
peek out.
him.
10-10 gaining some nice information
Spots
there.
him. They should have heard. They should have heard GN jumping as
Set up
well.
the post plan.
Deb should have heard that, so you know that they're all here.
Clustered up for now. The pit.
The pit.
Off the top of the Raptors to try to
10-10
escort
still
them
has an op
forward.
though. That's the
Nanos
problem.
down top.
Nanos. You spotted one.
Warbot finding
Dep
10-10
pushing
as well.
in,
It's now the snake
trying to
play.
create another angle.
Slap
One of
down
them has
time,
to stick
start
to it. Oh,
going.
Dep needed to
gonna
win
be
that.
limited to 10-10
Now you
gone.
can't
It's
stick
all
it.
on Sugar Zero trying to be the hero. Spots one.
Oh,
but
that
Jet
doesn't kill.
gets the headshot. The
Oh
shorty,
my
not enough to
gosh.
take him down. DFM. Securing
Oh
a lead at
my
the half.
gosh.
Looking for maybe a little bit
Dude,
more.
that was
Again, more
so.
solid play.
I mean, it
Obviously,
worked
GN
out.
hitting some nasty
It
shots.
worked out.
The trade here from May, good.
It was
Dashes
kind of
forward
4D
just in case
chess
there's a
at the end of the
follow-up.
day.
Behind clues, that's just a snappy ADS.
The pit did make the
Then when
obvious.
pit
He
comes
should have
through,
swapped
they start
guns, I
surrounding
think.
it.
I don't know if maybe he didn't have one in range, but
Great timing there for May, and then GN, after getting the kill onto Dep, able
I mean,
to go
but
over the
also
Raptors.
good on DFM to just instantly pop
Flank
both
angle,
mollies like one at a
good
time to
use.
buy time.
It's just really good fundamental stuff.
Because the biggest thing the pick could have gotten them is the
Heads on
early
straight,
half,
look
or at least
absolutely
baiting out other
ferocious.
util in positions. But
Now just using a cascade to, once again, they're baiting for reactions here from Zeta. Looking for those aggressive positions, because that's what you've been seeing a lot out of Zeta, especially because they've been on some ecos where they'll overstack, try to go for these flanks. So that's exactly what they're doing through mid. Jinboong.
oh, I mean,
But it's just another firing squad waiting for them.
just
on
don't have the
opposite
weapons
side.
either.
The turret as well getting involved.
Okay, you know it's A.
So some damage suffered. No deaths found. DFM
Dep just has to go huge.
still overall pretty well poised. Try to go ahead and make this 8-3.
Look at the screen.
Just feels like a colossal spiral all set.
Oh, I mean, a one and done. He's trying to get ahead of it. It's the right idea, but he can only get one.
Cess finding XDL. Just Sugar Zero now. Is a swing around.
Oh.
Great shot.
Sugar Hero?
Hurts the KD a little bit more there for May, but cannot stop
Tough.
DFM from finding these round wins.
8-3. If Zeta can get 4, though, it's not
Some big ults to toy with
over.
here as Zeta on this last round on the defender side, but you do have the counter from Cess for Dep's lockdown. Do you have a Hunter's Fury of your own to kind of just go fishing, see if you can find a freebie? God, you could knock May out of the round, or Akame. Feels like that's really where you could
That's just Sugar
slow down
1.
the roll here. DFM has created.
Good for 1.
Only a Guardian going to be able to be bought by Dep as he put the hero rifle into play in the previous round.
And so Zeta this time, they want to play retake on A. They have the ults. They're going to play retake on A, so they fight for early B control. Except now they realize that mid's being pushed, so it's Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury, except Sass constantly getting caught out just a little bit, but May. But May. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, May.
Thrown around the back. Walks in underneath the tube. Paranoia chasing from behind, but obviously does not have the spike. That is still
the tube. Does he shake the tube? Oh my God.
Headshot, knife, pop. The flank, however, and Sugar Zero will be the hero. 8-4. ZETA, they recover as much as they possibly can.
Switching sides.
And now they have their work cut out for them as they go on the attack without a duelist.
We fight once again.
I don't understand here. Just
Paper thin.
a Hunter's Fury out in the
It's
open
like,
for
I don't understand.
Still, that is disgusting from Sugar Zero.
I mean, they didn't have information that they were super pushed up though, right? And you're sending it through B, so you imagine that you would have tagged someone. I mean, yeah, it looks bad, but I don't think it's as bad as it looks. It is bad, but I don't think it's as bad as it looks.
That's a huge gamble to take, and it does not pay off. But okay, 8-4. That's your attacker's side. You know, going up against a duelist list.
All right, 8-4.
Did DFM do enough damage here?
Oh, this kid's from all the way from Cheongju, but he's got the zip up hoodie, so he's a big fan. He's a true fan.
I mean, yeah. After the first two maps, anything could happen going into the second half here.
That's kind of how I feel. It is. We are going into.
Oh my God, Deb's got the tech. He's got the straw.
Sent up the James Webb Telescope, and we are looking into the depths of the universe to try to figure out where this one's going.
Uh-oh, we're lagging. YouTube, wake up. No, you can't do this to me.
How these execs are going to look moving over, because, you know, it's
How did RQ lose to G that badly? G played really well, and RQ, I mean, they're still adapting to the meta. They're still figuring things out as far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know. I didn't have that high of an expectation, especially after what I saw from Toronto. Not because they lost at Toronto, but how they lost at Toronto. I was like, oh, they really are going to struggle with this meta because they were very Tejo-centric. And then the agent pools as well. The flexibility just isn't there.
That is going to be Spike. It's also going to be Sessa dead.
Oh, the pinch on mid. Oh, May. Dude, May's already at 25 kills. It's 8-4. He's at 25 kills.
Like this plant. Oh, love this. Love this setup from ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, this is very smart. Create a crossfire, but the problem is if May picks correctly, he gets 1v1s.
Where the approach is going to be from.
He suspects it. He suspects it. Oh my God. 10-10 literally might have just saved the game. Oh my God.
Taps it, just trying to bait him forward.
Oh my God.
Finds the shot. Drone at the ready here from Clues. Sends
Okay.
it, darts him.
Oh, he knows he's off it. Oh, well done, Clues. He still doesn't want to fight it, though. Dude, YouTube. I mean, what a moment. What a moment for it to freeze. Figure yourself out.
That's it.
And May just saying, well, I at least want to try to get some ult charge.
Oh, it's just frozen on the same position.
At least want to try to get some ult charge.
Now we're just like 20 years behind.
I at least want to try to get some ult charge.
Oh my God. Oh no, we got to switch.
Just again, questionable decision making.
Never mind. They realized that I was going to switch.
From Sessa's over, that there's a bunch of people still in spawn.
I think the signal itself is messing up.
Guard, but you're walking into a crossfire.
Yeah, no, it caught up to itself a little bit.
7 and 7.
No, he's destroying. He is obliterating. But there's some really questionable calls being made from DFM that are preventing them from capitalizing on May's stellar performance. He can keep going nuts all day. That's great, but you're gonna need a little bit more than that, I suspect.
Well, how about an outlaw?
Yeah. This could be huge. Oh my goodness. Oh my. Okay, we're gonna have to switch to the Korean broadcast. The YouTube stream is dying.
heal out on the clues, just piling in. Behind is fishing for some shots here.
Uh-oh, the Outlaw's getting value. Everybody is one shot.
More from that Outlaw. They want to try to just swing this round.
Yeah, if you can keep the 4 rifles, you're okay.
Push coming in.
Oh, okay, well, dude, that's an amazing triple swing.
3 quick kills, a collat there on the May. The Outlaw only going to be good for the 1 kill, and that was a heavy investment. So ZETA now 2 rounds away from trying to tie this up.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting close to May's ult.
Only EMEA got the PC upgrades like for this batch. But the other regions didn't have as bad of a PC setup as far as I know. Pacific definitely wasn't as bad as the EMEA PCs.
So far, it's been pretty disciplined stuff here from ZETA Division. It's going to be Cess, the one to suffer because of the economic investment of the
If ZETA wins this round, it's kind of Chobra.
That is the choice.
But it would be one of the most nonsensical things to be like, well, you're the one who bought the Outlaw.
Yeah.
Why should I suffer?
But you're the IGL. You told me to do it. Too bad.
So May gets planted nice and early. DFM has plenty of information to work with here. They still have Akame to cover him. But
so you should be leading B here as DFM. You haven't heard or seen anything over at A, so that is what they are doing. This is good setups, good understanding of the map so far. A bunch of pinks just got spammed right on top of Jinbung.
Yeah, Jin having the back pedal there off the slow orb.
They're still waiting. They're waiting to see if there's a reaction on A. Or here. They're not seeing it, which is worrying them a little bit. But they know that there's people on B. So now you start to rework A. You still have 45 seconds. This is your chance.
Starting to rotate out. May will stick around.
But Depp kind of needs to commit to it if he wants to. Okay, they're making it look like they're going to go for a B pinch. But at 30 seconds, you're not going to have time to run back around. So now they're committing to it. So Jian's going to peek out for it. ZETA had the right ideas, but they misplayed this so bad. Oh, doesn't matter. They get the kill. They get the kill that matters. Go plant!
Rotations coming through, but they
Extelo, go plant!
Onto the site. They know the time is just not going to be available. So there's 2 players.
Okay, Jinbung. If he gets even 1. Oh, I think this doesn't look very good.
It's just 10-10 alone here at back yellow.
Oh,
hasn't nearly lined up, but
I thought they were going to line up.
Has the shot, and that is the round done. Over. ZETA Division over splitting, over cooking, over committing.
The Soup broadcast is so far ahead of this. Okay, we're gonna watch that because the YouTube stream is friggin'
Some of these ideas wouldn't
broken
be bad
chat.
if they were just a little bit sooner in the round.
Oh god, nice and clean 1440. Let's friggin' go. I just think YouTube's just been having issues in general. Like Shia was having issues with friggin' any challengers YouTube streamed yesterday. To be fair, the soup feed is all like for Korean servers is always so clean. Maybe my internet's freaking out.
자, 이러면 미드 쪽도 없다라는 거 드론 통해서 확인이 됐고요. 집중도가 A 쪽으로 올라갑니다. 피해망상 던져줬습니다.
They're all here. It's an all-out brawl. Oh, he's on top of the wall. That is unfortunate for XDLL. That is unfortunate. Oh, man! NTNT. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I think the YouTube feed is having issues. There is also like there was a crazy downpour this week, but I don't think that would be the issue. Oh, no, but he's probably watching on Twitch, so maybe it is a feed going out through. Yeah, I don't know. Korean cast redeem, yes, thank you. Yeah, it looks like this one's having jitters too. Might be something from their output. Which I like, chat. I mean, like, I know you're memeing, but like, literally usually one of the smoother stream experiences outside of me having to watch on YouTube. because of, and that's not a production issue thing. Saying that that's a, they should take it out of the Korean arena is insane off of that.
좀 들어가라 이 말 말고는 할 게 없어요.
근데 뭐 사실 안 들어가도.
All right, after the timeout, we got a Korean cast.
네, 너무 고민이 많다 보니까 결정까지가 좀 시간이 많이 걸리는 것 같고.
This one might be a 1440 issue.
아까도 이 조합의 원조격으로 말 수 있는 뭐 남미 팀들을 많이 얘기하고 있는데 아스파스급으로 킬을 많이 하고 있긴 해요, 진짜 지금.
그러게요. 33킬을 올려주고 있는 메이 선수.
Yeah, Mei is on 33.
도 좁혀지지 않습니다. 그래서 메이 같은 경우는 방금 같은 에임이 메이가 잘한다는 거 당연히 부정할 수 없지만 왜 좋은 에임이 나오는가를 생각해 보면 제타 디비전이 뒤 없이 본인들은 아무것도 모른 채로 들어올 수밖에 없으니까.
All right, thank you for the point redeem. Here's the Korean cast on top of the Korean casters. 자, 제타 디비전 자금이 많이 꼬였습니다. 그래서 아웃로드 아니고 마샬에다가 가디언. 이거 그냥 헤드샷으로 이제 뚫어야 된다는 얘기거든요. 자, DFM 같은 경우에는 또 자금이 만만치 않은 걸 보고 아웃로 이러면 메이가 좀 킬을 많이 할 수 있는 상황이 나왔고요. 자, 이번에 다시 한번 B. 근데 A에도 정보가 아예 없는 거 보면 저희는 알 수 있어요. 제타는 그냥 무조건 B 갈 거예요. GN? 소리 안 들려주려고 한 명만 잡고 싶었지만 일단 찍히고. 자, 이러면 일단 사이트까지는 내줘야 돼요. 여기서 DFM은 무리만 안 하면 되거든요. 무리만 안 하면 돼요. 굳이 바로 이걸, 야, 이거 이제 파악했네요. 이거 벽 올라가면 넘어가고 위에서 본다는 거. 근데 스파이크는 못 집었어요? 자, 이러면 이거 라운드 거의 끝났다고 보이거든요. 이거 진짜 그냥 텐텐이 뚫어야 돼요. 그냥 가디언으로 진짜 그냥 강제로 킬을 해야 되는데, 그래서 텐텐이 올라간 거고 무리를 한 거죠. 자, 무리해서 킬을 해야지만 됐었는데, 아니 이거 심판을 잠깐만요. 이거 아니 잠깐만, 이거 심판 믿고 들어가다가 지금 이거 난리 났는데요? 30초면 시간 아직 있고
설치 아직 안 돼 있고요.
이거 부활까지 있어가지고 설치하면 이거 한 명 더 살리면 이거 제타가 이길 수 있거든요. 이거 돌렸을지도 모른다는 생각.
이러면 설치하기 부담스러운데요.
총기가 없어요. 엑셀을 총기가 없어서 그나마
굳이 보여주지 않습니다.
네, 그나마
어렵네요. 어차피 어려운 거.
자, 그냥 한 명 더 잡자. 잠시만요. 이거 근데 노렸어요, XDLR. 오, 괜찮은데요?
DFM이 라운드를 가져갑니다.
설치는 해야지 돈이.
Alright.
안 됐어요.
He didn't get the plan. Oh no.
11대0 매치 포인트 직전에 데토네이션 포커스미.
That's rough. I like the idea from XDLL though. He tries to bait them in and just tries to go for the double kill. Honestly, probably the winning play. Could have potentially had it.
그러기에는 아웃로가 진화에서 오퍼가 됐어요.
Alright.
의미가 없겠네요.
Opt for Mei.
11대6입니다. 자, 이번엔 A 쪽으로 힘을 주고 있는 제타 디비전. 아니 하보가 앞쪽까지 나왔다가 그래도 일단 부활로 살려냅니다.
Cascade to allow him to just focus on the first kill. That's good. I like it.
원점 출발. 그래서 추가 제로가 뭔가 균열을 만들어 보려고 기대해서 심리전 겁니다.
Seth just has to cancel his drone there.
화살도 안 깨고 연막으로 화살을 피하고 들어가려고 했던 건데.
No, it's been raining quite a bit in Korea, so things are getting a bit muddy out here.
A사이트에 진입이 안 됐습니다. 그러면서 빠져나와서 미드 쪽에 모여 있는 5명의 선수들 제타 디비전.
Dude, Zeta's starting to regress. They're starting to run out of ideas. They're gonna deathball mid. Also, how does Mei get that kill? Uh-oh. Yeah, you heard the knives too. I mean, surely we do this to get... Okay. But he's got knives. You have to do this together. Yeah, you have to do this together. He's trying to get ahead of you. I mean... Dude, again?
에이스 양보하네요. 에이스 해라.
자, 위치 알아요?
They're hunting for him, man. They're hunting for him, man.
누가 봐도 이거는 에이스를 위한
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
데토네이션 포커스미의 메이입니다.
야, 오버킬 에이스에 또 에이스 한번 추가.
네. 아니 39킬이요.
Dude, 39 in 12-6? What a Mei game, man. What a May game. Holy. He's about to frickin' 40 bomb in a non-overtime game.
시팅 이런 게 아니라 순수 무력으로 막는
그러니까요.
거잖아요.
네.
이게 공격되는
Dude, May VFL drafters are
알아서 하는 거예요, 수비 때.
feasting.
그냥 혼자 하는 거거든요, 진짜로 말 그래요.
Oh my gosh.
사냥꾼의 분노 누릴 생각에 클로즈고요. 바로
Okay.
그러나요? 사냥꾼의 분노.
Tag. No, that was just the ping. He doesn't even get tagged in the first one.
네. 이러면은 대배 봉쇄는 필연적으로 빠질 수밖에 없어요.
Well,
네.
that's unfortunate.
드론 빠졌고.
Sugar Zero's got to get some value. Or they have to just use the lockdown so Sugar Zero can get value. You just have to make up your mind. Zeta, you can't just... You can't mask yourselves.
이거 세스가 다음 정찰용
I don't...
메인 클리어하면은 읽히는
I mean, this smoke kinda works out. Kinda.
그러면서 B 사이트로 이동합니다.
미드 작업이나 미드 포탑을 깨거나 이런 액션 없이 그냥 B를 돌리는 거라.
화살 꼽았고 A 클리어 확인했습니다.
네. 자, 그리고 B를 막을 수 있는 스킬들은 남아 있어요.
No, do we lose this as viewers though if May drops a 40 bomb? I think it's still cinema. We also got some giga banger cinema rounds. We got the mud we wanted. I mean, this is what we signed up for. If you think, if this ends 13-6 and you think that wasn't worth it, then you didn't know what you were signing up for.
이제 설치합니다.
진부. 이거 1킬 나오면은 봉쇄예요.
네.
And it might not be over.
위해서 땅을 계속 크게 먹고 있습니다.
진부 만나는데.
And 10, trying to get ahead of things. A little bit too much on his own. But you had the numbers advantage, and Clues is going on the rotate. Whoa, hold on. Dude, Akame's spray transfers are crazy. Wait, hold on. They're tapping it. They have to check it.
야, 큰일 날 뻔했는데. 자, 솔로 남아 있습니다. 체력 46.
Oh my god.
탑에서 정리해 주네요.
Oh my
매치
god.
포인트에서 한 번의 기회를 더 얻습니다. 제타 디비전 12대7.
Dude, it's so good. This match is so good. It's so good.
자, 퍼시픽 기준으로 해서 단일 매치 최다
It's
기록을
so good.
만들어냈는데 2023 시즌에 문예 선수가 G 시절 39킬을 기록했던 게 퍼시픽 기준 단일 매치 최다 킬이에요.
근데 무슨 맵인지 무슨 상황인지 기억나는 것 같아요. 그 아마 저지 들고 미드에서 쓸어 담았던 오맹인 것 같은데.
자, 이제 20번째 라운드.
Oh my gosh.
둘둘 하나 나뉘어졌는데.
All right.
일단은 A 쪽으로
You still have another op, but if DFM, they have 1 or 2 more rounds in him, and then suddenly they'll not have great econ in the last 1 or 2 rounds.
진짜 뭐 아니면 도거든요.
저는 이거 체인버 같아요 지금.
It's gonna be rough. Dude, where is Akame going, man? Oh my gosh, he sees him. He sees him.
원샷.
Oh, dude, I mean, he gets some good damage.
영역 전개를 못 해요, 심리적으로.
이런 장면을 보면 아카메가 얼마나 공격적인 선수인지 알 수 있는 거죠.
못 잡았어요, 메이.
Wait. Oh, 10-10. Oh, 10-10. Oh, 10. It looked like he got slowed by Waylay almost.
이기면 끝나요. 동률로 끝납니다 이러다.
이거 아끼지 말고. 근데 뭐 사냥꾼의 분노를 조금 더 효율적으로.
I mean, it was a nasty setup from Zeta, to be honest. You peek here, and 10-10's already crept up, so he tries to go for a cheeky kill. It was NT, but
한발 더 들어가면서 봉쇄가 깨집니다.
제타 디비전.
I mean, now they're just everywhere. Oh, and Clues dying means that they should know. They know with the wall. They know. They know. Oh, they know about Sugar Zero too. Oh, they know. They know. The turret. Oh, Sugar Hero. Sugar Hero.
자, 심판.
Pit? Are we gonna pit?
자, 구덩이 올려
We pit? Dep?
40킬의 기회를 주겠다.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh, the lockdown. Oh, it's so far. You actually can't stay in the pit. You actually.
근데 안 나간다는 마인드?
No, you have to leave.
데뷔 스텝 잘 밟았어요.
네.
근데 걸릴 것 같은데요?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's so over. Sugar Hero? Sugar Hero? He almost had it. He almost had it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
그래도 오늘 DFM이 승리한
Dude. No, Akame hard carried that defensive side, I think. Dude, he was taking so much space with the Harbor util. That's crazy. Dude, what a banger though. What a banger. No, that was cinema, man. We got what we were promised. It was 13-7, but did May get stuck on 39? That's unfortunate. Have a good one, No Void. Oh my gosh. Dude, Akame is crazy. Akame is crazy.
공격적인 선수인 줄 알았지만 진봉이 맞을 이렇게 에임이 올라오고 공격적인 움직임이 된다? 확실히 메이가 좀 더 편하게 게임할 수 있는 환경이 만들어지는구나 하게 느껴졌던 오늘의 경기였습니다.
그렇습니다.
Oh boy.
에이스 두 번 한 맵에서
I do think, chat, in this meta, Art wouldn't have been as lost as he was. I really think it was a meta thing, but I mean, who knows? But this looks good. It looks fine. I mean, they did have some good calls, I think. Oh man.
All right.
Yeah, we'll watch the T1 doc. We'll watch the interview first.
Congratulations, everyone. 안녕하세요, 진봉 선수. 오늘의 인터뷰 당첨되셨습니다. 일로 앞에 와주시죠. DFM의 진봉 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다.
May finally has friends. He's so happy. May had 500 ACS.
You played incredible.
Oh my gosh.
Things were a little confusing on Lotus, but you clutched that win out, and DFM takes the win today. This was a very much needed win.
Wait, they won in kickoff, chat.
It must be a rush today. 와, 정말 헤이븐에서 휘몰아치고 로터스 잠깐 아찔했다가 그래도 오늘 승리 DFM한테 갔습니다. 정말 간절히 원했던 승리일 텐데 지금 좀 소감이 어떠세요?
The 500 ACS is crazy.
일단 너무 오랜만에 승리라 일단 너무 기쁘고요. 오늘 사실 저희 헤이븐 때 너무 커뮤니케이션 잘 되고 다들 총도 잘 맞고 해서 조금은 쉽게 이길 줄 알았는데 로터스에서 사실 좀 걱정이 됐는데 좀 메이 선수가 좀 열심히 해줘가지고 잘 이겨낸 것 같습니다.
Yeah, we played great today. Our comms were really in line, and I thought because of the way we played on Haven, like our aims were good, I thought it was going to be an easy win. But then things kind of took a weird turn, but then in the end, it was May that pulled the weight.
Dude, imagine thinking, oh man, we're feeling so good, we're going to win easy today, and then you get 13-1 back.
Seemed really, really different today. The team had a different vibe. I wanted to ask you, what was the team mentality, the team talk before coming into stage
He had a 50% headshot while he was opping. That's crazy. 302 ADR is insane. May was farming.
시즌 들어오기 전에 좀 어떤 마음가짐을 갖고 팀원들과 이야기를 나누셨을까요?
멤버 변경도 있고 일단 이번에 좀 더 아트 선수가 들어와 있을 때랑은 조금 다른 아이젤 스타일이라 저희끼리 진짜 커뮤니케이션 중요하고 해서 말만 열심히 잘 맞춰서 해보자. 그럼 이길 수 있을 거다라고 말해왔습니다.
그리고 그게 성공했습니다. 그죠?
네.
Well, coming into stage 2, we had a little bit of a member change, and we thought this was a different style than the way Art used to run things. So we really
I like that they're
trying
to show more of the players.
That we communicate every step of the way, and it definitely paid off. And this was an emotional day for
ADR is
your
average
fans.
damage
They
per
were
round, yes.
watching, and we have a lot of people here at the venue as well. Now is your time to say your thanks. 와, 오늘 팬분들이 진짜 감정의 롤러코스터 하이도
근데 제타는 약간의 메타를 다시 좀 연구를 해야 될 것 같아요. 또 다시 한번. 솔직히 말해서.
일단
This is Korean. Jinbung is Korean.
전부 감사드리고요. 저희 다음 경기 굉장히 가까운데 열심히 빨리
Paper Rex next, baby. Dude, give me the cinema.
Thank you everyone for sending your love, and our next match is up pretty soon this week, so hey, we're gonna prep well and give you a better performance. Alright, thank you 진봉. 다시 한번 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
Damn.
저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다.
Oh boy.
나와주세요.
Dude, what a game. Dude, what cinema. Oh, I love it. I love it. I'm so happy with it. I'm so satisfied. That was so good. Okay, before we move on to the T1 documentary, though, I do think ZETA needs to... Oh, I was like waiting for the English desk to show up, and then I was like, whoa, what's going on with the Korean? I do think ZETA... Yeah. They need to reconsider their take on the meta IMO. You're either doing older meta stuff or newer meta stuff, and I'm not sure if either one really suits you. You know what I mean? So, you got to figure out a way where your players feel comfortable getting more proactive, like the Lotus. So we'll see. I mean, maybe just stick to all older meta stuff, right? Because then everyone will know, and then you can just be more aggressive. I think that's something they have to consider. Will you upload a segment on your YouTube? I will try to. I'm gonna locally record. I honestly don't know what to expect because I haven't actually watched this yet, chat. So, we'll see. Worst case, it'll be here for the VOD. But, oh my God, Tron, I just don't have time. I really actually want to get back into grinding more of the finals, but I just don't have time. Honestly, though, now that I'm done with a lot of the edits, and after Super Week is over, we can probably sneak it. I can probably sneak it in off of stream, even a little bit of game time here and there. But yeah. All right, chat. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna run some ads real quick, and then we're gonna watch the T1 documentary together. If you haven't watched it, this will be your first time. If you have watched it, I will also be pointing out any like nuances or translations that are lost a bit, because it seems like a lot of this was either machine translated or translated by someone who doesn't actually know as much of what's going on, or they like were only given the script, right? Like that happens a lot too. So yeah. But I haven't actually seen it, so I just want to watch it, and I figured we'll talk about it as we go. Let's see. I mean, the funny part about that, Harry Kintama, is that that's not even the jab you think it is because they don't even need that money to hire better translators, but most people think that they can get away with hiring not the best translators. To be fair, translation takes a lot of effort and time. So it's always one of those things where it's but to me, I'm actually okay if T1 just says like, by the way, these are auto translated, so there may be some errors. Like just put out a disclaimer. Like I'm fine with that. You know what I mean? Although I don't know, if you want to be a global brand, you probably shouldn't, but let's see. Let me run some ads real quick, chat, and then let me find this video. Does anyone have it on hand, the T1 doc? I'm sure it's not hard to find, but and then we can put that up. We can do a quick stretch and water break. But we're going to run some ads first and then change all the titles and whatnot. So BRB. BRB. RB? RB mentioned? What? Chat. Is Nongshim winning tomorrow against CRX? Let's see here. How do I want to change this on YouTube? Guess we'll just put it at the front. I'll just try to remember to edit the titles later. Oh, thank you for the link. Let me open it up now so I don't lose it. Boys Be Ambitious is also very funny to me. I wonder what the Korean title is of that. You had both Yudotan and Mei in your VFL? That is crazy. I might not stay for this. Sick of the frame run drama. As soon as the scene started funny enough, all content creators seem to not be as enraged as the community. Well, I mean, that's the other thing. I actually don't know if it would be as... I have a feeling it's probably not as bad. That's my take. But we'll see. We'll see. But the reason I'm doing this live, the biggest reason I'm doing this live isn't actually to pile on the actual drama. It's because if there are actual, well, it's two things. One, anyone who's watching, I want you to understand why translation is so hard, why nuances can get lost so easily, even if the translation is correct, etc. Which is why you should always do your due diligence if you're ever going to take anything translated from any language as your proof, right? Or as your argument. Two, if it's bad enough, I'm going to call them out for their translation. And then some smart ass out there is going to be like, well, Noshim's translations are bad too. You're right, but Noshim also doesn't like pretend that it's good. They also aren't putting out an 1.5-hour documentary with translations. Well, actually, the League team might. The League team has documentaries. I haven't checked their English ones there. But like their Valorant Crips, like it's pretty awkwardly translated, but it's like it's just funny meme titles, so it's like it's okay. So oh, I totally get it, Yisel. That's why I like Platchat had asked me if I wanted, or I had originally asked Platchat if I could be on the episode where they talked about the Termi Frost stuff, and then eventually it had gotten so bad that I was like, actually, I can't deal with this mentally right now. So like, I totally get it. Oh man, May has 24 points on VFL. Wow. Okay. Who's gonna call out Chobra's translations? who will translate the translator? All right, chat. Right before we get started, let me go to the bathroom. All of you, drink some water, stretch your legs. This is an 1.5 hours, so it's a long ways away. I don't know why oh, maybe you guys linked it that way, or maybe I had watched a small part of this at 1:32. Oh yeah, because that's the part that was people were like using as like, isn't this scrim sharing? Okay. Anyway, we'll get back to it. I'll be back. All right. All right, chat. Enough people are asking, so I'll try to at least upload some form of this. 뭐랄까, 외국인들이 이해하지 못하는 부분에 있어서는 변철 선수가 날카롭게 말한다던가 관련이 전화 식으로 의미한다고 말하는 부분에 있어서는 이게 영상 결승전 부분에 안 나타났다고 생각해요. 뭐 한번 봐야죠. I got potato chips. We're here for the movie. Yeah, it was like super vacuum packed. There we go. Everyone got their snacks? Is Korean hard to learn? I mean, the thing is any language, grammar and such is always going to be new if the structure isn't similar. Korean's alphabet is easy to learn. Okay, we will record. Okay, so some of our mods have to go, but as we get started, just a couple disclaimers. I will be like checking into chat whenever I'm like pausing things or explaining things, my thoughts or whatnot. If there even is a need for that, there might not be. I mean, listen, if we end up just watching the full thing and I'm like, actually, there's nothing to comment on, then this won't get uploaded anywhere anyway. But so don't cross any lines. Do not use this as a reason to witch hunt. Do not use this as a reason to dogpile. Okay? If you have your own thoughts, it's okay to share that. But if you want to just rage about it, then you can do that online. You shouldn't do it, but you can do it online elsewhere. And this is not the place to do it. Okay? You can share your opinions, but this isn't the place to do that. So then why am I watching this live on stream and potentially uploading it on YouTube? For me, the biggest thing is that the reason I was most interested is because the first time I heard about the doc was when we saw that thread come up where they're like, isn't this scrim sharing? And it showed a clip where it was just straight up mistranslated. And there's like one part that's like a little bit of room for error, but then even then, it's like, it didn't actually matter because they still talked about the correct comp, which Paper Rice had already shown before that anyway. So it's like, again, and whether there's other proof or whatnot, I don't have a horse in that race. I'm not an investigator, so I don't know. But like, this wasn't it. So like, I saw that and it just pissed me off because every time like people misconstrue things from translations, either it's mistranslated or you just don't do your due diligence, which is hard, which is why translating is a hard job. And maybe when people hire a translator, you should hire someone who does a good job and you should vet it. Just maybe. I don't know. I might not know what I'm talking about. I've only been translating for over 10 years in gaming. So like, I might not know what I'm talking about, but I'm just saying it might be important to do that, both as an org and as a fan. So, like, that was the biggest thing. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, people really need to understand why this is so hard. Nuance gets lost even if it's translated correctly. So that's one thing that if you're watching this, hopefully what you can take away, if there's other parts where I have to point that out, you can understand that this is hard. It's hard to do, and it's important to remember that even if it's correct, the nuance can get lost. Okay? And then the second part is if it's actually really bad, then I think they should be called out because you're putting out an hour-and-a-half movie. You should at least put a disclaimer that the translations might not be correct. So I am just saying that that's the main reason. Obviously, the whole like drama surrounding it, I mean, I don't know. If I have thoughts on it, I'll comment on it. If I don't, I won't. Okay. All right. No, I wasn't being humble. I was being sarcastic. I know exactly what I'm doing when it comes to translating esports and gaming. So I'm not gonna. But that's the thing is that like that doesn't make me capable of translating in a different field. You see what I mean? So that's the thing. Yes, this is a full-on movie. All right, here we go. Oh wait, I need to turn on the subtitles. First of all, always important to check if there's auto-generated or not. Okay, so this is just the submitted ones. Okay, good.
앞으로도 더 우승컵 들 수 있도록 열심히 할 거고 그리고 이 순간 꼭 잊지 않도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Well, yeah. So today I became the first one in Valorant's history.
황홀하다라고 느낀 것 같아요. 사실 T1에 와서 수많은 일들이 있었고 욕도 많이 먹고 그랬었는데 보란듯이 우승을 했고 내 선택이 틀리지 않았구나라는 것을 증명하게 된 날이었던 것 같고요. 그리고 앞으로도 우승을 더 하고 싶다라고.
Okay, so immediately I know that this wasn't actually machine translated. Because what he says here is the sentence, literally what he says is people also cursed at me a lot or swore at me a lot. Or if it's machine translated, it might even mistranslate and say, I ate a lot of swear words. So it's definitely not machine translated. That is for sure. This is context translated.
네, 보란 듯이 우승을 했고 내 선택이 틀리지 않았구나라는 것을 증명하게 된 날이었던 것 같고요. 그리고 앞으로도 우승을 더 하고 싶다라고 생각을 많이 하게 됐던 날인 것 같습니다.
Dude, we missed those times, huh? If you're wondering, by the way, this is the S-Plex, the E Stadium. This is the building where the arena is. This whole district, just to give a little context, this is, it's popping up, so I'm just going to talk about it. This entire district, there's like tons of buildings behind here, is actually just like all of the broadcast, like the main broadcasters, like TV stations, etc. And it's been being built up since like 2010, I think. Into that new district, because they used to be towards like the center of Seoul, etc., and they kind of decided to build this up as the whole section. So like JTBC is a channel. You've got MBC back there somewhere. You got CJNM, which is where OGN used to be a part of. That building is, I think, this one, or like hidden behind this one, or maybe it's this one. Things like that. So yeah, it's like a whole broadcasting zone. Funny enough, behind these buildings, there's a little like open area. That part is in Avengers Infinity War, I think, whichever one where they have a battle in Seoul. They shot that in this zone, exactly in this little plot.
저 맨날 상상도 안 봤는데. 안 합변할 것 같은데. 펄 스플릿 중에 뭐 하고 싶은? 정말 재미없는데. 뭐 메타 조합 어떤 조합 만나도 우리가 편한 건 스플릿이긴 하지. 뭔 조합해도.
쟤네들 바이스 쓸 것 같아서 별로 하고 싶지 않아. 아펄.
맵밴 누구랑 칠 거야? 맵밴 것처럼 미리오. 세훈은 세계 대회 전용 아니야? 우주 한번 가.
뭐야 패스야? 우주 한번 가.
아 구태희 가자. 구태희 오랜만에. 아나 병철이랑 갈래 병철이. 진짜 재미로 가는 거 아니야? 가죠? 병철이 한번 안 갔잖아.
They just randomly pick who's gonna go. That's funny. I don't know if it's the Hawkeye scene.
Ban for 2-1. Then listen. Let's ascend. Q1 you may now ban either Haven or Lotus.
Then Lotus.
Against Lotus, decided map will be Haven. We're gonna have fun.
야 프랙처 스플릿 헤이븐이다.
진영은요?
프랙처 수비 스플릿 공격 헤이븐 공격. 아 엑스박스 진짜 하고 싶었는데.
Of course you wanted to play Icebox against ZETA.
기가 막히게 DFM이 역전을 해서 3렙을 간다면?
우승하고 온 당시에
So okay, like again, I'm not gonna nitpick everything, but this is just to give you context, right? So, like this is why it's hard. So here he says, if by some miracle DFM pulls off a comeback and takes us to map 3, and then it has a dash indicating that the sentence is cut off. This is technically correct. This is technically correct. But what, in context of how usually people talk these days, it's more of a, oh, what if they do that? Like it actually, he ended the sentence. There is, but like this one doesn't matter. It doesn't really change anything, but that's what I mean. And in an hour video, or if you're following someone for a whole day, stuff like that starts to add up on what's the context here, right? Of is this actually exactly what he said versus not.
우승하고 온 당시에 모두가 다 발로란트라는 게임을 즐기면서 저희가 우승을 했다고 생각을 해서 혹시나 저희가 지는 날이 올 수도 있는데 그때 무너지지 말자 이런 얘기 많이 했었어가지고
Wait, this is so scripted, man. Didn't Meteor say when they lost when they dropped down to the lower bracket? Wasn't it this year's kickoff? Yeah, where he said Munchkin told him like it's because we used to have fun. So like clearly they weren't having fun. I mean, I guess when they won Masters, maybe they rediscovered that. But
게임을 즐기면서 저희가 우승을 했다고 생각을 해서 혹시나
I mean, maybe they rediscovered that. Maybe that's what he's trying to say.
그때 무너지지 말자 이런 얘기 많이 했었어가지고 힘들거나 부담감이 있지는 않았던 것 같습니다.
남자는 뭐? 자신감이야. 자신감으로 가는 거야 오늘도. 자신감으로 가는 거야. 내가 자신감으로 우승했어. 그럼. 화이팅! 화이팅! 가보자고 얘들아.
영역을 밀 때 더 화끈하게 밀 수 있는.
뺑까다 얘들아. 야 다진다 얘들아.
이런 식으로 먼저 치고 나. 이게 돼요. 이게 돼요.
By the way,
밀 때.
화이팅!
see, this is also something I was wondering.
가보자고 얘들아.
So Sylvan says, "Let's have some fun out there. Let's go," and he says it in like a kind of fun way. But this is also I wonder what it's going to look like by the end of this documentary, because I'm pretty sure when I asked them during one of the press conferences at Bangkok, they said Sylvan was the vibes guy, like as close as it gets on T1. They don't have someone like Zelsis, but so yeah, you can't bring your phone and stuff onto the stage. That's why they have metal detectors. Yeah, he does like silly beatboxes and stuff, so clearly that is what happens.
아니 뭐 시작하다가 끝나. 아니에요.
이제 탑으로 스파이크가 전달됩니다.
네, 일단은 안쪽에 설치는 되거든요.
얘들아 나 궁도 있어. 나 궁도 있어. 나 궁 여신 먼저 할게. 궁이나 여신. 혹시 하나? 영사봐 너 못 도와줘 지금. 확인했어.
이거 지진강탄.
시티둘. 미사일 있어. 미사일 있고. 젠. 나 여신부터 명쳐라. 나 진짜 까워 먼저 버릴게. 여신 갈게. 명쳐라 나 궁 코레. 하나. 나머지 할게. 살아봐.
자, 유도일지 사격 위치 어디냐? 메인이다. 메인에 있는 거 맞다.
야 근데 이거 서로 안 좋아. 계단 소리야. 세개 먼저 해야 돼. 내가.
택시가 오히려
앞을.
오, 에이미.
Comms are pretty good up to that point.
아 우지야 잠깐만 진짜 한 번 말할게. 맨날 저소하잖아. 맨날 불안해 항상 이거. 그냥 돌지 마. 와 나한테도 와야 될 것 같아. 그래서 확인했어. 아 진짜 잘했다. 아 우지야 잠깐만 진짜 한 번 말할게. 맨날 저소하잖아. 맨날 불안해 항상 이거. 그냥 돌지 마. 와 나한테도 와야 될 것 같아. 그래서 확인했어. 아 진짜 잘했다. 콜 아무 줄 왔고. 근데 오늘 우리 에임이 안 좋긴 하다.
이렇게 되면은
I'm gonna I mean, we don't know, but I'm gonna assume this was just to them each other, because there's no context that it was a timeout or anything.
에임이 안 좋긴 하다.
이렇게 되면은 정보가 아예 없는 상태로 노출이 많이 되거든요, 제타 디비전. 이거 나 그냥 CT 공유사로 이렇게 쓸 테니까.
이렇게 써도. 신기하게. 나 뺑 쓸게. 뺑 피해.
내가 이렇게 무리를 해야 된다라는.
야 역으로 얘도 공쓸 수 있어.
키를 만들고
벤 하나.
공간을 열고.
헤어공 조심. 사운드.
진짜 대박입니다.
야 국당. 국당이 돼. 나 무대 나올 줄 나와. 가주.
자, 이거는 위치
왼쪽이다 왼쪽. CT 왼쪽. 그대로. 스윙 상대 스윙. 나 10퍼플 안에 있어라. 좀 모르겠다 네 위치.
이주는 사이트 안에 남아 있습니다. 발소리가 들리고 있고
이주
둥글게.
야, 균열 때리고.
오,
They go for the knife.
이게 뒷타임이라서 몸 제대로 푼 것도 있는데 좀 조절이 안 된 것 같기도 하고. 아닌가?
그냥 안 맞는 것 같아.
오늘 좀 많이 안 맞는 것 같기도 하고. 아닌가?
그냥 안 맞는 것 같아.
Yeah, so it's stuff like this. Like I am Listen, I'm gonna say this because I know. I literally just spent over like 20 hours translating and editing my own interviews with Nongshim per video. Okay, so like I get it. It's hard, but if you have, well, so I mean, maybe they just didn't get the video, which is very common, which I do think is a problem if you want to do a good job. But it's like, nah, I just wasn't hitting anything today. We all know in context, in what would Changak need to be hitting, right? What would he need to be hitting? He's a coach. And that's you should be asking that question because that's not what he said. He just said, "Oh, they weren't landing their shots. They weren't hitting it today." Like the "they" was the subject of the sentence he didn't say, but literally it goes.
이게 뒷타임이라서 몸 제대로 푼 것도 있는데.
And he says, I mean, it was a late match. This is fine. This is just like you could have translated it better, but also sometimes you have to match the length. But basically, he's saying we had the second match today, so maybe.
이게 뒷타임이라서 몸 제대로 푼 것도 있는데.
But he also says, I think we were still warming up, which I think this is one where it's like you added too much context on your own. He simply says, I think. I mean, we didn't warm up as much because we were the second match, or we didn't warm up as well because we were the second match. I do think that nuance is a little different compared to we were still warming up, right? Like, I think this is one where it's like, I mean, the letter length isn't that different either. I think this is one where you're adding too much.
좀 조절이 안 된 것 같기도 하고. 아닌가?
그냥 안 맞는 것 같아.
But then Chungak just says, I don't know. It just wasn't, they just weren't hitting it. It just wasn't hitting. It just wasn't landing. That's just what he says. But then it's like, I just wasn't hitting anything today. It's like, yeah, I guess he could be talking about the desk, but
오늘 좀 많이 안 맞던데.
yeah, and then he says, yeah, you weren't hitting much today. What do you mean you weren't?
좀 많이 안 맞던데.
He says, yeah, the shots weren't hitting. I'm gonna get angry now because here it actually doesn't matter. This segment doesn't actually matter in the grand scheme. Well, maybe it does. I don't know, but it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things. But like, oh man, if you're gonna give just a script, you have to give better context. You do. You have to.
아닌가?
그냥 안 맞는 것 같아.
좀 조절이 안 된 것 같기도 하고. 아닌가? 이게 뒷타임이라서 몸 제대로 푼 것도 있는데. 좀 조절이 안 된 것 같기도 하고. 아닌가?
그냥 안 맞는 것 같아.
So most likely, here's what happens. Most likely, just to give you context, most likely the person who's translating this isn't given the video, or it's one of two things. Either they don't have the video or they don't understand the context of like who's who and how VCT works. But they're just given the script, right? And well, no, because most likely if you were given the script, you had their names because the Korean should already have the name. So you know who was. So they clearly don't know the team. That's for sure. It's somebody who doesn't know the team. But in that case, the only forgiving I can do is because Chungak is still using formality because, you know, Autumn is the head coach. So it can sound like Autumn is talking to someone who needs to listen to his feedback. So like, yeah, that context can be lost. But but stuff like this is so easy to. But here's my other point is that like you can at least have someone who understands the context review it. You know what I mean? Like you can at least do that. You can at least do that. We can at least do that if we're gonna actually care about putting out a full-on movie for a global audience. Well, there's a context translation early on that I don't think machine translation would have caught, so I don't think it's machine translated. No, it's not a spelling mistake because then they have Autumn saying, yeah, you weren't hitting much today. So the context is entirely lost to the translator here.
이거 우리 에이맨 먹는 거 있잖아.
빈소리야?
여기서 그냥 월 굿즈 다 올리고 이렇게 가가지고 여기서 바로 팝하는 거.
나 클래식이야?
아니 너 총 봤잖아.
근데 이거
다 올리면은 연막샷.
이거 다 원래 엘보
나만 아니면 되지 뭐.
엘보폭 아니었나?
아 엘보폭인데 그냥 해본폭으로 하대.
아 오케이.
한만 넓은데.
Okay.
봐봤어. 너 장면만 나오잖아. 아 엘보폭인데 그냥 해본폭으로 하대. 아 오케이. 한만 넓은데.
What does he say?
아 엘보폭인데 그냥 해본폭으로 하대. 아 오케이. 한만 넓은데. 아 엘보폭인데 그냥 해본폭으로 하대. 아 오케이. 한만 넓은데. 봐봤어. 너 장면만 나오잖아. 한만 넓은데. 봐봤어. 너 장면만 나오잖아.
The later context, I guess, makes that pretty clear. It's hard to hear them initially, but
별로 긴장은 안 되는 그런 느낌인데. 사소하긴 해요.
총을 기대만큼 못 쏘더라.
첫 판에 총 못 쏜 좀 잘 쏴봐 이번 판.
뭐야?
감독님 왜 저 저격해요?
너라고는 안 했어, 영섭아.
제발 조리기 걸.
나 맞긴 해 솔직히. 알고 있네. 아 그래도 3등 했어요 근데 감독님 인정? 그거 자체가 문제가 있던 거야 게임이.
약간 13대 4 게임을 13대 7까지
아 진짜 그 느낌이긴 해. 그냥 다 이긴 거였어 몇 개는.
나도 못
맞긴 해. 나도
근데.
A를 4명이서 보는데 뚫리잖아 우리.
오히려 연마를 역기용중.
야,
시간 제로가 데려.
So this is where it starts, huh?
첫 판에 총 못 쏜 좀 잘 쏴봐 이번 판.
The thing is, okay, if you didn't know the ending, if you didn't know the drama that surrounds this video, okay? You didn't know that. This translation is mostly fine. If you didn't know the drama surrounding it, you didn't know the ending, okay? And you didn't know that, like, I mean, let's even say you didn't know Sylvan was benched yet, right? If this was released literally right after this game, this sounds like banter, right? Because they are winning, right? So, like, but I do think, here's what I think. I mean, for the head coach and such, the reason it's hard to call that out, I mean, again, we'll watch the rest of it, but at this moment, it's hard to call anything out because it's like, sometimes that's the relationship you have. Sometimes you're like, when you're winning, you joke about it just to like, you know, kind of like get people motivated again. And that's fine. Like some people have different relationships, and that's okay. What I actually have a problem with is Izu jumps in and says, who are you calling out? And like that can be a joke as well, but I think during a live match, not okay. Because that's like literally something that happens in production is sometimes you'll have producers who say, oh, like, why do you keep stumbling over your words today? You're a little nervous? And they think they're joking to make you relaxed. But literally, if I have another segment to go into live on camera and you tell me you're stumbling a lot today, you are literally sabotaging me. Right, and I've had to tell producers like you can't do that. But I think the coach and such, you already won the match, etc. Like that, we don't know the relationship, so I'm not going to go too deep into that. But I think having an environment where, because it's going to feel fine now because they were winning, but having an environment where more people can always add on to each other is dangerous. I think that's super dangerous. No, but also the cadence, yeah. Like this is fine. But I think if we want to nitpick, I think this is fine. I think this is fine in the context. I think this is fine, just assuming the context is good because they were winning, right? This is fine, and this is where it should stop. Right? I think that's where it should stop. Even if, like, since we don't know the relationships, and like for me, even the previous part, I would never want that during a live match. But that's me. Some people are different. That's fine. But I think when he says, yeah, but I still got third, that's like, that's already, if you have worked with enough people in different scenarios, that should be your cue of like, this guy wants this to stop right now. He's laughing and going along with it because the vibes are okay overall. But that's the signal of like, right? If he was just like, fine, I'll, you know, like there's a difference between if you said that and Sylvan's next line was, fine, you know what? I'll top frag this game. Then it's actually totally cool. Everyone's on board with the same joke. But the moment he's like, yeah, but I still got third, so I did okay, right? It's like, he's literally asking for affirmation. So I think... But again, like we don't know the full relationship. This part, I mean, it's banter, and he laughs it off. So like, you know, that's why it's hard to work with different people.
13대 4 게임을 13대 7까지 왔다.
Yeah, but Meteor points it out. He's like, yeah, but you're not saying it was really bad. You're just saying like we should have won easier. Yeah, then and Meteor, you know, Meteor just says, I didn't hit much either. Yeah, and then he just says, yeah, so now they dilute it. So that, you know, in the grand scheme of things, this part, it's you know, it's whatever. But I think that's just a learning lesson for everyone, which again, it's also easier in hindsight, but in the moment of like, that's why it's so hard to pick up on cues because everyone's different, you know? And when things are good, it's always good, right? Like that's why like when we joke about Vibes merchants, but that's why Vibes merchants are so important is because a true vibes merchant is able to identify that, dilute it, and make it better in a losing situation. It's really easy to do that in a winning situation, but it's very hard to do in a losing situation.
슈가 제로가 데려가네요. 매치 포인트 제타입니다.
근데 미드 드론 많이 쓰나? 미드는 생각 안 해도 될 것 같아. 그냥 우리가 지금 그냥 해야 될 게 그냥 그대로 막고 방금 그냥 사고 난 거고 그냥 그대로 막으면 될 것 같아.
미드 말고 그냥 양쪽 사이드 가도 돼.
나 백사오프 할게.
미드 자신 있게 할게.
Why is that drone so loud? What the heck?
이러면 5포인 거 알아야죠.
나 빼야 돼. B 조심. 백사 다시 채워줘.
미갔다.
다시 채워봐. 아직 안 왔어. 힘면 하나. 브리치야 브리치 아직 안 왔어. 안 들어왔어. 얘들 구체도 안 깠어. 그냥 B인 거 같아. 힘해.
Oh, the comms are pretty good. Meteor's just focusing on his flank.
그냥 도와줘. 서로 몰라. 서로 봐줄래? 서로 봐줄게. 나 이름 먹어 이제.
자, 이제 오퍼킬까지 나왔고요. 위치 바꿔줍니다. 바로 연막 리필.
잡히면 낭패인데 저런 거를 확신을 갖고 저걸 나가서 라운드를 또 바꿔주네요, 분위기를.
상대 돈 없다 얘들아. 돈 봐.
따면 돼요.
A 스플릿이랑 B 스플릿만 조심하면. 상대 돈 없다 얘들아. 돈 봐.
따면 돼요.
It cuts off. His mic cuts off. How do they know what he said? Oh. Yeah. He specifically means we just need to win the round. But that's fine. I think the coaches need to be more sensitive to players' mentals, how simple banter can get toxic. Yes, but here's the thing. I think everyone needs to realize that's really hard to do. This is one of those things where I think it's important to, if you're let's say you're the GM, you should be giving that feedback to your coaches, etc., etc. It is important, but it's really hard to do. It's really hard to do because here's the thing. You don't know that you did that wrong until somebody tells you, right? You don't realize, unless you're straight up just intentionally toxic, then that's but that's a different problem, right? So you don't know that you caused things unintentionally until someone calls you out on it. But the problem is that it's very hard for someone who is who works below you, under you, whether it's a player, a subordinate, or whatever, to call that out, especially in some cultures. And I would argue that Korean culture is generally harder to do that, right? And then the guy above you also may not always have all the context. So it's the reason I say this is, chat, I know so many producers, not even just in esports, just in TV, in news, in other things that I've heard stories where I'm just like, this dude's been working as a producer for 30 plus years and he's still calling you out on stuff during a live show in your earpiece? Doesn't that sound ridiculous? It sounds ridiculous. You would imagine that a producer who's able to keep their job working on proper shows for 30 plus years would never do that. They would never do that. But the reason they do it is because no one's ever really called them out on it, so they don't ever actually realize that it's a problem. Because either they were lucky enough to have people who just internalized it, got over it, and were able to battle through it, or they moved on, right? And you never realized what the problem was. So it's actually really hard to do. So I think the correct response to things like this, where it's like, yeah, but that could get toxic later, it's like, this should be a reminder to really appreciate the people who do that well, because those are the unicorns. Those are the rare ones. I think, and I'm not saying this is fine. It's not fine, but it is a lot harder to do. I'm gonna go ahead and tell you that the majority of you in chat probably wouldn't catch the same mistake if you were in the same setting. I just think so. I don't think as much as I would like to think that I've been in very similar situations and I've been on both ends, I don't think I would be 100% able to make the right choice every time. And I don't think even if I made the wrong choice that I would recognize it until it's too late. I think it's just really hard. I think you need to understand that. It seems worse because we're watching it from in a silo. But I think it's I think you have to realize that it's really hard to do. And also because if you're winning, nobody realizes it. So sometimes it's just you know, it avalanches and you have no idea where it started. And also everyone reacts differently, which is again why it's hard to work with different people.
A 스플릿이랑 B 스플릿만 조심하면 되겠네.
얘들아 브리치궁에 오멘궁 태우궁 곧 돌아.
자, 시간 많이 끌었어요. 근데 지금 추가대로
The Korean casters are. Why do we not have the casters screaming translated?
손가락에 오멘.
천천히.
Oh shoot! I remember this. So close.
얘들아 이거야.
자, 미드에서 돌아왔지만 크루즈가 빠릅니다.
남아 있는 게 메테오라. 메테오라 봐야 돼요. 메테오는 봐야 돼요.
재민발 던져주고.
이번
The Korean casters are so funny.
제타 디비전입니다. 자, 거의 다 왔습니다. 제타.
이러면 다 도박수를 던져야 됩니다. T1은.
Gotcha, Paradox.
던져 나가요.
레이돌. 아, 장막 안 돼. 네, 1층. 메인 보는 중. 봐줄게.
But it's things like this. Like I always wondered about this. I am curious how other like current coaches feel about this. Because personally,
도박수를 던져야 됩니다. T1은. 자, 던져 나가요.
레이돌. 아.
him saying 2-A and then going, I would that would be like a priority for me if I was a coach. Of like, you can't say that. You can't say that on the mic. Mute your mic. Say 2-A and then rage all you want off the mic. But you cannot be like, or like F me, or like that needs to not happen in comms. That was something that I worked on a lot when I was playing in a clan for Call of Duty back in the day, where people would be like, "Ah, shoot," or like, "Damn," like, and I'd be like, "That doesn't give me any value. Cut that out. Say that all you want off the mic." But also, it's like, you know, how important is that? Probably people differ. So I am curious. This is something I've always wondered about.
장막 안 돼. 네, 1층. 메인 보는 중. 봐줄게.
I'm not trying to call stacks out. That was just like the first time it happened, so I was very curious.
마지막도 원래 막았어야 되나? 뭐? 마지막 라운드? 왜 저만 잡았군? 잘 치워. 내가 던진 건데 진짜.
야 오늘 총이 안 맞아. 그렇죠. 너무 안 맞아.
공격 때 너가 혼자 있을 경우가 좀 있으니까 그때 조금 더 주도적으로. 아마 요럴 때보다 더 쉽긴 할 거야. 이거 타이밍 알지?
나 그냥 몰라 저거.
이거 모른다고? 알잖아.
까먹었어.
까먹었다고?
아 나 알 것 같기도 하고.
확실히
알 것 같긴 해.
알게.
야총 잘 쏴 그냥.
I mean, but again, stuff like that, like, dude, I would have such a problem if my players said that. But also, like, if you can laugh about it, that's your vibe. You know what I mean? Dude, I would be so mad if my player, like, 10 minutes before the next game was like, I think I know. It's like, well, what do you mean? Do you know or not? Like, we can review it. It's fine. But, like, tell me if you know or not. But they are just laughing about it, so it's whatever.
확실히
나 알 것 같긴 해.
알게.
야총 잘 쏴 그냥.
알게.
야총 잘 쏴 그냥. 에이서 너 오랜만인 것 같잖아. 와 청각 아이소 보다가 에이서 보니까 이제 인정할 수 되겠다. 저 테이스 어떻게 먹을 건데 진짜. 저기 부담감 줄 줄 알지? 태우야 네 정도 위치에 있으면 이건 아무것도 아니잖아. 이런 부담감을 즐겨야 된다고. 들이친 건데. Let's go.
이 싸움은 앞선 맥과 동일하게
Meteor being like, I was just joking.
불리해요 지금은.
But see, so I think this is from what I've heard. Again, we'll see. We'll watch the rest of it. But like Meteor is someone who can handle this clearly, right? Because when Autumn says like, no, what? You got to enjoy this kind of pressure. Which I think Autumn is also saying this knowing that Meteor can take it. And Meteor says, I was just joking, man. So like, he knows how to like end this conversation and move on and take it upon himself. Which is hard, but it just goes to show why he's so valuable as a player. You have a sinus infection. Hopefully that gets better.
한 명이 차고일 거라고 생각을 하는데
태호도 반피. 지나간 거 봤습니다. 살아봐. 형 나온 거 몰라. 여기 나와 있는 거. 히트로 해도. 나이스. 살아.
아니 이기적이네. 야 계약서 벌써 4장째 썼으면 4칸이에요 4칸.
나이스 박태호. 나이스 고태호. 메이도.
근데 이게 각도 자체가 T1이 너무 불편해요.
갈아줬네. 갈아줬네 잡았고.
No, it's not even just social skills, the way Meteor handles that. I think it's just the confidence. That's what I get when I hear someone who says that. It's not just social skills, it's that Meteor knows he's good. He's not scared of not performing, right?
야 나온다 여기 찍기 뺐어 언더 둘. 야 언더 피망 갔어. 나 못 나가. 하나. 롱 나온다. 얘랑 사이트.
먼저 완벽한 리테이크를 보여주면서 T1이 스테이지 1 첫 번째 매치를.
Dude, I want to know. I need to know. T1 needs to, they don't need to, but I need to know. I need to know who translated this. Because, like, I am having such whiplash on whether trying to figure out whether they know whether they know the context or not. I just, sometimes I'm like, wow, they caught that context. Their translations are really good. And then they're like, the caster literally says, they close out their opening match of stage 1, and they're like, they close out stage 1 with a perfect retake. I'm like, well, those two things mean very different things. I mean, anyone who's watched VCT would know that it says day 1, and like they didn't actually close out the entire stage 1. But I mean, like this one, like it's not even that you can't hear it. The caster's literally screaming in your ear. Like, I mean, the fact that they don't even say technically closes out. So you're clearly good at interpreting and not translating. The difference is that interpreting is where you like try to portray the meaning, right? And also it's speech versus written. But no, the thing is their translations aren't bad. They're actually really good when it's good. Like they understand how to, because the reason translating with subtitles is really hard is because you don't have freedom of space. You have limited space, and the different languages portray things in different lengths. So sometimes your translation gets too long and you have to figure out a way to make it legible, right? It can't just flash for like half a second. And they're very good at that. Like they're mostly pretty good at it. But then like every now and then they say these things where I'm like, do we not? Like I feel it feels like it's someone who doesn't understand what VCT is. That's what it feels like to me. But I don't know. I don't know.
왜 이렇게 안 맞아 진짜? 3맵 때 잘 썼어요. 아 그러니까 3맵은 풀려서 다행인데 2맵 때 내가 본 거 좀 진짜. 왜 그래 방송이 저한테. 영상 솔직히 너도 알잖아. 그거 그런 거 아니야 또? 마우스 그 지워브에서. 아니야. 이상하던데 오늘. 아 그러니까 영섭의 기대치가 있잖아. 그냥 픽 쏘지는 거야 계속. 그래서 뭐지 했지. 아니 다 힘들게 날 만들었어. 1맵부터 그랬어. 아무 말도 안 했어요. 그런 말고. 1맵부터 다 죽었어. 아니 근데 웃긴 게 영섭이 실수하는 라운드 진짜 거의 없긴 해. 게임 쪽으로 봤을 때 거의 안 했어 실수.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna tell you. You know what? I've already seen enough. I know what's going on. Autumn is like my parents. And I'm going to tell you why. You have to understand why this is so hard to identify. My parents, all right, we're going to have a little story time. No, it's not actually in Korean. It's not as, first of all, I don't think it's as like, I mean, this segment, even in English, this part wasn't that toxic. But no, chat. You have to watch this assuming that you don't have the full context, right? Okay. Which, first of all, we never do. One of the things that to this day, chat, I am 30. How old am I, chat? I'm 36. to this day, I'm 36. No, I'm not 39. I'm 36. And to this day, I have this discussion with my parents. And they still don't actually get it. I have actually had this discussion with my wife several times. And she doesn't quite get it, although she's accepted it. She accepts where I'm coming from. My parents would always say, I know you can do better. I know you can do better. You can do better. I know you can do better. You can do better. You're good at this. I know you can do this better. You're like, you can get a higher grade. You can do this better. Next time you can do this better. Once I was old enough to say my thoughts, articulate my thoughts, okay? It's a very common Asian thing. It is also very commonly Asian. But my parents would say it in like a very sweet way. But what I'm trying to tell you is that I'm not saying it's just my parents, but I also didn't want to generalize for all Asians. But once I got to a point where I could articulate why I didn't like that, what I told them was, I would almost rather you tell me that it's okay to be bad. It's okay to not do well, right? You telling me constantly that you know I can do better makes me feel like at some point that if I don't do better, I am not doing well enough. Okay? But when I first told my mom this, she was flabbergasted, because to her, where she was coming from was, but I'm saying this to tell you that I do believe in you, because I do believe in you and I trust in you and I'm supporting you. And I get that. So this is where you need to understand why it's so hard to work with people, because everyone has different things, right? And then I think back to what I know about my mom and my dad with their parents, and it's because they had this dynamic where that worked. They had this dynamic where their parents would tell them, I know you can do better. And they're like, oh yeah, you know what? You're right. I can do better. And then they would do better. But I was born and raised differently, right? Etc. And I'm a different person with different personalities. So for me, like in the beginning, and the thing is they didn't, and the reason my mom got so upset the first couple times we had this discussion, like sad upset, is because she was like, how would I not have known this? Why would I not catch on to this? If you always felt this way, how can you tell me you always felt this way when we didn't have this problem before? But we didn't have this problem before because when I was younger, it was fine. I didn't think much about it. I was like, okay. And then I just moved on, right? But the thing is if I was never even able to figure that out myself, and then let alone articulate it to my parents, we wouldn't even come to a close, like, surface level understanding now when I'm in my mid-30s, chat, okay? That's how long it took for us to, like, at least have a surface level understanding of just simply, like, he doesn't like that, I get where my parents are coming from. We still don't fully understand where each other are coming from. But there's this difference of, like, this is me telling you that I believe in you, that I know you are better because, this is me trying to big you up by telling you I know you're better. And sometimes that works. Like, I say that to people sometimes, right? I do. I say that to people sometimes. But obviously, Sylvan's response is never, even in just 11 minutes out of the 3 times we've seen them talk, Sylvan's response is never like, yeah, you know what, next time I'll do it. It's always like, yeah, but this happened. He always has an excuse. But at that point, to Autumn and to people around him, it's going to sound like an excuse, right? It is. It's going to sound like an excuse because we all believe you're better. So why are you putting up excuses? Just do it because we know you're better. So it's actually, and this is where, you know what, the conclusion already to me, which I don't think is going to change by the end, is actually not that I don't think it's as bad as people are making it sound to be. I just think this is why it's important to have someone who isn't a coach or a player, a performance coach or whatever, or even a manager who has a little bit more of that authority, where you can just take a step back and see the dynamic. Because when you're in the zone of trying to work on things, I think that becomes a problem. But do you think they trust in Sylvan? Literally, I think Autumn is actually giving a lot of trust to Sylvan in this. Literally in this segment, to me, Autumn is actually giving giga trust to Sylvan. Maybe by the end things changed, right? But like even okay, so even this, right? Even Meteor saying, wasn't it the G Hub thing acting up again? This is Meteor trying to be like, no, I know you're better. It's probably something else, right? But if you're the guy who messed up, and let's say, and this is the other problem. This is something that I've also told my people close to me, where I'm like, I don't think you understand that if I want to do better, for me as a personality, if I want to do better, and I know I can do better, and I know I didn't do well, you trying to give me an excuse out, like a way out, actually feels worse. Okay? But I think Meteor was actually trying to be like, no, we know you're better. You know you're better. It was probably just that thing, right? Let's whatever. It feels like that's what Meteor was trying to do. But probably for Sylvan, right? If you see, he's like, no, it wasn't like that. Right? So like he knows. Sylvan knows. So like this actually doesn't help. But Meteor is also trying to help him. But I literally think the way Autumn is saying this, I think Autumn is actually giving a lot of trust. I think he is. Now, I think styles differ, etc. Everyone has different styles, which is why sometimes I've always been interested in coaching, but I've always wondered to myself if I would be better as an analyst coach or head coach or like performance coach or manager, because all of them have different roles. So, and I, as someone who hasn't actually done it firsthand, I can't tell you. And then also, I don't think there's a golden answer because everyone has different dynamics. But like people can be like, there's obviously already a lot of drama surrounding this, and some of you have already watched it in full. Some of you maybe haven't seen it at all, and you've only read the drama, and so like you're coming in with bias, and like it's easy to say like, yeah, why is he only talking about Sylvan? But the way I hear Autumn's voice and the way he's saying this. Like he's literally just to me it sounds like this is his way of being like, no, I know you're better. Like it's literally an Asian parent. He's being an Asian parent. It's literally just him being an Asian parent. Does that make it okay? No, but it doesn't objectively make it bad. Right? So then, because this is what tells me that, and this is why like the term gaslighting cannot be transferred from one culture to another, because I promise you Americans would think literally every conversation between Asians would be gaslighting. And sometimes it is. You have to watch out. There's a very small nuance. But to me, this is him like reminding Sylvan that I trust in you and that I do know that you're good because I've seen the good that you did today. But if you don't know the context and you don't know the people and you don't know the culture, you're probably thinking like, dude, these guys are just like messing with his brain because they're telling him he messed up and then they're telling him he's good. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that could have happened too. And like that, Sylvan might have taken it that way, which would be very unfortunate. But I don't at all think that it was, I don't at all think. See, but so I think I really just think if I were to say something, which I don't think you really can from the outside, but I really do think this is why, and I don't even think it's on Autumn. I think this is why you need either a performance coach, mental coach, or just someone, like even if it's the manager who has like autonomy to talk to the players and coaches separately. Like literally Sylvan is always retorting every single time, right? But Autumn's not catching on to that. Autumn's like, no, you can like, no, you just do better. You will do better. This type of negative encouragement. But that's the thing, is that like within Korea, they don't actually, people don't think of it as negative encouragement. And that can change over time too. Like cultures change, right? So that's what I'm saying, is that from the outside, it's easy to be like, yeah, but this is like negative feedback loop. But it's like, but literally sometimes, like for instance, I'll give you an example of, I know of a player in a different esport where literally later the coach told me that the only way to get them to improve was to literally tell them they were a piece of crap. Because they had military background, and that was the only way feedback registered in their brain, was just yelling at them. Otherwise, it never really took place. It never, like, took place in them. And they told me, if anyone ever saw the way we gave feedback, we would be crucified. But it's like, I mean, like, that, sometimes that's just how it is. Sometimes that's just how it is. So I think it's very dangerous for us to, from the outside, of being like, well, that's that. Like, we have this problem in Korea now where there's a bunch of programs about of parenting, and people, it's really bad because, like, they have a proper counselor that gives counseling, but the audience is like, wow, well, that's this and that's that, and it's like, I mean, it has the risk of being that, or maybe the person who received it took it that way, but that's not, like, if you just say that, you actually will never figure out the cause, which is why counseling is like a expertise, right? Otherwise, everyone would be a counselor. So I just think it's important to recognize that. I think it's very dangerous for people to just be like, well, this is toxic, or that's negative encouragement, etc. It's like, the better way to put it is, it feels like Sylvan is taking it as negative encouragement, which I think is true. But I don't think there was any intention otherwise. I think in Autumn's head, the way this conversation is going, Autumn thinks he's giving really just encouragement, because that's the culture he's seen. Right? Saying like things like this, like I'm the type of person where I would be like, well, that's a messed up thing to say. But also, I know plenty of people, especially in Korea, where it's like, no, this is actually like the encouragement you get of like, what, you always want to fall short? And it's like, I'm the type of person where I'm like, wow, well, that's messed up. Which is why I felt I would have never done well if I grew up fully in Korea. But yeah, like I think Valtour has decent English translations now. What's YouTube been saying? Maybe it could encourage them to develop on it. Right, like again, and sometimes it works for different people, right? Which is why coaching and teaching is very hard. Which is very, very hard. West leans towards positive reinforcement, which is still a culture shock to me. Yeah, exactly. Like, some people have different. I mean, Korean work culture is tough, but at the same time, chat, I'm just gonna tell you right now, as someone who I really don't gel with like the stereotypical like standard of like Korean culture and feedback loops, but also, chat, dude, I hate just blatant positive reinforcement. I really think it ruins so many things, right? So it's like there's a fine line, and it also depends on what your goals are, which I think is the other difference. You just won Masters, so I think I don't think this, I don't, like, it's so understandable, right? Right? Like, if you were 0-13 DFM, yeah, this probably isn't what you want to say, but I just think, yeah.
아니, 내가 봤는데 우리 예상대로 솔직히 그냥 프로바를 써도 태호한테 지는 것 같진 않거든. 지는 그림까지는 아닌데, 근데 내가 본 게 메타가 오르는 건 팩트긴 하거든 지금. 그거를 그러니까 약간 준비 한번 해보고, 그러니까 맛을 한번 봐보고 좀 아니다 싶으면 그냥 안 하면 되고, 괜찮다 싶으면은 진짜 약간 퍼시픽 첫 공개하면 애들 절대 못 막걸? 진짜 아예 못 막아요. 내가 볼 때 지금 태호 상대로 확실히 카운터긴 해 이게 지금. 내가 지금 시뮬레이션 불러봤는데 나쁘지 않아. 내가 준비해볼게. 아니, 피닉스 누가 할까 근데?
Dude, they were gonna run Phoenix? Autumn goated? Dude, they were gonna run Phoenix? Probably not with the Waylay though. No, dude, Phoenix is so goated.
우리 부택시 한번 시켜줘.
Stax is the original Phoenix, Korean Phoenix.
우리 부택시 한번 시켜줘. 이로가 확실히 반대하게.
스틱이 지금 랭크 10연패 하고 있는데 갑자기 랭크 10연패 피닉스 내봐요.
But yeah, it's like, it's also, it's clearly like this is how a lot of their conversations go, is that like you're always, and like here Carpe's saying it because obviously they're not going to put Stacks on it, but
아니 근데 피닉스 했는데 폼 올라올 수도 있잖아. 타격도 하나 잡아오고.
아 갑자기 이제
그럴 가수 없어?
피지컬 안 돼서 일사하시겠죠?
알겠어. 우주 가야겠네. 우주 피닉스 해라 센터.
이제 랭크에서 피닉스 많이 했잖아.
그럼.
Wait, did they play it? Did they end up playing it?
야 우주는 뭐 하고 싶어?
I can't remember.
아방 어센트. 부탁이 뭐 하고 싶어?
뭐야 어센트랑 아바이야? 길만 까봐. 둘 다 하시는데.
너가 재밌는 게 뭐가 있어 대체?
저 피닉스.
다음에 시킬 수도 있어.
You wanted to play the Phoenix.
그럼 내가 형 뭐 하지? 나 베이드.
저희는 배 뭐예요?
우리 로터스. 이번 주 로터스. 로터스 연습하면 끝이야 나.
When doesn't positive reinforcement work? Hey, there's Sungmin. Used to coach T1 Academy. Nice. He's now coaching Yongshin Red Force. When doesn't positive reinforcement work? When there's a deadline, right? When there's a deadline, when you actually just need to break through. And here's the thing. There's a difference between someone who really, like a counselor who really knows the core part of positive reinforcement versus the common people being like, positive reinforcement is the way every single time. And then saying just like, oh, it's fine, you're doing great. Like, that is not positive reinforcement, just so we're very clear. That's not what actual good positive reinforcement is. Just so we're very clear. Right? There's a fine difference. And also, if something is good 75% of the time, yeah, it might be the safer route. So the 25% of the time you are agreeing that it doesn't work, right? So like, but that's the thing is that like, there's such a fine line. I'm not saying negative is generally positive is better. It's safer for sure, but like there's a time and place for everything. That is toxic positivity. Right. But most people don't know that, actually. And if you're going to tell me, but we know that, well, then, chat, I'm surprised, but you are way above average. Chat, I'm just going to tell you right now, every stage of my life so far, every time I've realized that the average, and I'm not even trying to gloat, because I don't think I'm special, but the average is a lot lower than you think, chat. The world is so big, and there's people with so many different experiences and people that lack so many experiences that the average is super low. The average is really low, chat. The average is really low. It really is. It really is. So you have to always remember that when you like say like people should know. The average of anything, like, well, yeah, but like the average person knows this, or like the average understands this. It's like actually they probably don't. Like, it's to the point that these days when I think like, oh, but the average person can do this, immediately my answer is like, okay, so therefore they can't. I know they can't because I think the average can. So.
딱 다음 주 끝나면 7맵 완성될 듯.
근데 우리 이제 챔스 때 어비스랑 선셋 동시에 돌아오는 게.
아 선셋은 진짜 괜찮고.
뜸친이 해결해 줄 거야.
네, 내가 장담하는 브리즈 돌아오니까 브리즈 진짜.
I mean, they were right about Abyss coming back. Dude, do you think Breeze is coming back for champs? Dude, wouldn't that be crazy?
브리즈 선셋일 걸.
브리즈 돌아올 때 되긴 했어.
브리즈가 제일 재밌어 발로란트 맵 중에.
Whoa, Carpe. Whoa. Like, I get it. I get you play hit scan, but let's calm down, Carpe. Holy crap. What do you mean Breeze is the most banger map in Valorant? Get out of here. Dude, this guy, man, he wins one trophy and he thinks he can decide what the best map is. Holy crap. Oh my god.
우리 브리즈하면 재밌을 것 같아.
아바 어센트 뭐예요?
혼자가 오늘? 오늘 아바 갈까?
저희가 아이스박스라는 맵을 한 번도 안 줬거든요, 스크림에서. 어차피
Damn,
대회에서
really?
연습해야 되는데 펄보다는 아이스박스로 한번 해보자 이래서 아이스박스를 하게 되었.
Oh no, this was the game. We should have won. Chat, I'm just gonna say it. We should have won. We should have. We absolutely should have. We should have won. We should have won. 100%.
Man fraction disabled docent, T1 plate defense.
Oh my god, I can't believe they won this match, man.
남은 라운드에 대해서 거의 연승을 노리고 있는 그런 느낌이에요.
네.
자, 들어왔거든요. 메테오가 이거. 바이 해준 겁니다. 자, 메테오 이거 진짜 하나로 안 돼요, 메테오. 잠깐만.
Dude, we should have won, man. Meteor could have landed a shot for the first half of the game, man.
레이나 체인버가 어떻게 보면 상대의 허점을 좀 파고들 수 있다고 생각을 하는.
Okay, so again, listen, I'm going to nitpick all the translations just so people understand why nuance is hard. Again, this one's one that doesn't matter, but he doesn't actually say in the defense. He just says Reyna and Chamber can like punish the weaknesses or punch, you know, or like find gaps in the opponent. He doesn't say in the defense, right? So this is one where like they're trying to put in context, but I think that makes a difference because in Valorant there is a defensive side and an attacking side. So it actually can matter. In this context, it doesn't really matter, I think, in the grand scheme of things, but.
근데 이제 대회 당시에 사용을 해보니까 상대도 대회라고 생각을 해서 그런지 빈틈이 좀 많이 없더라고요. 그래서 좀 플레이하기 힘들었습니다.
근데 이게 오늘
Because like, right? Because you say like it breaks in their defense, and you're like, yeah, but they're on attack. What?
메테오가 많이 고생합니다. 사실 레이나는 응당 저런 걸 좀 해줘야 되는데 이게 에이브랑 연결이 안 되면은.
까비. 괜찮아. 네, A가 줄까? B가 줄까? 나와.
일단 A 앞라인은 KO 나이프 피하고 타이밍 픽 되긴 해.
내가 봤을 때 병철이 A 효율이 더 잘 나올 것 같긴 한데 B는 살짝 좀 영섭이 혼자 봐주고 내가 볼게. 나 리테이크도 할만하다는 마인드긴 하거든.
자, 옐로우 쪽에서 바라보고 있었던 B 사이트. 자, 제로 포인트.
I can't believe we lost this game, man.
미드를 늦게 커버하면서 A 더블, B 더블인데 와 이거.
This is where it starts, right? Yeah. And then he goes out again. I think he gets one more.
시간 통해서 영역을 한 번 더 먹어줘야 됩니다.
사이트 좀 모르긴 하거든.
Freaking buzz, man.
에이스를 긁어볼게.
중요한 게 지금 담비의 위치
야,
때문에
파이프 올라갔다.
순간적으로 버즈가 한 명을 잡을 건데.
Oh my god, man.
야, 저거까지. 와,
뭐야?
나이스 유병철.
맞잖아.
이제 나만 올라가면 되네.
빨리 올려, 빨리.
But I think, again, I think it's, oh man, I really think the difference is, like, you have someone like Meteor, who is a multi-trophy winning player, and who clearly, for whether he grew into that or whether he was born like that, who knows? But, like, he's okay with not performing because he knows he can when he needs to. Which, by the way, is really rare. That's like giga self-confidence and self-awareness. Right? Like, quite frankly, Meteor's mental should have been down in the dumps in this game, if you remember. Dude, he looked, I mean, he just looked lost for the first half of this game. But the fact that he's like, oh, so I'm like the only one that needs to perform now, huh? And everyone's like, yeah, like hurry up. And he's like, all right. Like the fact that he can say that, like, and it's not, I don't think trophies just give you that. I think it's a personality thing. I think you need to be able to be self-aware of it. And some people are born with that type of personality, but like that's really rare.
이제 나만 올라가면 되네.
빨리 올려, 빨리.
But also, I think something that Meteor does well here is like he just says it before it can come up, right? So he's like, oh yeah, all right.
미는 속도가 현저히 지금 느려졌습니다. 근데 이것 때문에 만약에 7대 5까지 비벼 잠깐만요.
Did you reset the chat? What do you mean?
밖에 천천히 사이트.
우리가 돼버립니다.
저게 짧은 라운드라.
Man,
텍스 4킬로 마무리가
should have won, man.
나는 에임이 딱딱해. 이제 올라갈게.
Right? Like he keeps saying that himself. Which is really smart. It's very smart from Meteor.
야, 4명 나와. 파이프. 야, 4명이야, 4명.
일단 천천히.
엘보.
엘보 같이 있어. 엘보 같이 있다 빠졌어. 뒤 하나.
Super. I mean, I just think that's not even like an age thing. It's hard to see maturity because you don't. Maturity is not automatic.
팀에 걸렸어, 팀에. 야, 팀에 잡고 삐가도 되겠네.
That's like insane mental from Meteor.
에이들 한번 넣어놓을게. 숨어봐.
얘들아, 들어봐. A 3명이야 이거. 리드 보고 있어, 파이퍼. 앞라인 없어. 오른쪽 찍었어.
삐 올래, 얘들아 그냥. 천천히.
나이스.
칼 2초. 칼 찍어. 너 삐가봐.
충분히 옵션이 많아요. 미드 클리어를 실반이 해줬고, 그래 컨베이어 벨트 잡아줬고, 안쪽에 킬조이가 있다.
Oh.
이렇게 끝을 보여줍니다.
Dude, I can't believe we lost this game, man.
아, 진짜 단단해졌습니다.
저번에 껌 스노블 불러가지고 뭔 스노블? 아니 키모드라는데 3표 가지고 껌을
아, 진짜 단단해졌습니다.
저번에 껌 스노블
I was like, what? What do you mean the gum snowballed?
뭔 스노블? 아니 키모드라는데 3표 가지고
He swallowed his gum. Oh my god.
저번에 안 맞더라. 진짜 안 맞는 것 같긴 하다.
But man, yeah, no, this is, dude,
수비 시작이잖아.
it's tough because they have a certain overall environment and dynamic.
얘네 포지가 대충 봐봐. 구태경 없어요. 구태 없어요. 니들 알면 되잖아. 얘네 왜 이래 한다는 가정하에.
Also, like, no, it's not even that whether. No, I don't think we can conclude. I don't think we can conclude what the translators were missing. It is quite clear that they definitely didn't have the video, though. I think that's pretty clear. And that's pretty common, which is unfortunate. But that's a pretty common practice. But the reason you can't even conclude that, I do think it was probably a team because, like,
얘네 포지가 대충 봐봐. 구태경.
You can't actually abbreviate this Staxes. You can't do that, but they did. So it's like sometimes like they don't know the grammar very well. I'm nitpicking, but it's just like it is. There's multiple different errors.
가정하에 그냥 보여줘. 그러니까 여기 먼저 컨트롤하고 싶으면 일로 대시를 받고 시작하거든. 처음 할 때만 항상.
Whoa, Autumn, calm down. You make it sound like Nongshim had a simple game plan in stage 1.
사이트로 들어가진 않아. 사이트로 들어가는 거 아마 총 짧을 때 필살기로 쓰는 거 안 들어올 거거든. 궁 있을 때 아니면은. 그래서 이게 보면은 113 운영인데. 사이드에 너무 휘둘리지 마.
We should have won.
스크림 했을 때랑 조합이 바뀌긴 했거든 얘가 옛날에. 그때 진짜 미드만 했잖아 게임을 하루 종일. 이제 그렇게 안 하긴 해. 근데 스플릿은 더 쉬울 듯 우리가 아박은 솔직하게 딱 먹혔을 때 리서치하는 개념이라기보다 그냥 부스로 가잖아. 맞아. 근데 스플릿은 이제 우리 뭐 B메인도 다시 리커버하면 되고 내가 가거나 하면 되니까.
자, 화이팅! 가자, 화이팅!
1세트대로 나 말고.
자, 그래도 아직 각은 남아있고 데미장식까지 있기 때문에
태호 형 일로 램프 와봐. 이거 공 쓰고 그냥 클리어하자. 램프 와봐.
확인 기다려.
지금
나공 쓴다. 써볼래?
가.
뒤쪽으로 서 있는 두
야,
명의
지금
둘. 셋.
너무 갔어.
이거 담비가 또 각을 좁혀서
램프 공 뚫었어. 램프 공 뚫었어.
구덩이를 여기서 이렇게 지나 담비. 잠깐만요. 이거 메테 위치 바꿔야 되고.
자, 그래서 벤트를 타고 내려옵니다.
Let me try some translating. I don't know any Korean.
구덩이를 지나갔어요 지금. 예, 이러면
해보는 거 짱 좀. 대놓고 좀. 삐메 점차 할게. 기다려.
지금 이거 집중력 유지되나?
No.
이거 보세요. 지금 불안했거든요 여기저기서.
Friggin' Meteor. Freaking Meteor.
정보 아는 거 하나 갖고 해야죠.
세이브해야 된다.
자, 스택스가 남긴 했습니다만 체력은 5밖에 남지 않았습니다.
자금이 애매해서 세이브합니다.
영섭이 형 이렇게 땡기지 말고 석가래 채워 무조건. B메인 봐주고 있잖아.
근데 미드 비워놔가지고 나 미드 럴킹에 죽을 것 같았어 이렇게 하다가.
그럼 차라리 연막 치던지 여기 그냥. 뭐 여기 연막 치지 말라 했다고 아예 안 칠 거 아니잖아.
그냥 에임 놓친 거야.
오멘 벤트 들어갔다는 콜 들었지 얘들아.
들어가지고 영섭이 형 B로 땡긴 거야. 이거 형 무조건 석가래 썼으면 그림 완전 달라졌어 형.
근데 어떻게 내가 궁금한 건 뭐냐면 요루가 어떻게 B분에 죽은 거야? 샷 놓쳐서 죽었어.
나 앞라인 붙었어. 너도 빠질 거면 진작에 빠졌어야 돼.
에임 놓친 거라니까. 말을 안 해.
이런 실수하지 말고 이거 연막 치지 말라 했다 그냥 너 그런 거 신경 쓰지 마. 형 무조건 형도 알잖아.
Okay, I've seen all the memes about Autumn, but Autumn's not in this comm, by the way. You guys understand that, right? They edited this as if he was conversing with them, but
샷 놓쳐서 죽었어.
나 앞라인 붙었어. 너도 빠질 거면 진작에 빠졌어야 돼.
에임 놓친 거라니까. 말을 안 해.
이런 실수.
But I think Autumn's actually 100% right here. That's just the best way to end this conversation and move on.
이거 연막 치지 말라 했다 그냥 너 그런 거 신경 쓰지 마. 형 무조건 형도 알잖아. 석가래 쳐야 되는 거.
오케이.
Because the coaches can hear the players, but
써봐 괜찮아.
the players can't always hear the coaches.
잘 쏘잖아.
보시면은 스타팅 포인트가 알아요 여긴 거를.
삐빠게 리탈게 이거 못 쳐. 야 이거 야 요루 붙어야 된다. 요루 붙어야 된다 얘들아. 마이퍼 공 있어. 야 대들아 공 준다 얘들아. 지금 가야 될 것 같은데 얘들아.
궁금할게 그러면. 너무 불편해요.
사센 시티에.
진짜 이거 러시 비
시티 벽.
손 안에 대들아.
But I think I don't know. I think this situation, people keep saying they're so stuck in the past. But the assumption here is that Stacks is saving. You have 30 seconds to talk, right? I really think actually literally the only way to I think the initial thing is fine, right? Like cuz you're saying, "Hey, don't do this, do this." Right? And then
아 근데 미드 비워놔가지고 나 미드 킹에 죽을 것 같았어 이렇게 하다가.
아 그럼 차라리 연막 치던.
So Sylvan's just explaining, hey, my scenario was a little different. So then Buzz is saying, okay, well then what about this? Although he does speak very aggressively, but that again, that in comms, like who knows? Sometimes people like some teams they're like swearing at each other all the time during comms. 100 Thieves are yelling in their comms all the time. I couldn't do that, but I think the reason Autumn says this is like the choices were all fine. You all had your reasons to do this. You just had to hit the shot.
오멘 벤트 들어갔다는 콜 들었지 얘들아.
들어가지고 영섭이 형 B로 땡긴 거야. 이거 형 무조건 석가래 썼으면 그림 완전.
And I think Meteor is just asking that because he's trying to clarify, like, was that the problem, maybe, right? Like he's trying to identify.
영섭이 형 B로 땡긴 거야. 이거 형 무조건 석가래 썼으면 그림 완전 달라졌어 형.
근데 어떻게 그러니까 내가 궁금한 건 뭐냐면 요루가 어떻게 B분에 죽은 거야? 샷 놓쳐서 죽었어.
나 앞라인 붙었어.
Yeah, I mean, I think literally Izu just had to be like, no, I was watching Heaven and I missed my shot. But I think he was just like, oh, I don't know, maybe that's not.
너도 빠질 거면 진작에 빠졌어야 돼.
But then Buzz says like, well, then you should have done this. And like that part is probably when they've been stuck on the past too long. But I think the initial thing is fine.
이거 연막 치지 말라 했다 그냥. 너 그런 거 신경 쓰지 마. 형 무조건 형도 알잖아. 석가래 쳐야 되는 거. 오케이.
영서봐 괜찮아. 잘 쏘잖아.
Yeah, but I've actually felt this way before, where I feel like I've said this before. I'm not going to say that I knew or that I'm right because we don't know, but I've said this before that when last year too, when Izu had to play like solo initiator and stuff, it was very clear that he was always waiting for orders. He was always waiting. He was always late on his util. And so I've said this before last year where I was like, I think Izu is scared to speak up because like he's playing with all these people who are veterans. And last year's roster was different, but and he's like the rookie. So he's like, well, I don't want to step on any toes. Like you always felt that way in their gameplay. And it feels like that's just generally the vibe.
야 요루 붙어야 된다. 요루 붙어야 된다 얘들아. 마이퍼 공 있어. 야 대들아 공 준다 얘들아. 지금 가야 될 것 같은데 얘들아. 궁금할게 그러면.
너무 불편해요.
사센 시티에.
진짜 이거 러시 비
시티 벽.
손 안에 대들아 여기.
자 블라데기 좀.
안설.
빽다블락. 야 연마하네.
안 돼요. 알아도 힘들어요. 사이트 안에 음향 센서에 지금 소면에 난리 났습니다. 전반.
We should have won. That's the more important part.
빼지 말지 그냥 막지 그냥 우리 빨았다니까. 야 괜찮아. 이거 그냥 우리가 다 흐름 탈 수 있는 라운드 때 좀 실수나 아니면은 그냥 솔직히 그 병철이 화난 라운드도 애들아 그냥 자신 있게 말. 니들 에임 때문에 진 거잖아. 니들 플레이 다 알았잖아. 니들 그런 거 왜 말 안 해? 그냥 깔끔하게 말해줘 차라리 분위기 전환상.
얘들아 괜찮아.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I mean, I'm like scared. I'm scared of what the later part of this documentary feels like because I feel like all the things that I've seen people meme about on Autumn. Like I think this is a really good feedback. I think the translation makes it very memeable, where it says it's because your aim wasn't there. Really, he's just saying it's because you missed your shot. But he's just saying like just say it so it resets the mood. I think that's super good.
자신감 있게 늘 말하는데 그리고 킬대 신경 안 써도 돼. 나도 아까 전판 1킬 7대셨어. 역서봐. 자.
이거 미드 제가 볼 때 중간 지점까지 오면은
이거 그물이랑
중력 그물과 연결할 생각인 것 같은데
이거 정말
자.
이빨로란트 한번 나오나요? 이빨로란트
타이밍 각봐요. 타이밍 각봐요.
믿음치기 뺄게. 맞는데 굿.
아니 요르
한번 잡았고.
아니 저지마저 이겨냅니까?
아니 진짜
저지마저.
아니 그냥 최고의 꼬리가 맞아요.
와.
그러니까 메테오는 진짜로
Liter-
말이 안 돼. 그러니까 맵 하나를 본인이 그냥
Literally, Meteor. Oh my god. Meteor almost lost in this match, but they also single-handedly won them this match. Maybe should have won, man.
자 가능합니다. 자 아이비 한 땀 들어갑니다. 그런데 이렇게.
Do you think Sylvan replacing Sylvan with DH was necessary? Literally, even by the end of this documentary, none of us have the right to say that because we actually just are missing so many aspects. I think that's something that you have to remember. I think it's great. Like it's fun to discuss, but I think it's really hard. Like we can say we have ideas, etc., but like sometimes, like for instance, sometimes you make roster changes because like you just need a certain result right now, and maybe it's the bad choice long term. Like sometimes you're going long term and it looks like the bad choice right now. Sometimes it's because you just feel like the fragging just gets you through this part of the stage, like, or sometimes it's the comm, sometimes it's a personal thing, sometimes it's just straight up like someone's just not able to place her an agent. Like there's so many things that if that is your biggest question while watching this documentary, it's wrong. That's my conclusion. That shouldn't be the question you're asking.
잘했다 얘들아.
But that doesn't support my agenda.
야 데뷔 잘 됐다. 뒤로 잘 빠졌고. 얘들아 총 짧거든.
야 상대 돈 없어. 나 이거 B궁도 돼. 나 진짜 A 이제 그만 갈게. 나 이거 얘네 나 잡으러 올 것 같아.
야 이거 아울러 한번 할래? 이거 바닥에 총 떨궈 놓고. 얘들아 그러면은 미드 구체에 태호 형 이번에 그럼 A 가지 말고 정보만 줄래? B에 A 스모크 치는지 안 치는지? B가 아울러로 컨택할게.
지금 답답할 것 같습니다. 이 정도면 이렇게 되돌아가 전혀 안 통하고 있는 현재 T1이거든요.
그리고요 어차피 바이포는 꿀인데 지금 저 연막 하나
야 가자. 천천히 제발
No.
제발 천천히 가.
천천히 살아봐요.
스타일래.
궁으로 A 올래?
맞아. 라켓 빠졌어.
근데 이 와중에 지금 석가래요?
B가 삐롱 가 삐메인 가.
The meteor, the value, the meteor value, man.
그리고 구덩이까지 있어서 메테오가 여기를 지워주는 순간 석가래만 보면 돼요.
미들도 사격 시간.
끝났어. 안설이야 그냥 안전하게.
가면서
To be fair, Notion could have played this a bit better, but I mean, the pit's just too good. Also, like, yeah, insane endgames. Team is hard to translate, but that's not how I would have translated, but that's fine. This one, at least, this is one of those where it's actually almost better to be awkward, but it gets the point across. Like, to me, it's like, you know, they never give up, or, you know, they always show up near the end and things like that, but just okay, so this is another thing I've seen. You're wrong, Chobra 2025. Do you think T1 had an agenda with this video? I can tell you right now, chat. No. The only agenda the content team will have had is to make this as dramatic as possible. Does that feel like sometimes it might be counterproductive to the team? It will always feel counterproductive to the team. Always. Always. Whether you're winning or losing. It doesn't matter. But that's also how you make good content, by having those two butt heads, right? The content team should always be like, no, we're going to show this. We're going to over dramatize it. I mean, you shouldn't cross the line too much. Like you shouldn't make it super clickbaity, but there is a line. But the content team should always be like, no, entertainment is what we're here for. And then the team and like the management can push back and be like, well, okay, hold on. Like this is where we draw the line. And that's how you find good balance. But otherwise, the content will never be fun. It just won't. It will never draw new eyes. So I think it's insane to be doing videos like this, but also these are the types of videos that can really help build a brand. And I think as a brand, this is the correct move, is to record and make these videos.
나 이틀 쉽게 약속한 대로.
But you have to like. I mean, because the thing is the content team also doesn't know if they're going to win the next stage or not, right? You don't know if they'll win the next tournament or not. I mean, as you're filming it, you have no idea. Like when you're filming a documentary, when you're working on a documentary, you change your scripting and your presentation like non-stop, right? And it's hard, but you can't suddenly cut like too much out, etc.
내가 바꿔도 없어. 다 이게 앞으로 이제 짧아지더라. 6일 있다 하고 막. 최대한 하루는 최대한 보장해줄게. 하루는 진짜 못해도. 공섭이. 진짜. 왜 표정이 안 좋아? 이상호? 뭐 그거지? 또 나간 거 아니지 이거? 그러니까 뭐 또 뭐 자존감 깨져 이런 거 아니지? 그런 거 아니야. 그런 거 아니야. 그거는.
Translations are a bit iffy here.
공섭이. 왜 표정이 안 좋아? 이상호? 뭐 그거지? 또 나간 거 아니지?
Spiraling is he really just says boomed. You're not boomed or anything, right? Which I think is very different from spiraling. I think it's very different. And also, I would actually say confidence is the better word there than ego. Ego is like technically not wrong, but he says more like is like you know, is your confidence broken or like your self-confidence broken? That's very different. He doesn't say it's not your ego, because I think dictionary definition wise ego works, but usually when people hear ego, you're gonna think like someone has an ego. So he's more like, is your confidence broken? It's not like your confidence isn't broken, right? Like it's very much more like, hey, like you're all right? Like that's very, yeah, self-confidence. But the reason I say confidence could have been okay is because self-confidence becomes very long. That's why it's hard to translate with captions, because the length matters.
뭐 자존감 깨져 이런 거 아니지? 그런 거 아니야. 그런 거 아니야. 그런 거.
근데 팀피 그거는 기준 세우면 되긴 해. 너 우주랑 삐맨 있다가 우주 오맨한테 뒤진 거 있잖아. 삐맨? 네 잘못 아니긴 해.
나는 딱 생각했어. 나는 오히려 내가 끝까지 가다 내가
그거 우주 잘못 실패하면 그러니까 만약에 너가 그러니까 네가 애초에 맨 처음으로 돌아가서 밴드 들어가고 봤잖아. 그때 네가 이제 바로 그냥 찐바람 팀 탔잖아. 그럼 되거든? 네가 생각했을 때 안 될 것 같아 안 했잖아. 그리고 네가 삐맨 밀 생각한 거 아니야? 그렇지. 그래서 앞에 줄도 붙어 있잖아. 결국 우주가 그냥 인천 써서 미쳐서 진 거야. 그런 거 이제 그냥 말하면 돼. 근데 그거는
But okay, I will say though, Carpe stocks are giga rising. Not even because he's like helping like dilute it, but more so than like Noah. And I'm not gonna say whether he knew or not, but that's Chungak, right? The other coach here, that's Indigo, and this is Chungak, right? Yeah. We don't know if Chungak knows the answer here or not. Okay, we don't, because he doesn't say. He could just be trying to like end the conversation, dilute it, and move on. That could be why. But I think I think this is where having a playing coach or a ex-player matters a lot, is because I think Carpe not only knows what the actual problem was, but knows that that's how you need to explain it for a player to understand it. Because what Carpe explains is you had this choice and you didn't make it because of this logic, right? He like runs through it with you, because everyone else is saying, well, we lost because Izu missed the shot. But that's never actually the reason though, right? That's never actually the reason. And that also doesn't impact Sylvan at all. That doesn't, whether Izu could have hit the shot and Sylvan could have still made a bad decision. So that doesn't actually help a player feel better or worse about their decision. But Carpe saying, well, you did this because you had two options and you decided as the player in the moment that you didn't have time. Fine. At that point, and then he further goes on to say, like Carpe actually knows so much by simply watching. And then he says,
그러니까 네가 애초에 맨
Go on,
처음에
go on, go on, go on. I don't want to accidentally
멘트
skip it.
들어가는 거 봤잖아. 그때 네가 이제 바로 그냥 찐머리 탔잖아. 그럼
Yeah, so if you had done that, fine, but you didn't think you could. Okay. And then he says, weren't you thinking about pushing B main? Which, by the way, strategically speaking, actually the correct play, just so we're clear. If we're talking strategy-wise, which has the better chance of winning, those two actually pushing out of B main was the answer. But Carpe literally says, so wasn't that your idea? And he says, okay. So he says, so there were two in front of you already. Wait, also, that's not what he says, though. Yeah, okay, so the translation here is wrong as well, because what Carpe is saying...
네가 생각했을 때 안 될 것 같아 안 했잖아. 그리고 네가 B맨 밀 생각한 거 아니야? 그렇지. 그래서
He says, so there were two in front of you already. No, what he's saying is that's why you two were so up front. That's why you guys pushed up front. He says you two were up front because they were right in front of B main. That's why you guys moved there. So simply by their movement, Carpe's saying, okay, so like you had all this logic, so that's fine. And then he says, and then Izu whiffed his shot. So like he puts this all in context for the player who was in the moment, because like I totally get this, and I don't know if I would have thought about this. Like I think as a coach also, like knowing this is important, but I don't know if I would have explained it this way. But now that Carpe's done this, I see why he's doing this, is because as a player in the moment, you have so many things to think about and you're so focused on your own decision, right? And when people say we lost, but like fine, Izu whiffed his shot, or like no one tells you that, but the coach tells you after the fact, you're probably still thinking, yeah, but I don't know, even if Izu had hit it, should I still have been rafters, right? That doesn't actually answer that question. But Carpe is saying, no, your logic was correct. Therefore, in this context, Izu whiffing the shot is what lost you that. So I think that matters a lot. But I'm not trying to call Chungak out, because Chungak could have known this as well, but Chungak was just so focused on like, it was Izu whiffed a shot, like he whiffed a shot, it's good, don't worry about it. Like he's focused on that, which is fine. But I think this is the difference between like, this is why I said even in the moment, I might have just been like Chungak, where I just tell them like, yeah, it's whatever, because I wouldn't have realized that you have to actually break it down this way. Contextualizing it sometimes is not easy. It's not. Listen, by the way, I'm not trying to call out the translators for doing a bad job. I just think if you're not going to put out a disclaimer, you need to be held responsible to do a better job to at least proofread it.
그런 거 이제 그냥 말하면 돼. 근데 그거를 우주가 말해야 되긴 해. 네가 말한 게 아니라. 우주가 이제 말 안 하면 너는 그냥 너 할 일 다 했다 그냥 그러면 되잖아. 그냥 우주가 그냥 샷 놓쳐서 진 거다. 네 잘못 아니긴 해. 그냥 병철이 그냥 져서 하나 가지고 자, 본인 집에 생겼다. 그러면 12초.
Carpe. I mean, but the thing is like, Carpe's right here. Carpe's right. But this is the difference though, right? Carpe can say this. Carpe can say this. Literally everybody in Korea that plays video games respects Carpe. Right? He's right. Him and Chungak are right that Sylvan should have said that. I also don't think it's easy for Sylvan to say that. I don't. It's not even because like Buzz was already snapping or whatever. Simply put, you have Buzz and Stacks are revered among the Korean Valorant scene, right? So like, while I think it's funny story. So back in OGN, we used to have in-house tournaments for League of Legends, and we would draft. And like, I had to draft my team because I was like somewhat higher ranked. I wasn't the highest ranked, but I had to like make my own team as well. But I got to like pick first, etc. So I ended up having to draft my boss's boss. Okay, chat. Imagine having to train League of Legends and play a tournament with your boss's boss in Korean culture. For those who don't know, very vertical hierarchy. Okay? And I have to be the IGL, right? And I have to lead this squad, okay? He was our worst player. He was in the pool 5, the lowest pool, okay? So while we were like practicing, like we would play like, you know, one game each day during lunch break, And then like some nights we would actually practice as well because like everyone took it pretty seriously. And while we were practicing, I'd always talk in formality because he's my boss's boss, right? So I'm always like, sir, like, how are things in the top lane? Sir, do you need like so-and-so items? Like, sir, like I'd always speak. It's hard to put it in English, but those of you who know languages, right? So I'd always be like, hey, would you like to do this? I'd always be so cautious. And literally at one point, he was like, hey, just yell at me. Just say it. We're in a game. It's fine. Forget the politeness. Forget the courtesy. Just say it like it is. Just say it directly. Just tell me what to do. And I was like, oh. And it's still hard. He told me to do that, and it's still hard. Right? I'm not going to be like, go gank. Like, go gank would be so rude if I was like, come over here. That would be considered so rude in Korean culture. You know what I mean? But like he was just like, no, just say it. Like stop trying to like beat around the bush. Stop trying to put it out in a full sentence. Like he kept explaining, like, don't do that. Like I get it. We're in a team. We're in a game. We have to win. And I was like, okay. But in my head, I'm like, oh, but I don't know. You say that. You say that we should be doing that. But like, I don't know if you're gonna like it the next morning when we show up in the office. You know what I mean? Like, well, it's not even straightforward. But it's just like, well, it's hard to explain it in a language that doesn't have formality. But it's basically things like the best way to explain in English, like just because the grammatical structure is different when you're speaking to someone above you versus equal or below, right? Because there's a formal language and an informal language. The formal language isn't like necessarily like you don't have to be passive, but the formal language will always have a sense of like, I respect you, right? So it's a respect thing. But he's just saying, talk to me as if I'm your friend. So instead of saying sir, say like, for instance, I don't know if this is the best way to explain it, but instead of saying sir, it would be like yo, get over here, versus yo or sir, come here, please, right? Like there's a difference here. So, but it's like grammatically it's different with languages that have that. But what YouTube chat? What's going on? Yeah, honorifics. That's the actual word. Thank you, MC Stark. Honorifics. Having honorifics and not is very different. So, but what I'm trying to tell you is my boss's boss literally told me that because he wanted to win, and yet like I couldn't do it. Like during our games, I couldn't do it. So after the tournament, he was like, "Dude, you should have loosened up." And I'm in my head, I'm like, "Yeah, you told me that, but like." This entire country tells me that would be messed up. So like, I don't know, you know? So it's hard. So that's why I think, like they're right. Sylvan should have said that, but like, God, if I was Sylvan, I don't know if I could say that. I don't know. I don't know if I could speak up like that. Sir, man, regarding your gameplay, your dog poop. Regards, WillChobra. Oh. No, I appreciated he said that, by the way, because if he doesn't say it, like, I'm not gonna be the one to suggest it, right? I'm not gonna be like, by the way, sir, like, do you mind if I'm just a little bit more direct with you while we're playing games because we gotta win? Like, there was no way. So he had to be the one to open up, but I'm just saying, like, habits die hard and like culture dies hard, and it's tough. It's tough.
B를 컨트롤 하든 미드 다시 정리를 하든 뭘 해야 되는데 그래서 내가 끌고 왔잖아 그때. 근데 그런 게 돼야 돼. 이게 지금 우주도 뭔가 조금 계속 말은 해주는데 계속 안 되거든. 그러니까 아까 그거야.
아 걔 근데 그 대시 위로 탔어 걔?
다들 지기 싫어하고 그리고 이기고 싶다는 욕구가 많이 커가지고 이제 간절함으로 게임을 임해서 그래서 역전하게 된 것 같습니다.
Why do chat? Just we have so much left. I gotta stop pausing. Do they explain? Like, is there a clear reason why Meteor is the narrator by the end? I'm just curious. Hey, it's Persia. It's Persia. I mean, you know, he's probably the guy on T1 right now, so. This is the thing. I dropped my Sliggy stream yesterday. I saw this and I was like, oh god, the translations are going to have a lot of nuance loss. Shouldn't we be banning him? Banning who? Who are they banning? What are we doing? Playing League of Legends? What are we doing? Drafting champions out here? They're banning maps, my friend. They're banning maps. But, just so we're clear, if I was given a script without knowing context, he says yeah, which is him or her. Like this guy, this person, this kid. But he's saying it pointing to a thing. That's why he says it. Right? So you need to know the context. Also, if you knew Valorant, you would know that you would never be banning anything other than a map. So again, this one doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, but it can add up. No, it's not gendered male. He's just saying, like, should we ban this, like, this kid? This kid is what he says. Like, if we were to specifically translate the word. But you don't actually say kid. It's just you use the same word to indicate this. So, like, if you're looking at menus, I would be like, 얘는 어때? And I'd be asking my wife, like, what do you think about this menu? There is no kid on the menu, right? But I'm just saying, 얘는 어때? No, it's not even slang. It's just the context clue of grammar, right? Words aren't gendered in Korean, but I'm just saying it's not slang. It's just how people talk with when you just shorten things. What about this? It's just the word for this, but it can directly be translated into this guy, this kid, this person. Okay. Calm down, chat. I gave her wrong. All right, that example might have been bad, but no. Also, Prathidis, that's not true. I don't know how they fixed it now. I saw that clip. I think even then was it? No, even then I think the context was just lost. I don't think it was specifically translated that way. I think people just looked at it through that lens. But anyway.
헤이븐 아이스박스 로터스.
쟤네가 아이스박스 했어?
아니, 쟤네가 헤이븐 픽했어.
아니, 쟤네가 아이스박스 픽.
그러니까 우리가 헤이븐.
He can't remember the draft order.
공공수다, 공공수. 수수공 아니야? 공공수. 너무 다 만드는 거 아니야? 수수공 아니야? 공공수. 처음 봐서 모르네. 상대방 너는 상대방.
Oh, it is. It is his first time.
내가 헤이븐 픽했어. 상대 뭐 했어? 수수공이었잖아. 얘네 그거 봐봐. 약한데 어디냐면은 얘네 C 전진 캠도 안 써. 걔네 C가 너무 약하거든. 그래서 C 컨택각 나올 거야 진짜. 내가 할 때 그래서 이거 요루나 아이소가 그냥 솔직히 C 그냥 걸어가도 그냥 무조건 아니 C 신경을 안 써 지금.
뭐 이렇게 해주겠지. 대호 형이 잡아주네.
지금 가스.
Why was Izu there? It seems like T1 just rotates who they bring over to the draft. They were talking about it earlier. Funny thing about the seniority thing is Sylvan's actually older than Buzz. Yeah, but I mean, not in the Valorant scene. Yeah, Meteor looks sick. Oh. Yeah, he doesn't look good, man.
어제도 이러던데. 어제도 1경기 끝나고 누구 컴퓨터 문제 생겨가지고 2경기 딜레이 됐어.
근데 그때 3명 있을 때 다 올라가나요?
안 올라가셔도 되는데 선수라는 보이스 확인하실 분들
형은 보이스 확인해야 돼?
But I do think age seniority shouldn't matter when you're like like calming in a team. Saying that extra word is so unnecessary.
전반전 가기 전에 차은표류랑 계약서가 또 들어올 것 같습니다.
아니 무슨 아이소?
얘들아 그래 브리치공 있다. 역습 조심해야 돼. 태호 형 사이퍼
오히려
해야 될것 같아.
전략가 같아요 지금.
야 브리치 벌리 나왔지.
출발.
나 와이드.
Dude, I honestly though, it's sick that I do think the documentary is sick. I think it's put together very well, other than, you know, the nuance of the captions. Dude, I've always dreamed of making like a proper full-length documentary. I've only done like short ones, but from a content creator's perspective. Oof.
영차가 카메라 있을까 조심해. 태호 두분 같이 온다.
그리고 메테오 앵글 체력 없어 또 계약서 도장 찍으러 갑니다.
문제는 이렇게 깊게 들어오는 연막들이고
나오는 것 같아. 한번 더 시장 잡아. 시간서 얘네 연막도 없고 완전 오픈 설. 같이
해야죠. 아 이게 또
뭐해?
Dude, why is anybody but the two guys alive talking in comms? Why is literally anybody but the two guys alive? Dude, I would rage so hard if I was a player. Dude, I would rage so hard if I was a player on that team. You die, you shut up. You tell me what their health is. You tell me where we last saw them. Or if you think there's like 20 seconds, you just remind me where they were last spotted. You don't tell me about my util. What is this, ranked? And even in ranked, you shouldn't be doing that. I hate people who do that in ranked. Like, why?
나오는 것 같아. 한번 더 시장 잡아. 시간서 얘네 연막도 없고 완전 오픈 설.
I mean, because here's the thing. Already, Slicky said the same thing. Not surprised. I think if your team has people backseating when they're dead, you shouldn't ever win a trophy, and you probably don't, because like it's so bad. But okay, so they also just say like. Like, because you're talking, Izu's like, if Sleeves are like, I'm sure people have already said this, but like, the other thing is like, dude, if you're gonna call that, just tell him to smoke. If you're gonna do anything, why are you giving me 3 sentences on how many smokes I have and how we should put up the smoke, and therefore what our game plan is afterwards? We literally just saw Jeremy. You think we have the time to listen to all that and then talk? Like, you don't. It's like when I had to yell at one of my producers because they were in my ear and they were like, okay, so what is going on is that we have these cables under the floor and one of them seemed to have a problem. And so what we're going to, and literally I'm talking this whole time on an analyst desk. And it's like, yo, just tell me. Are we going to a break or not? If you're going to tell me anything, like, don't explain that. So, no, but the captions are pretty much exactly as it is. But I'm saying, like, you have one smoke, fine, that one's fine. But like, burn time, they have no smokes. But also, like, in the heat of things with white noise and everything, also, like, Stacks just told you had a smoke. And, I mean, it's just a Jet. What? First of all, Jet does have a smoke as well. So, like, that's not even true. But, and then being like, and it's planted open. This guy's about to come into the site. Like, you don't try to draw the scenario for me. He's trying to get into the site, man. No, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, C4. I mean that, because here's what I think should have happened, right? No one should have said anything, and let's say Izu and Sylvan still don't say something, okay? Then you can now tell them, like, you guys gotta calm when it's 2v1. And then they'll be like, oh, yeah. But when you guys are filling the comms, I mean, then the feedback just doesn't work. Like, I don't know. Would Sylvan and Izu have calmed? I don't know. Because quite frankly, the way Izu was playing. But also, yeah, if Buzz and Stacks are talking, again, from everything I've caught on to about these guys, Izu and Sylvan aren't going to say anything because Buzz and Stacks are talking. So it's like, it's really counterproductive.
얘들아 뭐해? 집중해 집중. 이거 그냥 집중 알았지? 이거 이런 거 그럴 때 그냥 정답 알려줄게. 이거 왜냐 우리가 설도 이렇게 하면 안 된다. 이거 설도 너무 좋은 설이어서.
Oh, I don't know about that, man. Listen, I love Buzz, but I mean, I don't know about that, man.
그거 생각해야 돼.
You're gonna tell them every time? Listen, no offense, Buzz, but if you could do that concisely, you'd be IGLing every team you're on. 100%. 100%. Dude, you can't do that concisely. You were already talking too much.
집중. 이거 그냥 집중해 집중 알았지? 이거 이런 거 그럴 때 그냥 정답 알려줄게. 이거 왜냐 우리가 설도 이렇게 하면 안 된다. 이거 설도 너무 좋은 설이어서 그냥 얘 요리해 먹었으면 됐거든. 근데 우리가 그걸 못했다 지금. 그걸 생각해야 돼.
내가 하고 싶은 말은 제트 시티인 거 내가 정보 찍어줬지. 그 다음에 너네 둘이 어떻게 콜을 할 건지가 먼저여야지 얘들아. 내가 이런 거 지지 말자 했잖아. 오케이? 집중해라 진짜.
But okay, so Meteor gives them the actual one piece of feedback they need, but they're not gonna. I don't think they would have known. I don't know if we find out, but I don't think they knew because the comms were flooded. So Meteor's feedback falls on deaf ears here.
집중 좀만 해. 좀만 더 해줘.
자, 8대 4로 전반전 마무리됐습니다.
얘들아 너무 잘했고.
I'm only pointing out the translations and stuff when it's a bit iffy. So far, I think there's been a couple of things that can easily get misconstrued. I don't think so far. Most of the things I've nitpicked are like in moments that didn't matter too much, but.
근데 아까 같이 진 라운드 하나 기억하지? 봐봐 오늘 태호가 아프잖아. 말했잖아. 자기 오늘 커뮤니케이션 많이 못할 것 같다고 평소보다. 그런 거라도 니들이 진짜 해줘야 돼 얘들아. 그 병철이도 끝나고 그냥 내가 정답 말해줄게 이게 아니라 니들 둘이 이거
Oh yeah, he calls it out.
이번 시리즈 통해서 연습 좀 해보자, 오케이? 네.
Okay. Well, I mean, at least Autumn tries to clarify what the problem was. No, you know what? I thought initially I was like, "Whoa, why are you talking about that round?" But I think he's talking about it because he's trying to say Buzz's feedback was wrong. You guys have to he's trying to clarify what Meteor's feedback would have been. I think it's important to say this.
버즈가 요즘에 진짜로
I think.
마무리됐습니다.
And also seeing 정신 차려 isn't that weird. 정신 차려 just like
얘들아 너무 잘했고 근데 아까 같이 진 라운드 하나 기억하지? 봐봐 오늘 태호가 아프잖아. 말했잖아. 자기 오늘 커뮤니케이션 많이 못할 것 같다고.
See, up to this part I was like, whoa, we go an Asian parent again, but that wasn't it.
그런 거라도 니들이 진짜 해줘야 돼 얘들아. 그 병철이도 끝나고 그냥 내가 정답 말해줄게 이게 아니라 니들 둘이 이거 할 수 있게 이번 시리즈 통해서 연습 좀 해보자, 오케이? 네.
버즈가 요즘에 진짜로 자신감이 있네요.
저격총에 대한
Oh, you mean Stacks earlier? I mean, but okay. If you're in a match and you yell like, "Come on, like focus," I don't think that's weird, man. I think that's really nitpicky. I don't think that's that weird. I don't think that's weird at all, actually, in the heat of things.
자신감이 많이 올라왔어요.
진짜 그런 것 같아요.
But I think Autumn, the first part was kind of like, whoa, why are you talking about like Meteor being sick and having to combat or like, whoa, I like we're in the middle of the game here. But then him saying like, Buzz, don't tell them that you're going to tell them the right answer. They should be calming. So you guys should use this as practice. I think that was good feedback, actually.
나 숏드론 쓰면 그러면. A롱으로 내가 공으로 설치해줄게. 기다려봐 얘들아. 해봐.
슛으로 드론 보내줍니다.
A롱 셋 Z 오멘. 얘들아 얘들 10초 뒤에 템 다 돌아. 나 카운트 검색할게 이거, 오케이? 대기 중에 하라.
입장에서는 가기 싫을 것 같거든요.
내가 못 빠져 이제.
근데 이제 정보가 없어서 가야 돼요. 화살이 깨지느냐가 중요합니다.
자, 버즈 아니 또 기세 타이밍 너무 좋아.
The Korean casting. I love casting in Korean. It's so funny.
몰라. 정준아 하면은 좀 뭐 얘기 좀 하고 해. 아 미안. 그러니까.
It does seem like they're just they always like. I think the consistency here is good. Stacks calls out Buzz for not calling for that move.
자, 균열 안 맞았으면 이거 위기.
와 진짜 반응 너무 빠른데요?
와 기가 막히다.
Look at that free gun. The classic.
가까운 쪽으로 붙은 인비입니다.
I remember this game. Buzz was going nuts.
볼게.
일단은 버즈 오퍼는 정말
안 보이고.
삐조심.
여기도
까볼래?
드론.
No, funny enough, I think compared to most English casters, the Korean cast actually breaks down things a lot more. But also in the heat of the moment, we just all get like the hype piles on. But it's like there's actually rarely like, you know how in English casting a lot of times you're actually like rattling off exactly what's happening, but in Korean basically you have the cast or the play-by-play, but they're more of an anchor. He or she is more of an anchor, and it's really just the two analysts / commentators that build a lot of that up. The person in the middle is usually the one who will be like the peak hype, but also they're just kind of like being like, all right, the score's 5-5, like moving on, like whatever, like so and so has ult, like they're the ones doing that in the heat of the moment. So instead of saying like, oh, like you know, instead of saying like, oh, Domby dashes in, he gets the slide, he throws out the relay, but he gets the stun and he lands the shot. That wouldn't be how you say that. You just say, Domby, he's going in, he needs to get this shot, and he gets it. Like, you actually just build it up that way, instead of being like, reading off every action. It's a very different style. But therefore, a lot of times, even in the heat of the moment, the Korean casters can actually point out the analysis of it, versus a lot of times in English, because you have like strict divisions. And I'm not saying all English casters do this, but a lot of English casting is you're just like rattling off the action.
얘네 똑같거든? 전맵이 똑같아 컨셉이. 우리 공격 때 얘네가 B 애들이 푸시 나오거든. 우리 A 갔다는 가정하에 벨루가 제일 높은 게 우리 파이프 나이프를 써. 그 정보에 따르면 게임 끝난 거긴 해. 걔네 뒤에서 보거든? 그럼 B에 센 거야 애들이. B랑 미드에. 그럼 A 그냥 들어가. 근데 얘네들이 이제 럴킹 올 수 있단 말이야.
It's good identification.
그거밖에 없어. 그래서 아마 태호가 알아서 밀어줄 거야 혼자 다. A는. 그렇게 되면.
자, 연막샷에 긁히면서 스택스 체력은 42, 메테오 84로 줄었습니다.
아, 근데 이 턴에 설치하기가 너무 부담스럽거든요. 이거 찌르고 나오죠.
저희가 사이트를 들어갈 때 상대방이 백사이트에 좀 많이 있었는데 위아래 쓰면서, 근데 이제 저희가 그때 당시에 백사이트를 못 밀어내가지고 지는 그림이 많았어가지고.
야, 근데 TS
들어갈
근데 이 턴에 설치하기가 너무 부담스럽거든요. 이거 찌르고
I won't nitpick this one. Well, he says up and down levels, which doesn't even grammatically really make sense here. He just means they'd be stacked up high low, or above and below. But I'm like tired of the nitpicking on person not understanding the Valorant context.
와, 근데 수비 구조는 너무 큰데요 이게.
진짜 홀드만 문제야 소울이. 다른 거 진짜 다 문제 없는데. 괜찮아. 나 다 괜찮아. 이길 수 있어. 아직 13라운드 아니야. 이제 막으면 돼.
그러니까 결국에 많은 팀들이 그 평이한 조합을 쓰는 이유는 그러니까 극단적인.
It does make me wonder, because in that stream where Meteor like talks about his discussions with Autumn and everything, doesn't he say? I think in that he said, or maybe it's afterwards, but he talks about how he used to not be that guy in Gen G that like spoke up, but now he tries to because he realizes they need it. And the fact that he's doing it this much is crazy.
자, 결국 아이스박스 본인들이 선택한 전장을 가져가는 팀 시크릿입니다.
태호야, 일로 와봐. 풀파워 아니면 그린방 막 쓸 필요 없거든. 그냥 바로 그냥 피킹 봐도 돼. 여기 유틸 안 들어온단 말이야. 태호 멀리랑 이런 거. 바이퍼가 직을 해. 보이면 이제 문 열고 셋이서 같이 덮치는 거고, 넷이서.
근데 이거 생각해볼까요? A 연막 주고 그냥 오맨이 와리 치다가
I love that they show these sections. I mean, they're showing a lot, but also, you know, meta and such will all have changed. But
솔직히 전판 니도 잘 알 건데 이게 진 이유가 뭐냐면은 교전을 할 때 이거 분명히 여유 있게 해가지고 그냥 내가 채워준 다음에 하면 되거든? 그게 안 되긴 해 아박이 지금.
빈 곳을 채우러 가야 되는데 그 빈 곳을 못 채운다 이거지.
노터스는 원래 이게 우리랑 또 맞는 패턴이란 말이야. 그래서 이번에 이거 집중해서 해보자.
dude, the ticking. I love it. The edits are good.
에임 집중할 수 있다. 아픈 상황에서라도. 태호는 에임 집중하는 게 맞아. 아픈 날에. 그게 아니라 니들이 해줘야 돼.
그냥 이길 것만 이기자.
야, let's go. 가자.
그린대로 가면 이긴다 이런 게 있는 거 같은데 오늘은.
근데 균열 장전 중이에요.
근데 이거는
no, but you have to be if you're gonna always build up content. You have to show the bad ones along with the good ones. So I applaud them. And I think this is how you build a brand. I really do. I think this is how you build a brand. Like, even if you end up getting more haters as well, like, that is part of your brand. You build a following. You build a following around all of that.
야 이게 통했어요.
마스터 애들 천까지 갔다 애들 걸은데 A 3명 야 이거 시티 먹을 얘들아 A 3명 베이팅 할게 형 베이팅 할게 3명 원에 있다 형 잡아 원에하고 살래 말고 포커스 할게
Yeah, no, I'm not trying to nitpick for the sake of nitpicking. I'm just trying to keep tabs on, like, would this add up to misunderstanding nuance later, right? The Oh. Classic buzz round.
뒤쪽에 한 명씩을 숨겨두고 A 작업을 해주고 있는 T1.
야 계단 나오는 거 조심 백도 안 보이고 짝방 있는 거 같아 짝방 있는 거 같아 이거 깨줘 불락할게 확인 야 오른쪽 짝방 있어 얘들아 빼서 A 갈게 태워 너 짝방 하나 더 시니크 왔어 시니크 짝방 태우고 있어 짝방 태워
Oh.
짝방 말 40 태워 기다려 우리 기다릴래
They had to play this together.
뛰었던 거 같아 시시시 나와 너 프라미스 나와
나무 구덩이. 자 승리의 구덩이가 될지.
Oh, so, I mean, who knows? Maybe they edited it out, but...
나와 너
Easy, you have ult after plant. We're not going to explain? We're not going to explain, like, hey, plant it safe, and then you'll ult, and then you can buy time, and then he might come above heaven. We're not going to do all that? Wow, really? I thought that's how we wanted to calm on T1. Imagine just telling them what they need to know. Dude, I remember that. Oh, look, he won the round. No, I mean, that's not the only reason, but I'm just saying, there's a big difference.
애초에 그것도 말이 안 되는 게 옛날 같았으면 진짜 태우기 엉덩이에 무조건 하나 있었어. 따라가야 되는 거지.
그러니까 이게 다른 맵은 우리가 이 문제가 있어도 알잘딱이 됐는데 병철이가 있으니까 병철이가 챙겨하니까 그런 문제가 생겨. 근데 이거 해결하는 게 맞긴 하지 팀적으로. 이거 해결하면
감독님이랑 실반 선수 이동하시겠습니다.
네. 팀 시크릿전을 이기고 플레이오프를 확정 지었었는데 사실 그때는 부족한 모습도 많았었고 불안한 모습도 많았었기 때문에 다행이다라고 생각이 먼저 들었던 것 같습니다.
Chat, when does Meteor's contract end? Because if it ends this year, they got to be building him up for a future contract if they're having him narrate this.
병신 마음이야. 215랑 하지 215랑. 215 뭐예요? 이거 한번 가? 나좀 순간.
Stacks really doesn't want to do the draft.
노래 낚시든? 기세 싸움에서. 저 뭐 해야 돼요?
Whoa! Whoa! What?
영섭이 가요, 영섭이. 노래 낚시든? 기세 싸움에서. 저 뭐 해야 돼요?
Okay, wait. No, but hold on.
기세 싸움에서. 영섭이 가요, 영섭이. 노래 낚시든? 기세 싸움에서.
Okay, so there is they are missing some translation. I'm not going to be watching EMEA. They're missing some translation. I think Stacks should still think about what he said here and be held accountable. But what does Silva say? Let me see the Korean, because I think the Korean's pretty much mostly accurate. Because sometimes you can't really hear it. Okay, so okay, the English is all sorts. So I did hear it correctly. Okay, so he says they're talking about having to go to the map draft. Stacks really doesn't want to go, and Chungok says send Sylvan. And Stacks says if Sylvan goes, we'll probably lose. Okay, this is what he said. And so Chungok goes, what? And what he says is, no, I mean in the vibe check, like in the vibe check, or like the stare down. He says Kisa sound, which is more so just like, oh, like the confidence, you know, the fight, or like the intimidation factor. He says, no, I mean in the intimidation factor. So he just means in the stare down, like we're gonna lose the vibe check at the draft. That's what he's saying. They completely miss that in this caption. Now, at that point, you could argue like is Stacks just covering his butt or not? Like that's a different thing, or like an aura check. Yeah, he's basically saying, and then he says, yeah. So and then he says, yeah, he would just like he says, what do I do? Like he's imitating Sylvan. And then here it says we're talking vibe check now. Let's go. I mean, dude, I don't know how you translate it this way. He just says, oh, now it's about the vibe check as well. That's what Sylvan says. So like it's no, okay, but here's how I'm going to explain this. I get the translator 100% didn't have the video. I'm going to tell you that right now. They also don't seem to know VCT or Valorant very well, but they 100% didn't know the video, because this is what gets says. Stacks says, I mean, it's all Stacks. So Stacks says, if Sylvan goes, we probably lose. Okay, this is probably like I'm going to tell you what they got in Korean, but in English. Okay, and then he says, in the vibe check, he probably goes, oh, what do I do? This is what's going to be written on the script. But if you could hear the video, you hear him say, I mean, well, he says, in fact, I'm adding in I mean because I hear it. But if you could hear it, what he says is, in the vibe check, pause. And then he says, he probably goes, what do I do? So I'm not trying to call the translator out, because the translator probably got the initial thing I said, where he says, in the vibe check, he probably goes, what do I do? Because in Korean, you don't have commas at every part of these, grammatically speaking, right? So they probably got this script, and you're reading it, and you say, okay, if Sylvan goes, we probably lose. In the vibe check, he probably goes, what do I do? Okay, so you're talking about like he's and you're trying to figure out, oh, what does this mean? And he's like, okay, oh yeah, he's probably saying like Sylvan doesn't know what to do in the vibe check. So in the vibe check, he probably goes, what do I do? And then he says the last part is a little bit unforgivable, because the Korean literally just says like vibe check 2 now. So like, you know, then I don't know how you're adding in let's go there, but I think that's just contextual. I think they're just I think the translator's actually pretty good. I think that's the problem. I think the translator's actually pretty good. They know that they have to add context. They know they have to interpret, but they don't have the video. They don't have the audio. And sometimes it seems like they don't know Valorant. So I think, right? I still think Stack saying this alone is like, you probably shouldn't be saying that, right? I think you should start with this, but also who knows? Maybe he just always. In fact, there's a couple times I've spoken with Stacks. He always kind of speaks like this in like broken step-by-step sentences, right? He always adds context afterwards. So like, but this is poorly translated. It's way more diabolical in the captions. It's way more diabolical. Why don't they have the video? To be honest, because if you want to get through, this happens this happens for movies too, by the way. What's a vibe check? Well, what he means is, so technically what he says is kisesaum, which is we probably like he means we lose in aura or lose in energy or lose in intimidation. But basically, because the context is that they're going to the map graph, that we already knew. So he's just saying like, oh, like, you know, like they're gonna gain, like we're gonna lose the confidence here. So like we're gonna lose the stare down, right? So yeah, it's way less diabolical. People could still nitpick it if they wanted, but yeah, like he's saying Sylvan has negative aura, but he also adds context to that of like Sylvan would be like, oh, what do I do? Like he would look a little lost. So I think, but for this happens in movies too, for people wondering, which is why, like, when you have someone who's a good translator for movies, chat, imagine having to translate a movie that's made up, that you do not have full context for. And, like, sure, you get the script at the very least that has, like, written out context, but, like, you have to figure out the vibe without seeing the clip. The reason that happens is because you do a first pass in the edit, you get the script out, right? So, like, in movies, obviously you have a built script, so maybe it's even faster. So you do a first draft where you just send that and you ask them to translate it. But movies, as far as I know, they usually do several passes because you're going to have extra edits, etc. But in videos like this, you do a first pass and then you immediately just do the main language. You get that script because you can do that these days just with automatic machine transcribing. And so you do that and then you send that out because you are still editing the video. So you send that script out initially with timestamps and you say, hey, can we get this translation? Because it's a lot quicker that way and you can still be editing instead of having to spend the time to render out a full, like, 2-hour video that might not even be the final product. So that's why this happens a lot. Now, I get that. Because it takes a long time if you want to do this, render it out, send it, etc. So when I've done this before, I've been like, hey, just can you render it out in, like, 360p? I just need context, otherwise I'm not going to do this. And so, like, I've done that. But if you don't want to do that just because of time, because you're like, well, our editors are still working on it and, like, we're just giving you this full script, so can we just have that? Then what you should always do is, like, watch it through afterwards. But, you know, that's why in movies and shows, a lot of times fan subs are better than official. Yes. But there's a very famous Korean translator, actually, who got praised for his translation captions, closed captioning of Deadpool. Chat, I respect this guy so much because I don't even know how you would translate Deadpool, man. A movie like Deadpool. And, like, he knows the context because he knew about Deadpool, but, like, without seeing the video, like, can you imagine? Like, that'd be insane. He's very famous as, like, the GOAT. The GOAT translator. But anyway, so Sylvan also doesn't say let's go, which is a really weird thing to say after being, yeah, so he just says, like, the vibe check as well, like he almost means, like, oh, like, that's what we're concerned about that too, like, that's the context, but the translation should just be like vibe check as well, like, that should be what it is.
오늘 펄 한다 펄. 펄로 간다. 저희 로투스 아니었어요? 로투스 왜 한 거예요 그러면?
This was like the first really poor thing that really changes the meaning. Just so if I'm gonna upload this video separately, so I know where to highlight things.
로투스 중에 하나 할 건데 생각을 해봤거든. 펄은 픽 안 하면 그냥 변하지 않을까? 뭐지? 로투스 내가 안 봐. 오케이. 그러면 그 뭐지 1원 데리고 와요. 갈게요. 아 도나. 그러면 그 뭐지 1원 데리고 와요. 갈게요. 아 도나.
What's Chunggak's full name? Okay, yeah, so that's his name. Okay, yeah, so Sash is just like, take Chunggak.
영석이가 영석 한번 가. 아니 가서 할게 없는데. 나 아이 처음 가봐. 랩텐 한 번도 안 해.
상대방 눈 계속 쳐다보고 있어. 부담 줘 계속 알겠지?
I like Chunggak. Make them uncomfortable.
형 덩치고 가야지.
너 눈이 매서워. 너가 가야 돼. 너가 가야 돼.
안경 벗고 가.
T1 Banana Crusher, Archibald Split, this has been Lotus, Team Black Pants. Nice.
나 우리 원하는 거 다 된 거 같은데. 일단 펄 아박 로터스. 펄 아박 로터스 걸즈.
재미없는 맵들이네.
야, 두 번째 맵 재밌잖아요. 두 번째 재밌잖아. 두 번째 재밌잖아.
재미없어. 맨날 못 만들잖아.
비디오 오면 비디 앞에서 싸워야 돼. 내가 TP 타고 보통 여기만 첫 타네.
이제 올라.
RRQ전에서 이겼으면 저 1위로 진출을 할 수 있었고 저 1위로 진출했다면 이제 한 팀만 이기면은 마스터스 토론토에 진출할 수 있는 중요했던 경기였던 것 같습니다.
영태가 이거 옛날 수비 방식대로 하되 컨셉이 이거잖아. 보면 알겠지만 요루 절대 못 걷어내거든 B로. 그러니까 옛날 한 것처럼 태오를 B 쪽에 쓰지 말고 A랑 미드 쪽에 많이 쓰고 A 쪽이 나을 것 같아요. 레온 요루 좀 재앙인데. 그것만 아니 레온 요루는 재앙인데 태오랑 하면 안 좋아.
1분 남았다. 갑시다.
What's the context here? They're talking about RQ's comp?
태오랑 하면
1분 남았다. 갑시다.
퉁퉁퉁. 아 근데 저거 B 나올 때 링크에 저거 볼리 까는 거 깨라. 몰래 깬다 저거.
못 깨면 얘기하고.
예, 너무 지금
미드 빨라 와이자 가는 거 같아. 와이자 조심해. 와이자 칠게.
베이 조심해야 돼. 모를 텐데요.
야 에이저 라스트.
에이맨 연막 좀 에이맨 연막.
네 가릴게. 부자 맞다. 아야 불개피야.
Why is the quality on their game screens always so poor?
나이스. 카운터 지렸다 야.
와이전 우리 다시 먹어야 된다. 이 가는 행동 자체를 알 수
You
있거든.
did hear Tung trying to ignore that. When's the Yongshin documentary coming out? I mean, if they plan to make one, I would probably be like, hey, like we gotta figure something out where I can review this at the very least.
살아. CT 하나 있다. CT 아스라 여기로 골라.
야 살았게.
있는 거야.
벙커 조심해.
저거 있어.
메인 조심해 이러면.
타이밍.
I mean, they definitely have like a color pass going on to make it more dramatic. That's for sure. But
자, 생각보다 빨라요.
봐달랬잖아.
이건
just so wait, I just need to translate this for you. The Korean casters. Here, I'll interpret it.
이러면은 나 해체부터
Okay, here I'm gonna stick the defuse. Please watch for me. I said to cover me. The casters are like. The casters are
여차하면은 그냥 봉쇄로 심정으로 됩니다.
talking from RQ's perspective. Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Oh my gosh.
태호 선수의 직격이 됩니다.
얘들아 에이미 하면 싸우면 안 되냐 우리 그냥? 어떻게 싸우자고 뭐 뺑까고 뭐 그냥 싸우라고? 저희 두 개면 가능할 것 같긴 해. 내 디콘 깨냐 우리 그냥? 어떻게 싸우자고 뭐 뺑까고 뭐 그냥 싸우라고?
Okay, so even this, like, I doubt in the grand scheme of things this is gonna matter. But he doesn't say or. He just says how. You want to flash and just fight? But although maybe if there's an or here, maybe the Korean's wrong too, or maybe it's just muffled. So maybe. This is why context is so important, chat. Okay, so in Korean he says, how? How should we fight? Or how do you want to fight? And then he says, what? Flash? What? Just fight? So if you didn't hear the audio, you might think he was talking about two separate things. But the way Buzz says it in audio, he's saying, what? Just flash and then just fight? But, dude, this is what... Dude, just please, anyone who's going to do proper translations, like trying to hire actual translators, just please spend the money and time. Just please do. If you're not going to, then that's fine. Just put out a disclaimer. That's fine. I get it. It takes a lot of time and money, but like... The Korean transcription is generally right. Sometimes the audio is hard to hear, so sometimes they might have made assumptions, but like that part, the Korean was right. It's just... Also, okay, but while I have been telling a lot of stories, but you realize how we're only 40 minutes in? This is also why it takes so long. Because if you want to do really good, like if you want to do your due diligence as a translator, you have to like rewatch things several times to get context. No, I don't even, that one's not even Valorant. I think that's just another case of you only got the script. You didn't have the video. Or the audio, rather.
얘들아 아스라 공격도 안에서 막아야 돼.
야 나 벙커로 갈게 얘들아. 벙커 먹어줘 그러면 나 벙커 와줄게. 아트 나온다. 80이야. 아트 싸울 수 있다 태호야. 3, 2, 1.
벙커를 저렇게 지켜내면 의미가 없습니다. 이렇게 찌르는 게.
That was a good count. That was a good 3, 2, 1.
봐봐. 공일피 스킬 뭐야?
공격을 원래 하던 거 하고
공일피 컨택?
스피는 이제 상대 조합 보고 그리고 시간 뭐
이거 혼자 미드에서 까는 거죠?
스모그 하는
여기
그러니까 아니, 여기서 까는 거야 아니 여기서 까는 거야?
그러니까 만약에
킬조이면은 미드에서 가는 거. 근데 아니야 뭐 체인 뭐 이런 거는 그냥 B에서 가는 거.
근데 B에서 가려고 그냥 미드에서 가고 와. 어차피 그렇게 뭐
그래도 되긴 해.
오래 걸리지도 않지.
That one's a little bit missed too, but we'll skip it because it's not going to matter at all in the grand scheme of things.
공지는 우리 핵한테 하던 거 싸우는 거. 수피는 상대 조합 보고 애더팔지 뚜더팔지 모르는.
상대 조합 뭐니 모르지.
모르지.
몰라.
근데 일단
거의 안 했어.
태호 KO 쓸 것 같긴 해 느낌. 제가 태호 밸류 너무 높게 봐가지고.
쟤 KO 쓸 수도 없어. 써봤을 것 같은데. 디펜딩 하는 것만 푸시야 KO를 해. 가서. 푸시 써봐봐.
푸시 KO가 없대?
KO도 해요?
킹받고 런닝샷 하는 거.
Also, you know what I realized while watching
아니
this?
근데 나도 피스톨 때 얘가 뺑간 거 완전 풀뺑이었거든 일부에. 슬라이딩 박았는데 그걸 썼어.
저 1분만 늦게 가면 안 되나요?
왜?
비주얼 둘다 띵 맞아. 비주얼 보고 싶은데.
That
1분 남았는데.
1분이 안 떠. 1분이 안 떠. 나중에 신경 쓰.
Oh, he wants to see Tenten's official post for joining the team. Oh, that's cute. Hey, it's Sungmin.
봐야 되는데 저거.
Oh.
공격 재밌겠다.
기대 댕병.
내일 모레?
내일 아니야?
아니 지금 기대된다니까 난.
아이스박스 공격이 기대된다고.
혼자 딴 소리 하고 있네.
야 집중하자. 우리 아박이 아이러니하게도 스크림 승률 제일 좋은 맵이다.
아이스박스
He says ironically. It's so funny.
그 생각이 들 정도로 A만 가요. 훈련이 거의.
RRQ전을 준비하면서 아이스박스에 대한 피드백을 했었었는데 팀
내일 농심이 DRX를 이길. 아, 저는
피드백이 굉장히 잘 됐고 스크림에서도 성적이 좋았어서 아 진짜 이대로만 하면 우리
이길 수
아이스박스
있다고
잘할 수
이길 수 있다고 생각해요.
네, 사냥대
근데 이제 뭐 펄백이나 이런 몇몇 현민 선수 이런 선수들이 막 마코 이런 선수들이 이제 괴물 모드로 들어가면 어려울 수 있지만 저는 믿고 볼만하다고 생각해요. 전략적으로는.
잘라 먹고 그다음에 빠지고 이런
뭐
식으로
물론
게임이
뭐
흘러가는데
밸런트란 게임이 모르는 거지만.
상대가 대회기도 하고 앞당에서 싸워주질 않으니까 저희가 경기를 하면서 좀 많이 힘들어했었고.
KO공 미리 써놓던가.
사이버공 못 써게. 오케이. 프로페터.
아 눌렀어요?
Wait, did he really? Wonder brought up MS Paint during a game?
로테이트 조심해라 이거. 포탑도 꺼져서 이거 얘들아 주황 조심해야 돼.
야 태우공 조심. 태우공.
멀리 나 꺼내졌다.
불자는 것 같은데.
와라 와라.
보여주자. 니 위로 빼나 깔게 갔어.
킹 하나.
사이트 갔어. 사이트 인.
사이트 하나 얘들아.
오른쪽 엘보까지.
RRQ 이렇게 강력하게 뚫어버립니다.
템포 게임이 진짜
그리고
말이 안
이제
되네요.
저희의 생각이 틀렸다라고
That's hilarious.
합성을 지을 수 있었던 경기였던 것 같습니다.
오, 버즈 많이 다가가요?
드론 깨줄 수 있나?
위로 가. 볼게.
들켰다. 야 많다. B 많다. 확인하게.
자 이러면 옐로우를 모르잖아요.
자, 일단 송강이 나오길 준비하고
둘 다.
있습니다. 메테오가 한 명.
Oh, I remember this.
둘 다.
I remember literally thinking like, dude, why is brother not dismissing out, man?
두 명 남은 T1.
김구택 단네 발.
자, 혼자 남았어.
진짜. 까비.
결국 RRQ가 두 번째 전장 아이스박스를 가져갑니다.
그냥 정보가 없어 아예.
자 얘들아 아박 줘 바꾸자 안 되겠다. 미사일 소리 이용해서 더블 TP 타 여기다 이쪽으로. 그러니까 여기 더블 TP 이렇게 땅땅 탄 다음에 일로 들어가거든 이렇게. 근데 애들이 진짜 오면 들어온 걸 애초에 아무도 모르더라고. 이거 하는 애들 우리도 몰랐잖아 대회 때 팀시킬 상대로. 이거 총 짧을 때 많이.
소리 들리긴 하는데 말해주기 빡세긴 해.
그러니까 이거 진짜 그러니까 우리가 인지해야 돼 그냥 이거 들어갈 수 있겠다 싶어.
바이퍼가 여기 삐 팠을
Ooh.
만약에 개 싸움 되잖아.
Honestly, their pregame reminders are really good. It feels like
프레임이면 얘네가. 그러니까 여기
all three of the coaching staff.
어차피 절로 가야 되는 거 아니야? 이게 삐민 나라고?
이거 문 열고 B 통해서 이렇게 가라.
밀어 들어가는 거잖아.
아니. 그러니까 문 열고 B 통해서 가면 돼. 이거 포박 쓰지 말고 그냥 홀드해 그냥. 취향만 쓰.
아이랑
취향 연막만 쓰고 홀드해.
쉽지가 않아요. 모든 대회가.
오늘도 나옵니다. 3렙에
No, like honestly, dude, the translators I think are pretty good because they know to just shorten vulnerability as vuln to make it fit, and that the people who play the game wouldn't. I don't know. Sometimes they just maybe they're over ambitious. I don't know.
쉽지가 않아요. 모든 대회가.
오늘도 나옵니다. 3렙에 T1.
아 조합 바꾸자. 괜찮아.
진작에 바꾸자고 할 걸.
테오 레이나 개 패급인데.
네. 예?
전 세계 레이나 좀 꼴 뚫릴 것 같은데.
근데 사실 이번 주 내가 제일 초점 둔 게 펄이랑 로터스여가지고. 야 우리 수비 준비한 거 한번 해보자 대회 때.
조금만 더 잘 싸웁시다 여러분들.
확인했잖아.
이제 와서 또 회전문 돌려보지만
네.
이거는 제발 속아달라는 얘기고 싸워달라는 얘기거든요.
자, 일단 버즈가 지켜보고
네.
있습니다.
너무 여기다.
봤어요, 샘킷.
월켜줘 월켜줘.
불안해.
A다
자, 위치를
채울게.
A 온다 바이퍼까지.
쪽으로.
야 천천히 땡겨고 나온 거 조심해.
올 내린다 올 내린다.
맨 보는 중. 맨만 봐. 트리 하나.
어제 여기서 재미 좀
그죠?
보던데.
오.
샘킷. 자, 그냥 나옵니다. 그냥 나와요.
아니 이게
그래도 어쨌든 힘으로 밀고 나갔을 때 이기는 라운드들이 더 많았던 것 같거든요, 오늘.
A 막을 수 있겠어 얘들 어때? 아, 네 이거는 막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어. 나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어. 그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아. 여기서 총을 못 해. 형 막을 수 있겠어 얘들 어때? 아 네 이거는 막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 아 네 이거는 막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠.
So the we is implied here. I actually feel like he means I. But that's whatever.
형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데?
What did he say?
다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어. 나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어. 그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아.
Could you? No, this is the translation isn't. This is one of those where it's not wrong.
아 근데 형은
He
어떻게
says,
죽었는데?
"How did you die?"
나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어.
And juke is fine. I died while trying to juke in front of the smoke.
그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황.
So, no, he says, but okay, but how did you die? Did you shoot your gun or were you unable to shoot your gun? AKA asking, was it a duel or did you get overwhelmed? Like, was there util or whatever? Very different than
막을 수 있겠어 얘들아.
could you shoot?
막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어.
Right? He's just saying, yeah, but did you? So he says, did you fight or were you unable to fight? Basically.
나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어.
And so he says, I could have, but I lost the 1v1.
그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아.
And that's why he says, okay, then I think that was winnable. So because Stax is asking, because you have to put this all in context as well, because Stax asks, can we hold that? Can we hold that way? And so they're reviewing, could we? But I think this is, yeah, I think it's also just
총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어. 나 총 쏠 수 있었는데.
Buzz's language is Buzz is generally just very fired up. He's very, very heated up in the way he talks during games, even in like older comms and replays. But I think this is
그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏘.
yeah, is this what everyone's referring to? Is this the clip where everyone references could you shoot? Because then this is very poorly taken. He sounds mad though. I mean, he sounds a bit mad, but he doesn't even sound that mad. He's just trying to like get to the point, right? Because they're in the middle of a game. Because they need to figure out a conclusion here. I think this is fine. This wasn't even he doesn't even sound that mad. I mean, he's kind of pressing him, sure, but
나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어. 그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아. 여기서 제발. 우리가 다 지금 오해하잖아. 못 막는다고. 막을만 했어. 이거 가게 연막 잘 치. 우리가 다 지금 오해하잖아. 못 막는다고. 막을만 했어. 이거 가게 연막 잘 치고 해가지고.
oh, okay.
막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 막을 수 있겠어 얘들 어때? 아 네 이거는 막을만 했었는데 처음에 템이 다 빠가져가지고. 아 근데 형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야? 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어. 나 총 쏠 수 있었는데 그냥 1대1에서 졌어. 그럼 막을 수 있었을 것 같아. 여기서 제발. 우리가 다 지금 오해하잖아. 못 막는다고.
yeah. So Stax is I don't know if he would have said more. I don't know how this is edited, but I think what Stax is implying is like, just say that. So that we know that we can hold, so we don't have to change the strategy.
막을만 했어. 이거 가게 연막 잘 치고 해가지고. 막을만 했어.
Yeah. So he literally is asking, "Are you in a situation where you could fight or not?" Yes. Yes. This is literally the EDG Simon situation, but this time kind of reversed, if that makes sense. He's literally asking, did you fight or could you not fight? Yeah, and but the context, this one, the could, I also think could you shoot is
총을 쏜 거야, 총을 못 쏜 상황이야.
this is oversimplified. But again, if you're only given the script though, if you're only given the script, I don't blame the translator, but this is why I think you need to review. This is because it could, because here even asking like, and did you even is actually not included. I think they just misunderstood the Korean transcript. I think the translator just straight up misunderstood the Korean transcript because they probably didn't have the audio. But the even shouldn't even be there. The even shouldn't even be there. Right? He's asking, did you shoot? Because did you shoot versus did you even shoot? Very different connotation, right? So did you shoot? And then he says, 총을 쏜 거야? 아니면 총을 못 쏘는 상황이었어? So he says, did you shoot or were you in a situation where you couldn't? Or were you in a situation where you couldn't? Versus could you shoot? Which is very different. So yeah, this also adds a lot more context versus this. But let me see the Korean, because I think this is easily misconstrued. 총을 쏜 거야, 총을.
형은 어떻게 죽었는데? 나 연막 앞에서 비벼다가 죽었어. 그러니까 어떻게 죽었는데? 총을 쏜 거야, 총을 못 쏜 상황이었어.
총을 쏜 거야, 총을 못 쏜. Okay, so yeah, if you don't have the audio, this actually reads really aggressive. This justice for the translator as well. It's if you don't have the audio, this actually reads exactly like how you translated it because you don't have any context. There's no question mark here to break this up. It sounds like one sentence. It reads like one sentence. So literally the translator actually just, the reason they say could you instead of could you not, the reason they spin it that way is because that's what it reads like in Korean. So yeah, so this is, it's a very poor translation, but it's also, if you only got the script, I don't blame the translator. It sucks. 근데 그러니까 제가 번역을 보는 이유 중에 하나가 이게 100% 제가 봤을 때는 대본, 한글 대본만 미리 뽑은 것만 보내주고 그것만 보고 번역을 하셨을 거예요. 이거 번역하신 분이. 왜냐면 보면 사실 대부분, 그러니까 발로란트 내용을 몇 개 모르는 거 같은 거 빼고는 번역이 되게 좋으신데 이게 글로만 보면 진짜 이해하기 어렵거든요. 틀린 걸 꼭 찾는다기보다는 저도 이거 아직 안 봐가지고 보면서 약간 번역 문제도 있나 보느라고. So anyway, so that's rough. Yeah, no, this is not at all the context here. I mean, also, yeah, because then he says, then yeah, that was winnable. So like, yeah. Buzz wasn't. That shouldn't have blown up that way. But also the translator, justice for them because they clearly weren't giving the resources they needed.
실제로도 스크림에서 요르테오 브리치를 만나서 쉽게 이기던 스크림이 많았어가지고 저희가 대회 때 잘 준비했다고 생각을
Cheryl01. I am Korean American, but I currently live in Korea. I assume that's what that command usually would tell you.
게임을 플레이해서 저희가 실제로 인게임에서 너무 어려웠다고 생각을 했고 저희가
자, 어떻게든 자네를 먹기 위해서 연막을 이용해서 좀 들어가자라는 콜을 계속 해주는 것 같습니다.
No. Sorry. When I said EG Simon situation, sorry, I didn't mean the whole situation. I just mean the whole thing about like Simon saying I couldn't shoot, and that was misconstrued as like there was a whole discussion of like, was he saying he was like flabbergasted and he couldn't shoot? Was he overwhelmed to util? That's what I meant. Sorry, I should have clarified.
안 오는 것 같아서 빼는 모습이었어. 직접 민건 조심해야 돼요.
Yeah, but when you watch it even carefully with the wrong translation, you could. Well, yeah, but no. Well, no, but that segment, that one is completely up to how, depending on how you perceive that literal first sentence, everything else changes. Especially with the like tone and everything.
일단 총 떨구는 게 첫 단추로 생각일 겁니다.
Hey, Chobra, saw the Nongshim Team Secret game this week, and not gonna lie, the allegations would have been dooming if they lost. Hey, but they didn't. That's what matters. They didn't. They figured it out. They figured it out by the end. Secret did play well the first map.
자, 본인 좀 챙기고 12층으로 내려갈 거예요. 감독님. 뭐야? 따라갑시다. 못할 것 같아. 못 이겨. 로터스? 다. 아마는 진짜 재앙이거든.
아랍은 내가 바꾸면
바꾸면 재앙인데.
로터스는 내가 볼 때 공격은 솔직히 했으면 문제 없어. 근데 수비가 솔직히 밤부터 모멘텀 깨는 게 존나 크다.
운영이 지긴 했어. 아니, 상대 그냥 진짜 행복한 것만.
수행이 안 되잖아, 지금. 수비 수행이 안 되잖아. A 혼자 짓고 있어. 난 총을 못 쓴다니까 지금 어떻어요?
이해하는데 내 반대로 조합 바뀌고 똑같은 거긴 하고.
아 근데 감독님 조합 바꾸는 거 맞는 거 같아요. 저 로터스도 힘들어요 솔직히.
This is really good from all of them, actually. This is really good. That's a really good back and forth. Stacks just saying straight up, like, the way we're doing this, I can't do this.
그날 RRQ한테 지고 나서 게임 안에서 너무 막막하다고 느꼈고.
And Stack, I mean, he gets a little bit heated later, but he just says it. He just wants coach to know.
언젠가는 이런 시간 한번 올 거라고 생각했으니까.
근데 메타 따라가야 될 것 같긴 해요.
안 되긴 해. 그리고 형은 붕뜰 수밖에 없는 게 지금 붕뜰 수밖에 없는 이유가 없어.
The reason I'm just floating? Oh, since when was Stacks practicing levitation, huh?
근데 메타 따라가야 될 것 같긴 해요.
안 되긴 해. 그리고 형은 붕뜰 수밖에 없는 게 지금 붕뜰 수밖에 없는 이유가 할 게 없어. 할 수 있는 게 없어.
아이소 쓸 거면 싸워야 돼. 근데
That's not what he says, by the way. I'm trying to. I'm wondering if he's directing this at Autumn or Meteor, but that's not what he says.
근데 메타 따라가야 될 것 같긴 해요.
안 되긴 해. 그리고 형은
Yeah, okay, so he's talking to Meteor.
붕뜰 수밖에 없는 게 지금 붕뜰 수밖에 없는 이유가 할 게 없어. 할 수.
So he says, dude, oh my god. So he says 붕 뜰 수밖에 없다, which is you're just floating. But the proper context translation, first of all, not to put it properly here, but the context translation is usually you have nowhere to go. You don't know what to do, or you have nowhere to go. That is what the phrase indicates. Right? That's what the phrase indicates. So what he's saying is, I mean, because you're lost. So whether you say you're lost, you have nowhere to go, or you don't know what to do is all very contextual. In Korean, you could use the same phrase in all of those. That's why context matters. But he said, first of all, he doesn't say I'm. He says hyung, which is he's indicating that he's talking to Meteor. But he says, it doesn't work, and you're stuck, or like you're lost, or you don't know where to go. You have nowhere to go because there's nothing you can do. He says nothing you can do, not nothing I can do. Yeah, you're in stasis could work. That could work. All of those could work. Slightly different connotation and context. I think all of those would have worked here. But again, if you just have the script, I mean, 어떤 감독이 자기가 추구하는 스타일과 T1의 멤버 스타일의 변형이 그런 것도 조금은 있는 것 같아요. 조금은 있는 것 같아요. 근데 저는 애초에 그 전에 태호랑 이런 걸 해봤는데 안 돼서 그런 게 아닐까요? 왜냐면 나중에 메테오 태호 저희가 봤잖아요. 진짜 별로였잖아요.
아이소 쓸 거면 싸워야 돼. 근데 안 싸워주면
쟤들 안 싸우잖아.
그럼 우리가 조합 쓰는 의미가 없어져.
조합 바꾸는 거 상관이 없거든. 근데 저 조합도 단점이 지금 우리가 느낀 걸 똑같이 느끼긴 해서 결국 풀 리테이크를 보긴 해야 되는데
그러니까
풀 리테이크 셋업하면 되긴 하는데
그러니까 풀 리테이크가 가능한 조합이니까 걔네가 하는 거지. 저희처럼 하면 못 막는다 이거.
그러니까 저희가 그냥 메타를 그냥 다 저것만 하니까 저거에 상응하는 조합을 찾던지.
저거 아이스 카운터 치는 조합?
네. 우리가 우리 걸 만들어야 될 것 같아. 우리 다 따라갈 지는 것 같아.
아 근데 뭐 이해는 하는데 생각해볼게.
근데 아바가 재앙이 우리 지금.
아바 바꾸고.
아바 다리 찢어질 것 같아.
아바.
그날 지고 나서 이제 저희의 팀 색깔을
It was a you, not me. Yes. Yes, yes, yes.
잃어버렸다라고 생각하게
You thought he meant floating in
경기였던
Asian pick. See? Exactly. Like it's very easy. That one thing could very easily misconstrue how you took it. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alan T1. I remember this game. Is the synopsis so far the public overblew? So far, but I'm only halfway in. The public definitely overblew it. One of the clips that the public overblew was mistranslated. The translators definitely didn't get the video. I can say that confidently from what I've seen.
와, 야, 아바가 극한다고 진짜.
근데 내가 볼 때 우리 조합 바꾼 거 모르잖아. 뭔가 준비해왔을 때 아마
엑스트랙션 오늘은 T1 윈이라고 트위터 올리셨다.
저희가 이기면 진짜 프로 박형이에요?
네. 우리가 무조건 이겨.
우리가 이겨주기만 하면 그렇게.
Yeah, good thing you didn't. Sorry.
내가 근데 진짜 안 줬을 것 같아.
그거 그냥
우리 조합 옛날 조합에서 카운터 치려고 프로스트가 카운터 진짜 목숨을 거거든.
He knows.
프로스트가 카운터 진짜 목숨을 거거든.
I mean, this is fine. This is fine. I think there are other ways to translate it, but this is contextually fine. Frost lives and dies by the counter. The way I would have translated it is Frost will do anything to counter comms or like to anti. But
그러면 더 단순하게 봐야 돼. 사이드 게임 할 때 미드분들이 딱 좋지.
that's why it was so funny to me because it's like because Frost always talks about creating counters.
슬슬 좀 쌉시다 슬슬.
곧 경기 안 끝나기만 해봐.
708이긴 해서 슬슬.
이제 연장 가는 거지.
연장 가고 이제.
연장 나고 이제 역전 다 하고
역전
사격
나가고.
가고.
이동하겠습니다.
봐봐 이거.
Well, Frost always talks about it.
작년 초반부터 지금까지 어떻게 보면 쉬지 않고 대회를 계속했어가지고 체력적으로도 많이 힘들었는데 힘든 와중에 노력을 하니까 트로피가 하나 더 생기고 심지어 거기서 MVP도 받았고 그래서 내가 좀 더 할 수 있는 선수구나를 깨닫고 이제 그때부터 마음가짐이 좀 달라졌다 생각을 하는데
Just as an outside question, which APAC teams are known to ban maps as counters and have no permaban? I mean, right now it's that we don't know, right? I would argue that DRX has had that a couple of times. I would argue that Talon has had that a couple of times. I would say that Gen G actually fairly well last year.
제가 좀 이제 책임감이 많다 보니까 모든 경기 이겨야 된다는 생각하는 거야. 모든 경기 잘해야 되고.
네, 그때부터 마음가짐이 좀 달라졌다 생각을 하는데
제가 좀 이제 책임감이 많다 보니까 모든 경기 이겨야 된다는 생각하는 거야. 모든 경기 잘해야 되고 자기는 개인 포커스 항상 좋아야 되고 이겨야 되는 그 중압감이 있으니까 그런 걸 느끼는 것 같아요. 제가 그 얘기를 할 시간이 딱히 없으니까 그러니까 원래 내가 생각해봤는데 우리가 저번 킥오프 때 이럴 때나 BCL 때는 좀 이런 게 있으면 중간에 우리끼리 같이 막 술 마시러 가서 막 이런 서로 얘기도 많이 했잖아. 고민 털어넣으면서 이제 막 서로 막 그때 얘기 들으면
This is good. This is important that they recognize this.
스케줄이 일주일마다 돼요.
I do think the schedule's rough because of that.
그걸 이제 자기가 폼이 안 좋으니까 어떻게든지 그라인드에서 올리려고
It's so important to figure out how that works for your team.
랭크 밤새고 있을 때 있잖아. 폼 올리는 거지. 그럼 이제 사람이 예민해지고.
Oh shoot, really? Dude, Rossi pulled all-nighters just to try to improve?
스테이지 1을 들어가서 제가 뭘 더 하려고 하고 말을 좀 더 해주려고 하다 보니까 제 플레이에 완전히 집중이 안 되는 거예요. 그래서 내 플레이에 집중이 안 되니까 아, 나 그냥 애들한테 말이라도 많이 해줘야겠다 라고 생각이 들어서 총에 집중을 못하고 말로만 게임을 풀려고 했었고, 그리고
아, 이거는 제가 보기 옵션이 따위가
So this. Okay, this is. Come on, the guy who edited the audio. You could have done a better job with this. Again, this is an inconsequential one, so I won't write it down. But so he says, instead of locking in with my aim, I was just trying to guide the game with the comms, and just dot to dot is where it should have ended. And then at the end in Korean, he just says and dot dot dot. And I think in Korean in the audio, they probably left that there for like the dramatic effect. But the guy who gets the transcript is just gonna say and yeah, but like he didn't say and yeah.
제가 보기 옵션이 따위가 이기면 돌릴 생각도 있네요. 왜냐 저 알람봇의 위치도 그렇고.
네. 이거 B 파는 거 같거든. 좀 빠질게 이거.
태워들어. 깨놨어.
야 킬들 필.
태워도 있다. 나 비전 컨텐츠 보는 중 지금.
태형 미전 맞아?
잠깐 지금 A 둘 이상이야 지금.
그럼 B.
What did they play here? Oh right, they played the Tejo KO, right?
B 서치 가능해 이거? 나이프로?
나이트. 아 나이 바이퍼. 1대 컨택 들어온 거 주세요.
소바 드론에 미사일.
A 드론 소바 A 드론. A 오는 듯. 워라. 제 스킬도 필. 야 옐로 간다. 나 옐로 간다 형. 나 월다운. 젠 태워.
탈론 킬로그 연속 3개. 자, 킬로그 택시까지 잡아냅니다.
프리미랑 승부 볼 거예요 메테오는.
자, 내려갔고 불러드립니다. 프리미!
아니 영서봐 1대1이잖아. 왜 이렇게 쫄아 대체? 왜 자꾸 빼려고만 해? 너가 이기면 된다니까?
아 그거 많이 느꼈는데 처음에 A 정보가 너무 조용했어서 그 다음에 뺀 거였어요.
그렇지 마. 스크림 때처럼 해.
버즈를 이용해서 미드를 지우든 B 그린존을 지우든
I think
A
that's
파이프라인을 지우든
sometimes you need that, especially in Valorant.
A 컨택. A 바이퍼 컨택. 아야 필드 바이퍼. 나 이거 A 사이트 궁으로 클리어하면 살 수 있어. 나 들어가면 가볼게.
얘들아.
민거 조심. 시티 민거 조심.
어렵다. 원단
백사이트로 굴려줘.
백사 있어.
2명 잡으러 갑니다.
헐. 나 이거 궁 써놓게 그냥 빠지게 쓸게. 이거 사이트 안에 조심해야 돼.
나 이쪽 볼게.
또 조심하고.
사이트 하나 있다.
야 워럽해줄게.
뺀거 같은데 이러면? 워럽해줘.
워럽.
The music, dude, I love that they're like the content team is leading into the documentary, as they should.
와, 프리미 둘. 진보이까지요.
지금 스택스의 플래시 드라이브에 눈이 멀어가지고. 아하.
이번 라운드 결국 키언인 해주네요.
야 이거 우주야 쫄지 마. 쟤 거의 하나였단 말이야. 이거 쫄지 말고 그냥 어로콜 받고 니 드론 뭐 진탕이나 이런 거 쓰면서 그냥 최대한 버텨서 채워달라고 해. 너 설 안 줄 수 있었잖아. 설 주지 마. 마지막 소바 유틸 쓸 때 있지. 그때 그거를 쫄면서 바로 빼지 마. 좀 봐줘.
아니 근데 나 진짜 답답한 게 럴킹 오는 거 그냥 이기면 돼. 얘들아 제발 빼지 마. 왜 자꾸 빼? 그냥 죽이라니까.
아 구덩이로 영업 종료.
얘들아 제발 빼지 마. 왜 자꾸 빼? 그냥 죽이라니까.
He doesn't. What? He doesn't say just die fighting. He says just kill him. That's totally I mean, it doesn't really affect any context in the grand scheme of things, but he just says just kill him. Way better, and also way more needed. Yeah. He says stop giving up and giving space, just kill him. Instead of just die fighting. It's wildly different. But yeah, this one's just mistranslated, even if you only look at this without the audio. No, it's not even stand your ground. He literally says, why do you keep backing off? Stop giving them space. Just kill them. He's literally saying, just fight, you win. Like, he's not even saying stand your ground. Like, he's not saying, like, you guys need to hold it for as long as possible. He's literally saying just win the fight. Like, literally, that's what he says. That's... Yeah, he's saying, like, just take the fight and win, is literally what he's saying. That one, sorry, translator, I was on your side for everything else, but that one's a bit of a miss. Just so we're clear, like, I'm not doing this to flame the translators, because the more I watched it, majority of these, I think, is just because they didn't have all the resources like the video. That one is mistranslated, but... It's hard. It's hard.
여기서의 교전이 중요한 거예요. 여기 드론까지 한번 접고.
근데 크루즈가 계속 메테오를 밀어내는 거거든요.
자, 프리미 뒤로 빼요.
'일로 있다. 내가 먼저.
Although, That could be mistranslated if they only had the audio and not the script, because it's muffled. Because the difference here in Korean, is he says 죽이라니까, but if he said 죽으라니까, that would be die fighting. Just die fighting. Just, well, it would be just die, but it would be implied as just die fighting. Or it could be that the initial transcript they got had it mistypoed because it was just machine transcribed. It could be that, honestly. So maybe not a mistranslation. Actually.
한번 밀릴 준비해야 될 것 같아 얘들아 이거. 사이트 공 쏘기 사이트 밀래?
그러자. 슈퍼 멀리서 째고 있을 거야.
공 쏜다.
걸린다 그냥. 퍼. 잡아줘 트레이드 얘들아.
프리비 안 빠지고 와 프리비
Oof. We really regret that one.
터집니다. 이번 라운드 터집니다.
근데 오늘 제가 보기에 이 프리미의 에임도 에임이지만
Okay, but this is...
퍼. 잡아줘 트레이드 얘들아.
프리비 안 빠지고 와 프리비 둘장골 사냥꾼의 분노까지.
야 얘들아 왜안 와?
터지네요.
Okay, listen, the moment you just didn't get traded early anyway, you guys were all dead anyway. Look at this Hunter's Fury, man. What do you mean, why aren't you with me?
와 프리비 둘장골 사냥꾼의 분노까지.
야 얘들아 왜안 와?
Oh, this is such a ranked moment. That's such a ranked comms moment, man.
걸린다 그냥.
I mean, I get it. It's frustrating, but...
잡아줘 트레이드 얘들아.
프리비 안 빠지고 와 프리비 둘장골 사냥꾼의 분노까지.
야 얘들아 왜안 와?
Well, Stacks actually doesn't really say anything. He just says, why? And then he puts his face in his hands. So I think they just tried to finish the sentence, which that's fine. Buzz does say, why aren't you guys with me? No, but it's not even, chat, it doesn't even matter, like, whether Stacks misplayed or not. That's not even the point. The point is like, this is just ranked comms. This is just ranked comms. The point is just this conversation shouldn't be happening. Especially when someone's still alive! The round's not over? What? The round's not over! It's not even over! What are we doing? Oh my gosh.
여기 3-4명이서 우르르 가면서 붙었으면서 왜 이번에는 안 가? 야, 안 갈 거면 말을 해. 내가 붙어줄 테니까. 멘탈 잡고 그거 일단 맞고.
Oh my gosh. Okay, actually, I get this context now, though. I thought Buzz was saying, why aren't you guys... Oh, he does say... I don't think he says with me. Okay, so... Okay, but this one, the translator, again, not on them. Quite frankly, even if you had the video, hard to tell until later. If you look at the context later, I think Buzz is basically saying, why aren't you guys together? He says, why aren't you guys together? Or why aren't you sticking together? And if we look at the context afterwards, he says... Yeah, we all used to push as a group earlier. Why not? If not, I'll do it. So, like, that doesn't matter in the grand context of things because that conversation shouldn't have happened in the comms anyway, but, like, that's another... Yeah.
멘탈 잡고 그거 일단 맞고 니들 인폼은 다 나오고 있어 지금 어디 있는지 애들이 어딘지 킬조이 어딘지 제트 어딘지 다 알고 있잖아 근데 그 리액션이 존나 느려 땅 먹는 속도랑 리액션이 그거
Oh, they didn't bleep that out.
부탁이 좀 도와주자 얘들아 야 오퍼 있고 이거 제트 공 나오고 얘 우리 다 털긴 했거든 이길 수 있어 얘들아 A 가자
설치 타이밍이 하고 바로 빠져야 되고
빼면 돼. 나 바로 채울게 난 이거.
나도 앞라인 쓸게. 나도 앞라인 쓸 거야.
야 스파이크 안 잠긴다.
바로 채우긴 해야 돼.
나 채워줘 얘들아. 나 몰래 갈게. 모기빨이나 못 가나. 몰래 갈게.
자 이주는 잘 메꿨어요.
이거 연막샷 조심해야 돼요.
이주 질러야 돼요.
긁는 거 조심해야 돼요.
The thing is like...
잡아냅니다. 결국 탈론의 승리 첫 번째 맵 아이스박스
The thing is, Snacks is human, so like, I get it. It can happen. I doubt actually. No, like I think teams probably have that happen way more often than you think. And these are the times when usually when we say the comms have been broken down, that's probably what's happening. You know what I mean? Like when we can tell like, oh, they're not calming. That's probably what's happening. But it is unfortunate. But that's why it's hard. That's why it's hard to be an IGL.
라인을 왜 이렇게 쉽게 줘, 영서봐. 아니 쟤네 플래시 없다며. 너 알잖아. 쟤네 옐로우 제트 대시 탔을 때 아무도 안 들어오잖아, 같이. 네가 옐로우 잡을 생각 안 하냐? 왜 한 번도? 라인
상대가 테오 드론 쓰지. 우리가 부셔서. 그럼 상대 뭐 해야 돼? 옐로우 리콘 꽂아야 되잖아. 그거 깨. 그럼 걔 제트로 대시만 타지 뭘 할 수 있어, 걔가.
킬류가 A 백사이드 들어와 있어. 근데
그러니까 이게 말이 안 되긴 해.
아니 이렇게
왜 쫄아 있는지 모르겠는데 좀 쫄아 있지 좀 말아봐.
이렇게 하면 절대 못 이겨. 아 그러라.
그 라인을 진짜 주지 마. 왜 쫄아? 니들 총은 쐈냐, 영서봐 오늘 이번 판 수비 때? 그걸 왜 안 쏘냐고. 니가 총을 잘 쏘는데.
근데 그렇게 됐으면은 누구라도 불렀어야 돼, 형이. 쟤네가 저렇게 편하게 못하게.
근데 그건 좀 나중에 말하고 어차피 근데 헤이브는 내 방금 말한 대로 그런 식으로 플레이하면 진짜 지긴 하거든.
진짜 오늘 이렇게 하면 아무도 못 이겨.
Damn, dude, I think Carpe is gonna turn into an amazing head coach at some point.
아니 말안 되는 게.
왜 이리 쫄아 있어?
라인을 왜 이렇게 쉽게 줘, 영서봐. 아니 말안 되는 게.
왜 이리 쫄아 있어?
라인을 왜 이렇게 쉽게 줘, 영서봐. 아니 쟤네 플래시 없다며. 너 알잖아. 쟤네 옐로우 제트 대시 탔을 때 아무도 안 들어오잖아, 같이.
The thing is chat. Okay, the thing is yes, you shouldn't be talking about the past too much, but I am willing to bet that this is not a T1 exclusive problem. I am willing to bet that this is actually a super common thing when a team thinks they should have won.
네가 옐로우 잡을 생각 안 하냐?
I don't think it's good, but I don't think it's good. But yeah, like I'm willing to bet this happens all the time. And I've heard a couple other instances of this happening. In fact, I've even seen one because I accidentally walked into the room. But yeah, but you say like, well, Alex moves very quickly on, but okay, think back to what it was that tournament in China, right, in the off season where Alex had that super big crash out in between maps. Didn't it take until who was their mental coach at the time? Was it, I forget her name, Rebecca? It wasn't Panda at the time. It was Rebecca or something. It took her to step in. It took her to be like, okay, all right, like, can I step in now? Right? So that's what you need, which I guess Carpe was trying to do here, but oh, was that after the game? It wasn't in between maps? Maybe.
우리가 부셔서. 그럼 상대 뭐 해야 돼? 옐로우 리콘 꽂아야 되잖아. 그거 깨. 그럼 걔 제트로 대시만 타지 뭘 할 수 있어, 걔가.
But I do think this is a case of
그러니까 이게 말이 안 되긴 해.
I mean,
모르겠는데 좀 쫄아 있지 좀 말아봐.
I will say the content team cooked. Whoever's in charge of the cameras and the content team, they know exactly what they're doing. Dude, their shots are actually so deliberate. Their shots are so deliberate. Dude, look at this camera shot, man. This camera shot is insanely good. It's actually so good. Sorry, Sylvan, but like this camera shot is insane. But I do, yeah, it's rough. This scene's a little rough. So you know what the worst part is? Is this sentence actually isn't that bad on its own. I actually don't think.
근데 그렇게 됐으면은 누구라도 불렀어야 돼, 형이.
But I think the problem is somehow this turned into everybody chiming in and saying one thing.
쟤네가 저렇게 편하게 못하게.
근데 그건 좀 나중에.
I think that's the bigger problem, and I think it starts because I think Autumn let his emotions get in the way. I do think. I think I think this is probably simply a case of Autumn felt like they should have won, and he let his emotions get in the way, and he probably started off with that conversation. But
왜 쫄아 있는지 모르겠는데 좀 쫄아 있지 좀 말아봐.
이렇게 하면 절대 못 이겨. 받아들여라.
라인
What does he say in Korean? What do you mean? Just accept it.
이렇게 하면 절대 못 이겨. 받아들여라.
Oh. Well, that's a messed up thing to say as well in between a best of 3. But again, you're heated. Like, I get, like, all of these things are, it's messed up in isolation, but the thing is like, dude, everyone here has said this and more when you're in an important situation. I guarantee it. You've all done it. I've done it. Like, you say this and more. The problem becomes, do you have someone to tell you that you need to fix that? And quite frankly, this documentary might be the thing that does it. Because, like, Stack saying that and walking out, he might just think that's his way of coping. But now you're like, okay, now I see it from a third person's perspective. Okay, maybe it looks pretty bad. Or maybe someone reviews this with him, right? Like, but him saying that, like, it sounds messed up, but, like, it's not as bad as I think people are making it sound to be. It just looks bad in isolation. It also looks bad because this is edited and this is the only scene we're seeing. I mean, who the hell knows? Maybe they were throwing punches at each other when they were talking about Stax's mistakes or Buzz's mistakes or whoever. You know what I mean? So, like, it does seem worse. But I think in isolation. But I think the biggest thing is I think Autumn, it's very clear because the other times when he points out to Sylvan, like after the game and stuff, you can tell he's Asian parenting. Like, he's saying it with a smile. This time you can tell he's just really frustrated about the game, which, again, understandable, but it does feel like he let his emotion get in the way.
왜 쫄아? 니들 총은 쐈냐 영수가 오늘 이번 판 수비 때? 그걸 왜 안 쏘냐고? 니가 총을 잘 쏘는데.
근데 그렇.
But it's like that line in isolation actually isn't that bad because, dude, this reminds me of the time that back in Challengers Korea before VCT Pacific, the Korean coaches could like walk onto the stage with a headset like CS during timeouts, and he literally walked up to Bangnan, Solo walked up to Bangnan and was like, "What are you doing? Get your gun out. Stop keeping util out. Get your gun out." They said he said that later, and then Bangnan started fragging. So, like, in isolation, this is the statement of like, did you even shoot your gun? Like, you're a great aimer. Why aren't you shooting? I think that's his way of saying, like, just take the fights. But again, it's what's Asian parenting? Well, so what we mean is like saying like, I know you can do better. Why aren't you doing this? I know you can do better. A lot of Asian parents do that because they think that like it ends up being negative reinforcement, but they think that's their way of showing that they actually believe in you, etc. That's how my parents were. That's how a lot of Asian parents are. And it works for some people, but
그렇게 됐으면은 누구라도 불렀어야 돼, 형이. 쟤네가 저렇게 편하게 못 하게.
But you shouldn't ever let people like tag on. This by the way is same for any group. It's not just teams. Unless you're having like the only reason someone else should tag on to what you said, like it's not even about head coach and whatnot. Even among team members, like in an office environment, if someone is giving feedback, it shouldn't ever devolve into people latching on, because then even if you didn't mean to, it will always feel like bullying. The only time that can ever happen is if you say from the get-go, hey, today everyone's going to say everything they want. All right, we're going to start with you. And then like you do that. That's different. But yeah.
근데 그건 좀 나중에 말하고 어차피 근데 헤이브는 내 방금 말한 대로 그런 식으로 플레이하면 진짜 지긴 하거든.
진짜 이렇게 하면 아무도 못 이겨 퍼시픽에서 얘들아.
근데 헤이브는
Well, and then this is mistranslated, but he means we can't beat anybody in Pacific. No one can win like this. But again, without the video, the translator didn't know.
이렇게 하면 아무도 못 이겨 퍼시픽에서 얘들아.
근데 헤이브는 우리가 지금 이주와 많이 하기도 했고 솔직히 경우의 수 같은 거 솔직히 많이 맞.
Izu underperformed, but why they only show Sylvan? No, I don't think it's that they want to just. Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on, chat. Okay, I don't think you understand. I don't think you understand how content teams think. Okay, content teams. Now, there's a fine line. Do note that there's a fine line, and it's the same with YouTubers. There's a fine line between like clickbaiting and whatnot, and range baiting versus driving a story. But at the end of the day, content teams are literally only there to drive a story, okay? Let's say they also criticized Izu a lot. Let's say they did that, okay? Izu is still playing, and so the story doesn't really go anywhere, right? Also, that only creates the risk of potentially like people dogpiling on Izu and thinking that that's okay to do that because the team is doing that. Sylvan has been benched. Now that actually is a story point, good or bad. Someone has been benched, you are a story point. Also, I'm also willing to bet that generally Izu's playing a position where there are nitpicks about like you should have used this util or you should have played that angle, but he's rarely in a position where like the round rides or dies on his choice. Sylvan oftentimes is as the main controller, right? He either holds that line or he doesn't. So that's I don't think it's crazy to think that maybe there was just more criticism of Sylvan, but that's also just because I think that's the position. His position is prone to getting that criticism, which obviously, again, how you present it, et cetera, teams have different methods. But yeah, so I think it's different. But also, like, the reason I'm saying this is people are like, oh, like, they wanted to justify. No, actually, the content team is just trying to tell a story. And Sylvan has been benched, so there's a conclusion to the story that they're building towards. So, like, what I'm trying to say is that the content team isn't trying to, like, people are dumber than you think. They don't always have some crazy political agenda. They don't, actually. They're dumber than you think. Trust me. Like, they're not trying to justify anything. They're just saying like, oh boy, dude, we benched someone. Hell yeah, man. Like, we're going to spin this into a story. Like, I'm not saying they're evil. They probably feel bad for the guy, but like, literally that's how you have to think if you're trying to create content. You do. So I think people being like, T1's trying, like, what did T1 think? They thought they were going to, like, people were going to say that Sylvan should have been benched. No, I think actually the content team probably just thought that this was going to get a lot of clicks. Right? Really?
지금 원래 하던 것만큼 콜도 안 나오고 자신감이 없잖아. 라인 짓는 게 그치? 근데 그 이유가 내가 생각해봐야 간단한 게 우리는 이거 저도 어차피 3시드야. 2시드 3시드라 어차피 우리는 이거 저도. 근데 쟤네는 지면 끝 이겨야 3, 4시드 노리는 거란 말이야. 쟤들이 더 긴장을 해야 되잖아. 쟤들은 지들 게임 하잖아. 근데 우리 왜 못하냐고. 우리 부담 느낄 수 있는 게 하나도 없는데. 그러니까 내가 아박 공격은 진짜 그냥 우리가 못해서 졌다 생각해. 연습도 안 돼 있고. 그래서 그건 진짜 괜찮거든 얘들아. 어차피 스크림도 안 됐고 공격은 이 조합 바꾸고 나서 그건 진짜 뭐라 안 할 텐데 수비 때 이런 거 안 된 거는 진짜 원래 니들 스크림 절대 그렇게 안 하잖아. 자신감 있게 하잖아. 심지어 이 전에 있던 대회에서 니들 해줬던 거야. 다 콜도 해주고. 근데 오늘 안 됐잖아. 이걸 한번 고민해봐 진짜. 이렇게 되면 안 돼.
우리가 더 되는 상황인데 왜 우리가 더 지는 걸 무서워하냐. 답답해 진짜 이렇게 나가.
그러니까 라인 진짜 쉽게 주지 마. 니들 에임이 이렇게 좋은데 총 못 쏘주면 억울하지 않냐 얘들아.
I get where Autumn's coming from. I do think he let his emotion get in the way. Carpe. Carpe's like, are we not reviewing the pistol? Carpe's just out here like, guys. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
헤이븐은
That's so funny.
전 세계가 제일 인정하는 팀이잖아 우리가. 진짜 이 맵만큼은 같은 모습 보여주지 말자 얘들아. 자신 있게 하자.
이기자 진짜.
But it's even things like that. Like, again, I don't blame Autumn for saying that, but that's something where some people that would add way more pressure and you would crumble even more, right? Some people it would be like, oh yeah, we really are the best. Yeah, we can do this. Like it's like I get what Autumn's doing, but it's just some people take things differently. I don't think that's literally. I even think that what he said specifically, Autumn on his own, isn't that bad. I actually don't think so. But I just think the overall, in the context of everything, of like letting everyone else add on one extra sentence, like literally everyone said something other than Izu, like after Autumn said it. And then also Autumn clearly just being emotional, right? I think he let his emotion get in the way, but he's also human. If he learns from this, that's fine. But that's why I think coaching's hard, right? But I don't think he really said anything too crazy.
자신감이 제일 중요해. 자신감. 남자는 자신감이야 진짜 얘들아. 제발 그 얘기 좀 하면서 해봐. 콜하면서 이제.
간절해야 돼 우리. 진짜로.
자, 찍어줄게 데려가자. 네.
야 여기 블라 얘기한다.
데리고 갔어, 오면 데리고 갔어.
야 윈도우 있다 얘들아. 윈도우 떨어진다.
미드.
제 백사.
태형 B 앞에 둘 조심해야 돼. B 앞에 태형 요로 있었어.
야 필. 야 백사 조심. 백사 요로 백.
As someone who works in content, I agree with you, but it's still unprofessional as a targeted a player that's going to be on the internet for a long time. I think there's plenty worse. I don't think this is that bad. I don't even think the content isn't even really. I don't think so. I mean, also, like I said, I actually wouldn't be surprised if Sylvan just generally did get more criticism because he's usually playing a position, he's playing a role that rides or dies whether he keeps control of an area or not.
나온 거 조심. 백사 나온 거 조심 이미.
가라지 않아. 태우.
Right? Like, you're making the assumption that either everybody was getting the same feedback and they only showed Sylvan's, right? Like, that's the only way that this would be, like, bad from the content team. Because let's say Sylvan was the only one getting stuff like this, then it's actually really good content because it's honest content. So now, even if it might be, like, a negative image of certain players or their vibes, now when people watch the next T1 documentary, you think you're getting the full picture. So it actually makes it even more believable.
소치 안 됐어요? 그래도 스택스가 마무리 짓네요.
나이스. 영섭이 형 정신 차려.
I think the difference is like if this is what you posted on Twitter, like as a text post, that would be bad. But like a documentary is supposed to be. It's supposed to show everything. I mean, you always have to edit it, but.
나이스. 영섭이 형 정신 차려. 나이스. 렛츠고. 야 알고 있었지?
줘봐. 괜찮아. 집중하자. 오케이?
오케이.
자, 전번에 마지막 라운드 그래도 T1이 가져가면서 7대5까지는 맞춰놓고 있습니다.
It does feel like just in general like Sylvan.
사실 1세트 지고 나서 분위기가 많이 안 좋았고.
It does feel like he just like if you look at his face, it just feels like he just deals with things differently, and they didn't quite catch on to that. But
어지가 지켜주네요.
나이스. 따라가면 돼. 우태기 형, 나 이거 얘네 시컨 TP 탈 수도 있을 것 같아서 그냥 이쪽에 TP 보내놓을게.
야 근데 얘들 지금 A 안 먹고 하니까 게임 답답해서 지금 못하는 것 같거든. 지금 A 먹을 확률 높다 이번 판.
확인했어.
그냥 A 쓰면 다른 데서 뭐 해줘. 땡겨주든지 밀든지.
맨 궁 있고 땡겨줄 준비할게.
땡겨줄게.
오퍼각 일단 다 지우는 특별 배송과 중력 구물이었고.
자, 근데 이거 C로 돌릴 겁니다.
돌려요.
이거 요로 타죠. 예, 갑니다. 그러니까 이거를
나 C로 다시 한 칸 당길게. 영삼이 형 C 오면은 케이지 켜줄 테니까 형 앞라인 있어.
C로 가나.
나 쇼크.
이 앞에 하나.
맛이 땡겨줄 수 있어 우지야.
C 들어온 거 없는 것 같아.
나 쇼크.
이 앞에 하나.
맛이 땡겨줄 수 있어 우지야.
who's playing what? Izu's playing Cypher, right?
들어온 거 없는 것 같아.
자 땡겼어.
자 이러면 2주
버틸 수 있다. KT 온다.
블라이크.
뺑하나 더.
뒤를 열고 들어갑니다. 뒷보이까지 킬로그. 냉정한 판단을 하는 스택스입니다. 이제 탈론 매치 포인트로 갑니다. 스코어 12대7입니다.
Sylvan's out of it.
까비.
따라가자. 괜찮아.
자, 끝나지 않았어요 아직.
그럼요.
예.
실험 없어. 컨택으로 오는 거 조심해야 된다 형.
아 너무 조용하다 얘들아.
B 앞에 뭉치는 것도 조심. 실험 없어.
That's rough. I think his mental's already broken at this point. Hearing the
나
comments.
이거 A 빠졌다. A 삐살. 백타 피망할게. 백타 피망하고 나올줄래? 나 피망 돼.
아직.
야 뺑가줄게. 뺑 갔어.
블라인드 못 나가.
자 포레미 스택 잡아냈고 남은 건 셋.
탈론 진짜 탈론이 가겠는데.
자 버즈.
자, 버잖아.
열었고.
드리블. 그래도 드리블.
버즈 잡아냈어요.
야, 근데 버즈가 큰 거였거든요.
끝나겠는데요. 모두 잡아냅니다. 버즈. 시간 결국 이렇게.
One counter I can give is global esports. They haven't really achieved much and received flag, but they still speak good about these. No, but okay, there's a difference between you having a vlog and them being like, let's say if they were like, yeah, we actually really hate Sylvan. That would be bad. But like that's not the point of a documentary. I think you're missing the point. The documentary isn't meant to be an image-making content piece. The documentary is supposed to show the raw and goods and bads of the team. Obviously, you don't have to show everything. You have that choice. But I think you're if you think that, I think you're looking at this already with a bad lens of like, oh, they hate this guy. We don't know that. They might talk about him positively afterwards. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know that. But a team setting, dude, I guarantee you, some comms in between games, after games, that team, like, chat, I have heard walking by team rooms after matches where it's just like, holy crap, that team is doomed. And then they're not the next day. Like, the point is like, if you're doing that, I mean, in some ways you are the target audience because they're trying to make you believe that that's the entire vibe. But also to say that therefore this is evil from them, I think is wrong, because I don't even think it's that bad. I think in a team setting, I don't think it's that bad. It's the same issue a year ago when Leaf first joined G2 at the Ludwig Invitational and everyone blew up at Leaf's comms that were listened to on Haven. People in misinterpret tones. Yeah, I mean, honestly, chat, I mean, unless suddenly they just like literally put him on the ground and start kicking him, I can't imagine that this gets way worse in 40 minutes. That I think the community's in the right. I think the community's blowing things up. I feel bad for Sylvan already. I do. I'm not saying Sylvan like deserved anything. I feel bad for Sylvan, but it really just seems like a case of different people. They didn't realize what works for what, etc. But there's a difference between an interview and like a vlog or, you know, whatever, versus a documentary. Very different content pieces. Very different content pieces.
그날은 좀 뭔가 분위기도 안 좋았고 이 분위기라면 누구랑 해도 질 것 같은 분위기인 거예요. 그래서 그 분위기에 그냥 다 같이 휩쓸려서 저희끼리 무너져 내린 것 같습니다.
And I think it also only seems bad right now because we know the conclusion is that Sylvan got benched, but like would you say that it's bad imagery? Like let's say they bring back Sylvan and then T1 wins champs. What's this? You know what I mean? Like our image changes. So it's like that's very retrospective projection in my opinion.
게임 바깥으로 떠나서 게임 안으로 떠나서 형 분위기가 이상해. 야. 이길 때 분위기가 아니야. 그냥 지는 분위기야. 그렇지. 그래서 난 그게 왜 그런지 모르겠다. 그냥 그거부터 뭔가 고쳐야 될 것 같은데. 지금 뭔가 분위기가 지는 분위기. 아니 그런 게 있잖아. 대회 하다 보면 뭔 말인지 막 이길 것 같다 하면 무조건 이기잖아. 근데 그런 생각이 하나도 안 들어.
내가 한마디 할게. 그냥 알잖아. 지는 분위기야 솔직히 지금 다. 솔직히 RRQ 때까지 아니었거든 내가 봤을 때. 처음인 것 같아. 우리 팀 만들어주고부터.
I don't know if I believe that from what we've seen in their games at the beginning of the year.
그렇게까지 자신감 잃을 게임이 아닌데 자신감 잃고 게임한 거. 코치석에서는 니들 얼굴 표정이 다 보이거든. 근데 내가 퍼즐 걸었을 때 11점 따였을 때. 근데 나 진짜 처음 보긴 했다 나 진짜로. 그냥 다 포기한 게 보였어 솔직히. 우리 항상 약간 좀비처럼 올라갔잖아. 많이 올라갔잖아. 근데 오늘은 그거 보자마자 이거 진짜 힘들겠다. 그냥 느껴졌거든 솔직히 얘기해서. 이게 1순위야.
Although maybe that is why they ended up winning Bangkok, because it seemed a lot worse from my POV, but maybe from Autumn's POV it was never actually that bad. Maybe.
왜냐면은 사실 우리가 이 고점을 보여준 팀이잖아. 근데 그 고점이 됐던 게 나는 분위기 차이라 생각하고 니들도 생각해봐. 그때 분위기랑 지금 분위기랑. 졌을 때 어떻게든지 이기게 만들려 하고 피드백은 빡셌어도 포기하는 사람 한 명도 없었어. 다들 이긴다는 거 알고 있으니까 끝까지 하면 이길 수 있다는 믿음이 있어. 킥오프랑 상황은 똑같아진 거야. 사실 약간 바닥으로 온 거야. 우리 킥오프 때 마인드로. 그냥 우리가 다시 밑에부터 시작해야 돼. 다 이기면서 올라가야 돼. 그러니까 왜 우리가 이렇게 추락했나? 분위기적으로, 자신감적으로. 차라리 그걸 반성하고 역으로 다시 우리가 그때 킥오프 때 느꼈었던 그런 것을 느꼈으면 좋겠거든. 다시 우리가 불타오를 수 있게라도. 우리 원동력은 편안함이 아니라 아무리 봐도 절실한 게 맞는 듯.
저는 그냥 방콕 돌아왔을 때부터 과정이 안 들었어요. 우리가 요즘 준비가 안 돼 있어. 그냥 솔직히 조합도 조합인데 안 됐잖아 결국에. 우리 준비된 게 지금 하나도 없어. 그냥 개인 기량으로 지금 솔직히 여기까지 한 거라고 생각을 하거든. 방콕 때 킥오프 방콕 때만 해도 나는 상대 조합이 어떻든 그냥 우리끼리 데이터가 좋아가지고 존나 그냥 일 자신 있었고. 난 지금 인터뷰에서 자신 있냐 물어보면 자신 없다고 얘기할 것 같아. 솔직하게. 솔직히 우리 지금 연습 과정에서 난 솔직하게 큰 문제가 있다고 봅니다. 내 IGL 입장에서는 난 그렇게 느껴져.
I think that's fair.
준비돼 있는 게 하나도 없어.
He says it a bit harshly, but I think it's fair. I don't even think it's like necessarily targeted at Autumn or anybody in particular. I think he's just saying.
빨리 지거나 그랬으면 우리가 그러니까 시기가 그러니까 우리가 조금 더 빨리 지거나 그랬으면 우리가 그러니까 시기가 그러니까 그 지금 시기가 너무 뒤늦게 우리가 맞다 보니 스크림에서 맞다 보니까 이제 그때서야 와 이거 진짜
Wait, what?
뒤늦게 우리가 맞다 보니
Oh, okay. This another contextual. I don't think this really changes how people would view this segment, as far as I know. But
그러니까 시기가 그러니까 그 지금 시기가 너무 뒤늦게 우리가 맞다 보니 스크림에서 맞다.
yeah. So he says it hit us way too late. I mean, it hit us way too late in scrims, is what he says, not right in the middle of scrims, which just contextually doesn't really make much sense. So he's just saying they used to own scrims and now they suddenly started not owning scrims, but
보니까 이제 그때서야 와 이거 진짜 해결 방법이 없다 해가지고 이제 바꿔서 우리 연습도 못하고 상대 그 조합을 계속 연습할 거 아니야.
근데 그게
난 이것 때문에 해가지고 이제
why is
바꿔서
there two
우리
lines
연습도
there?
못하고
There's-
상대 그
Oh.
조합을 계속 연습할 거 아니야.
근데 그게
난 이것 때문에 좀
근데
우리가
그게 우리가 이제
하는 것 같아.
등가교환하는 거라 생각해. 우리가 그렇게 해서 우리 방콕 우승한 거고. 그런 지금 상황 우리가 지는 거니까. 난 그거 우리가 진짜 등가교환 하는 거라 생각해.
그러니까 이런 연습적인 데이터나 환경이 우리가 실제 실전에서 만나는 애들한테 도움이 되는 그런 연습을 못 하니까 우리가.
그게 맞는 말이야.
왜냐면 RRQ 때 봐봐. 우리 RRQ 로터스 처음 느낀 게 단 한 번도 우리 G2 말고는 아시아에다 중국 애들이 했을 때 안 싸워주는 조합이 한 팀도 다 싸우잖아 애들은. 그러니까 우리 맨날 그 조합 하니까 했는데 막상 RRQ 만나서 안 싸워줘 G2처럼. 그러니까 우리 벽을 느낀 거잖아. 방법이 없잖아 우리 조합이. 그러니까 그걸 연습 때 느낄 수가 없다 이거지 문제가. 왜냐면 우리는 연습 다 이겼잖아 스크림 때. 중요한 게 연습적인
So scrims are dangerous.
성장에 도움이 되냐.
그치
그게 문제지. 연습 효율이 안 나오는 거지.
우리는 하던 대로 했는데도 이기고 그러니까. 근데 이제 다르게 준비해온 상대를 대회에서 만나니까 지고.
나는 이것도 좀 뭐 사람 성격 문제일 수도 있는데 우리 브리핑 할 때나 뭐 피드백 할 때나 나는 그냥 영섭이 형이랑 우주도 말 좀 해줬으면 좋겠어. 이런 말을 하는 분위기일 때도 그냥 맨날 아무 말도 안 하고 그냥 가만히 있으니까 그냥 솔직히 그거는 내가 어제도 말했잖아. 그냥 너 스스로 만드는 거야.
영수랑 우주가 저거 내가 어제 했던 얘기다 그지? 야 영수랑 우주가 그때 제가 말한 거는 애들 뭐 얘기하면은 너 왜 그렇게 했는지 왜 그렇게 하고 싶은지 뭔가 얘기를 해야 될 거 아니야. 당연히 얘네가 말하고 얘네가 말한 거 어떻게 다 맞아. 네가 말한 거 맞을 수 있다고 했잖아.
그게 맞아.
그래 내가 얘도 우리도 맨날 우리가 아니면 감독님 얘한테
Carpe is like the team translator.
이렇게 얘기하잖아. 똑같은 거긴 해. 뭐 당연히 뭔가 틀리면은 뭐 얘기를 하겠지만 얘가 뭐 너한테 말할 수도 있고 막 그렇긴 한데 근데 결국에는 너가 너 스타일로 게임하는 거지. 너가 마코가 되라고 얘기는 하지 않잖아. 결국에 원하는 거 서로. 뭔 말인지 알잖아.
We're not telling you to be mock.
그런 것만
I don't know why that made me laugh.
그렇게 막 우리가 뭔가 시도하고 하다 보면은 결국에 언제가 바뀌어. 그렇게 크게 걱정 안 해도 된다고 생각해. 난 진짜 진심. 그냥 우리가 그렇게 해서 했었지.
Man, Carpe, this dude, I think. I mean, other teams and players, we don't actually have an opportunity to get this insight. But I think Carpe is one of the, he's not the only one, but he's one of the few people where it's just like straight up veterancy and maturity through his experiences. Because like I joke about how he's the team translator, but it's hard. It's hard to put this into words because I actually think Buzz put it. I think the way Buzz said it is fine in the moment. Like, could he have said it better? Sure, but I think the way Buzz said it, like, I get it. I get what Buzz is saying, but
나는 그냥 영섭이 형이랑 우주도 말 좀 해줬으면 좋겠어. 이런 말을 하는 분위기일 때도 그냥 맨날 아무 말도 안 하고
but I
그냥
think
가만히 있으니까 그냥 솔직히 그거는
but Carpe like lays it all out, you know.
내가 어제도 말했잖아.
Here's the thing, though, chat. Like, I think Carpe at some point could become an amazing head coach of any game, quite frankly, the way he's looking at things. But the thing is there's also the difference between it's because once you're an actual head coach, once you're an actual coach, dude, you have so much else you have to worry about too. So in some ways, I think for now, like this actually is probably the best setup that they have, where he has the freedom to focus on these things as an ex. Well, we say ex player, but he's still technically on the roster, but. as a player, right? I think you have to recognize that. Where once you're doing something else, suddenly you have so much else that you have to worry about, or now you're fully responsible for the wins and losses, etc. So I think I'm not saying like Carpe can't be a good coach. I think he has the makings of it in the future, but to be like he should be the head coach, I think that's unfair to whatever else the coaching staff also has to deal with. Low key, he was never like this. That was the impression I always got, that he was never like this in Overwatch, but now he's really matured. But I think the way Buzz said this is fine. But the thing is I don't think anyone. 아까 누군가가 말할 분위기가 아니라고 하셨는데, so someone earlier said, and I've said this earlier in the video, someone said that, well, I mean, they can't talk, look at it. That's true from our perspective. I don't think these guys knew that, though, in the moment. I don't think they knew why. Well, for one, I think it is personality difference. But two, there's a difference between three guys who have been forged in the fires of talking like this for years on their previous teams, and then two guys who are relatively newer, Sylvan not as much, but relatively newer. And then these guys all have much stronger personalities to begin with. It's very hard for the people with the experience and the stronger personalities to understand why the younger or like inexperienced people don't speak up. It's hard, which is why teaching is hard. It's why mentoring is hard, because you have to be able to step in someone else's shoes that's not you, and you've already done it. So you're like, what's the problem? Just do it. But it's like, that's not how this works.
너 스스로 만드는 거야. 그냥 우주야 저거 내가 해. 너 어제 했던 얘기다, 그지? 야 영사 우주야, 근데 제가 말한 거는 애들 뭐 얘기하면은 너 왜 그렇게 했는지, 왜 그렇게 하고 싶은지.
But that's why I think Carpe laying this out, like, you know, it's not always right. And then Buzz actually says, exactly, that's the point. I think that should have meant a lot. But the thing is from the cinematography, hard to tell if Sylvan and Izu are even listening at this point, because they're probably in their own head. But can I just say you're just goated for doing so? Why, thank you. You can say that. You're free to say things. It might not be true, but
하고 싶었다, 이렇게 하고 싶다, 이렇게 얘기하잖아. 똑같이 뭐.
일단 버즈님은 자기가 얼마나 무서운지를 알아야. Buzz needs to know how scary he looks. The thing is Buzz, we joke about Angry Buzz. That's honestly what makes Buzz charming for me as a player. But again, sometimes, yeah, like from a teammate's point of view, like this is why other teams and coaches have talked about this, where some teams it works better when you actually just fight, right? You have two people that just go at it. You say like, why'd you do this? And the other person's like, well, you're dumb for doing this, and then you just go at it and then you hash it out. Whereas some other people, you kind of have to baby. But the people who have stronger, aggressive personalities, they think babying is dumb and inefficient, right? So now you need a mediator who can like help both sides understand each other, because you can't. Neither side is right. But I think it's hard. I think it's really hard. This segment actually
당연히
isn't.
뭔가 틀리면은 뭐 얘기를 하겠지만 얘가 뭐 너한테 말할 수도 있고 막 그렇긴 한데 결국에는.
I mean, I think what Buzz said is correct. I think what Autumn said is entirely. I think what everyone said is correct. I think what Stax said was good too. But that's the thing, is that like the way Stax said that in the beginning, where he's like, I just haven't liked how we've been practicing. Some players would be like, whoa, what is that supposed to mean? But I think Stax just wanted to get it off his chest, and I think this is the time to do it. But you all have to be on the same page, and that's hard. That's hard, Chad. That's why, Chad. If anything, I think this documentary should be a reminder that sometimes we just don't know why roster moves happen.
우승한 팀에서 나와서 지금 여기 와서 또 우승을 했지만 난 더 우승하고 싶어, 솔직히. 내가 리스크 잘 거는 이유도 이기고 싶어서야. 내가 다 포기하면 우리가 어떻게 이기겠냐, 게임. 아박 때는 내가 킬조이를 해줄 수 있는 게 없잖아. 너네 그냥 맵 보고 있고 지금 뭐가 문제인지 얘기해주는 거밖에 없어, 난 솔직히. 너네가 이겨내야 되는 건데 내가 요즘 진짜 많이 힘들어. 게임하면서 나 좀 도와줬으면 좋겠다, 진짜. 난 더 이기고 싶어, 진짜. 스크림 한 판 한 판에 목숨 걸었으면 좋겠고. 똑같은 실수 안 나왔으면 좋겠고 내가 언제까지 다 커버해줄 수가 없잖아. 그 정도 더 간절했으면 좋겠다 진짜.
The music's so good. I love it. You gotta feel for Meteor too. I think that's such a real moment for Meteor too, though. I think that one hopefully sticks with Izu and Sylvan like over time. I think that one, Sliggy didn't like what Stax said. No, okay. Here's what I mean. I think Stax has said it poorly, right? Him saying, I actually didn't like it since Bangkok. Wrong. I agree with that. It's the wrong thing to say. But to me, I mean, maybe it's also just because I've spoken with Stax a couple times. Stax talks like that. Like, I'm not saying he always blames other things, but he has this mannerism where he says that. And I think, to me, what I like about that is Stax, he's taking this opportunity to let it out. Let's go back, because maybe the captions are also, maybe I'm hearing something slightly different. I don't think the captions, none of this segment, actually, the captions are like wrong per se, but
편안함이 아니라 아무리 봐도 절실한 게 맞는 듯. 아, 저는 그냥 방콕 돌아왔을 때부터 연습 과정이 안 들었어요. 아니, 우리가 요즘 준비가 안 돼 있어. 아, 그냥 솔직히 조합도 조합인데 안 됐잖아 결국에. 우리 준비된 게 하나도 없어. 그냥 솔직히 과정이 안 들었어요. 아니, 우리가 요즘 준비가 안 돼 있어. 아, 그냥 솔직히 조합도 조합인데 안 됐잖아 결국에. 우리 준비된 게 하나도.
nothing's really been what? Dude, the captioning is too, they have to figure out a better timing. Nothing's really been working.
준비된 게 하나도 없어. 그냥 개인 기량으로 솔직히 여기까지 한 거라고 생각을 하거든. 방콕 때 킥오프 방콕 때만 해도 나는 상대 조합이 어떻든 그냥 우리끼리 데이터가 좋아가지고 그냥 일 자신 있어.
He swears so
난
much.
지금 인터뷰에서 자신 있냐 물어보면 자신 없다고 얘기할 것 같아. 솔직하게. 나 솔직히 우리 지금 연습 과정에서 나 솔직하게 큰 문제가 있다고 보이더라고. 내 IGL 입장에서는 난 그렇게 느끼지. 준비돼 있는 게 하나도 없어.
그러니까 우리가 좀
No, okay, so here's the thing. I think no, okay. I will say I think the content of what Stax said is bad. I agree. I think the content of what Stax said is bad. But I also think that him saying this allows it to be a teachable moment for him. I do think he's probably exaggerating. I do. It's either that or he wasn't doing his job, right? Because if you've liked it since then you should have said something. But no, the music's really good. Saying the rest of them are ass though, no? Who, Meteor? Wait, hold on, we'll get to the Meteor thing later. But I think Stax is just, I think what Stax, I don't know, maybe I'm overinterpreting, but to me it just sounds like Stax is saying we got to change how we practice things. And I think maybe I'm okay with it, because I actually think Autumn takes in what Stax and Meteor says here and says, right, so we weren't very efficient because we assumed that the scrims worked. So Autumn kind of concludes it, which I think is probably what both of them were going at. I think that's okay. I think the way Stax said it should be improved for in the future. That's something he can learn from. But I don't think it's that, like, I don't think it's bad in a way of like, holy, how is he saying that? You know what I mean? I think it's more of like if I was his coach, this is probably something in the next day I'd pull him aside over, coffee, or I guess Stax probably smokes. I think he still does, I think. So like maybe for a smoke break and be like, hey, by the way, like, I know what you meant, but we should be saying things like this way. Things like that. But I think Sliggy just wanted them to be accountable and say that was my mistake. I mean, I think that's fine. I think that's good. That's always better. I think that would have to assume that they know what's wrong, though. They don't. To me, it feels like none of them have any idea what was wrong. And right now, it's just the frustration. I agree that everyone should take more accountability. Generally, nobody in this team is taking accountability, except for Autumn a couple times. But But the other thing is like we're only seeing the snippets, so I don't know if they're taking accountability other times. You know what I mean? But also to me, it exactly feels like what they say here. They've always been winning. They were winning in scrims. They used to get by, and now things feel different. So none of them know what's going on. At which point, yes, but to me, that's not so much a bad thing. To me, the person, if a leader at that point, you have no idea what's wrong and you still take accountability, that makes you an amazing leader, right? That's why I'm saying, like, I don't feel comfortable calling him out from my perspective. Sliggy, different perspective, because he used to coach, so he's saying it from a coach's perspective. I get that. If I was a coach, I would feel the same way. That is something I would talk to him about later. But to me, that's one of those things where it's a difference between an amazing IG like leader and just a regular leader versus like, wow, that's bad.
조금 더 빨리 지거나 그랬으면 우리가 그러니까 시기가 그러니까 그 지금 시기가 너무 뒤늦게 우리가 맞다 보니 스크림에서 맞다 보니까 이제 그때서야 와 이거 진짜 해결 방법이 없다 해가지고 이제 바꿔서 우리 연습도 못하고 상대 그 조합을 계속 연습할 거 아니야.
근데 그게
난 이거
도움이 되는.
Anyway, let's go back to the meteor part. The buzz part we talked about.
이기고 싶어서요. 난 더 도전해야 돼. 난 우승한 팀에서 나와서 지금 여기 와서 또 우승을.
Well, honestly, I think
더 우승하고 싶어.
no, I don't think this is Meteor calling everyone else ass. I think this is Meteor literally just letting his emotions out. I think the implication is we should be doing things that we don't like. We should be doing things that we find difficult because we should want to win it that badly, because I want to win it that badly. I think this is him just being letting his emotion out.
이기고 싶어서요. 내가 다 포기하면 우리가 어떻게 이기겠냐 게임. 아박 때는 내가 킬조이를 해줄 수 있는 게 없잖아. 너네 그냥 맵 보고 있고 지금 뭐가 문제인지 얘기해 주는 거밖에 없어 나 솔직히. 너네가 이겨내야 되는 건데 내가 요즘 진짜 많이 힘들어. 게임하면서 나 좀 도와줬으면 좋겠다 진짜. 난 더 이기고 싶어 진짜. 스크림 한 판 한 판에 목숨 걸었으면 좋겠고 똑같은 실수 안 나왔으면 좋겠고. 내가 언제까지 다 커버해줄 수가 없잖아.
I mean, the way I hear the translation is not wrong. The way I hear him saying I can't keep covering for everything, to me, he's including like me taking care of your mental, me talking to you about things, me trying to feel. I think knowing, given his narration and knowing what we've seen so far, to me, this is literally him just being like, I think this is him just, it's just a cry for help, quite frankly. I don't think he's saying that your gameplay is the problem. Yeah, I think, and you can't take away too much. I think if you take into account his emotion, I think it is him just being like, again, is there a better way to say it? Yes. So to me, this is kind of like I watch like a lot of these lectures and videos now about like about marriage and, you know, raising children and such. Now that I'm in that stage of my life. But a very common thing in marriage is when somebody gets too stressed, right? And you say, and then you start venting. And you start venting about like, you know, these days I do this. I know you're busy, so I start doing this. I start doing the dishes, even though you usually do them, and I've been doing this. But then and then they asked me to do this at work, etc., etc. And you start dumping all of that. If first of all, is there a better way to do that? Yes. But if the other person takes it as, whoa, hold up, what do you mean you're doing everything? I do this too. Or like, whoa, why are you trying to call me out? Then it's bad. But if you just take into account the fact that that person is just, they are just crying for help because they're just tired. Again, to me, this is one of the situations where like, could you be more mature? Maybe, but I don't know. In the situation, the Meteor segment, I don't agree. I think the Meteor segment this is literally him just letting his emotion get out, which I think is better than bottling it in. Yeah. But again, here's the difference. I don't know what happens in the later part of this video, so we'll watch. But the difference is if they had a dedicated mental coach after this whole segment, the mental coach's job would then to be like talk to Meteor about, you know, why this came out, iron things out, tell the coaches where Meteor's coming from, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Like, I think that's the difference. If you just say this and now the other guys feel more in the dumpster, then yeah, the result is bad, but I don't think you can really call out Meteor for that.
그 정도 더 간절했으면 좋겠다 진짜.
I also just think that probably just the other indicator is that these guys aren't as mature as you might have thought. I don't know. I actually am not that surprised, but I don't think they're that immature. I just don't think.
사람들이 메테오 이제 다 플렉스 했는데 오늘 태고까지
메테오.
아 태고도 잘하는데 좋은데 진짜.
근데 소바 페이드 이런 건 못해요. 태고는 쉬어서 하는 거지.
근데 너도 팔은 잘할 때 콜이나 이런 거 나는 괜찮아.
Dude, that chicken looks so good.
비투면 발바 안 했지.
안경 바꿨는 상범이요. 뭐 안경 잘 어울리는데.
상범이 늦은 남자인데. 감독님 늦으시 뭔 뜻인지 아세요?
알지 몰라.
He's trying to call Autumn out for being an uncle.
무슨 뜻이게요? 네 모른다.
알지. 진짜 감동돼. 알지 뭐 진짜 이거는. 네 봐요.
Oh my god.
모를 수도 있지. 안 하니까.
That's so funny.
넌 알잖아.
진짜 몰라.
진짜 몰라 너?
뭐 내가 조시야 뭐야?
오.
조시 뭔데? 느낌 좋다 느낌 좋다.
뭐 머리로.
It was an acronym in Korean. It doesn't translate as much, but that's so funny.
어떻게 알았지? 머리로 굴고 올린가.
아이스박스. 저희 피를 떴습니다. 그래서 이어서 맵
그건 맞죠. 저희 퍼센트 배너 퍼센트 배너야.
좋은데? 늦음시야 늦음.
He's using the same acronym.
로터스 공격, 로터스 공, 프랙처 수비, 막내 페이븐 공격. 메이븐 솔직히 우리 잘하고 더 알자. 털로 잘하는 게 맞아. 우리 문제 없었어. 아 한번 맞을 때 너무 이게 나 배워 이벤트다. 메이븐 자신 있어.
레이븐 되게 보여준다고.
이거 맞아. 자신 없어.
딸딸.
근데 우리도 저렇게 하긴 해야 돼 게임 진짜. 우리 너무 쫄아있으면 져.
그러니까.
알겠지 영서봐. 우리 쫄아있으면 진다고. 오늘은 더욱더.
아니 오늘 쫄았잖아. 그냥 그대로 시원하게 그냥 스테이지 들어와.
스테이지 크게?
나 포기 할 거야.
아 근데 맞는 말이긴 해. 저 마음가짐.
맞잖아. 오늘 안 바뀌면 언제 바뀌어?
먼저 바뀌게.
간절하게 하자. 간절하게.
간절해서 안 하는 거야.
지금 간절함이 떨어졌어.
나 지금 간절함.
그냥 다 죽인다는 마인드로 하면 안 돼?
오늘도 방금 우승한 거 보고 다시 울었어.
예? 꼬챙이 엔딩걸.
자, 짐 다 싸고 경기장 가지고 올라갈 것만 챙기고 올라가세요.
맞습니다.
렛츠고 렛츠고 렛츠고! 화이팅 화이팅!
렛츠고! 렛츠고! 얘들아 간절해지자 다시 우리 우승하자. 오케이 가보자. 우승해줘 미리오.
남자는 자신감으로 가자.
우승컵 잊자 다시 드는 거야 우리.
11대 11 자금은 충분한 DRX입니다.
Oh, those are good pregame
빨리
comms.
그냥 설치를 해버리는 게.
네.
밑에도 돼. 나 CT 가서 궁 쓸게 얘들아 이거 오케이? 야 B 럴킹 몰라 B 럴킹 몰라 얘들아. 나 봐줄게.
들어온다 사이트 들어온다.
오케이 이러면 스택스
바로 들어서줄게 바로 들어서줄게.
바로 앞장 먹게.
얘들아 이거 나이 가로주고
온다 왼쪽.
바로 갈 거야. 자 퍼벅 천천히 보다 뺑뺑
폐망상까지.
나 궁쓴다 얘들아. 궁쓰게
노림수가
야 둘.
아니 지지강타 아니 이러면 사이트에 지지강타가 안 꽂히는 거거든요.
그래도 몰아냈기 때문에 우리가 교전에서 포지션.
메인스타 같아 메인스타. 얘들아 오픈설이야. 해방 되나?
스모크 3초.
스모크 3초 얘들아.
메인 연막 쳐줘야 되긴 해야 될 듯.
그렇죠.
메인 가줄게 그러면. 나가 싸워야 되겠다 했다 이거.
돌때 이때 탭해서 나머지는 나갈 생각해야 돼요.
천천히 던지지 마. 살아 제발 살아.
하나 더. 야 가라.
Oof.
매치 포인트 T1입니다.
태원 이거는
Dude,
우리
it's
나가줬어야
so
됐어.
many,
그건
so
맞는데.
much
그러니까 첫 턴에
comms.
죽지 말라는
Wait,
거야.
whoa. What did he say?
태원 이거는 우리 나가줬어야 됐어.
그건 맞는데. 그러니까 첫 턴에 죽지 말란 소리였긴
그럼.
했어.
나 죽이지 미안한데.
얘들아 그리고 하나 남았거든. 진짜 이번 라운드 간절해지자 오케이? 내가
예.
지금 못하고 있긴 한데 좀만 더 잘해볼게.
예? 출정식.
아무래도.
얘들아 끝까지 가면 우리가 이겨 괜찮아. 잘하고 있어. 렛츠고.
여기 밑에 아닌데 소리.
괜찮아. 지나간 거 조심. 오멘트를 몰라 이러면. 확인.
이지 탔다.
있다. 야 오멘트 탔어. 나 빠졌어.
이거 그대로 가.
아무인.
Yeah, Meteor was playing Teo for like all the playoffs, I think.
나무 많아. 사이팅.
올다 온다 올다.
나이스. 나무 많아. 나이스.
산에 킬조이.
자, 앞에 벌려. 희망, 우리 희망. 벌려줘.
오.
나무.
프링 올라가고 있습니다. 프링. 이러면 1대1.
와 끝이 안 나요 교전이.
자, 문 열어주고
전혀 몰랐어. 프링 여기서
Oh, he moved.
못 잡았네. 아, 이거 미사일 스노우볼 이렇게 부른다고?
아 쏘리 미사일 진짜 나 미안하다 진짜.
괜찮아. 얘들 잘하고 있어, 괜찮아. 까비.
T1 입장에서 안 하던 거를 보여주고 싶을 것 같은데요.
네.
안 했던 거 해야 될 것 같아요. 제가 봤을 때.
짝방 뭉개졌다. 나 더 해봄. 장막 꺼봐.
장만드림.
덮치기.
이러면 프링이 그쵸 무리하는 거 이거 커트되면
웨이들.
시아나 얘들아.
그러니까 안 했던 거거든요.
빼앗 얘들아. 시 갈래?
쳤었는데
야,
이번에는
사이트 생각할게.
끝까지
사이트 불러 있어?
들어갔어요.
기다려.
나 TP 보낼게.
하나 둘 셋.
뺑 갔어.
Oh, the music's coming in.
나다 우리 디스스.
하나 더.
I don't actually remember how this round plays out.
자, 결국
Oh.
번째 마지막 킬로그.
자, 이거야, 병철아. 이렇게 해서 이겼어, 능작에.
그래도 이주는 좀 무섭죠.
Not to the players, just so we're clear. He's talking among the coaches.
후가 정리해 줍니다.
아, 이거 짝방 셋이야가지고. 야, 나 이번에 이거 한번 그냥 파보는 거 해볼게, 그냥. 될거 같거든? 파. 저도 뭐라 하지 마라. 이미 갈 때까지 갔어, 우리 지금.
미식 할것 같아. 나왜 쐈어가지고.
자, 회전문 열고 더비 보내주고요.
어떻게 할래 이거?
시 다시 먹자.
나 미사일 있어. 나 들어갔다.
야, 너희들끼리 해줄래? 내가 이거 B 가서 포탑 깨줄게, 그냥. 에이, 연막 빠졌어. 아, A 켜줘.
B 혼자 간다는 거지?
혼자 갈게.
Oh.
잠깐만, 나 짝방 그거거든. 기다려봐. 좀 깨줄게. 좀 더 가볼게. 기다려봐.
많지 않아요. 부담스럽습니다. 들어가기 부담스럽고 여기도 알게 됐어요. 포탑을 알게 됩니다.
A는 포탑으로 보고.
봤어요. 무결점으로.
아니야 그때가 일단 우리 C 다시 먹기로 했는데 왜 B 갔어 일단?
나 B 가서 포탑 깨려고 했어.
그러니까 그걸 같이 하자.
한명 죽어.
그러니까 너 죽으면 어차피 우리 C도 못 먹어.
나 근데 안 죽고 자신 있어. 자, 이번 날 얘기하자. 어떻게 할래?
자, 이러면
Buzz.
이거 바로 확인해야 돼.
균열 유들제 사격 이제 10초
What's good on Buzz?
이거 메인 소리인데 이거? 좀 해줄래 형?
You do definitely have a tendency to talk about what happened too much. You don't. I'm honestly surprised because the time in between rounds is not that long.
첫 번째 맵 디렉트가 가져가기 직전입니다.
아무리 메테오라도 이건 힘든 각입니다.
위치 알고 있고요.
삼각. 시간.
자, 결국 프링이 잡아냅니다. 첫 번째 맵 DRX가 연장 승부급.
But I think someone was saying like passed again. But when Stacks was like, "Oh man, the missiles mistake snowballed this hard," that one I wouldn't count as like them being stuck in this past. I think that's his way of just joking about it and trying to move on. Wait, like, does that make it okay? Does that make it good? Probably not. But that one, I don't know. I think that's too nitpicky, especially when this is edited anyway.
안 좋았고 항상 천천히 하면은 쉬웠어. 그리고 안 쉬운 게 그거야. 공격 때 내가 퍼즐 얘기했지만 우주가 거기서 깨줬어야 돼 우주야. 그 날먹이야 날먹.
근데 그 내가 봤을 때는 내 실수는 다 한 번씩 돌아가면서 했어가지고 쟤네도 하고 그건 크게 상관없는데 다음 맵 할 때 아까 태호가 말한 라운드처럼 막나 때 하나 죽어 솔직히 병철이 죽어 진짜 할만한데 그냥 그때 커뮤니케이션 안 도는 게 더 중요할 것 같긴 해 다음 맵.
막나 공격?
약간 그런 느낌.
내가
그 느낌이 난 진짜
처음에
좋아.
우리가 첫 콜이 C 나오고 C 다시 먹자 했는데 갑자기 A는 뭐 리클리어 나왔다 죽었다 쳐. 근데 갑자기 브리치가 혼자 털이 깨러 간다고 그러니까 살 수는 있었겠지. 근데 결국 죽었잖아.
아니 그러니까 나는 그것도
결과는
괜찮은데 그렇게 할 거면 뭔가 플랜 에드가 되잖아.
근데
그거 터렛을 깨려다가
Well, that translation is wrong. He means himself, not Buzz.
병실 죽어가지고 내가
I now hearing the rest of the Korean, it's because the grammar is flipped, so the translator probably got confused on the transcript.
알겠다고
그러니까 난 그런 거 할 수는 있는데 그럴 때 커뮤니케이션 멈추는 게 난 좀 그래.
저 물 하나 이거 물인가요?
이거 물.
네.
휴지 필요한 사람. 때문에 진 건 아니긴 해. 다 한 번 실수했어.
그러니까 너 때문에 진거 아니야 진짜. 근데 이런 거 성장하자.
사람. 때문에 진 건 아니긴 해. 다 한 번 실수했어.
그러니까 너 때문에 진거 아니야 진짜. 근데 이런 거 성장하자. 대회 때.
굳이 따지면 너네 둘이 내가 보기엔 실수 제일 잘긴 했어. 내가 보고 있을 때는.
This is in between maps. I don't think this is as bad though, because we're probably not seeing them talk about the strategy for the next map, right? It feels like this is just the last couple minutes before they have to go up, so they're just hashing out like because the way they're talking about it, because the thing is from the way they're speaking about it, it really just more feels like, hey, like I know this happened, but like this is what we should be thinking about. Like this is how we should take on from that. This is what we should learn from that for map 2, which I think is okay. If this is all they talked about, yes, that's a problem. Like that earlier time when Carpet was like, are we not reviewing the pistol? Like that would be bad, but I think this is okay, especially assuming that they would have talked about other things before.
ZT 이건데 내가 못하긴 했다.
아니야. 자체 걸즈.
ZT 이겨줄게.
이겨준기로 한 거다잉.
300까지 가자.
끝까지 가자.
게다가 모처럼
뺑갈 거야. 스모크 칠 준비. 땀새 갈 거야 우리 들에게. 자, 뺑 깠어 형철아.
사이트로 뺐다 이거. 너 사이트 비사일 돼.
형님 사이트고. 공가도.
작전이라 이게 내성이 부족할 수 있습니다.
유도일제 사격에 본체 맞고 있습니다.
셔게. 2층 조심. 사이트 조심.
손가락 맞게.
스모카네. 없어.
CT 조심.
얘들아 메인 살게. 메인설.
안테나 홀드 좀.
몰리 대기야.
근데 로프까지 다 뺏겨서
Izu played the Viper on Lotus, huh?
포인트를 내주나요?
They swapped, right? And then Izu plays ICY now. Because of what Meteor said earlier, when he's on Killjoy, he can't help the rest of the team.
포라도 좀 살리는 게 낫지 않을까 싶은데요. 네, 초기 살리는
Makes more sense with that context. I think it ended up being the wrong choice, but
상대 태웅 놀고 브림궁 있어.
2명 세이브했고 네온 오퍼 있고 얘네 무조건 끌고로 나올 듯. 병철아 너 손날치기로 오퍼 뺄 수 있겠냐 한테나. 영사비가 여기서 와리치고 병충자 일로와 제발 들으면 리코스. 내가 와리치라고? 말 빠빠는데 이제 소리 껐어. 그러면은 뺑 안 까. 이거 같이
길어서 잡았습니다. 이러면 메테오가 또 급해지죠.
야 지금 B 더 해줘야 돼. 우리가 B 더 해줘야 돼. B 더 해줘야 돼 우리가.
comms were so messy before that.
야 리테이 조심. 리테이킹 같아. 한 마리 찍은 거 몰라?
트랩 조심해 돼 형. 거기 트랩 있어.
스트레스 사례범. 야 이거 역습 조심해 얘들아.
역습 조심.
지금 우리 팀의 문제점은 팀원을 이용할 줄 모른다는 게 가장 큰 것 같고요. 기본기가 좀 부족했어가지고 저희가 실수가 더 많았고 상대방이 그 실수를 잘 캐치했다고 생각을 하고 원래 되던 게 잘 안 되다 보니까
서른 해줄게 최대한. 안 된다 이거면.
선 됐어?
자 그러면서 현민. 야 이걸 또 현민의 그 퍼블로 인해서 이주 홀로 남아 있습니다. 야 딱포가 2주까지 잡아냅니다.
진짜 한다고. 제발 나 말 한 번 더 하게 말하지 말아줘 제발.
괜찮아.
모르면은 모른다고 얘기해줘. 나 한마디 더 하게.
얘들아 그리고 대답해.
네.
대답 좀 해. 괜찮아. 할 수 있다고.
자 해체. 이때 거리 좁혀야 돼요.
Give me a rundown. Is this community reaction valid? I think everyone's overdoing it for sure. There's a couple mistranslations as well, but
상대 오퍼 뽑을 수도 있어. 빨래? 야. 가자. 오케이.
확인.
네가 바이스 못 먹는데 제일 끝나.
자. 못 잡았어요. 위로 올라갔고. 자 이러면 저지가 활약할 수 있나요? 정경이 올라오면 저지. 자 이를 못 가겠는데요.
이를 놓을 거야.
자 특별 배송. 이를 브레이크 세게 걸렸고 이미 빼고 왔어요.
태워 에미 밀었어 얘들아. 천천히 해야 돼.
자 안테나 가긴 해야 돼.
에미도 밀어가지고 안테나 가야 된다. 태워 형 좀 멘트 되긴 하겠다.
그러니까 프링이 지금 뒤에서 막 잠입들어 굴리고 이런 것 때문에 돌리는데 시간이 한참 걸려요. 네.
스모크 몇 개? 하나. 그러면 스모크 걷어가니까 여기 가면 뛰어내니까 그냥. 그러면은 나 메인 턴 넣어줄게. 오케이 얘들아. 형 여기 메인 턴 가고 뺑 갈게. 오케이?
사이트 꺼낼게 비사일.
스모크 쳐줄래? 오케이. 바로 앞에 가랬어. 뺑 간다.
가야 돼.
아니 범빈이 태우 정리 나오는 거. 2주 이러면 또 나왔어요. 여기서 끝나나요? 야 남은 건 실바나나 스파이크까지 떨어져 있습니다. 야 다 쫓아왔는데 봐야 될 곳이 너무 많아요. 너무 많은데요. 결국 이렇게
also that doesn't. The casters didn't say everyone collapsed. I see why they said this, because the Korean literally says, they pretty much caught up, or like they pretty much caught him, but they mean they pretty much caught up score wise. Sliga doesn't like Buzz's comms. The comm is awful. I have a problem with the backseat. Otherwise, the in-game comms aren't that bad. They keep talking about the past though. But okay, I would assume, like, I think this is dangerous. I think, chat, I'm just saying, okay, I will say what I think so far. There's only 20 minutes left of this only. Every time they were winning, their comms when they're winning, good. Their comms when they're losing, not good. But I think that it's those specific comms that I'm seeing that I don't like. And sometimes I feel like the comms aren't even the cause of the problem, right? I can't psychoanalyze too much because we don't know, but it does feel more like there's a deeper problem in why those comms break down that way. So I think it's really dangerous for people to just simplify it as like, yeah, their comms are so bad though. It's like, no, certain comms are not good. But like if you here's why I say this, because if you go around and say, let's say you tell someone who hasn't watched this, like, yeah, but T1's comms are really bad. I don't even think this is what you imagine. I think you imagine something much worse. Right? And we don't even know the other rounds where they're winning. And so it's like there's that loses context already. I think for instance, Sliggy is in a position where he's obviously coached a team where he can identify things a lot more. I'm not saying other people can't share their opinion. Like, I haven't coached a team. I still have very strong opinions about how you should comm, but what I'm saying is it's important to keep that context, right? Like, Sliggy is speaking with a certain assumption and context in mind that when you simplify it as a response of like, yeah, their comms are really bad, it starts to snowball worse and worse. I do think when they're losing, they're always like one step behind, right? They're talking about what they should talk about after game, during the game, and they should talk about what they should talk about back at the team house after the game, and like that. I agree, but I think, yeah, also the editing probably makes it look worse. But for instance, like the things like the backseating, or like I said earlier, like Stacks like sighing into the mic, stuff like that. It doesn't matter what else you said. That's something you should fix. But I think therefore simplifying like, wow, Stacks' comms are actually really bad is like, well, actually, I don't know that. I don't know. I just think he has a couple bad habits. You know, I think there's a difference there.
섹션은 뭐 운영 그런 것보다 그냥 다 도전 운영 그런 게 얘기할 게 없지 않나?
짐 쌀게요. 본인 짐.
뭐가 문제일까? 모르겠다. 야, 나 진짜 모르겠는데 뭐가 문제야?
그러니까 이번에는 이 전에 두 개랑 진 거랑 다르긴 하거든. 그렇게 진 건 아니거든. 어떤 상황에서 그때 한 번만 이제 뭐 이끌어주는 콜이든 시선 처리든 이런 거 있잖아. 그 부분에서 우리가 안 됐을 거야. 그래서 네가 느끼지 않냐? 한 끗 차이로 지는 거 계속. 오늘 좀 달라 진 게 이 전 두 번이랑. 가서 봐야 돼. 너 내가 알지 않아? 다 달라졌다. 그러니까 이 전이랑 달라. 너 그래 잘했어. 운영 가져왔어. 난 너만 나 뭘 돼? 아니 나 진짜 괜찮다고. 그러니까 그걸 보자고. 객관화해야지.
I just think these guys are all they're still maturing a lot, and I don't know. Hopefully the team knows that and they can work on that. But like, for instance, like Stack saying this, I think in a vacuum doesn't seem good. Like, you're an IGL, what do you mean? You shouldn't be saying things out loud like in front of the team of like, I don't even want to review it. Like, I don't know what else to do. You can say that. You can say that, but I think that is really unfair to Stacks, because I think this is Stacks just he doesn't know how else to express it. He doesn't know how else to express his frustration. I agree that there's a better way to say this, but I think, you know what I mean? Like, it's very easy to be like, a leader shouldn't say that, but how many leaders actually don't ever say what they shouldn't say? Even successful ones. Not even just in Valorant, I just mean in general. Like, I think it's...
아니 뭐 그렇게 세게 들어왔을 때는 뭐 힘들긴 한데, 근데 이제 진짜 삐 때문에 뭐 졌다 이런 문제는 아니었는데 그 다음이 문제인데, 그러니까 잘 버텨줬는데
채워주고 뭐 시선
채울 때 다졌어. 채우는 게 다졌어. 심지어 킬 내거나 이런 것도 많았는데 시선 처리 때, 그러니까 그 시선 처리 한 끗 차이잖아 원래 공격적으로. 근데 거기서 진짜 너무 많이 졌어.
반대쪽에 있었어.
아 진짜 무적했어 이게. 나만 할까? 이게 1부터 10까지 다 말해줘야 되니까 힘들긴 해 진짜. 집중도 잘 맞고 그 문제 같은데. 뭐 그것도 있을 수 있겠지.
근데 오늘 제가 보면 딱 나올 것 같아. 나는 이거 괜찮다. 같은 패배긴 한데 패배는 다르긴 했네. 올라오긴 했어. 그러니까 3연패에 의식하지 마. 진짜 필요 없어. 우리가 회복된 게 중요해. 어느 정도 회복됐고 아직 우리가 안 되는 부분만 치면 되지. 하나 남았어. 갑시다.
But I think it's tough, dude. Autumn's position is tough too because it's like mid-season, the VCT schedule is so rough that you kind of feel like you have to keep talking about like it's fine, we can do better on the next one, etc. But also like you just don't have the time, the leisure to be like to break it down sometimes. Like dude, I feel for Autumn, man. I feel for Autumn.
있나? 1맵 컬처 수비 자 2맵 어센트 공격 막맵 모터스 공격 펄벤 아닌다고 펄벤했어 좋은 듯 세트를 해야 할까? 러시 준비한 거 아니야 또? 페이퍼엑스는 왜 수비부터 하냐? 네? 페이퍼엑스 페이퍼엑스 들고요 다 수비보다 쓰게 진짜요?
That was weird, wasn't it?
제이슨 어센트에서 랭크에서 요루하던데. 나올 수도.
I mean, hey, you never know.
나 저번 나 엊그제 봤을 때는 페이드 하던데 나라가.
그냥 하는 건가?
간지걸.
어때요?
이거는 근데 움직일 때 그 패드 안 거슬려 거려?
그래서 사실 저희가 테이핑을 함부로 안 하는데 오히려 편했다고 해갖고 저쪽에 있는
머리까지 밀면 딱 좋겠다. 강탐처럼.
머리 밀자요.
상상은 지금 생겼는데 나는
뭐야?
연습은 잘 돼서 분위기는 괜찮았고 근데
I've seen people talk about this clip too. I don't think this clip is as bad.
함부로 안 하는데
I mean, I just think it shows that Sylvan's confidence isn't quite there, but this is the one where Sliggy says that, right? I got a team of sideshows.
머리까지 밀면 딱 좋겠다. 강탐처럼.
So Norman's saying that because Sylvan has tape on his arm, right? So Norman's kind of saying that jokingly. So Buzz is just adding on to the joke. The problem, it depends on whose perspective you're looking at. If you assume that Sylvan's confidence is already down in the dumps, yeah, it doesn't feel good. But Sliggy was half joking, half crashing out because he just wanted Sylvan to get a damn compliment. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I think I don't know. What I'm getting from this is that, except for maybe Carpe, and even then, it's not even technically Carpe's job, so you can't really blame anybody. Nobody has the awareness or leisure to see beyond what's in front of you on this team, on this org. Right? It shows that they do nothing to help anyone with confidence. Sure, but, right? You're used to talking to Buzz, Stax, Meteor, who are like, right? Stax says like, wow, Meteor's missile really snowballed us this bad, and Meteor's like, no, my bad. Like, I'll carry this next game. Like, you're used to these guys who that's just how they talk. So nobody has the leisure to be like, actually, this isn't working for Sylvan. So I think it's a different problem. I think it's a different problem. That's because the team never gave him confidence. Right, but like, from every other clip, no one else, they're not really giving anyone else confidence either. They're actually always calling each other out. Now, my argument would be I wouldn't want that team environment to begin with. Like, even if it's joking, like I always say, like, yeah, you joke now, but that's because you're feeling good. When you're feeling bad, it suddenly doesn't sound like a joke. But you know what I mean? Like, I think it's much more that nobody has the leisure to become aware that, oh, this isn't working for so-and-so. It's more, right? So they're just doing things out without thinking. Not saying it's excused, not saying it's good. I just don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be. People were talking as if people were like, they were like categorically bullying this guy. I don't think that's true. It's not the right timing. No, what? No, but what? I think there's a misunderstanding here. What do you mean it's not the right timing to bring this up? Norman's just saying like, oh, you've got tape on, like that's like the trademark for I don't even think, like, how is that? I don't think that's that. Like, it's only not the right timing to bring it up if you're so aware that Sylvan is potentially like mentally struggling or emotionally struggling. I don't know. I think no, but I've talked about it before. Some of the translations are wrong, first of all. But again, it's the only time that I think it's actually kind of bad is when Autumn kind of loses his temper and everyone else tags on one sentence at a time. That's the only time that I think it's actually systemically, like, that's a systems thing. But I don't actually know. They've blamed Izu a couple of times, and Meteor's actually straight up said it was his fault a couple of times, and Stacks has called out Meteor a couple of times. Meteor called out Stacks in that Lotus game. But the problem is it lingers even for us as viewers because Sylvan isn't the type of person who's in a position where he's standing up for himself. It is, I think it's a bigger issue with accountability, but it's because other people are dealing with this differently that it doesn't feel like that. But I don't think they're actually treating him that much differently. I think it's just that doesn't work for him and nobody realizes that. The reason I specify this isn't to be like, but you know, these guys are fine. I'm not saying that what they're doing is fine. I'm not saying it's Sylvan's problem, but I'm just saying the issue is different. The issue is, it's a different issue, right? Like Meteor, if anything, Meteor wasn't moving on from Stacks trying to break that turret and B on Lotus. He called it out in between rounds to the point that Buzz had to tell him to stop, and then he called it out after the game again. So it's like, he does that, and Stacks is just like, yeah, but I thought I could win. And they just fight about it and they move on. You know what I mean? But if I was Sylvan, that would look really bad because Sylvan's not the type of guy that deals well with that conversation. So I think and this is why I think it's dangerous to like make conclusions. I think the safe conclusion we can all make is clearly Sylvan's struggling with his confidence and the environment isn't helping. The environment is making it worse for Sylvan, but I don't think it's a categorical problem. I think it's a bigger issue of nobody had the leisure to recognize that. I second this question. What's the question? Do you think Korean seniority culture is playing a role in the dynamics between... Oh, 100%. I mentioned that earlier. 100%. 100%.
잘 돼서 분위기는 괜찮았고 늘 저희끼리 우스갯소리.
They had a 6-man replacement still in his carpet. I don't know what that would have anything to do with this, to be honest. Yeah, they're joking, but Sylvan took it differently. Exactly. Now, and then like we can see the vibe. So when Sylvan says like, well, I don't look good, Kong Kong does. Somebody else not being like, what do you mean? Yo, like you're way better looking. You can be like, whoa, why is nobody saying that? But to them, they were probably like, oh, whatever. Right? They probably didn't even think about it. They just didn't even think about it, which is it's a problem in the grand scheme of things, but I don't think it's anyone's fault. I don't think any of them have the leisure, maturity, etc., awareness to do that. So they need someone else to do that from them. Yeah, no, I don't think it's not their fault. But that's the tough thing about working with human beings. Sometimes it's not your fault. The other person felt bad. You should be you should hold yourself accountable if you want to continue working together. But like I said before, but if no one tells you that it didn't work, you'll never know. You'll never know. It's so hard to look inward on yourself, chat. It's so hard until someone else tells you.
오늘의 주제가 뭐였죠?
마이 파우라.
Right, but I'm just saying that in this room, nobody even probably thought about. I actually don't blame any of them for not thinking about that because I don't think any of them have the mental leisure to be aware of that or the maturity to be aware of that. Someone should eventually hopefully do that, but like I think it's very clear that they like also the pressure of like needing to win, probably the reputation of T1. They're the Masters Bangkok winners. the attitudes that each of them originally have, the personalities they have. It's like they should, but I don't blame them. I think they need someone else to do that for them.
나 이기면 오늘 신나게 소리 지를 게임.
신속가
그거야.
라운드 딸 때마다.
야 구태가 쟤네 결국 작전 쓰는 맵이잖아 이거 저 조합이. 그래서 네가 그냥 진짜 도박해도 돼. 그러니까 느낌으로 나 이번 판 뭐 올 것 같으니까 태호 형 저기 가줘. 뭐 이런 거 있잖아. 연습도 안 해본 거 있어도.
오케이.
약간 짐승처럼 해라. 냄새 맡아가지고.
자 가자 얘들아 화이팅!
아 페이퍼렉스 진짜 종잡을 수 없어요.
아 포탑 세워놓고요.
I mean, yeah, the editing is also very well done.
아, 문 한번 열게. 문 한번 열게.
열어줘.
영사 그냥 슛 가도 될 것 같은데? 자신 있게.
하지만 찡이 벤다를 들고 있습니다.
그래도 팬맨 선수의 스턴이 오
메테오. 자 그리고 메테오.
Metal.
태호 형 뭐야?
자 알람봇을 설치해두고 B사이트 쪽으로 돌리는데 버즈가 쬐고 있거든요. 그런데 체력이
에이맨 안 보여 에이맨 안 보여 에이 없어 에이 없어 에이 없어 에이 없어 삐어 야 B가 야 B 오면 B 메인밖에 못 가려 얘들아 B 메인 가렸어 몰리 알았어 나 2층만 볼게
사이트 들어왔어.
Boom.
죽었다 사이트 얘들아 메인 있을 거야
메인 보는 중.
Wasn't this like a complete stomp?
스텝스 선수한테 저기 가겠죠. 스텝스 선수가 이거를 몇 명 잡아내느냐.
맨 에이 온다
하나 큰그림 보내고 다 잡아냈어요 텍스.
너무 침착합니다.
아 지금 이 어려웠던 라운드까지요. 결국 따내네요 팀.
렛츠고
와 바로 라운드 2개 만에 또 작전 시간이 요청합니다 페이퍼렉스요.
과연 이번 라운드에 이제 킬조이의 궁극기를 역으로 카운터를 나가.
No, I think the cinematography of the documentary is very good. There's a couple of translations that are wrong that I think made things even worse, but not as bad. I was afraid that it could be really bad. It's not as bad as I was worried.
개찐다. 에이사는 저 게임.
아 예? 또 에이 안돼
체력 32 잡아냈어요.
발로란트를 안 해보신 거는 거의 확실하고 100% 확실한 거는 영상을 못 받으셨을 거예요. 자막 다신 분이. 그거는 그냥 거의 200% 확신해요. 왜냐면 보통 그렇게 안 하기도 하고 자막을 번역을 할 때.
심리전을 걸 게 없어요.
여기서 메테오가 잡아냅니다. 첫 번째는 페이퍼렉스가 선택한 전장에서 완승 거두는 T1입니다. 아 사실 이 페이지 1이
그 쟤네 조합 그대로면은 좀 문제 알아.
그러니까 영상을 보면서 다는 게 맞는데 그렇게 대부분 안 하죠. 시간이 없어가지고.
좀 문제 알아. 하고? 아니. 그 오멘 제트, 바이스, KO 페이드거든. 그다음 제트. 근데 그거 쓰면은 우리 공격부터란 말이야. 우리 연습 배팅 잘못 키우는 게 쟤네 수비 때.
I think I didn't finish my thought about this earlier. Isn't it crazy that the players just don't remember what their opponent's comps are? But I think this is probably true for all the teams. Because the players are literally just concerned about what they're doing. They have to be reminded, like, going into the game.
바이스가 삐셋업 해놓고.
Although, maybe the IGL should be doing that themselves as well, but...
제트를 매치시켜서 그 곁들인 느낌이잖아, 삐쪽. 그렇게 게임하거든. 근데 A맨 수비는 그냥 우리 알던 느낌으로 그냥 연막하면서 하고 그래서 영수 변제 컨트롤 될 거고 그래서 핵심이 B쪽을 제트 인포 찍고 태호가 주도권 갖고 시작하면은
No, but I would actually bet that a lot of IGLs and players don't like know going into the day, and the coaches have to remind them behind the stage. I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised at how tunnel vision pro players are in any game.
자 연방으로 가려놓고요. 이러면 제트가 여기 있다라는 거 알게 됐어요.
Yeah, in any esport. And you say like, well, we watch it and we remember, and it's like, yeah, but I know this is gonna sound like a bad comparison, but it's like me not having a single damn clue about who, like, what an iconic player uses as their skin. I literally watch the games all the time. So even if I wasn't paying attention to it, you'd imagine, but literally I'm just not even thinking about it. because I'm focusing so much on something else. And I think if anything, it should be proof that that's just what it takes to actually become a pro, like to play at that level, is that you have to grind so much on what you're doing. Obviously, again, if you can do that, that's probably what makes you even better, right? Like Munchkin's teammates have often praised him for that. You know, IGLs that have lifted trophies have been praised for that, where they're doing it themselves, etc. That's fine, but I think those are the exceptions. I think those are the exceptions.
서려야 돼, 서려야 돼. 나 이거 CT 1자군데.
형 맞게 맞을 수 있지.
있어. 나 CT 1자군 써줄게.
지금 쓰면 좋아, 오자.
확인.
자, 그리고 좋은 위치.
와, 메테오.
방지턱을 많이 만들어 놓고 있는 T1이에요. 이주와 스택스.
야, 이걸 이렇게 터뜨리나요?
야, 이렇게 되면 8대4까지 가겠는데요.
역으로 두 번을 꼬아버려서 게임을 풀어나갔기 때문에.
나이스. 렛츠고. 나이스가. 렛츠고.
4-8 나쁘지 않은데?
근데 이거 우리 스크림 때 수비 그 말했지. 잘했던 거 우리. 결국 똑같을 거야. 얘네도 운영하다가 모여서 팝치거든. 그 모이는 타이밍 때 우리가 리스크 져서 인포 따주면 좋아.
아, 플래시 드라이브 들고 있진 않아요 지금 텍스. 이거 미드 잡아먹을
The music editing is so good.
블라인드.
삐메 가르칠게. 그래서 막혀 주심.
나왔어. 레이. 둘 더.
살아.
오프.
바로 세워.
결국에 지금 포세이큰 선수가 메인에 있는 게 굉장히 크거든요 지금.
싸움 길게 가져가야 돼요.
메인 쳤다 형. 벌려줄게. 기다 벌려줄게.
벌려줘.
안 싸워주죠?
자, 들어가.
계단 조심.
벌릴게.
나 여기 계단 볼게.
쪽 벌린다. 여기서 뛴다.
근데 팬맨 이걸 같이 돌아요? 와!
Alex is super calm outside of matches. He's like almost too chill. I mean, obviously, also I don't know. Maybe when he's doing a different activity, like when he's playing or something, I don't know. But
나는 시립 산다.
4대 10대부터 해보자.
하면 돼.
그냥 B메인 코너 라인들 다 내가 청소해줄게.
오, 썸띵!
근데 이제 저 흐름으로 인해서 게임이 조금씩 뒤집히고 있는 것 같습니다.
네.
근데 실반은 이것 때문에
그러니까요.
또 다 뒤집어질 수 있어요.
네. 타이밍.
난리 납니다 이거.
타이밍.
여기서 팬맨! 이러면은
yeah, also true, also fair. Paper X switches their ascent comp so much that it's gonna be hard to remember anyway. I think that's a good shout.
무조건 채우는 판단해주는 거죠.
찍혔어요. 썸띵이 스택스 정리했고요. 버즈. 불리한 상황이긴 한데요. 팬맨이 두 번째 맵 5센트 날카로워요. 연막 꺼지고 찍 2주까지 잡아냅니다. 11대4까지 격차를 더욱더 벌리는 PRX입니다.
솔직히 이거 니들 뭐 문제 찾을 필요가 없는 게 이건 솔직히 쟤들 총 쏘긴 했어 계속 지금. 그래서 너무 그렇게 생각하지 말더라. 괜찮아. 너희가 못 쏘는 것도 아님 심지어. 말이 안 된다. 내가 보는 입장에서 억소리 나게 한다 지금. 야 우리 그냥 최선 다해서 하자 계속. 즐기면서. 이번 라 잘 따보고 그냥 계속 쭉 따보자.
B에만 집중하면 되죠 T1.
형 조심해. 조용하다 지금.
메테오.
자, B 조심.
삐 있다. 삐 온다. 삐맨 가를게. 삐 온다. 대시. 나 불라.
컷터 앞면 조심.
야 쌍대시. 1차 삐방 1차 삐방. 쌍 맞아.
나 계단 볼게.
나 번째. 불 맞다. 수단 옆에.
됐다. 사이트.
시간도 이기면 돼요.
자, 이주가 둘 정리했고요. 썸띵.
Dude, like, what do you do, man?
시간이 없습니다.
What do you do, man?
매치 포인트에서 이번 두 번째 맵을 가져가는 픽포렉스였습니다.
Okay, but that timeout, I knew people were gonna comment on that last timeout that Autumn did. That timeout, though, we don't know what the comms were like before. It feels, I mean, yeah, it almost feels like Autumn probably just thought that they were gonna lose this because of how Paper X was playing, and maybe that's already you could argue that that's a bad attitude, maybe. But like, if the comms were really bad, right, or if the players were like, "Oh, like what's going on? Like what's wrong? Like I don't know." Like if then I think saying that just to do that, and but even if you didn't have an answer, at least calming them down, I think is fine, right? Coaches don't always figure everything out, right? But rather than letting the emotions spill into post game, trying to calm it down, I think is okay. I think it's okay. What do you think about the Korean comments underneath the video? Apparently agreeing with the narrative of someone being bullied. I'll take a look at it afterwards. Dark Phoenix 421. Hello back to you. Thank you for the prime sub. Welcome back. Chobra, not gonna lie, bro. You're brilliant, charming, confident, hilarious, inspiring. Oh, chat. You gotta read this chat. Radiant, stylish, respectful, intelligent, and dependable guy. You're my goat, bro. Why, thank you, pros. I didn't even have to pay you for that one.
아 그냥 총해줬어. 총해줬어 말 그대로.
Oh, this is this is the one they fixed the subtitles?
하고 사이트 들어가기 전에 줬어요.
혼자 막자 혼자. 오히려 데스도 이제 끝이다 사고 그냥 그렇게 하니까 그래서 펼쳤대 이렇게 안 하고.
아 근데 피스톨 진짜 포세이션이
그러니까 그렇게 쐈어 나. 공격 때도 제 수비할 때. 그냥 말 안 되게 억소리 났어 나 보면서.
지금 로터스 좋아 보여요?
그거 아카데미랑 했던 거 기억나? 더블 타협 때 페이드에.
토스는 몰리가 잘.
I mean, I think they clarified it a lot better. But the reason you couldn't trust the previous captions, by the way, is because it said double initiator and he says duelist. So.
더블 타협 때 페이드에.
Hey, eso.
자, 열심히 뒤에서 어라? 이제 월당 쏜.
죽이면 돼.
몰리 타임 수비 때 비 막는 거나
심한 거.
문 여는 거 막는 거나.
이 세트를 졌을 때는
Also, everyone keeps saying that Stacks and Autumn were saying that we're not practicing well. I don't remember Autumn saying that in the segments before, though. I think Autumn was just summarizing what Stacks and Meteor was saying, which I think is fine. I think Autumn was just taking responsibility, quite frankly. That's how I read it.
다들 분위기도 괜찮았는데 이제 상대방도 똑같이 자신감 있게 싸우길래 이제 거기서 얘네도 이제 자신감 찾았으니까 우리도 다시 자신감 찾고 해보자라고 얘기를 하고 3세트를 들어갔던 것 같습니다.
올라가자. 마이 파우라.
Yeah, Meteor's the only one that has 2 trophies in Pacific.
삼꽉이로구나. 삼꽉이야 삼꽉.
T1의 3과.
원래 하던 대로만 하자. 가보자. Let's go. 운명은 정해져 있다.
황원의 차원표를 강철 정원까지 너무 힘듭니다. T1
이미 해체 올라가요.
이미 해체까지 갑니다. 거의 다 끝나가요. 해체 완료됩니다.
Hatman.
전반전 10대 2 스코어 페이퍼렉스입니다.
이길 수 있다. 화이팅!
화이팅! Let's go. 웃어. 야, 웃어.
야, 이기면 돼.
나 이거 충분히 피스톨이면 진짜 할만하거든. 그러니까 우리가 원래 수비를 좀 우리가 애매하게 하긴 했는데 얘네 플레이 스타일 상대로는 오히려 우리가 여태까지 스크림 때랑 다르게 수비를 좀 더 할만하다 생각하거든. 이거 우리가 필요한 게 그거다 결국. 그 양쪽 앵커가 연막 가는
상대방을 어떻게 하면 이길 수 있을지에 대한 결론을 잘 팀원끼리 못 내리는 것 같고 실제 대회 당시에 그리고 아직 유연함이 많이 부족해가지고.
No, but everyone's saying T1 Academy scrim sharing is fine. It's the same org. What do you mean? They're not. They're talking about what they scrimmed with Academy. Whether they scrim share elsewise or not, I don't know. That's not for me to investigate. But this isn't even like that thread really needs to be friggin' deleted because it's the initial transition has caused an absolute mountain avalanche of whatnot. Yeah, it was the Academy team scrimming with them is what was implied. Now you could argue that the Korean technically skips out on the subject, but also Paper X had already played this comp anyway, so it's not like it would have been a secret comp anyway. So, like, in that context, wouldn't it be weird when there is a public record of Paper X playing this comp literally in the previous match for Autumn to reference a scrim that wasn't public? You know what I mean? Like, this one, the translator really messed up. But that's how you also know that they don't play Valorant, because they mistook Initiator for Duelist to begin, or Duelist for Initiator to begin with, and then they mistranslated the rest.
그때 대회를 지고 나서 꾸준히 갔던 마스터즈에 제가 없다니까 좀 허전하기도 하고 프로게이머를 하면서 가장 많이 혼자만의 시간을 좀 보냈던 날인 것 같고요. 혼자 시간을 보내면서 내가 어떻게 하면 다시 잘해질 수 있을까에 대한 걸 많이 생각했던 것 같습니다.
사실 난 오늘 오히려 우리가 이걸 어떻게 얘기하냐에 따라서 의미 있는 날일 수 생각해 솔직히 진짜로 진지하게 정신승리가 아니라 진짜 그렇게 생각한 나는 준비 과정은 난 진짜 완벽했다 생각하거든. 이번 주랑 저번 주 DRX 경기 때 경기력 되게 좋았고 이번 주는 심지어 더 좋았어요. 경기 내용이. 난 좀 로터스 얘기하고 싶거든. 로터스가 좀 의미 있다 생각하는 게 스크림 중에서는 다 자신 있었죠. 나 자신 있었거든. 오늘 로터스 막맵으로 고른 이유가 스플릿 안 하고 나도 좀 자신 있었어 로터스가. 근데 오늘 이렇게 졌고 솔직히 로터스는 총 때려 준 약간 아니야. 총 때려 진 거 진짜 아니야. 그냥 우리가 연습했던 패턴을 하나도 못했단 말이야. 근데 나 이걸 얘기하고 싶어. 근데 못한 거 괜찮아. 연습하면 돼. 근데 우리가 내가 생각해보니까 방콕 때는 내가 항상 했던 말 이들한테 카운터를 너무 맞아서 아예 답이 없으면은 인정인데 그거 아니면은 우리가 찾아서 어떻게든지 해보자 이렇게 얘기했잖아. 나도 이제 좀 태호에 대한 메타 생각도 내가 스트레스도 많았고 나도 스스로 로터스 곰곰이 고민해봤는데 정답이 있었을 것 같았고 실제로 봤지 시크릿이 이긴 거 RRQ 애들. 근데 걔네가 준비해온 게 있단 말이야 그때 그 조합으로 불리는 걸. 그러니까 그런 걸 내가 원래 생각을 해야 된다 생각하는데 나도 이번에 좀 생각을 못하긴 했어. 이건 내 잘못이긴 해 솔직히. 내가 판단을 해야 되는 사람인데 내가 판단을 못한 건 맞거든. 확실한 거는 고점을 보려면은 진짜 우승한 팀들은 다 자기들 플레이한 게 맞아. 고점 보는 플레이하긴 해. 그러니까 물론 저점 있잖아. 줄타기에서 그날 컨지 안 주면 지는 거 맞아. 그럼 우리 생각이 들잖아. 아 그냥 이론적으로 그냥 무난한 조합 하자. 근데 이 발로란트는 그 무난한 조합도 결국 총이긴 해. 우리가 방콕 올 때 그렇게 우승했잖아. 그 안 좋은 메타에서도. 우리가 진짜 우리만의 색깔을 되찾을 수 있잖아 이번에 스플리트 준비하면서. 난 다시 우리가 고점 찍을 수 있다 생각해. 근데 우리 고점은 거기서 나오는데 우리 믿음이 있어야 돼 진짜.
뭔가 우리의 고점 우리가 스스로 뭔가 좀
맞아.
잠재력을 좀 낮춘 느낌.
맞아. 우리 고점으로 우승해야 돼. 이걸로 우리가 발전할 수 있으면은 나쁜 게 아니야. 우리가 픽오프 때도 해야 하는데 못하게 돼 이건. 다 고점 알고 있는 애들끼리. 그러니까 니들에 대한 믿음을 가져라. 너네는 그 고점 보는 플레이로 우승했던 애들이야 다. 실제로 할 수 있는 애들이. 고생했다.
I think that's really good. I mean, especially because that's the end of it anyway. So this is a bit muddy. Oh, the T1 T1A. I mean, here's my take. I wouldn't want my academy team sharing what they scrimmed with opponents to me, but also I wouldn't blame another team. I would assume that if I'm scrimming an academy team, I'm scrimming that org. That would just be the assumption. I don't think that would be one that crosses a moral line. It's just not what I would do. I mean, I think, but the thing is chat, I don't know. Everyone keeps saying that Autumn was saying that he was complaining about practicing too, but I don't, the earlier segment, well, it's not over yet, but the earlier segment, he wasn't saying that.
내려가서 인사하고
늘 이길 수만은 없다고 생각을 해왔고 어차피 트로피의 주인은 바뀐다고 늘 생각하기 때문에 앞으로
That's the
더욱더
lobby of the
잘하고 더
building.
간절해질 수 있는 계기가 되었던 것
The
같아요.
revolving door shot is crazy.
그때 이제 혹시 T1에 온 걸 좀 후회를 하시나요?
오.
사실 뭐 대회를 떨어졌다고 해서 T1에 온 걸 후회하지 않고요. 저희가 고점도 충분히 있었다고 생각을 했고 보여드렸다 생각을 하고 우승을 할 정도의 팀이라고도 생각하기 때문에 그러지는 않았던 것 같습니다. 사실 모든 프로게이머가 다 같겠지만 우승이라는 목표를 가지고 매일매일을 어떻게 보면 모든 체력을 써서 연습을 한다고 생각하기 때문에 그거에 대한 보상값이 트로피고 우승이기 때문에 계속 우승에 집착하고 목표가 있어야 더 성장할 수 있다고 생각하기 때문에 우승하고 싶다라고 생각하는 것 같습니다. 사람마다 힘듦의 시기가 다르겠지만 힘들 때는 조금 더 내려놓고 그리고 힘듦을 참다 보면은 보답받는 날이 꼭 올 테니까 포기하지 않고 열심히 했으면 좋겠다. 모두와 같은 목표를 바라보고 있고 모두 다 노력하는 것을 옆에서 보고 있으니까 나와 같이 트로피를 더 들었으면 좋겠다.
I mean, I don't know. It could be partly scripted, but I love that they asked the question, did you ever regret joining T1 after you got eliminated? After watching, do you think why they dropped Sylvan? I mean, we can't know. That I'm not going to speculate. I mean, but I do think that it just seems like he's not a good fit with them at the moment. But I don't know. I just hope that they have someone who can identify what that is. Because we can see a certain amount of why he's not fitting from the outside, which means there's probably much more ways to figure that out internally. But I mean, who knows? Maybe they had 10 more scrims and he was dropping freaking goose eggs every game. Like, I don't know. We don't know that. So I don't think that's something we should be thinking about. I don't remember the exact reason that the org said. For which question? IMO, I wanted to talk about this. IMO, he wasn't as directly accountable earlier as well as at the end there, but that's nitpicky by me. You mean in the the middle segment? But like, but chat, okay. Nitpicking is literally the worst thing to do in an edited piece of content. Just straight up. It's not even like, well, but that's nitpicky. But no, it's actually it's just bad. Nitpicking in and of itself is like, that is literally what nitpicking is. You know what I mean? You can't nitpick something when you don't have all the resources. I don't think you can do that. If you're going to, you have to at least give context of like, this is the overall impression that I had, etc. I think it's important. I think it's important to have discussions with the right nuance. But what I'm getting from this, first of all, I mean, dude, like I feel for Sylvan. I think he had it tough, but I don't think anyone was out to get him. I just think that nobody realized that Sylvan doesn't thrive on criticism, but they all do because they have the self-confidence to fight back. But he isn't in that position, and I don't think anyone realizes that. Which I think is rough, but hopefully maybe this alone will be enough for them to realize that and for Sylvan to realize that. But Sylvan is still signed with T1. I don't know if it's exactly like a reserve or just benched, because I don't even know the exact differences, but he is still signed with T1. I think they had Meteor because Meteor's the MVP, and the storyline is that he wants to get another. I think it's also probably because of what he said a couple times in parts of these videos. That's probably why they had him as the like narrator, the main protagonist. Am I weird for saying that T1 isn't wrong for making changes? No. I just think it's weird for people to assume that you know. I always like, you can speculate, but I think it's always important to differentiate between talking conclusively and not. The only time I've talked conclusively about a roster move publicly was DRX, the old DRX, where I said they have to switch the roster. It doesn't matter who. And even then, I actually, I'm taking a risk because I don't actually know everything internally. But by then, I felt I had seen so much of enough where they just needed change. But that was the one time. I've spoken about it pretty conclusively to people privately about other teams, but I would never really talk about that much private or publicly to other people because you just never know. You just never know. It did seem like he didn't want to step up the way he did at the end. I mean, yeah, but here's the other thing, chat, is like, again, it's edited. You just don't know, right? Like, because, I mean, if their next match is in 4 days, like, I don't know, do you really want to be like, by the way, guys, like, I think I've been screwing up our practice? Like, you're not going to say it like that, but, like, there is a time and place for everything, and some people actually appreciate it if you take it. Some players would actually some players would want a coach that's always like, no, I got this, don't worry, like, this is what we do. Like, there's so many different things, right? There's so many different things. Dude, I feel for Autumn, too. I mean, I feel for everybody, quite frankly. I mean, I think everybody probably feels the most for Sylvan, but I feel for everybody in this. Like Izu too. Like, dude, he looks like he has trouble speaking up when things go bad too. But dude, I can't imagine being in an Autumn's shoes, man. It's freaking. He's got so much to juggle. I do think they need a performance coach, or like, call it whatever you want, but you need someone who's like able to focus on those aspects. It just seems like nobody on this team has the mental leisure to focus on the out of game aspects. I think that's tough. And like, it's easy to say, well, they should do that, or the coach should do that. Yeah, they should, but like, it just seems like they just don't have the leisure or the skill set or whatever to do it. At which point, then you need to get somebody else to do it. Right? Listen, you're renting out a friggin' Inspire Arena and flying over tens. You can afford a performance coach. So I think you should do that. None of the Korean teams have performance coaches, which I think is also a problem. I do think Korean teams need that. I think they do. But the thing is like, you might, some teams might have a coach that is kind of like a performance coach. Maybe they're not like fully certified in certain ways, but like, and that's okay too. That's doable if you have someone who's dedicated to that. But here it doesn't really feel like it, right? Because the coach that we've seen, at least, again, it's edited, so who knows, but like it seems like, because when they're doing feedback, Indigo is like on the PC prepping the next game, things like that. It seems like Chungak's the one that is most outspoken about it, like caring for certain players, but it's very clear that that's not his main focus, right? So you need someone else to do it. The thing is performance coaches also, some work for some people, some don't. Like, it's varying degrees. Just because you have a certification doesn't make you a better fit for this team. Some people might be a better performance coach without certification. It's tough. It's tough. But I think, I just think, you need someone who can, like, you need someone who gets the respect of the team, like the coaches and the players, that can speak to them about these things that are outside, or at least like manage those outside of game things. Shout out to Carpe in this documentary. I mean, dude, Carpe is super mature as a like player / coach / player / coach. Carpe is giga mature from what we've seen. I mean, who knows what he's like elsewise. He's a big troll in other content pieces, but I remember seeing Panda from PaperX literally handwrite notes for the players. Yeah, I mean, Panda seems to be doing great work for PaperX. But yeah, so at the end of the day, chat, I do think the community reaction's kind of blown up. Someone was saying, I don't know, do I want to be reading YouTube comments on stream? I mean, the thing is I think the couple Korean comments I read are very similar to all the English comments of like, how is someone supposed to be able to play their game in an environment like that? Like, what are you guys doing? You guys are picking on Sylvan. Is this just a documentary to try to explain why you benched Sylvan? I think that's all a little bit overreactionary. I think you can feel bad for Sylvan and not think that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel for Sylvan, but I don't really think that's what the content that's what the content is showing. I really think it's more so that nobody realizes why it's different for Sylvan. I do think they need a better feedback system, though. Not even style. I do think they need obviously, who knows what it looks like in the team house, but they do. I do agree with what Sliggy said. They do seem stuck in the past quite a bit, but what about Buzz's very direct feedback? If you're talking about the could you shoot, that's the part that's mistranslated. So I think that part really is poorly translated. I think the stacks part was very poorly translated about Sylvan going out for the map draft. Meteor's part is wrong, but it didn't really have an impact on how the documentary is viewed. Meteor's feedback at the team setting doesn't really have an impact on how the documentary is viewed, but I think the Buzz, like, did you shoot, could you shoot, poorly translated. He doesn't say could you shoot, he says were you in a situation where you couldn't shoot. But this isn't the translator's fault, because if you just got the Korean transcript, this could you shoot is actually a proper translation. It's just wrong without the context. And then the stacks thing, the same thing of saying, like, if Sylvan goes to the map draft, we probably lose. So I think, but I do think these two things matter quite a bit, because they're fairly early on. They're in the first half of the video, and then you start to think with that idea in mind. Listen, I'm not saying that the way. Listen, I'm not a Buzz Stacks Meteor type person, right? The way I talk and the way I deal with things. I'm not those guys. So I'm not a huge fan of how they do things, but I know of people who work better with that environment. So that's why I keep saying you need someone who can identify those differences. Right now, they don't have anyone who can do that. I think that's tough. What about their tone though? Like, dude, I think Buzz's tone when he's saying this in game, it wasn't even that bad. But he's pressing for an answer because they need to move on to the next round. If anything, I feel like Buzz is usually the one who's always kind of making sure that they're moving on to the next round. But could he do it better? Sure. But it's like literally, chat, I say this, okay. Here's an example I can give from first-hand experience. So if you ever work in a production room, which from all the movies and TV shows I've seen is actually quite similar to working in a chef's kitchen, things get very heated because things are live, it needs to get done, and you need to keep moving, right? So in a lot of production rooms, you'll hear a lot of yelling. Now, in a lot of production rooms, you'll hear producers just cursing people out. Okay? I think that's bad. I think cursing people out is bad. I think it has no place, etc. I think you can convey urgency without cursing. I tried my hardest not to yell whenever I was a producer. However, there was a time when I had to because I'm asking for answers and nobody is giving me an answer. Everyone's either like flabbergasted or busy trying to shift blame, etc. So I've had a couple times where I had to be like, just tell me, is this or not? Just say yes or no. I don't give a damn whose fault it is, right? Like I've had to literally say those words. I don't care if it's your fault or not. I just need to know. Like, and I've had that happen. So the thing is in the middle of a game, if you're not getting the answer you need to make the conclusion for the next round and you're pressing your teammate, yes, is it? And from what we've seen of Sylvan, this is why I keep saying they're probably not a good fit for now. They might be able to adjust to that in the future. But I don't think that's bad. I don't think Buzz was like out to get Sylvan. Buzz just needed an answer, right? And I think that's fine. But that's where chemistry matters. That's where chemistry matters. Because some people you fold. You're like the moment you hear someone yelling, you fold. Now, does that mean that like people like that can't be a pro? Not necessarily. It might be different with other people, but I think that's a. But dude, in a live environment, sometimes you do have to raise your voice a bit. Now, I'm not condoning that, but I don't think it's that bad. It also, we don't know how many times that happens out of how many rounds. Kick Autumn and get a real head coach that handles things responsibly and not afraid to take accountability. Well, that's a crazy thing to say off of a emotionally edited documentary video. That's like me saying, wow, ban this person and never let them talk in public because they said one weird thing in Twitch chat. Like, I don't know you. I'm not gonna say you should be banned from ever speaking in public. What? Like, listen, if I know people always put Autumn on Fraud Watch, and you can do that if you want, but like, I think calling Autumn out for not taking accountability is kind of bold. Could he have done more? Sure. But what I'm seeing is literally there's this overarching problem of no one is understanding that the environment right now is breaking apart because they have different standards. And they're all struggling with that. And I think literally nobody knows that. If you don't have a performance coach, should the head coach be the one responsible for knowing that? Sure. Is he responsible for at the end of the day? The head coach is always responsible for everything at the end of the day. That's why it's tough to be a head coach. But I don't, like, in his situation, I don't envy him, man. I don't envy him. I don't. Also, the thing with Buzz and Stacks is, like, that is how they talk a lot. Dude, like, Stacks, the first time I actually, like, had a chance to be in a conversation with Stacks with other people, the first time I was really taken aback. I was like, whoa, this dude's like, whoa, he just doesn't want to talk to us. Like, he's just, like, he's always very sarcastic. He's always very, like, whatever, I don't care. Like, he has that vibe, but, like, then you realize that's just how he talks. Now, should he mature out of that or not? That's not for me to say, but, you know, and when Buzz gets fired up, I mean, you can see it in any of his comms videos, even in DRX, you know. No, it's not even to the point type. Buzz is always like, he always sarcastically diffuses conversations, but in a very, like, negative, cynical manner. He's kind of cynical, but also deadpan. And so, unless they're like actually joking around and like trolling for like content and stuff. So I think, but again, now does that mean like should Stacks work on changing that or not? That is not for us to decide, quite frankly. I wouldn't work well with that. But also now that I know that he's kind of like that, some of the things he says, it doesn't really come across that badly to me because I know where he's coming from. But that's what I mean. They don't have anyone who's able to like identify like this person doesn't see that about A, doesn't see that about B, you know? Like I have my opinions. I have my opinions on whether those kind of attitudes are like good or bad, what should be fixed and not. But I'm not their coach. And I do know, like I said, I've heard of the extreme example I give is I've heard of people who said that, you know, when they were coaching a player on a certain team in a certain game, that the only way they got through is if they yelled at them and told them that they were crap and they had to listen and take orders because they had military background, and they were so brainwashed in the way that if you didn't yell it into them, it didn't register. They would just gloss over. And so it's like, dude, I could never coach that guy. I could never. So it's just like, you know? Yeah, sometimes people just don't mesh as well. I will say, if it was my team, right? Or like my family, right? If that was my brother or whatever, I would tell them like, I think you should do things this way. I would give them my tips, but that's not for me to decide for them right now. Also, they're all so young, man. They're probably, dude, none of these guys are going to be the same way freaking 5 years down the line. So, but yeah, so at the end of the day, translations weren't as bad. There's a couple of, these are only the ones that I think affected like the content. There's a lot of other nitpicky translation errors. But it seems like the translators only got the script and not the video, which is actually a really common practice. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's really common practice. But if they're going to do this and you're going to put out things like this, I think the most you could do is do a quick pass with the video once it's done. So hopefully they do that in the future. But I do think the drama's overblown. But the thing is I think it's only overblown if you kind of take it as overblown. I think fans being like, wow, like, I feel really bad for Sylvan. I think that's fine. I think that's probably, I think, partially the point of the video. You know, I also just think the documentary is sick. Chat, it's really tough to make this decision. I do think for an overall long-term branding thing, this is what you have to do. If I was the coach, I would never want this. If I was the player, I would never want this. But for the longevity of the brand and the sport, you need this. You need this. You do. You do. It makes people care one way or another. It humanizes you. It gives you better insight, etc. I think it's good. I think they did quite well. I think the production of it is quite good. Usually I nitpick production, chat. But other than the captions, I think overall this was actually really well made. And I'm really glad. I am curious though, what in the world is the title of this video in Korean? Because Boys Be Ambitious is like so weird to me. What does that even mean? Oh, that's just the title. There is no Korean title. Well. Well then. I wonder what it was in the meeting room. I assume this is their summary of what Meteor says at the end. Like, you gotta be hungry for it. I mean, it could be, can you translate it? I would translate it in Korean to literally boys dream big. Right? If I were to retranslate this into Korean, I would just translate it into literally boys dream big in Korean. But who knows? Who knows where it came from in the original meeting room in Korean? I assume it's in that vein. I assume they're trying to work off of what Meteor said in a couple of his monologues. The music was a little cringe. Yeah, I can see that, but I think that's the same way of some people thinking like anime is a bit cringe and goes a little bit too emotional. Like in Korea, I forget the term. In Korea, they have like a term for specifically Japanese anime, like overdoing the tear jerking. But but for me, like not just Japanese anime, but in anything, like when they intentionally do tear jerking, I don't know. I'm a very emotional guy, so like that works for me. But you know, some people probably don't like that. Now that we are done with the doc, FPX won with your dream comp. No. Hold on. I don't know if I'll have to chat. How long did we do this for? Freaking 4 hours. I don't have time to edit this as an upload. I might upload it separately fully. We'll see. But if you're watching, thanks for watching. I think it's overblown. I don't think it's as bad. That doesn't mean everyone is fine. That doesn't mean everyone is excused and everyone did everything correctly. I feel for Sylvan. I hope he can get his confidence back, and hopefully T1 can have someone who can spend the time and leisure to like identify those differences. Thanks for watching. Okay, now that the recording's over, why won't the recording stop? It stopped. You telling me they used Waylay Phoenix? Are you telling me they used Waylay Phoenix? Oh my god! I missed this? I missed this? Oh my god, I can't believe they did it. Quite frankly, I don't think it's that good anymore without the Teo. What did I specifically say, chat? A sentence split. A sentence split. Oh my god. I knew I was a big fan of Berlin, man. I always knew. I always knew I liked Berlin. Holy. Dude. I gotta watch this VOD for oh my god. I can't believe they did it. Oh my gosh. If you watch K-dramas, that music will seem normal. Yeah, that too. I think it's fine not justify the earlier parts of the video. Things get heated up. They really just overwhelmed it. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about a lot of those heated up for overheating moments in that documentary for T1, what's important is what comes after. And we don't know what came after, but it seems like it was a continued thing, which, again, I think this will be some self-reflection. Dude, that's insane. Oh my god, I can't believe I missed this, dude. Holy. Oh my gosh. Okay. If we have time, we'll watch this VOD tomorrow. I need to hop off. I didn't realize we went for so long. The documentary was really good, though. Chat, listen, you can continue to have your own discussions and opinions about it, but, and I don't think T1's going to change how they do things just because of what the community says, but I think we should appreciate that this documentary came out. I think we should appreciate content like this. It's really hard to be bold enough to do this, but I think it's really important. Not just for our viewing pleasure, but I think it's important to keep things going. I really do. I really do. So, and I think like feeling, you know, wanting to support Sylvan and feeling bad for Sylvan is fine, right? You can sympathize with Sylvan and not hate on other people. I just want to put that out there. But I think that all the guys are also just still so young. I think that's the other thing. So hopefully they have more guidance on that. Yeah. I've always wanted to make like legit documentaries over the course of a tournament or a season like this, so I'm really jealous. I'm really jealous of their content team, to be honest. I wanted to make a documentary like that about the production team leading up to an IEM, chat. I've pitched it several times. It always got shut down. I really think it would have cooked, though. But yeah. Wow. Yeah, that went on for a long time now, didn't it? Dude, okay. FPX. Oh, dude, I can't believe. Thank you for telling me. I cannot believe. I can't believe they used Waylay Phoenix. Holy cook. Oh my. All right, is EMEA still going on? Or are they done? What time does EMEA even start? They are still going on. All right, let's send you guys over. Let's send you guys over to TMV. Let's send you guys over to TMV today. So thank you so much for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed that. Hope you guys appreciated that. It took a lot of time and effort, but I just wanted to help clarify things. I just also want people to understand how hard it can be to convey that nuance. I think that's the takeaway. I'm not trying to flame anyone or anything. Quite frankly, I'm in defense of the translators. They weren't given the resources, so hopefully they can fix that in the future. But we'll be back tomorrow, Pacific. Oh my God, I'm in the arena tomorrow, chat. I need to go to sleep. We're in the arena tomorrow. Please, 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 chat. Please, 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 please. Nongshim needs to beat DRX tomorrow. Please. Oh my gosh. The things I would do if Nongshim beats DRX tomorrow. I think they can, but oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay, tomorrow's a big day. All right, so hope you all join me for the game tomorrow, because I'll be in the arena. I'll be back in the arena. I'll eat some Nongshim noodles tomorrow. Heck yeah. And YouTube chat, thanks for hanging out as always. I will see you all tomorrow at the watch parties. Go say hi to TMV.